Chapter 1. The Second Generation Who Travels Through Time. In a haze of chaos and confusion, Chung Ming felt his consciousness being pulled by an invisible force. His head felt like it was going to explode. Every pang of pain surged like a tidal wave, one after another, making it almost unbearable just when he was in agony and nearing despair. A voice rang in his ears. Young master, it's time to get up for school." The voice carried a hint of urgency, like a flickering candlelight in the dark, continually calling out before it faded away. Chung Ming slowly opened his eyes, only to feel a sharp pain in his head, as if he were still recovering from a hangover or had been struck hard by a hammer. Instinctively, he wanted to raise his hand to rub his head, but everything around him felt so unfamiliar. This was not his small, dimly lit rental apartment cluttered with junk. Instead, he was greeted by an exquisitely carved ceiling. A magnificent crystal chandelier cast a soft and brilliant glow, and the bed was so soft, like a cloud, that he felt as if he was sinking into it. His gaze swept across every corner of the room. The expensive carpet and vintage furniture all displayed the luxury of this place. "Where am I?" Chung Ming muttered to himself, a strong sense of unease washing over him like a cold tide, instantly drowning him. He struggled to recall, but all he remembered was working overtime for days to pay off a mortgage, sitting at that cramped desk. Staring at the densely packed data and documents on the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot and his body exhausted. Finally, he lost consciousness in front of the computer, the screen fading to black. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the room. A middle-aged servant in a neat uniform walked in, his steps light and steady, each one showing signs of training. Seeing that Chung Ming had woken up, he wore a respectful smile on his face. With a hint of concern in his smile, he said, "Young master, you're finally awake. If you don't get up now, you won't make it to school." Chung Ming looked at the servant in front of him, feeling even more confused. Just as he was about to ask, a sudden sharp pain shot through his head. In an instant, it opened the floodgates of memory, and countless memories that did not belong to him surged in like a tide. He suddenly realized that he, in 2025, had actually reincarnated into the body of a wealthy second generation named Chunyu from 55 years ago in a port city. The Chen family was influential locally, with businesses spanning finance, real estate, trade, and more, making it a significant force in the port city's business community. The family's financial company maneuvered adeptly in the stock market. Their real estate projects spread across the bustling areas of the city, and their trade operations maintained close ties with merchants worldwide. In this era, the port city was experiencing a golden period of rapid economic development. Manufacturing was booming, machines roared in factories, and workers busily shuttled back and forth, producing an endless stream of products on the assembly line. Foreign trade was flourishing. The port piled high with goods from around the world, and ships laden with hope sailed off into the distance. The real estate market was also starting to shine, with high-rise buildings springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. With generations of accumulation and sharp business acumen, the Chen family secured a place in this economic wave, amassing enormous wealth. Chung Ming, no, he should now be called Chunyu. He learned that he had crossed over into this body because the original owner had an accidental fall, while he himself had suddenly died while working overtime to pay off the mortgage. Such a miraculous crossing occurred in the dark of fate, though it was hard to accept at first. Looking at this luxurious living environment, Chunyu gradually came to terms with this reality. He touched the soft sheets, feeling the delicate texture, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Reflecting on his past, he had worked tirelessly to establish himself in the big city, living frugally. Breakfast was always a hurried purchase of cheap bread from a roadside stall, and lunch and dinner often consisted of the simplest boxed meals. To save costs, he rarely took the subway, always choosing to walk to and from work, even if the journey was long, under the scorching sun or biting cold. He had bought a small apartment of about 40 to 50 square meters with a mortgage, which became a heavy burden, with over half of his salary going towards repayments, leaving him under immense pressure. And now, he was living in a luxurious villa of several hundred square meters, with numerous servants attending to him. This drastic change in lifestyle left Chunyu feeling overwhelmed. He walked to the window, pulled back the heavy curtains, and sunlight instantly flooded the room. illuminating his face and brightening his expectations for the future. As Chunyu adapted to his new identity, he also learned about the original owner's personality traits. The original owner had a fiery temper, having been spoiled by family since childhood, leading to a domineering nature. When a servant urged him to go to school again, Chunyu instinctively felt the urge to lash out, wanting to respond as the original owner would. But he quickly realized he was no longer the former Chungming. Taking a deep breath, he tried to suppress the irritation that surged within him, like a volcano ready to erupt in his chest. He spoke slowly. "I understand. You can go out now. I'll tidy up myself." The servant seemed a bit surprised by Chunyu's change in attitude, but merely paused for a moment before respectfully leaving the room and gently closing the door behind him. Chunyu got up and walked to the mirror. When he saw the handsome face staring back at him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. The original owner had deep-set eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a chiseled face. He was practically a natural model. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chunyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Thinking, "I never expected that Chungming, would have such a handsome day." He tilted his head slightly, examining his features, running his fingers gently across his cheek, feeling this new appearance. In Chunyu's memory, his father, Chun Hao, did not place much emphasis on education. In his view, business acumen and interpersonal relationships were fundamental to thriving in society. Chun Hao often told Chunyu, "Son, knowledge is important in this world. But what's even more important is knowing how to deal with people and seize business opportunities." Though Chunyu did not fully agree with his father's perspective, he understood that in this era, business acumen and networking were indeed crucial. While Chunyu was immersed in thoughts about his new life, suddenly, a virtual page appeared in his mind, displaying his attributes and abilities. Attribute value: normal value intelligence, 70-80-1, 20 stamina, 80-60-90 charisma, 90-50-80 business talent, 60-40-70 skills, none. Seeing this page, Chunyu's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that such a magical system would exist within his body. His gaze was filled with confusion and curiosity as he carefully analyzed his attributes. When he saw that his intelligence value was only 70, he couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. That smile carried a hint of helplessness as he said, "It seems my IQ is considered low among ordinary people." However, he also noticed that his charisma was as high as 90, and although his business talent wasn't particularly high, it was still above average. That he frowned slightly, pondering how to leverage these advantages to compensate for his intellectual shortcomings. Chunyu couldn't help but ask in his mind, "System, how do these attribute values specifically affect me?" The system's cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Intelligence affects your learning ability and agility of thought. Stamina determines your endurance and resistance to fatigue. Charm helps you gain goodwill in social interactions and attract others. Business talent relates to your sensitivity to and grasp of business opportunities." Chunyu continued to explore this system and discovered its powerful features. Completing tasks assigned by the system would earn him points, which could be used to enhance his attributes and enter a lottery for a chance to win various valuable items and skills. The system added, "The lottery is divided into regular and advanced draws. Regular draws can yield some basic skills, such as basic foreign language conversation, simple office software operation, and introductory cooking techniques. These skills can assist in daily life and basic business activities. Advanced draws, on the other hand, may yield master-level or even god-level skills, such as top-notch negotiation techniques and exceptional investment insight. There's also a chance to win rare business resources, like opportunities to collaborate with top enterprises or valuable business intelligence and technological advancements. In terms of technology, the technological achievements provided by the system will not exceed 30 years beyond the current era." At that moment, the system's voice rang in Chunyu's mind. "Task released. Earn 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon completion, you will receive 30 allocation points and 1 advanced lottery chance as a reward." Chapter 2. The shock of the billion-dollar task. As soon as Chunyu heard the system's cold, mechanical voice announced the task of earning 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. He froze. His eyes widened like saucers, round and bulging, his mouth slightly agape, and his face was filled with shock and helplessness. 1 billion? What a ridiculous joke. In 1970, that was an astronomical figure that seemed utterly unattainable. He sank heavily onto the bed, cradling his head in his hands, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. At that moment, his mind was a chaotic mess, with various thoughts swirling around. However, since I have been reborn and bound to this mysterious system, how can I just sit back and let fate play with me? Chunyu suddenly lifted his head, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. That light was like a blade in the darkness, cutting through the fog of the future. He began to meticulously sort through the advantages he currently possessed in his mind, leaving no detail overlooked. The tides of the era were constantly surging, bringing countless possibilities. At the same time, lurking risks and crises also followed. Amidst this tumult, the system was undoubtedly his most reliable support. The monthly lottery opportunities and generous rewards for completing tasks became a powerful boost on his path to success. If utilized properly, the freedom of wealth and the pinnacle of life, dreams that once seemed unattainable, might not be mere illusions. With this thought, Chunyu stood up, his steps steady and firm, and slowly walked to the window. His gaze passed through the glass, looking out at the bustling yet slightly turbulent city. Reflecting on today's task, he began to pace the room, his brain racing as he considered ways to make money. He knew well that in this era, traditional industries faced fierce competition, and to quickly amass wealth, one must take a different approach. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled the booming global video game industry of the future. At this point, the video game sector in the city was still in its infancy. If he could position himself early, he might seize the opportunity. Chunyu decided to start by understanding the market. He instructed his assistant to prepare a car to head to the city's most prosperous commercial area to observe people's spending habits and market demands. Sitting in the luxurious car, Chunyu watched the street scenes rush by outside, filled with anticipation. The vehicle stopped in the commercial district, and as soon as Chunyu got out, he was captivated by the lively scene. The streets were bustling with people, and various shops displayed a myriad of goods. As he walked, he observed that the demand for entertainment was gradually increasing, while the existing forms of entertainment were relatively monotonous. It seemed that the direction of video games was promising. Chunyu murmured to himself. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between two young men nearby. "Sai, there hasn't been anything fun lately. There are just a few movies. And watching them over and over is getting boring. Yeah, if only there was something new and entertaining." Chunyu's heart stirred. Upon returning home, he locked himself in his room and began to formulate a detailed plan. He needed to first assemble a research and development team. Although the current electronic technology was relatively backward, he believed that with his understanding of future games, he could definitely develop appealing games. "System, if I want to form a video game development team, can you provide me with relevant technical support?" Chunyu asked in his heart. The host. Currently, the system level is 1 and cannot directly provide complete video game development technology. However, the host can obtain related skills and knowledge through a lottery or gradually unlock relevant technological achievements by completing tasks, the system replied. Chunyu frowned. It seemed that the initial research and development would have to rely on his own exploration. After thorough analysis and contemplation, he decided to target the real estate industry. He keenly realized that in this ever-changing era, real estate was undoubtedly the best choice for making money. It seemed that the game development would have to wait for the right opportunity. He remembered the riot from a few years ago, like a terrifying storm that swept across the entire port city, causing land prices to plummet like a kite with a broken string. Many people were ruthlessly consumed by this storm, losing everything and going bankrupt. However, his father, Chun Hao, took the opportunity to buy a large amount of land at low prices. These lands were like seeds, planting the hope for the expansion of the family business. Although the family already had a certain foundation, it was far from enough. There was still a long way to go to reach the goal in his heart. Chunyu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. "I will completely change the family's fate. Not only will I make the Chun family the strongest in the port city, but I will also lead it to the world. And I will become the world ruler who dominates everything." Just as Chunyu was immersed in this grand blueprint, unable to extricate himself, the familiar prompt sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. "Host, the lottery opportunity for this month has arrived. Would you like to proceed with the lottery?" This voice, like a thunderclap in the dark, instantly pulled Chunyu back to reality. His eyes suddenly brightened, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Without hesitation, he responded in his heart, "Yes, of course. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Perhaps this time I could draw the key to changing my fate. With a slight buzzing sound, the space before him seemed to be enchanted, shimmering with dazzling light. The lottery interface spun like a high-speed Ferris wheel, whirling rapidly. Chen Yu's heart raced to his throat as he fixed his gaze on the rotating interface, not daring to relax for a moment. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, each second feeling incredibly long. As the light gradually faded, a line of text slowly appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained arcade technology. Arcade technology? Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. But in an instant, it felt like a door to a treasure trove of knowledge opened in his mind, flooding him with information about the history and development potential of arcade games. He knew that arcades would become a globally popular entertainment project in the future, shining like a brilliant star, especially among young people, with immense popularity. Although few have ventured into this field in the port city, it is precisely an excellent opportunity to seize the initiative, a fertile land waiting for him to explore. However, commercializing arcade technology is no easy task. Chen Yu stroked his chin, frowning slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. First, there is the need for startup capital, which is no small amount. Then, finding a suitable factory for production is crucial for quality control. Recruiting professionals to form an elite team is even more challenging. But soon, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a confident smile, like the warm sun in spring that can dispel all gloom. His eyes were filled with visions of the future, as if he could already see the arcade games thriving in the streets and alleys of the port city. With the support of a system, what is there to fear? This is an infinitely potential gold mine. As long as I work hard to dig it out, I will surely harvest countless treasures. Just then, the door creaked open gently. Chun Hao walked in with a steady pace, his footsteps firm and powerful, giving a strong sense of pressure. Although he was over 50, time had left some traces on his face, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle, reflecting the shrewdness and competence of someone seasoned in business. You. I heard you fell down the stairs. How are you? Did you hurt yourself? Chun Hao stepped closer to Chun Yu, gently placing his hands on his shoulders. His gaze full of concern, warming Chun Yu's heart like a winter fire. He carefully examined Chun Yu from top to bottom, not missing any detail, as if he were looking for any signs of injury. Chun Yu felt warmth in his heart and smiled brightly, responding, "Dad, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell and bumped my head, but I'm all better now, so don't worry." His voice was full of vitality, easing Chun Hao's anxious heart. Chun Hao nodded slightly, a look of relief appearing on his face. However, he still reminded him with concern, "You need to be more careful in the future. If anything happens to you, how can I bear it? You are my treasure, the hope for our family." His tone was filled with love and care, a deep affection from a father to his son. Chen Yu looked at his father, feeling a surge of emotions. Although he had been parentless in his past life, like a lonely bird drifting in a vast sea of people, in this life, he felt the warmth of paternal love, like a comforting harbor that provided him support. He silently vowed to make his father proud and to let their family name shine on the business stage in the port city and even the world. By the way, Dad, I heard you've been busy acquiring land in Yaomati recently. Chen Yu pulled his father to sit on the sofa, his eyes full of curiosity. He knew that every business decision his father made contained infinite wisdom and opportunities. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chun Hao's eyes, like a shooting star across the night sky, fleeting yet bright. He slightly raised his chin and said proudly, "That's right, you. Although the area is somewhat chaotic and resembles a mishmash right now, I'm convinced that in a few years, it will become one of the most prosperous parts of the city. With land prices being low at the moment, we should seize the opportunity to invest quickly. It's a chance that doesn't come often, like finding a shining pearl on the beach." Chen Yu secretly admired his father's business acumen, but jokingly said, "Dad, your insight is really sharp. No wonder our family business has grown so large. But aren't you worried about making a wrong judgment? After all, the business world is like a battlefield, constantly changing." His tone carried a hint of teasing, but also deep respect for his father. Chen Hao laughed heartily, his voice confident and bold. He patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "In business, there are always risks. But remember, you need to have a long-term perspective. Don't just focus on immediate gains and losses. As long as you're on the right path, don't be afraid to take action. It's like sailing. As long as you've set the correct course, even if there are storms along the way, you can still reach your destination." His words were like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding Chen Yu in the right direction. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the family's future. and couldn't he help but feel a bit emotional. He quietly asked, "Dad, how far do you think we are from the Lee family?" His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, hoping for a clear answer from his father. Chun Hao's smile faltered slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Li Jiaqing is indeed a business genius, and his family has developed rapidly in recent years. Like a high-speed train that's unstoppable. Our family is also doing well, but compared to them, we do have some gaps in terms of asset scale and industry layout. However, you are still young. We have plenty of time to catch up. You are the hope of our family, and as long as you work hard, there will definitely be a place for us on the future business stage." Chapter 3. $1 Million Bet. Chen Yu took a deep breath. Mustering the courage to look at his father again, his gaze filled with a hint of apprehension. He asked, "Dad, I really don't want to go to school anymore. Can we discuss it?" The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly, and Chen Yu felt his heart rise to his throat. He nervously clenched the corner of his clothes, staring unblinkingly at his father, waiting for a response. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback, but quickly seemed to have anticipated this. With a casual wave of his hand, he decisively said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. It's not a big deal. In our case, being able to read and do basic calculations is enough. If you truly want to succeed, you need to gain experience in the business world." He slightly lifted his chin, his eyes reflecting a certain disregard for traditional education. In his view, the business world was the real battlefield, and practical experience was far more important than book knowledge. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion wash over him, his brows furrowed, and his mind racing. He pondered to himself, is his father's disdain for education due to his inherently carefree and unruly nature, which makes him indifferent to studying? Or is it closely tied to the history of the Chun family's struggles and successes in the business world over the years? He recalled how his father rose from humble beginnings, building his fortune from scratch, braving the storms of life. With a daring spirit and a nearly instinctual keen sense for business opportunities, he forged ahead through thick and thin, gradually growing the Chun family business. Perhaps in his father's eyes, those tangible successes from the past had long convinced him that true knowledge comes from practice, and that textbook knowledge is merely an optional embellishment. However, Chun Yu was acutely aware that the wheels of time were turning at an unprecedented speed, and future competition would undoubtedly be a duel of knowledge and technology. If the Chun family were to stand the test of time and maintain their place in this rapidly changing era, his father's somewhat outdated views needed to change. A brief silence spread in the room, like an invisible film wrapping around the father and son. Chun Yu bit his lower lip, his heart in fierce turmoil. Finally, he summoned all his courage, lifted his head, and solemnly expressed his thoughts to his father. "Dad, I want to do business like you, and I don't want to always follow in your footsteps. I want to venture out and start my own business." As he spoke, he straightened his back, which had been slightly hunched, and clenched his fists at his sides. Chen Hao clearly did not expect his son to be so resolute. This determination bore some resemblance to his own youthful spirit. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing the still somewhat naive young man before him, as if he were trying to get to know him anew. After a moment, a smile of appreciation and expectation appeared on his lips, mixed with encouragement and optimism. "Good boy, you have ambition. You dare to dream and act. That's like me. Since you have this idea, I support you. So, what are your specific plans?" Chen Yu felt a wave of joy, as if he had seen dawn in the dark, realizing that he had passed the first hurdle with his father. Seizing the moment, he pointed a finger, his gaze intense, as if that fingertip was directing towards his grand business blueprint. "Dad, I need 1 million in startup capital, and I hope you can provide me with a piece of land." As soon as the words left his mouth, mentioning the figure of 1 million made Chun Yu's heart skip a beat. He knew all too well that this was no small sum. Even though the Chun family was well off, mobilizing such a large amount of funds would require careful consideration and could even spark a discussion within the family. Sure enough, Chun Hao's expression changed instantly, his previously smiling face now serious. His eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? You've got quite an appetite, huh? Saying this, he stood up and began pacing the room, his steps quick and heavy, each footfall seeming to weigh on Chun Yu's heart. His fingers subconsciously tapped on the table, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet room, clearly calculating the family's financial flow in his mind. Withdrawing 1 million in funds would undoubtedly put considerable pressure on various aspects of the family business. From raw material procurement to employee salary distribution, every link could be affected. He had to weigh the pros and cons and make a responsible decision for both the family and his son. Seeing his father's reaction, Chinyu felt a bit anxious, beads of sweat forming in his palms. However, he remained patient, striving to keep his voice steady as he began to explain, "Dad, I want to enter the gaming industry. This is not just a whim. Look around. There are young people everywhere in the city, and they have more disposable income. Everyone is willing to spend on entertainment. Gaming is novel and interesting, full of endless creativity and potential, with enormous market potential. Moreover, this is just the first step. Once I establish myself in the gaming industry, I plan to expand into high-tech industries like personal computing and the internet, which are the future trends." He grew more excited as he spoke, his hands gesturing in the air as if trying to vividly draw a grand business blueprint for his father, his eyes sparkling with fervor, reflecting his aspirations for the future and his dedication to his dreams. Chun Hao paused, his brows furrowed, looking at his son with doubt. "Personal computing? You can't be daydreaming. This field is too technically demanding. The top technologies are in the hands of others. It's incredibly difficult for us to make breakthroughs here. Can a young kid like you really manage it?" To him, although his son's ideas were bold and innovative, filled with youthful vigor, venturing into such a cutting-edge and challenging area seemed like a futile endeavor. A small misstep could lead to losing everything, risking the wealth accumulated over many years. However, Chinyu was undeterred. He stepped forward and retorted loudly, "Dad, how can you think like that? Times are changing, and they're changing too fast. If we keep hesitating and don't dare to try, we'll forever be trailing behind others, picking up scraps. If others can do it, why can't we? As long as we have determination and technology, taking steady steps, I refuse to believe we can't break through. When you started your business, weren't you also starting from scratch, relying on sheer determination to carve out your own path?" His voice trembled slightly, driven by excitement and an uncontrollable surge of emotions, as well as an infinite yearning for the future, striking a chord with Chun Hao. Chun Hao looked at his son's determined face, the fire burning in his eyes, the straightness of his back, and listened to his resolute words, feeling a ripple of emotions in his heart. Yes, wasn't he also once in a desperate situation, relying on an indomitable spirit to carve a path in the business world? Those difficult days, the doubts and mockery from others, seem like just yesterday. Now that my son has dreams and aspirations, how can I remain stuck in the past, bound by old experiences, and become a stumbling block on his path forward? With this thought, Chun Hao's gaze softened, and a relieved smile appeared on his face, filled with understanding and support. He stepped forward and gave Chinyu's shoulder a firm, warm pat. With a father's unique strength and trust, he said with determination, "All right, I believe in you. I'll arrange that 1 million for you. I'll also take care of the land issue as soon as possible. Go ahead and do it, and if you encounter any difficulties, come back to me anytime." Chinyu felt a warmth in his eyes, almost on the verge of tears. He nodded vigorously, his throat choked with emotion, and said with a quiver, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Chapter for the launch of Xingyao technology, Chinyu sat in his room, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as he calculated in his mind. He knew well that in this day and age, having a wealthy father was like holding a golden key to open the door to success. It would allow him to charge towards his goal of becoming a king of the world with much less hassle. With this thought, he suddenly stood up and strode into the living room, where he saw his father, Chun Hao, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. "Dad, about the startup funds I mentioned before, could you help me expedite the process?" Chinyu asked, a hint of urgency and expectation in his eyes, speaking rapidly. He was well aware that his father had always cared for him and supported his entrepreneurial ambitions, so a little nudge now would likely seal the deal. Chun Hao put down the newspaper, took off his glasses, and gently wiped the lenses with a handkerchief. He looked up at his son, his eyes filled with trust and affection. Since I've promised you, I want to go back on my word. I'll arrange for that 1 million to be transferred to you this afternoon. You must work hard and not let me down." Chinyu's heart leaped with joy, and a brilliant smile instantly lit up his face as he nodded eagerly. "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely achieve great things and elevate our family to new heights." In the afternoon, Chinyu sat in the bank, his eyes fixed on the staff members' operations. When he saw the newly added zeros in his account balance, he couldn't help but smile, excitement sparkling in his eyes. This 1 million was the fuel for his dream to take flight. He felt as if he could already see the infinite possibilities of the future. However, Before Chunyu could fully savor this joy, turmoil erupted at home. His mother, Xia Wanqing, returned from work and immediately sensed something unusual in the air as she entered the house. Her sharp gaze swept around, noticing Chunyu's unmistakable excitement and Chunhao sitting nearby as if nothing was amiss, which raised her suspicions. "What are you two up to behind my back?" Xia Wanqing crossed her arms, her expression stern, her voice tinged with a hint of questioning. Chunhao slightly frowned, and just as he was about to explain, Chunyu stood up ahead of him with a smile, saying, "Mom, please don't get angry. Here's the thing, I plan to start a business. And Dad has given me 1 million as startup capital. You know I want to achieve something big and bring honor to our family." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing's face darkened immediately. She walked a few steps towards Chunyu and raised her voice. 1 million? You young man, do you think making money is that easy? You can just take the money like that. But what if you lose it? Her eyes were filled with worry and anger, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chunyu. Chunyu felt a pang in his heart, but he understood that he could not back down at this moment. He straightened his back and met his mother's gaze, stating firmly, "Mom, I know there are risks, but I have confidence. I've made detailed plans, and I'm sure this investment will pay off and even multiply." Xia Wanqing refused to believe it. She switched to a mode of earnest persuasion, talking about the difficulties of starting a business and how hard it was to build family wealth. Seeing Chunyu unmoved, she switched to threats, saying that if he didn't pay the money back, she would cut off his financial support and he could forget about getting a single cent from home in the future. Chunyu gritted his teeth, holding onto the money tightly, with visions of a grand future constantly running through his mind. He was clear that this was a crucial moment to change his family's destiny, and he could not let up. After a long standoff, Xia Wanqing, seeing her son's resolute attitude, felt both angry and helpless. She understood her son's temperament. Once he set his mind on something, it was like trying to pull a stubborn bull back. With Chunhao occasionally supporting a few words, saying they should give the child a chance, in the end, Xia Wanqing had no choice but to compromise. After the storm settled, Chunyu returned to his room and let out a long breath. Leaning back in his chair, he recalled his father's business acumen, having worked his way up from the bottom to build a large family business. He also thought of his mother's family background, as the Xie family was quite prominent in the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce had a long history and deep roots, having navigated the business world for many years, with countless connections to the 4 major families in the harbor city. Whether in cooperation or competition, it stirred up waves in the business tides of the harbor city. With such a strong family background to back him up, if he couldn't make a name for himself, it would truly be a waste of the luck he had in this second chance at life. "I must rewrite the family's future and make the Chun family a legend in the business world." Chunyu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He knew that having crossed over with a powerful system as support and family resources at his disposal, as long as he planned carefully, restoring the family's glory was not out of reach. Although he only had 1 million for now, it was enough to lay the foundation for starting the company. But he would need a continuous influx of resources and top talents to fill it. A few days later, even though Xia Wanqing still felt a bit upset, she cared for her son and introduced him to an experienced accountant, Zhou Qiang. Chunyu understood his mother's good intentions and happily accepted. With professional financial assistance, the company's establishment procedures were completed swiftly. Chunyu named the company Xingyao Technology, symbolizing the opening of chaos and the creation of a new technological future. Immediately, he set about overseeing the company's renovation, selecting a location, determining the style, and monitoring the progress, taking charge of everything personally. With his efficient push, it wasn't long before the brand new office space was ready, exuding a sense of modern technology that was both minimalist and grand. After wrapping up the company matters, Chunyu finally turned his attention back to game development. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and retrieved the technical details of the arcade game Fantasy Adventure from the system. Although he had never played this game himself, all the technical details about its production played in his mind like a movie. He understood that to make this game a hit in the market, he couldn't rely solely on himself. He needed factory production equipment and to attract more knowledgeable professionals. Funds rapidly flowed into the factory construction and equipment procurement. Especially for computers, in 1970, they were rare and expensive high-tech gadgets. Chunyu leveraged his father's connections and worked hard to find an old computer. Although it was worn out, it came at a steep price, costing him over 600,000. Watching his account balance drop significantly made Chunyu a bit anxious, but he knew this was a necessary cost. How could he establish a foothold in the tech field without advanced equipment? Chen Yu encouraged himself. As funds became tight, talent recruitment became urgent. Chen Yu knew that only by assembling a team of highly skilled and creative individuals could the company develop sustainably. Thus, he placed job advertisements in newspapers while personally visiting major universities and job markets to find like-minded people. One day, while busy interviewing at a talent market, a young man caught his attention. The young man was simply dressed in a slightly faded shirt and black pants, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence and determination. His resume read, Zheng Chao, a graduate of the computer science department of MIT. Chen Yu was intrigued and quickly called Zheng Chao aside to carefully introduce his company's projects and prospects. Zheng Chao's eyes lit up as he asked several professional questions, and the two engaged in a lively discussion. In the midst of their conversation, Zheng Chao suddenly asked, "Boss, does our company have a computer? I haven't touched one in a long time, and I'm itching to get my hands on it." Chen Yu laughed heartily and pointed to an old computer in the corner, saying, "We do have one, though it's a bit outdated. But for now, it's our prized possession. If you join us, you'll need to make the most of your expertise and put it to good use." Zheng Chao stepped forward to carefully examine the old computer, his eyes filled with affection and anticipation. "Boss, I think our project has great potential. I'm willing to join and work with you to achieve something significant." Chen Yu excitedly shook Zheng Chao's hand firmly, saying, "That is fantastic. With a professional like you on board, I'm confident that Xingyao technology will definitely soar." Chen Yu smiled and said, "We do have one, though it's a bit old. But right now, it's our treasure. If you come, you must fully utilize your expertise to make the most of it." Chapter 5. The dream of arcade games begins. Chen Yu then took Zheng Chao to the office space, where Zheng Chao's gaze was fixed on an old computer in the corner. His eyes were wide with surprise, and his mouth slightly agape. After a moment, he murmured, "I didn't expect to see this antique here in the port city. I thought they only existed in laboratories in Europe and other regions." Shaking his head gently, a hint of self-deprecation appeared on his face. "It seems I've been out of touch with the technology scene here during my years abroad." Chen Yu lifted his chin slightly, a confident smile on his face. He said firmly, "Zheng Chao, this is indeed an old computer, but it's just a tool for our company's start. Let me tell you, I plan to start a game company and create games that will drive the whole world crazy." As he spoke, he waved his arms vigorously in the air, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Zheng Chao's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked with great interest, "A game company? Boss, are you talking about arcade games like those in amusement parks?" Chen Yu nodded vigorously, leading Zheng Chao to a nearby table where he pulled out a stack of hand-drawn game design sketches. Spreading them out in front of Zheng Chao, he excitedly introduced, "Exactly. Arcade games. Look, this is a game I designed called Fantasy Adventure. Players control a spaceship, battling waves of alien invaders in the vast universe, with various weapons and thrilling levels." Zheng Chao leaned down, carefully examining the design sketches. His eyes widened, and his expression grew increasingly astonished. He gasped in admiration, gently pointing at the drawings, saying, "Boss, this is incredible. I've never seen such a creative game. From this design, its potential is simply immeasurable." Chen Yu stood tall, his eyes gleaming with infinite hope for the future, and asserted, "I believe that once this game hits the market, it won't just be popular in the port city. It will trend globally. Young people today seek novel and exciting forms of entertainment, and our game perfectly meets their needs. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, the prospects for the gaming industry will be incredibly vast." Zheng Chao nodded in agreement, but then furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Boss, the idea is indeed fantastic. But producing this game won't be easy. First, there's the issue of gaming equipment. We need to manufacture key components like the motherboard and screens." Chen Yu frowned slightly, crossing his arms and seriously considering Zheng Chao's words. Zheng Chao continued, "In my opinion, we could consider outsourcing the manufacturing of motherboards and screens to companies in a certain island nation. Their manufacturing industry is renowned globally, with mature technology and high production efficiency." After listening, Chen Yu shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a strong determination. "Zheng Chao, I understand the manufacturing capabilities of certain countries. They are indeed very strong. But we cannot always rely on others. We must establish our own manufacturing capabilities. Although the initial investment will be substantial and there will be many challenges, in the long run, this is an essential path for the company's development. Only by mastering core technologies and production capabilities can we maintain a competitive edge in the market." Zheng Chao felt deeply impressed by Chen Yu's foresight and decisiveness. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Boss, you are right. I have indeed been short-sighted. We should focus on the future." Zheng Chao frowned slightly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Boss, I want to ask about the current financial situation of our company. Establishing our own manufacturing capabilities is not a small expense." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I currently have 400,000 on hand, but you don't need to worry about the funding. I have several million in assets at home. And as long as the project has potential, my family will definitely support me." Hearing this, Zheng Chao felt a lot of his worries dissipate, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "That's great. By the way, boss, I want to recommend someone to you, my university classmate Jiang Wanning. She is very talented in market promotion, and if we can bring her into the company, she will definitely help us open up the market." Chen Yu's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "Oh, is she really that impressive? Please tell me more." Zheng Chao sat up straight and introduced her earnestly. Jiang Wanning displayed extraordinary business acumen during university. She has planned several business projects, all of which achieved great success. She has a keen insight into market trends and is skilled at formulating marketing strategies, accurately capturing consumer needs. Chen Yu nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. "It does sound good. So, how much salary do you think we should offer her to bring her on board?" Zheng Chao thought for a moment and replied, "With her abilities, she could earn at least 2,500 in monthly salary in the city. However, since our company is just starting out, we might not be able to offer a high salary." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yu decisively said, "Let's offer her 3,000 a month. Although the company's funds are tight at the moment, talent is the most important thing. As long as she can create value for the company, this amount is insignificant." Zheng Chao's eyes flashed with surprise as he said, "Boss, you are truly bold. I believe that if Jiang Wanning knows about this offer, she will definitely be interested." Chen Yu smiled and said, "Then please contact her as soon as possible and arrange a time. I want to meet her in person to assess her abilities. If she is really as capable as you say, I will definitely bring her into our team." After that, Chen Yu turned his gaze back to Zheng Chao, sizing him up. Although Zheng Chao was dressed simply, he was clean and tidy, exuding an air of elegance and professionalism in his demeanor. From their earlier conversation, Chen Yu could clearly sense Zheng Chao's solid expertise and unique insights. He privately assessed that anyone who could afford to send their child to a prestigious institution like that must be quite remarkable. Although it seemed they might be facing bankruptcy now, through their own efforts, they had managed to get into a renowned technology institute. With deep expertise in the field of computer science, he was an exceptional talent with great potential. Chen Yu smiled and patted Zheng Chao on the shoulder, saying, "Zheng Chao, I'm very happy that you can join our company. I believe that with your help, our company will definitely achieve great success." Zheng Chao firmly shook Chen Yu's hand. His eyes filled with gratitude and determination. "Boss, thank you for your trust. I will do my best to contribute to the company's development." Chen Yu and Zheng Chao reached a consensus. They planned to produce the first batch of arcade machines and launch Fantasy Adventure into the market as soon as possible. At the same time, they eagerly anticipated Jiang Wanning's joining, believing she would bring new energy to the company's marketing efforts. Zheng Chao nodded emphatically, saying, "Boss, I believe our game will be a huge success. By the way, I've already contacted Jiang Wanning, and she will come for an interview tomorrow." A look of anticipation spread across Chen Yu's face. "Great. I hope she joins our team smoothly. That will bring us one step closer to success." Chapter 6. First meeting with Jiang Wanning. With Zheng Chao's introduction, Chen Yu finally met Jiang Wanning. When she appeared before him, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The girl before him was exceptionally attractive and exuded an elegant aura. Her long, dark hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, and her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and liveliness. What surprised him even more was how young Jiang Wanning looked, completely unlike someone who had studied at a prestigious business school. "Mr. Chen, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you," Jiang Wanning said confidently, extending her hand. "Hello, Miss Jiang. I didn't expect you to be so young," Chen Yu responded, shaking her hand with a smile. "Haha, maybe I just look younger," Jiang Wanning smiled slightly. "I heard from Zheng Chao about your plans, and I believe arcade games indeed have great development potential." Chen Yu nodded, secretly admiring Jiang Wanning's insight as he detailed his company and future plans to her. Jiang Wanning listened attentively, occasionally asking insightful questions, which made Chen Yu feel she was truly a rare talent. "Mr. Chen, I really agree with your ideas, and I am willing to join your company. However, I would like to know about the current salary and work arrangements. Jiang Wanning finally brought up her most concerned issue. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly and said, a bit embarrassed, Miss Jiang. To be honest, the company currently has limited funds, and the monthly salary I can offer you is only 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, due to the small size of the company, I hope you can also take on the roles of manager for the human resources, administration, and legal departments. Of course, I will allow you to recruit 2 assistants. Upon hearing the salary and work arrangements, Jiang Wanyin was taken aback. A monthly salary of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars was not considered high at that time. Moreover, taking on the responsibilities of 3 departments meant she would face significant work pressure. She hesitated for a moment, a hint of conflict flashing in her eyes. Chen Yu noticed Jiang Wanyin's hesitation and quickly added, Miss Jiang, I know this may seem a bit demanding for you, but the company is currently in its early stages and needs someone capable like you to take on significant responsibilities. I believe that as long as we work hard together, the company will definitely grow and your compensation will increase accordingly. Jiang Wanyin pondered for a moment. She considered her family situation and the various limitations faced by the Chinese community abroad. She knew she needed an opportunity to prove herself. Although Chen Yu's company was small at the moment, the arcade game project truly offered her hope. All right, Mr. Chun, I accept this position and I will do my best, Jiang Wanyin said as she raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. A look of relief appeared on Chen Yu's face as he patted Jiang Wanyin's shoulder and said, That's great, Miss Jiang. I believe you won't let me down. I'm confident in handing over the management work to you. 7 days later, Xingyao Technology Company held its first employee meeting. In the conference room, Chen Yu stood at the front, looking serious yet passionate. Colleagues, today marks our first employee meeting at Xingyao Technology Company, and I am very grateful for everyone joining our big family. Although our company has just been established, we have ambitious goals and unlimited potential. Chen Yu scanned the room. Our first project is the arcade game, and I believe this project will create a wave of excitement in the port city and even globally. Jiang Wanyin sat nearby, watching Chen Yu's confident demeanor, feeling a surge of enthusiasm within her. She was filled with anticipation for the work she would undertake at the company, while also feeling a bit of pressure. Next, I will introduce our team members, Chen Yu said. First, we have our chief administrator, Miss Jiang Wanyin, who will be responsible for human resources, administration, and legal affairs. If you have any questions, you can approach her. Jiang Wanyin stood up, smiling as she nodded to everyone. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Wanyin. I am very pleased to work with you all, and I hope for your support and cooperation in our future tasks. Following this, other department members introduced themselves one by one. Chen Yu listened attentively, occasionally adding details about each member's strengths and responsibilities to provide a clearer understanding of the team structure. Now, I will assign some tasks. Chen Yu cleared his throat. Jiang Wanyin will be responsible for tracking venue expenses and income, ensuring that every financial flow is clear and transparent. I will work with Zheng Chao to develop the game, aiming to produce an eye-catching product as soon as possible. I will also be responsible for expanding the sales channels to ensure our arcade game enters the market smoothly. Jiang Wanyin listened carefully, diligently taking notes in her notebook. Fully aware of the significant responsibilities she bore, the selection of venues and rental negotiations required her meticulous planning, and it was crucial that the income tracking be accurate without any errors. Finally, I hope everyone can work together. We are a team, and everyone's effort is crucial. As long as we unite as one, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. Let's push the company's development forward and create our own brilliance. Chen Yu's voice echoed in the conference room, filled with strength. All right, no problem. Everyone responded enthusiastically, their eyes brimming with determination. After the meeting, Jiang Wanyin returned to her office and began preparing for the venue-related tasks. She first listed some factors to consider on paper, such as the location, area, and rental budget. Then, she picked up the phone and started contacting some real estate agents. Hello, I'm looking for a venue suitable for an arcade, about 200 square meters. Ideally located in a high-foot traffic area, preferably in the bustling areas. Jiang Wanyin said into the phone. Yes, the rental budget is around 5,000 HKD per month. All right, please contact me if you have something suitable. After hanging up, Jiang Wanyin rubbed her temples. She knew finding a venue wouldn't be easy, especially with a limited budget. However, she had no thoughts of retreat and told herself she must complete the task. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Zheng Chao were busy in the game development room, working on computers and various materials. Chinyu looked at the game code on the screen, continuously envisioning the game's graphics and gameplay in his mind. Zhengchao, don't you think this character's movement speed is a bit slow? And this attack effect, I think we can make it flashier. Chinyu pointed at the screen. You're right. Let me make some adjustments, Zhengchao replied, skillfully typing on the keyboard, his fingers dancing across the keys with a focused and serious expression. Chinyu watched Zhengchao from the side, secretly grateful to have such a capable assistant. He knew that game development required constant debugging and optimization, and every detail could impact the player's experience. Chinyu, I think we can add some hidden levels and items in the game. This will increase the fun and challenge. Zhengchao suddenly stopped his actions and turned to Chinyu. Good idea. Chinyu's eyes lit up. We can also design different characters, each with unique skills and attributes, giving players more choices. The two exchanged ideas back and forth, with inspiration continually sparking between them. On the other side, Jiang Wanyin had already scheduled visits with several real estate agents to check out venues. Dressed in a professional outfit, she carried a notebook and pen, moving between various office buildings and commercial centers. Miss Jiang, what do you think of this venue? The area fits your requirements perfectly, and the location is excellent. Right in the center of the bustling area, the real estate agent enthusiastically introduced. Jiang Wanyin walked into the venue, looked around, and noted that the space layout was quite good, with plenty of natural light. However, when she inquired about the rent, the price quoted by the agent made her frown. 8,000 HKD per month? That's too expensive and exceeds our budget. Jiang Wanyin shook her head. Miss Jiang, as you know, the location in Causeway Bay is great, and this price is already quite cheap. If you are really interested, we can negotiate with the owner again. The agent tried to persuade Jiang Wanyin. No need, thank you. I'll look at other places. Jiang Wanyin politely declined. After visiting several venues, Jiang Wanyin was not very satisfied. Either the rent was too high or the location was not ideal. She sat on a bench by the street, feeling a bit frustrated as she watched the crowd, wondering what to do. Do I really have to lower my standards? No, the location is too important for an arcade. I must find a suitable one. Jiang Wanyin murmured to herself. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a classmate from university who seemed to work at a real estate company. She quickly took out her phone, found her classmate's number, and dialed it. Hello, Xiaoyan, it's Jiang Wanyin. Are you still working at the real estate company? Jiang Wanyin asked. Yes, Wanyin, what's up? Her classmate replied. Well, I'm currently working at a company that is looking for a venue for an arcade. I've checked many places, but none were suitable. Do you have any good recommendations? Jiang Wanyin briefly explained the situation. Oh, I see. I'll keep an eye out for you. Do you have any specific requirements for the venue? Her classmate asked. I hope the location is in Mongkok or Causeway Bay, about 200 square meters. With a rent of around 4,000 HKD per month, Jiang Wanyin said. Got it. I'll try to find something for you as soon as possible, her classmate promised. Great. Thank you so much, Xiaoyan. Jiang Wanyin sighed in relief, a smile appearing on her face. Back at the office, Jiang Wanyin reported her search for venues to Chinyu. After listening, Chinyu also found it a bit tricky but encouraged Jiang Wanyin not to rush and to keep looking for solutions. It's okay, Wanyin. Finding a venue can't be rushed. You've worked hard already. Let's wait for Xiaoyan's news and see if she can help us find something suitable, Chinyu said. Yeah, I will, Jiang Wanyin nodded. In the following days, Jiang Wanyin continued to contact other real estate agents while waiting for her classmates' news. Chinyu and Zhengchao made some progress in game development, having built the basic framework and designed some main characters and levels. Finally, Jiang Wanyin's classmate called to say she had found a suitable venue. Wanyin, I found a venue for you in a commercial plaza in Mongkok, with an area of 220 square meters. The rent is 500 Hong Kong dollars per month. Although it's a bit over your budget, I think the location and environment are quite good. Do you want to go take a look? Her classmate said on the phone. That's great. I'll go see it right away, Jiang Wanyin exclaimed. When Jiang Wanyin arrived at the venue her classmate mentioned, she was indeed very satisfied. The venue was located on the second floor of the commercial plaza, surrounded by many clothing stores and snack shops, with a large foot traffic. Moreover, the venue's decoration was relatively new, which could save on renovation costs. This is it. Jiang Wanyin made her decision without hesitation. She immediately contacted Chinyu to inform him about the venue situation. Chinyu was also pleased to hear this and urged Jiang Wanyin to sign the contract with the property owner as soon as possible. While Jiang Wanyin was busy with the venue matters, Chinyu was not idle either. He began to travel around, contacting various gaming equipment suppliers and distributors to understand the market conditions and prepare for the sales of the game. Hello, I am Chinyu from Xingyao Technology Company. We are developing an arcade game and would like to know your equipment prices and cooperation methods, Chinyu politely said to a gaming equipment supplier. Oh, you are a new company. Our equipment prices vary based on different models and configurations, and we have multiple cooperation methods. You can take a look at our product catalog. The supplier replied, handing Chinyu a catalog. Chinyu took the catalog and examined it carefully, contemplating how to choose the most suitable equipment within a limited budget. After some effort, he finally reached preliminary cooperation intentions with several suppliers. He knew there was still much work to be done, including game testing, marketing, and other detailed planning. After signing the venue contract, Jiang Wanyin began to recruit assistants and arrange the venue. She posted job advertisements in newspapers and quickly received many resumes. Hello. I am here for the assistant interview. A young girl walked into Jiang Wanyin's office. Hello, please take a seat. Start by introducing yourself briefly, Jiang Wanyin said with a smile. The girl, a bit nervous, began to introduce her education and work experience. Jiang Wanyin listened attentively and occasionally asked questions. After several rounds of interviews, Jiang Wanyin finally hired 2 suitable assistants. She started working with them to set up the venue, arranging tables and chairs, installing equipment, and putting up posters. Put this poster on that wall. Make sure it's straight, Jiang Wanyin directed the assistants. Okay, Manager Jiang, the assistants responded diligently. In the following days, Chinyu and Zheng Chao were extremely busy. They searched for suitable factories, negotiated equipment purchases, and developed production plans. Chinyu also personally contacted some raw material suppliers to secure more favorable prices. Finally, after a lot of hard work, the production preparations for the first batch of arcade machines were complete. Looking at the neatly arranged new arcade machines in the factory, Chinyu and Zheng Chao felt a sense of accomplishment. Zheng Chao, our efforts have finally paid off. Next, we will see how the market responds, Chinyu said excitedly. With everyone's joint efforts, the venue was quickly set up. Looking at the newly transformed game hall, Jiang Wanyin felt a sense of achievement. Meanwhile, Chinyu and Zheng Chao's game development entered the final testing phase. They invited some friends and classmates to playtest the game and gather feedback. Wow, this game is so fun. The graphics and sound effects are great, one of the playtesters exclaimed. However, I think this level is a bit difficult. Many players might not be able to get through it. Another classmate offered their opinion. Chinyu and Zheng Chao were diligently recording everyone's opinions and making final adjustments and optimizations to the game. Finally, all the preparations were ready. The first arcade game from Xingyao Technology was about to launch. The day before the launch, Chinyu called everyone for a motivational meeting. Colleagues, after our hard work during this time, our game is finally about to go live. This is an important moment for our company and for all of us. I believe our game will be a success. However, after the launch, we must not relax. We need to continue with operations and maintenance, listen to player feedback, and constantly improve and refine the game, Chinyu said excitedly. We will definitely work hard. Everyone responded in unison. Chapter 7 When Dreams Meet Reality. The roar of cars and the cries of vendors intertwined to create a unique melody of the city. Chinyu stood by the window of the Xingyao Technology office, gazing at the bustling scene outside, filled with anticipation for the future. However, the reality of entrepreneurship felt like a heavy mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. As the core team of the company, Chinyu and Zheng Chao bore the responsibility of game design. The office was cluttered with various design drawings and materials, and lines of code flashed on the computer screens. The two occasionally engaged in heated discussions and sometimes fell into deep thought. Zheng Chao, look at this plane battle game. I think we can adjust the enemy's appearance frequency. That would increase the game's difficulty and challenge, Chinyu said, pointing at the computer screen with a furrowed brow. Zheng Chao adjusted his glasses and carefully examined the screen. After pondering for a moment, he responded, you have a point. However, we also need to consider the acceptance level of new players. We don't want to scare them away right from the start. They repeatedly discussed and modified, striving to perfect each game. However, the passage of time did not bring them the expected results. Before they knew it, it was already March, and Chinyu's work pressure was mounting. Despite having the absolute focus skill granted by the system, allowing him to concentrate fully on work, the technical limitations at the time felt like an insurmountable barrier, diminishing the effectiveness of his efforts. In a month, they had only designed 3 simple games, including this plane battle. How come we only made these few games? This is far from my expectations, Chunyu said, frustration evident as he slammed his fist on the table. Zheng Chao patted Chunyu on the shoulder and comforted him. Boss, don't be too anxious. Technical limitations are an objective reality, and we have done our best. Moreover, although these games are simple, as long as they have unique features, they can still attract players. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin was also busy managing company affairs. Leveraging her connections, she reached out to college classmates to help design the main board and was responsible for overseeing production at the factory. Every day, she made countless phone calls to coordinate resources and ensure that production proceeded smoothly. Hey, Chang, how's the progress on the motherboard design? We must ensure quality and avoid any mistakes, Jiang Wanyin said seriously on the phone. Don't worry, Manager Chun, we're working overtime to meet the deadline. Chang's voice came from the other end. However, just as everyone was working hard for the company's development, financial issues erupted like a ticking time bomb. The 1 million startup funds that Chunyu received from his father were almost depleted. Jiang Wanyin walked into Chunyu's office with a serious expression, holding a financial report. Chunyu, this is the current financial situation of the company. Take a look, she said, placing the report on his desk, her tone revealing some concern. Chunyu picked up the report and quickly skimmed through it, his face instantly darkening. How could we spend so much so fast? Rent, equipment purchases, and salaries have almost drained the entire million, he said, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Jiang Wanyin sighed helplessly. Yes. The expenses in the early stages of starting a business are significant, and we also need to continuously invest in technology development and market promotion. The remaining funds in the account are running low, and if we can't turn a profit soon, the company's operations will face huge difficulties. Chunyu leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. He began to reflect on his entrepreneurial journey, realizing that the rate of burning through cash exceeded his expectations. Is my entrepreneurial dream going to end like this? He thought, feeling a surge of reluctance. Chunyu, don't be too discouraged. Although we are facing a funding shortage now, our project still has great potential. As long as we can successfully launch the game and enter the market, profitability is just a matter of time. Jiang Wanyin quickly comforted him, noticing his downcast expression. Chunyu opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Wanyin's determined gaze, feeling a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Wanyin. I've come to terms with it. Even if this venture fails, I still have my father's support. I can always start over, he said with a hearty laugh. Haha, me too. This is the boss I know, Jiang Wanyin replied with a smile. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the office became a bit lighter. Chunyu then inquired about the rental situation. Wanyin, how's the place we rented? Chunyu asked. It's all set. The location is quite good, and the rent is relatively cheap. We're currently doing some simple renovations, and it will be ready for use soon, Jiang Wanyin answered. Great. Let's prepare to start a trial operation. From now on, we need to closely monitor our daily income and see how the market reacts to our game, Chunyu said as he stood up. In the 1970s, the education sector in the port city was flourishing, but students' extracurricular lives were relatively monotonous. After school, most students either went home to do homework or played with friends on the street. On this day, Li Yifei, a student from Yueying Primary School, was walking home with his backpack as usual. As he passed by the arcade store of Xingyao Technology, he was captivated by the flashing lights and cheerful music coming from inside. What a fun place. Li Yifei curiously stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the arcade sign. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered the courage to step inside the store. Inside, several brand new arcade machines were lined up, their screens dazzling with vibrant visuals. A staff member noticed Li Yifei walking in and warmly greeted him. Hey there, would you like to play a game? We're having a grand opening special today, and you can play for free, the staff member said with a smile. Li Yifei's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly asked, Really? That's great. What game is this? How do I play? The staff member patiently explained how the arcade games worked and helped him choose a shooting game. Li Yifei eagerly sat down at the machine, gripping the joystick tightly, and began to play according to the staff member's instructions. At first, he struggled a bit, as his plane kept getting hit by enemy bullets. But as the game progressed, he gradually mastered the controls, skillfully dodging attacks, and successfully shooting down several enemy planes. Wow! I hit one. This is so much fun, Li Yifei shouted excitedly, his face beaming with joy. After finishing a round, Li Yifei was still eager for more and wanted to play again. At that moment, the staff member approached him and said, Would you like to play again? You'll need to insert a token for another round. One token gives you 3 minutes, which is plenty of time. Li Yifei rummaged through his pocket and found only a few coins. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take out one token and put it into the machine. I want to play again. This time, I'll definitely break my record, Li Yifei declared confidently. In the following days, Li Yifei went to the arcade every day after school to play games. His skills continued to improve, and he became a regular at the arcade. As word spread among Li Yifei and his classmates, more and more people learned about the arcade store of Xingyao technology, and the business gradually thrived. Chapter 8. The allure of the arcade. The school bell at Yueying Primary School rang on time, its clear chime echoing through the air, signaling joy for the children. Students dressed in blue and white uniforms surged out of the school gate like a tide, laughter and shouts intertwining, resembling a lively symphony of childhood. Li Yifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, waved goodbye to his classmates while excitedly saying, "See you tomorrow, I'm off now." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off like a cheerful little deer towards the newly opened arcade at the corner of the street. "Hurry up, Yifei," called out his friend Xiaoli, panting as he chased after him. "I can't wait. The games are waiting for me," Li Yifei shouted back without looking, his voice filled with excitement. The game hall's facade was not large, and against the backdrop of the surrounding old traditional shops, the neon lights flashing with colorful brilliance on its sign were particularly eye-catching. Li Yifei ran breathlessly to the entrance of the game hall, took a deep breath, and pushed open the slightly worn door with force. In an instant, a unique atmosphere mixed with the smell of cigarettes, sweat, and the cacophony of electronic sound effects rushed towards him. Yet, to Li Yifei's nose, this scent was like the most enticing aroma in the world. His eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. "Wow, it's so lively here," he couldn't help but exclaim, his face revealing immense joy. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze was magnetically drawn to an arcade machine displaying Galactic Fighter. On the screen, sleek fighter jets zipped through a dazzling and mysterious starry sky, engaging in a thrilling battle against various alien foes. Li Yifei's heart raced, and he hurriedly approached, rummaging in his pocket for a while before carefully pulling out a crumpled handful of coins. Only one left. Li Yifei felt a surge of anxiety, his fingers trembling slightly as he counted out a game token, his eyes reflecting both tension and anticipation. He took a deep breath, and with a crisp, pleasant sound, the game officially began. "Charge! Take out those bad guys," he muttered unconsciously, gripping the slightly rough game controller tightly, his eyes fixated on the screen. His fingers danced nimbly over the buttons, like little sprites. He maneuvered the fighter jet on the screen, skillfully dodging the enemy's barrage of missiles. At times, he would seize the moment to decisively press the attack button, firing dazzling laser beams that shot down the enemy ships one by one. Hooray! Each time he successfully defeated an enemy, he would jump up excitedly, shouting at the top of his lungs. His voice was filled with childlike innocence and vitality, as if the entire game hall was bubbling over with his cheers. "Hey, Yifei, you're amazing." His classmate Xiao Zhang came over, watching him intently. "Can you teach me?" "Of course, but you have to insert a coin first," Li Yifei said mysteriously. After one game ended, Li Yifei was completely immersed in the gaming world, still wanting more. So, without hesitation, he inserted several more game tokens and threw himself into the next round. During this process, he didn't notice that time was quietly slipping away. Nor did he realize that the money in his pocket was gradually diminishing. It wasn't until he put the last game token into the machine and reached for his pocket again, only to find it completely empty, that he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, how could this happen?" His heart was filled with disappointment. "What's wrong, Yifei?" Xiaoli asked with concern. "I have no money left, I spent it all," Li Yifei said dejectedly. "Let's go borrow some money from the teacher," Xiao Zhang suggested. "No, I don't want to be scolded," Li Yifei shook his head, his eyes filled with reluctance as he replayed the moments from the game in his mind. Just then, a commotion in the arcade caught their attention. Other classmates had also poured in, eager to try the game after seeing how absorbed Li Yifei was. "Look, Yifei is playing that new game." Little Li excitedly pointed at him. "I want to play too." The friends nodded in agreement. Soon, the arcade was packed with students in blue and white uniforms, all lining up eagerly, their eyes sparkling with desire, waiting to play. Some students even risked being scolded by teachers or reprimanded by parents to sneak out of class and come here just to play a bit longer. "This is so much fun," Little Zhang exclaimed while watching the screen. "Yeah, I want to come play every day," Little Li chimed in. In that era, the entertainment options in the coastal city were relatively scarce. Children's after-school lives consisted mainly of watching a limited number of programs on black and white televisions or chasing and playing with friends in the streets. The emergence of arcade games was undoubtedly like a brilliant rainbow, bringing new joy and color to their monotonous lives. At that moment, in a shabby and cramped office at the back of the arcade, Chunyu sat in front of a somewhat worn desk, frowning as he stared at the business ledger filled with calculations and handwritten records. The office was dimly lit, with peeling paint on the walls, giving it a somewhat shabby appearance. Chunyu wore a slightly faded shirt, his hair was a bit disheveled, and his eyes reflected a hint of fatigue, but more so a dedication and determination to his work. His fingers lightly tapped on the desk, deep in thought about the future direction of the business. Just then, Jiang Wanyin, holding a stack of documents, gently pushed open the office door. Dressed in a simple professional outfit with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, she exuded an air of competence and decisiveness. "Chunyu, here are the business figures from the past few days," she said, placing the documents on the desk. Her tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. The daily revenue was decent, but after deducting rent, equipment costs, and employee salaries, there was hardly any profit left. Chunyu picked up the documents and began to read them carefully. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly serious. "Although the arcade has some popularity now, it's still far from my goal." He looked up, his gaze firm as he addressed Jiang Wanyin. "We can't just be satisfied with the status quo. We need to quickly develop new games to attract more players and increase our profits." Jiang Wanyin nodded, a hint of worry in her eyes. "I understand your point. However, developing new games requires a significant amount of time and money, and our current funds are tight. This is a big challenge." Chunyu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, lost in thought. After a while, he slowly spoke up. "I was thinking, we can leverage the relationships and resources at home to speed up our profits. My father has been in the business world for many years and knows quite a few prominent figures. If we can tap into his network, we will definitely be able to grow faster." Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly, showing a hint of hesitation on her face. "Wouldn't it be inappropriate to rely on our parents' connections? Haven't we always wanted to make our mark through our own efforts?" Chunyu smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of wisdom. "Wanyin, I understand your thoughts. However, in business, it is quite normal to make reasonable use of external resources. We are not completely relying on my father. We are just leveraging his influence to create better conditions for our development. Once we have enough strength, we can grow independently. This is a strategy and also a form of wisdom." Jiang Wanyin listened thoughtfully and nodded. "All right, maybe you are right. So what should we do next?" Chunyu straightened up, confidence shining in his eyes. "I plan to talk to my father and see if he can support us with funding and connections." Meanwhile, in the slightly outdated yet impressive office of the Chun Group, Chun Hao was sitting at a large desk, pretending to seriously review the documents in front of him. The walls of the office were adorned with several valuable calligraphic paintings, and the floor was covered with a somewhat worn but high-quality carpet, showcasing the owner's identity and status. Chun Hao wore a neatly tailored suit, his hair combed neatly, and his eyes conveyed a sense of composure and authority. However, at that moment, his mind was completely focused on his son, Chunyu's entrepreneurial venture. He occasionally glanced at the black rotary phone on the desk, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to hear from his son. Finally, the phone rang, its clear tone sounding particularly loud in the quiet office. Chun Hao quickly put down the documents and grabbed the receiver. "Hello, Dad, it's me, Chunyu." The familiar voice of Chun Yu came from the other end. "How are you doing, Yu? Is your business going well?" Chun Hao asked casually, though he couldn't hide his concern for his son. "I'm doing all right. Just running into some trouble. The funds are running a bit low," Chunyu replied honestly. "Oh, running out of funds? What happened? Tell me in detail," Chun Hao said, his tone revealing a hint of concern as he leaned forward slightly. Chunyu explained the current situation of the company, including the operation of the arcade, plans for developing new games, and the issue of insufficient funds, laying everything out for Chun Hao. Chun Hao listened quietly, occasionally responding with or "Oh, Dad, I'd like to ask for your help. Could you lend me a hand with funding and connections? We really need your support right now," Chunyu said with a hint of pleading. Chun Hao paused for a moment, quickly considering various solutions in his mind. Then he smiled and said, "You finally know to come to Dad for help. All right, I support you. However, you must promise me to work hard and not let me down." "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down." Chapter 9. The dawn of the arcade. At this moment, Chun Hao was sitting in his spacious and bright study. with various documents and materials laid out on the desk in front of him. He was a successful individual who had navigated the business world for many years, his eyes revealing shrewdness and composure. Chen Yu walked into the study, his face displaying a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Dad, I have great news for you." Chen Yu quickly approached Chun Hao and handed over the documents he was holding. He presented the latest business data to Chun Hao, nervously watching his expression, feeling as if a little rabbit was hopping around in his chest, full of anxiety. Chun Hao took the data and began to examine it carefully. At first, his brows furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the figures. However, as he saw the profit statement from the arcade and Chen Yu's plan, his expression gradually softened, revealing surprise and delight in his eyes. Chun Hao set down his pen, took the documents, and a hint of confusion crossed his gaze. When he saw the figures on the paper, his calm demeanor instantly shifted to one of shock. 60,000 in net profit each month. Chun Hao's eyes widened, and his voice involuntarily rose a few notches. "Are you sure this data is accurate, Yu?" Chun Yu nodded vigorously, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Dad, I've double-checked it, and it's absolutely correct. If this trend continues, we'll recoup our investment within a year." Leaning back in his chair, Chun Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke up. "This profit is indeed quite impressive. Can you explain to me in detail what the costs for the arcade machines are?" Chen Yu pulled up a chair and sat across from Chun Hao, explaining earnestly, "Dad, the current cost for each arcade machine is about 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, as we continue to scale up production, the costs can be further reduced. Moreover, think about it. Our arcade has only gained some recognition in this area. If we can expand the market to cover the entire city and even all of Asia, the profits would be unimaginable." Chun Hao nodded slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Yes, you're right. The market potential is indeed enormous. If managed properly, it could really become a highly profitable industry." Chun Hao stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling street, having made a decision in his heart. "Yu, I need to personally visit your arcade to see just how attractive these machines really are." A smile of relief spread across Chen Yu's face, knowing that his father's decision meant recognition of his efforts. "Great, Dad. Once you go, you'll see how popular our arcade is." The father and son stepped out of the house and headed to the garage. Chun Hao's black Ford Mustang sparkled under the lights, a symbol of his identity and status. Chen Yu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Chun Hao arrived at Chen Yu's arcade, dressed in a sharp suit, walking steadily into the establishment. Seeing the excited students packed inside, each with a joyful smile on their faces, fully immersed in playing games, Chun Hao revealed a look of satisfaction. Soon after, he followed Chen Yu to a modest office. "Dad, I truly admire your business acumen," Chen Yu said with a smile. Chun Hao started the car, a slight grin on his lips. "After so many years in the business world, I do have some insight. Besides, this is also the result of your own hard work." The car sped down the road and soon arrived at the arcade. Even before entering, the sounds of laughter and game effects could be heard from inside. Chun Hao pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth mixed with various sounds rushed at him. "Wow, the popularity here is quite impressive," Chun Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Yu took Chun Hao on a tour around the arcade, and they saw that every arcade machine was surrounded by people, including children, young adults, and even some older ones. They were all focused on playing games, their faces radiating excitement and satisfaction. "Dad, why don't you try playing a few rounds?" Chen Yu suggested with a smile. Chun Hao approached an arcade machine, took the game tokens from Chen Yu, and inserted them. The game began. And although Chun Hao was a bit clumsy at first, he quickly grasped the skills and enjoyed himself immensely. "This game is really interesting, much more fun than I expected," Chun Hao said while playing. After playing a few rounds, Chun Hao paused and looked around, a satisfied expression in his eyes. "Yu, I think I understand now. The appeal of this game truly exceeds my expectations. It's not just kids who love it. Even adults enjoy playing, making this market potential immeasurable." The two found a quiet corner to sit down. Chun Hao looked at Chen Yu and asked seriously, "Yu, can you explain to me how these games are developed?" Chen Yu cleared his throat and explained, "Dad, the development of these games mainly relies on integrated circuit boards and program design. The integrated circuit boards serve as the hardware foundation of the game, while program design is the key that gives the game its soul. By writing code, we can create all sorts of visuals and gameplay." Chun Hao listened, somewhat confused, but still nodded. "Although I don't quite understand these technical aspects, I can see that this game indeed has great potential. Yu, what are your plans moving forward?" Chinyu pondered for a moment and replied, Dad, I think we can't be satisfied with the status quo. The market is too vast, and trying to monopolize it directly is unrealistic. We need to explore more suitable locations to open arcades in different areas while establishing good relationships with local stakeholders to lay the groundwork for our development. Chunhao furrowed his brow, thinking for a while before saying, You make a good point. However, we also can't be too conservative. I think we should consider investing more funds to accelerate our expansion and quickly capture market share. Chinyu nodded. Dad, I understand your perspective. But we also need to proceed steadily and not rush. By the way, there's one more very important thing. We need to make more people aware of the profit potential of arcade games to attract more investors and partners. At the same time, I plan to register patents to protect our technology and ensure our exclusivity, which is essential for maintaining a competitive edge in the market. Chunhao listened, his eyes showing approval. Ew, you've thought this through. The patent issue is indeed crucial. Only by protecting our technology can we go further. I support you. There is no need to worry about funding and connections. I will do my best to help you. Moreover, I know some friends in the business world who are interested in this emerging opportunity. I can help you get in touch with them. Maybe we can find suitable buyers. Chunhao smiled and said, I believe in you. As long as you persevere, you will definitely grow and strengthen this business. Chinyu felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Chunhao's words. Dad, thank you. With your support, I feel more confident. I will definitely work hard to make our arcade the most popular entertainment spot in the port city. Chunhao patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Oh, the road to entrepreneurship will encounter many difficulties and challenges, but as long as you have dreams and determination, nothing can stop you. Both your father and mother believe in you. You will surely make this business thrive. Chinyu and Chunhao stood up, looking around the bustling arcade once more. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for the future, and they had already begun planning the next steps for market promotion and technology protection. Upon returning to the office, Chinyu and Chunhao immediately held a meeting, gathering the core members of the company. Jiang Wanyin, Zheng Chao, and others sat around the conference table, their eyes filled with expectation. Chinyu stood in front of the projector, looking serious yet passionate as he said, Everyone, we are holding this meeting today to discuss the next steps in the company's development. After our efforts over this period, our arcade project has achieved good results. But we cannot be satisfied with this. We must move towards a bigger goal. Jiang Wanyin furrowed her brow and asked, Chinyu, what exactly should we do? Chinyu looked at Chunhao, who nodded slightly, indicating him to continue. First, we need to strengthen our market promotion efforts, Chinyu said. Jiang Wanyin, you are responsible for developing a detailed marketing plan. Use various channels to let more people know about our arcade and game products. We can consider placing ads in newspapers and magazines, or even hosting some offline events to attract more players. Jiang Wanyin diligently took notes and replied, Okay, Chinyu, I will complete it as soon as possible. Zheng Chao, we cannot slack off in game development, Chinyu continued. We need to continuously release new games to maintain players' freshness and interest. At the same time, we must optimize existing games to improve quality and playability. Zheng Chao adjusted his glasses confidently and said, Don't worry. Chinyu, my team, and I will work hard. Chinyu then looked at the others and assigned tasks accordingly. Finally, he said, The most important thing is that we need to start exploring new venues and plan to open more gaming halls in different areas. This requires everyone's joint efforts, and if any issues arise, we should communicate at any time. After the meeting, everyone quickly got back to work. Chinyu and Chunhao continued to discuss some details. Father, I think we can start by opening gaming halls in a few bustling commercial districts. Those places have high foot traffic and strong purchasing power, Chinyu said. Chunhao nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a good idea. However, when selecting locations, we need to consider factors such as rent and transportation to ensure our costs remain within a reasonable range. In the following days, Chinyu and his team were busy and fulfilled. Jiang Wanyin rushed around, contacting advertising companies and negotiating cooperation matters. Zheng Chao led the technical team, working day and night on game development. Chinyu and Chunhao personally inspected various venues and negotiated with landlords. During one site inspection, Chinyu and Chunhao encountered some difficulties. There was a venue in an excellent location, but the rent proposed by the landlord far exceeded their budget. Father, this venue is really great. If we could rent it, it would definitely bring good returns. But the rent is just too high, Chinyu said somewhat helplessly. Chunhao pondered for a moment and said, Ayu, we can't give up easily. How about this? I'll talk to the landlord and see if I can persuade him to lower the rent. With his rich business experience and negotiation skills, Chun Hao engaged in a fierce negotiation with the landlord. In the end, the landlord was moved by Chun Hao's sincerity and professionalism and agreed to lower the rent. "Father, you are amazing," Chun Yu exclaimed excitedly. Chun Hao smiled and patted Chun Yu on the shoulder. "In business, negotiation is an art. As long as you have enough patience and sincerity, many problems can be resolved." Chapter 10: Unexpected Cooperation Opportunity. Chun Yu stood in the spacious and bright living room of his home, his eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness and anticipation. His gaze occasionally swept over the large landscape painting hanging on the wall, trying to calm his inner unease. Today, his father Chun Hao was bringing a group of important guests home, and it was said that these individuals held significant positions in both the business and underworld sectors of the city. Chun Yu knew that this would be a crucial turning point for the development of Xingyao technology. "Ayu, don't be nervous. Relax," Chun Hao said, appearing beside Chun Yu at some point, patting his shoulder gently. Chun Hao was tall, and the years had etched deep lines on his face. But his steady gaze and firm tone remained. Chun Yu turned to look at his father, forcing a smile. "Father, I know, but I still feel a bit anxious." Chun Hao smiled and reassured him, "You are already very well prepared. Just perform to the best of your ability, and you will be fine." Just then, a deep and powerful rumble of a car engine came from outside the door. Chun Yu's heart raced suddenly. He instinctively straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and quickly walked to the door to wait for the guests with his father. One by one, shiny black luxury cars slowly came to a stop, lined up like black beasts at the entrance. The car doors opened, and a group of sharply dressed men stepped down in succession. Leading the group was the renowned figure known as Detective Zhou Ming. He was tall and robust, exuding an upright posture, dressed in a well-tailored black suit and a dark red tie, with shoes polished to a shine. His sharp gaze was piercing like an eagle's, as if he could see through people's hearts, radiating an aura of respect and authority with every move he made. Behind him were several stern-looking gang members, their eyes revealing a chilling intensity. "Boss Chun, long time no see," Zhou Ming greeted with a faint smile, extending his hand to enthusiastically shake hands with Chun Hao. "Detective Zhou, please come in. It's truly an honor to have you here today," Chun Hao replied, his face beaming with smiles as he welcomed everyone into the living room. Chun Yu followed closely behind his father, surprised at the connection his father had with such a prominent figure. Seeing the powerful presence of the guests, he couldn't help but doubt his father's background. "Dad, how does he know so many influential people? Could he really be involved in the underworld?" Chun Yu thought silently, a hint of unease evident in his eyes. Once everyone was seated in the living room, Chun Hao lightly coughed to draw attention. He stood up, smiling as he introduced, "Everyone, this is my son Chun Yu, the head of Xingyao Technology. I invited you all here today to let him introduce our latest project, the arcade game." Chun Yu stood up, his legs slightly trembling, but he quickly steadied himself. Taking a deep breath, he focused on calming his nerves. Clearing his throat, he spoke as steadily as possible. "Honorable guests, thank you for taking the time to join us today. Next, I will introduce our arcade game project." As he spoke, he walked over to the prepared materials and charts on the nearby table, presenting them to the guests. His gaze gradually became more determined as he detailed the market prospects, profit models, and development plans of the arcade game. Throughout his explanations, he noticed Zhou Ming and the other gang members showing increasing interest, which boosted his confidence. "Chun Yu, your project sounds quite interesting," Zhou Ming said, leaning back on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest with a curious glint in his eyes. "However, I want to know, how much profit can this gaming machine really bring us?" Chun Yu smiled slightly, confidence shining in his eyes. "Detective Zhou, based on our current operations, each gaming machine generates a net profit of about 3,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. Moreover, as the market continues to expand, this profit is expected to increase further." Upon hearing this figure, the attendees couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Zhou Ming straightened up, his gaze becoming more focused. "Oh, such high profits? What is the current price of one gaming console?" Chun Yu answered without hesitation. "One console costs 10,000. As soon as this price was mentioned, a wave of whispers erupted in the living room. Some key members of the organization began to exchange glances, displaying expressions of skepticism as they discussed whether this price was reasonable. 10,000 for one unit is not cheap at all. A burly member furrowed his brow and said, his eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Chun Yu calmly explained, "Respected seniors, Although our gaming consoles are relatively expensive, their quality and performance are top-notch. We use the most advanced technology and craftsmanship to ensure that each console operates stably, providing players with the best gaming experience. Moreover, we offer comprehensive after-sales service. If any issues arise with the consoles, our technicians will rush to the site to carry out repairs, ensuring that each unit runs smoothly. Most importantly, this gaming console can bring substantial profits, and I believe this is a very worthwhile investment. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After a while, he looked up at Chenyu and said, "Chenyu, you make a valid point. I have decided to purchase 100 gaming consoles first to see how they perform. If they turn out to be as good as you say, I will consider further expanding our cooperation." Chenyu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He didn't expect Zhou Ming to make such a swift decision to purchase. A bright smile spread across his face as he quickly said, "Thank you for your support, Detective Zhou. We will ensure timely delivery and that each console meets your requirements." Other members of the organization, seeing Zhou Ming take the lead in purchasing, also expressed interest. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the living room became lively, with everyone starting to discuss the quantity and details of the purchase. Chenyu was busy answering everyone's questions while exchanging glances with Jiang Wanyin, who stood by. Jiang Wanyin understood immediately, quickly taking out paper and pen to start recording the orders. Throughout this process, she admired Chenyu as he spoke confidently in front of everyone, handling everything with ease. She hadn't expected him to possess such great business potential and courage. "It seems my initial choice wasn't wrong," Jiang Wanyin thought to herself. After the negotiation concluded, Chenyu began to introduce the production time and location to everyone. Standing before the attendees, he said with a serious expression, "Respected seniors, our production factory is located in the new territories, and we are currently preparing for production at full speed. We expect to deliver on time in a month." Zhou Ming nodded, saying, "All right, I trust your capabilities. I hope you won't let me down." After sending off the guests, Chenyu sat down on the sofa, feeling exhausted as he let out a long sigh. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. The intense mental strain of the day left him utterly exhausted. Chen Hao walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled reassuringly. "Oh, you performed really well today. These people are notable figures in the port city, and gaining their recognition is a huge opportunity for our company's development." Chenyu looked up at his father, confusion evident in his eyes. "Dad, I've wanted to ask you, how do you know Zhou Ming and the others? What is your background?" Chen Hao paused for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, "Oh, there are some things I've never wanted you to know, fearing it might affect your growth. In my youth, I indeed spent some time in a rough crowd. At that time, I had no other choice due to life's pressures. But later, I realized that this path had no future and could harm not only myself, but also my family. So, I made the decision to turn to business. During this process, I got to know Zhou Ming. We have had some cooperation and established a certain friendship." Chenyu listened, feeling a mix of emotions. He never expected his father's past to be so complicated. "Dad, do you think this relationship is good or bad for our business?" Chen Hao sighed. "Oh, in this port city, to establish a foothold, you must maintain good relations with various forces. Although Zhou Ming and his group are from a rough background, they have significant influence in the business world. Their willingness to purchase our gaming machines is a rare opportunity for us. With their support, our company can grow faster. However, we must also be cautious not to get entangled with them. After all, their status is special, and collaborating with them may bring some troubles. If they encounter any issues, we could also be affected." Chenyu nodded, understanding his father's point. "Dad, I understand. I will be careful." Chen Hao looked at his son, his eyes filled with love and trust. "I believe in you, Ao. You have the ability to grow Xingyao technology. As long as you stick to your principles and maintain a clear mind, you will carve out your own space in this complex business environment." Chenyu stood up. "Dad, don't worry. I will work hard and not let you down." Chapter 11. The rise of Xingyao technology. In the office of Xingyao Technology, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chen Hao sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow, his fingers tapping restlessly on his knee. Jiang Wanyin stood by the window, looking out at the bustling street, filled with confusion. Since Zhou Ming took the lead in purchasing arcade machines, a surge of customer orders flooded in, catching them off guard. "Ayu, the number of customer orders is increasing, and our current production capacity can't keep up." Chen Hao broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. Chenyu sat at the desk, holding an order report, his expression equally serious. "Dad, I know, this is a big problem. However, this also indicates that the demand for our arcade market is very large, presenting a rare development opportunity. Jiang Wanyin turned around, walked to the desk, and said, "That's right. Now these clients are all quite wealthy and are very generous in their purchases. Look, just yesterday, several leaders from associations contacted me, saying they want to order hundreds of arcade machines. This market is simply booming." Chun Hao nodded and continued. The reason behind this can be traced back to the economic background of the port city. In recent years, the economy here has recovered and is developing rapidly. Those associations used to rely heavily on illegal activities for huge profits, like gambling and smuggling. But now, the local government has intensified its crackdown, making it difficult for them. And they are urgently seeking new ways to make money. Our arcade games provide them with a perfect opportunity for transformation. Chen Yu listened thoughtfully and then said, "No wonder they are so interested in arcade machines. However, this presents both opportunities and challenges for us. Jiang Wanyin, since you've worked in entertainment venues before, why do you think traditional business models are no longer suitable for the current market?" Jiang Wanyin pulled up a chair and sat down, speaking earnestly. "Boss, you see, the previous entertainment venues mainly consisted of dance halls and casinos, which not only have high risks, but are also prone to government crackdowns. As society progresses, people's entertainment needs are changing. Arcade games, as a new form of entertainment, are not only legal and fun, but also have a wide audience, making them more popular. Therefore, I believe we should seize this opportunity and fully develop the arcade business." Chen Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. In order to occupy a larger share of this market and achieve higher profits, we must control production costs effectively. Zheng Chao, you are responsible for contacting manufacturers in a certain region to see if we can produce panels at a lower cost. We need to set a low-cost target and strive to reduce the cost of each arcade machine even further." Zheng Chao adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Okay, boss. I'll take care of it. I'll do my best to negotiate a good price with them." Chen Yu then turned to everyone and said, "Let's discuss production quantity and potential profits. Based on the current order trends, we need to produce at least 10,000 arcade machines. What do you all think?" Jiang Wanyin's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, 10,000? If we sell them all, the profits would be quite substantial. Moreover, as the market continues to expand, our sales prospects will surely improve. I am confident about future sales. Chen Hao also expressed support. "Yes, I think it's feasible. However, producing so many arcade machines poses a significant sales challenge. We need to build a professional sales team to successfully push these products to the market." Chen Yu looked at Jiang Wanyin and said, "Jiang Wanyin, the formation and management of the sales team will be up to you. You have experience in this area, and I believe you can do well." Jiang Wanyin was slightly taken aback, but then showed a determined expression, saying, "Boss, although I know this job comes with a lot of pressure, I will work hard. I also want to take this opportunity to prove my abilities." While everyone was busy planning for the company's development, Chen Yu suddenly received a system notification indicating that he had won a lottery chance. With a hint of anticipation, Chen Yu clicked the lottery button. As the pointer on the screen spun rapidly, it finally landed on an option, 100 classic arcade games. Amazing. Chen Yu jumped up from his chair excitedly, as this could solve our game shortage issue. With these classic games, our arcade would surely become more popular. In the following days, everyone worked diligently. Zheng Chao successfully contacted a producer from a certain island nation and, after a tough negotiation, managed to place an order for 10,000 arcade motherboards at a relatively low price. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin did not disappoint and quickly assembled a professional sales team, developing a detailed marketing plan. As batches of arcade machines gradually hit the market, the arcade hall of Xingyao Technology became lively and bustling. It attracted not only a large number of students, but also adult players who were deeply drawn in. They enjoyed the fun of the games, with laughter and cheerful voices echoing throughout the space. "Wow, this game is so fun. I've never played such an interesting game before," a student exclaimed. "Yes, there are so many types of arcade games here, and they are so enjoyable. I will definitely come here every day," another student agreed. The adult players also praised the arcade machines. These arcade games are really well designed. They relax the mind and challenge oneself. With the popularity of the machines, community clients saw tremendous business opportunities and increased their purchasing power. They not only opened arcades in their territories, but also promoted the machines to surrounding areas. Months later, Chen Yu sat in his office, looking at the financial statements, a satisfied smile on his face. "Jiang Wanyin, our sales have reached 50 million Hong Kong dollars. This indicates that our business model is successful." Jiang Wanyin took the report, examined it carefully, her eyes filled with joy. Chen Yu, this is really great. Our efforts have finally paid off. If this trend continues, our future will definitely be even brighter. Chen Yu nodded and said, that's right. We cannot be complacent. Although we have achieved some results now, market competition is becoming increasingly fierce. We need to continue expanding our market, optimizing production, and improving product quality and service levels. Only then can we maintain an unbeatable position in this market. Jiang Wanyin said firmly, boss, don't worry. I will lead the sales team to work hard, expanding more clients and markets. At the same time, we need to closely cooperate with the production department to ensure the quality and supply of our products. Chen Yu stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling port city, filled with hope for the future. Jiang Wanyin, our goal is not only to establish a foothold in the port city, but also to promote Xingyao Technology's arcade machines throughout Asia and even the whole world. I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely achieve this goal. Jiang Wanyin walked over to Chen Yu, gazing out the window with a look of unwavering conviction. Chen Yu, I believe we can definitely make it. Let's work together to create our own business legend. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on them, as if illuminating their future. In this era filled with opportunities and challenges in the 1970s, Xingyao Technology was advancing vigorously toward an even more brilliant tomorrow. They understood that the road ahead might still be thorny. But as long as they had dreams in their hearts and pressed forward courageously, nothing could stop their progress. During the next company meeting, Chen Yu gathered everyone together to discuss the next steps in development. Colleagues, we have achieved a significant victory, but this is just the beginning of our journey. Chen Yu stood at the front of the meeting room, looking firmly at each member. We need to continue expanding production scale, improving efficiency, and ensuring we can meet the growing market demand. At the same time, we must increase our investment in research and development, continually launching new games and features to maintain our product competitiveness. Zheng Chao stood up and said, boss, regarding production, I have already communicated with the manufacturers. They will further optimize the production process and increase speed. Additionally, we are researching new technologies that are expected to further reduce production costs in the future. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good job, Zheng Chao. We cannot relax on the R&D front either. We need to accelerate the development of new games. We want to provide players with more fresh and interesting experiences. Jiang Wanyin then added, boss, the sales team is also actively expanding the market. We have contacted some businesses in nearby cities, and they are very interested in our arcade machines. Next, we will arrange field visits to strive for opening new game halls in these areas. Chen Yu smiled and said, very good, Jiang Wanyin. Remember, we need to focus on brand building to enhance the recognition and reputation of Xingyao Technology. The operation of each game hall must strictly adhere to standards to provide high-quality service to players. After the meeting, everyone energetically threw themselves into their work. Chen Yu, however, went alone to the company warehouse, looking at the mountain of arcade machines, feeling a mix of emotions. From the initial idea to the achievements made today, the journey had been filled with hardships and challenges. But he knew this was just a starting point. There was still a long road ahead. Chun Hao had entered at some point and patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Seeing your current achievements, I am truly gratified. You have done well. Even better than I imagined. Chen Yu turned around, looking at his father with gratitude in his eyes. Dad, this is all thanks to your support and help. Without you, I might have given up long ago. Chen Hao smiled. You have your own ideas and abilities. I was just giving you some advice along the way. The future path must be walked by yourself. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, never give up easily. Chen Yu nodded firmly and said, Dad, I remember. I will make Xingyao Technology a great company. Just then, Chen Yu's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and his expression changed slightly. Okay, I understand. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Chen Yu told Chun Hao, Dad, there's an emergency. We ran into some trouble at a newly opened arcade. Competitors are causing disruptions. I need to handle it. Chen Hao frowned slightly and said, it seems our success has stirred some jealousy. Be careful and stay safe. If you need my help, just let me know. Chapter 12. The Future Blueprint of the Harbor City. Everyone. Let us first focus on the current population situation and future projections for the Harbor City. Chen Yu spoke steadily, his voice not loud, but clear and powerful, each word carrying an undeniable authority. He gently pointed at the Harbor City area on the map with a laser pointer and continued, according to reliable data and analysis. The population of the harbor city is expected to reach 5 million by the 1980s, and by 2020, it is projected to grow to 7.2 million. The increase in population is like throwing a large stone into a calm lake, inevitably creating ripples in the consumer market. For our arcade business, this is undoubtedly a treasure trove of immense potential. Jiang Wanyin sat at the conference table, dressed in a professional outfit, her hair neatly tied back. Her gaze was focused and lively. The pen in her hand danced quickly across the notebook, recording every word Chen Yu said. She slightly frowned, pondered for a moment, then looked up and said in a crisp and firm voice, "Boss, you are absolutely right. However, besides the local market in the harbor city, we cannot underestimate the market sizes in Southeast Asia, island nations, and the southern region. The Southeast Asia region is densely populated, like a gold mine waiting to be tapped, with consumer potential beyond imagination. The island nations have strong technological capabilities and a high acceptance of new entertainment products, making the development of the entertainment industry thrive in this area. The southern region has its own unique cultural industry with distinct styles and advantages, and the market demand is also very strong." Chen Yu nodded slightly, a hint of subtle appreciation flashing in his eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. "That's right, Jiang Wanyin, your insight is exceptional. We cannot be like a frog at the bottom of a well, only focusing on this small area before us. We must broaden our vision to explore wider markets. Only then can Xingyao technology stand firm in fierce commercial competition and achieve greater leaps forward. However, everyone must understand that in this process, we will inevitably encounter strong opponents and face significant challenges." He paused, his expression becoming serious as he pointed the laser pen at the location of the island nations on the map and spoke in a grave tone. "As we all know, the island nations are currently experiencing a baby boom, and to further stimulate population growth, they have implemented a series of bold strategies. For instance, lowering the marriageable age has caused their population to surge by 50 million in a short period. The significant population growth has injected a strong boost into the entertainment consumption sector, inevitably driving the flourishing development of the entertainment industry. Moreover, the island nation has a solid foundation and strong capabilities in technology and the gaming industry, making them a competitor we must pay close attention to in the arcade market." The conference room fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense as everyone sank into deep thought. At this moment, Zheng Chao pushed up his black-framed glasses, breaking the silence. He leaned slightly forward and spoke with a hint of concern. "Boss, you are right. The technological level and game development capabilities of the island nation are indeed very strong, and their potential and competitiveness in the arcade market should not be underestimated. How should we respond to such a formidable opponent?" Chen Yu slowly turned around, his gaze firmly scanning each person in the conference room. His eyes revealed a determination to press on, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. "I believe that to stand out in this fierce competition, we must continuously enhance our own competitiveness. The key to improving our competitiveness lies in talent. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to tap into the outstanding talent from the island nation for our use." "Tap into talent from the island nation?" Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his brow slightly furrowed, worry written all over his face. "This is not an easy task. The island nation has a unique workplace culture and work environment, adhering to a lifetime employment system and seniority-based pay. These are like two solid defenses that ensure high loyalty from employees to their companies, making it difficult to find suitable talent from them." Chen Yu's lips curled slightly into a confident smile, and a spark of wisdom shone in his eyes. "I understand the difficulties involved, but I firmly believe that nothing is impossible for those who are determined. I have done thorough research on the workplace culture of the island nation. Although they have a strict hierarchy and absolute obedience to superiors, they also face tremendous workplace pressure. Employees there often work long hours, and the oppressive work environment is beyond imagination. Compared to the 996 work model we talk about, it is even more demanding. They have strict behavioral norms when answering calls and communicating. Under such high-pressure work conditions, I believe many talented individuals must be eager to change their situation and seek new development opportunities." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zheng Chao, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. "Zheng Chao, you are proficient in their language and have some understanding of the culture and environment of the island nation. I am entrusting you with this important task. You will go to the island nation to visit various factories, looking for suitable partners to see if we can establish long-term stable cooperation. thereby reducing our production costs. At the same time, you should actively seek out those talented individuals who are eager to break free from constraints. I believe you have the capability to accomplish this task excellently." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chao immediately stood up, his posture as straight as a pine tree, determination shining in his eyes. "Boss, rest assured, I will not fail in this mission. I will do my best to contribute to the development of the company." After arriving in the island nation, Zheng Chao did not rest for a moment and immediately immersed himself in a busy work schedule. He moved through the streets and alleys of the island like a tireless bee, visiting one factory after another. At each location, he engaged in detailed and in-depth negotiations and exchanges with the factory managers. Through this process, he deeply experienced the unique workplace culture of the island nation. One day, Zheng Chao arrived at a larger electronics factory. As soon as he entered the office area, a stifling atmosphere hit him. Employees were busy at their respective posts, and the entire space was filled with a tense yet quiet air, with only the sounds of keyboard tapping and machine operation intertwining, resembling a monotonous melody. Zheng Chao adjusted his collar, smiled, and approached the factory manager, politely handing over his business card. "Hello, I am Zheng Chao from Starshine Technology Company in Port City. Our company has long heard of your factory's production capabilities and is very interested in establishing a cooperative relationship, achieving mutual benefits." The factory manager took the business card, nodded slightly, but his expression remained quite flat, showing little emotional fluctuation. "Mr. Ma, please have a seat. However, our factory's orders are currently fully booked. I wonder what special cooperation intentions your company has." Zheng Chao sat down, leaning slightly forward, and detailed the arcade business and cooperation plans of Starshine Technology Company. His gaze was focused and sincere, and his tone was filled with confidence. The factory manager listened, occasionally frowning slightly, lost in thought. During the conversation, Zheng Chao keenly noticed that every time he proposed new ideas and suggestions, the factory manager would habitually consult his superiors. Even for trivial decisions, he refrained from making unilateral choices. This further deepened Zheng Chao's awareness of the strict hierarchical system in the workplace of the island nation. In terms of talent acquisition, Zheng Chao also encountered numerous difficulties. He actively participated in various industry job fairs and technical exchange activities, enthusiastically introducing the development prospects and favorable treatment of Starshine Technology Company to the locals. However, most people chose to decline due to their deep loyalty to existing companies and fear of the unknown. Nevertheless, Zheng Chao did not feel discouraged. He continued to gain a deeper understanding of the work and living conditions of the islanders, striving to find a breakthrough. One day, he unexpectedly met a young game designer, Yamamoto Ichiro, in a cafe. Yamamoto Ichiro was sitting in a corner, looking exhausted, with a hint of confusion and helplessness in his eyes, as if burdened by the pressures of life. Zheng Chao felt a stir in his heart and took the initiative to greet Yamamoto Ichiro. "Hello, my name is Zheng Chao. From Port City. You seem to be in a bad mood. Do you mind if I sit down and chat with you?" Yamamoto Ichiro looked up, glanced at Zheng Chao, hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. "Hello, my name is Yamamoto Ichiro. The work pressure has been overwhelming lately. I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Zheng Chao sat down opposite Yamamoto Ichiro, wearing a gentle smile as they began to chat. During their conversation, he learned that although Yamamoto worked very hard at his current company, the limitations of the seniority system made promotion opportunities extremely slim. Additionally, the long hours of intense work had taken a significant toll on his physical and mental well-being. Zheng Chao felt secretly pleased, as he believed Yamamoto was the talent he had been desperately searching for. He then provided Yamamoto with a detailed introduction to Xingyao Technology Company, including the company's development philosophy, vast growth potential, and generous benefits for talents. His eyes were filled with sincerity and anticipation, hoping to impress Yamamoto. As Yamamoto listened, a hint of interest gradually appeared in his eyes. He slightly furrowed his brows and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Mr. Ma, what you've mentioned is indeed very appealing. However, I have worked at my current company for many years. I feel hesitant to leave suddenly. After all, everything here is familiar to me, and the future is full of uncertainties." Zheng Chao smiled and patiently replied, "Mr. Yamamoto, I completely understand your hesitation. Change always requires courage, especially when leaving a familiar environment to face unknown challenges. But have you ever thought that a new environment might allow you to better showcase your talents and realize your life's value? Our company places great importance on talent, and as long as you have the capability, you will definitely be valued. Moreover, our work environment is relatively relaxed, focusing more on personal development and quality of life. There, you will have more opportunities to demonstrate your abilities and create your own brilliance. Yamamoto Ichiro fell into deep thought, his eyes revealing a hint of struggle and hesitation. After a while, he looked up, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. Mr. Ma, I am willing to consider your proposal. I need some time to think it over. Zheng Chao felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing he was one step closer to success. He smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Yamamoto. Take your time to consider. I believe this will be an important decision that could change your life." Meanwhile, in the port city, Chinyu was also busy. He sat in a spacious and bright room, with his desk piled high with various documents and materials. But his mind was always on Zheng Chao's progress in the island nation. He frequently picked up the phone to communicate with Zheng Chao, providing support and guidance. One day, while Chinyu was busy handling documents in his office, he suddenly heard the familiar notification sound from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the minor goal and earning 100 million Hong Kong dollars. You have received 30 allocation points and won a level lottery chance. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Chun Yu's face, as he hadn't expected to complete this goal so quickly. He put down the documents in his hands and eagerly opened the system interface to check the reward details. The 30 allocation points and the A-level lottery chance came at just the right moment. Chun Yu muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With these rewards, our company is sure to reach new heights. Chun Yu leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, carefully considering how to allocate these 30 points. His eyes revealed a hint of wisdom. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to allocate 3 points to technical research and development capabilities and 2 points to market expansion capabilities. He believed that this distribution would further enhance the company's core competitiveness and lay a solid foundation for future development. After that, Chinyu took a deep breath and clicked the A-level lottery button. As the pointer on the screen spun rapidly, his heart raced with anticipation. Ultimately, the pointer slowly came to a stop on an option that awarded a proprietary 3D arcade game technology. Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly stood up from his chair. Fantastic! This is exactly what we need right now. With this technology, our arcade products will outpace our competitors and gain a larger market advantage. Chapter 13. Insights from the market. Chun Yu stood in front of the office's huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the bustling city outside, filled with traffic and noise. Having just completed a task and earned 30 allocation points, he radiated excitement and anticipation. He understood that these 5 points would be a crucial boost in his career development. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate all the points to his intelligence attribute. It was settled. Enhancing intelligence would give him greater insight and decision-making ability in this challenging business world. Chun Yu murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting a determined resolve. As his thoughts shifted, a system prompt echoed in his mind, confirming the successful allocation of points. In an instant, he felt a warm current flow from the top of his head, spreading throughout his body. His previously fatigued brain suddenly felt incredibly awake, as if a new door had opened in his mind, making his thoughts clearer and more agile. He recalled past business challenges and technical problems that had troubled him, and now he could swiftly organize clear ideas and solutions in his mind. His processing speed noticeably increased, as if his brain had transformed into a high-speed supercomputer. System level, Level 1. Chun Yu, 17 years old. Basic attributes, attribute values, intelligence, 100, normal range, 80 to 120, physical strength, 80, normal range, 60 to 90, charisma, 90, normal range, 50 to 80, business talent, 60, normal range, 40 to 70, skills, none. Technology, none. This feeling is amazing. Chun Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. He quickly walked to his desk, picked up a complex market research report he had studied before, which had previously been a daunting array of charts and data. Now, he could almost scan it in one glance. Swiftly grasping the key information and analyzing the underlying market trends and potential opportunities in his mind. Having completed the enhancement of his intelligence attributes, Chun Yu's gaze fell upon the A-level lottery opportunity indicated by the system prompt. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and then clicked the lottery button without hesitation. The pointer spun rapidly on the screen, and Chun Yu's heartbeat quickened. His eyes fixed on the screen, missing no detail. With a crisp notification sound, the The pointer slowly came to a stop, pointing to an option. When Chunyu focused his eyes, they widened in disbelief, his face displaying a look of incredible surprise. He had obtained fourth-generation computer technology, including microcomputer systems and microprocessors, CPUs. He jumped up from his chair, fists clenched, waving them in the air. This was simply a windfall, Chunyu murmured excitedly to himself. He was well aware of the historical background and significance of fourth-generation computer technology. In the original course of history, the emergence of this technology marked a significant leap in the history of computer development, making microcomputers possible and fundamentally changing the application fields of computers. From being large machines used only by research institutions and large enterprises, they gradually made their way into ordinary households and small to medium-sized businesses, laying a solid foundation for the advent of the information age. Just as Chunyu was immersed in joy, a flood of knowledge related to fourth-generation computer technology surged into his brain. He felt as if his mind was being filled with a powerful force, as various technical terms, principles, and design concepts came rushing in. Under the impact of this torrent of knowledge, Chunyu's understanding and mastery of computer technology reached an unprecedented height, equivalent to that of a PhD level in a short period. Although he could not immediately replicate the advanced technology of the year 2000, he was confident that with this knowledge and the system's assistance, he would achieve it within a few years. Chunyu silently vowed, his eyes reflecting a firm belief. However, he also clearly recognized that transforming this technology into actual products and commercial value would require a long journey, facing many challenges. First, he needed to master the C programming language. Furrowing his brow, Chunyu paced back and forth in the office, talking to himself. The C language, as a universal and efficient programming language, was crucial for developing and applying computer technology. But in the 1970s, talents proficient in C were rare in the port city. And to achieve his goals, he had to establish a laboratory and cultivate a group of professional programmers. Stopping in his tracks, he looked into the distance with determination. Having already formed a plan in his mind, he decided to immediately convene a meeting with the senior management of the company to discuss specific implementation strategies. In the conference room, Chunyu sat at the head of the table with a serious expression, scanning each senior executive present. "Everyone," he said, his voice deep and powerful, filled with authority, "I have gathered you here today to share a significant piece of news. Our company has acquired an extremely valuable technology, fourth-generation computer technology. This is an unprecedented opportunity, but it also comes with significant challenges." Upon hearing the news, everyone began to discuss it, their faces showing surprise and excitement. Zhang Wanyin was the first to speak up, asking, "Boss, this is indeed fantastic news. However, how should we proceed to transform this technology into actual products and commercial value?" Chunyu nodded and said, "The primary issue we face is mastering the C language, which is key to developing and applying computer technology. To address this, I plan to establish a laboratory and also set up training sessions to cultivate a group of professional programmers. Only in this way can we secure a place in the future era of computers and smartphones." Zheng Chao adjusted his glasses and thoughtfully remarked, "Boss, this is indeed a feasible approach. However, nurturing talent requires time and resources. How can we ensure the effectiveness and quality of the training?" Chunyu smiled slightly and replied, "This will require us to bring in external technical expertise. I plan to recruit a group of technical personnel from an island nation, as they possess rich experience and advanced concepts in computer technology. I believe their involvement will provide strong support for our laboratory and training sessions." After the meeting, Chunyu immediately set to work on his plan. He arranged for personnel to find suitable locations to establish the laboratory while also reaching out to technical personnel from the island nation. To facilitate smooth communication, Chunyu decided to learn English and Japanese. Every day after work, he would dedicate several hours to studying these two languages diligently in his study. Using books and recording devices, Chunyu practiced reading Japanese along with the recordings, taking careful notes in his notebook. His gaze was focused and determined, showing no signs of retreat in the face of learning difficulties. After some time of effort, Chunyu was able to engage in simple daily conversations in both Japanese and English. In discussions with the technical personnel from the island nation, Chunyu offered attractive salaries and benefits, attracting considerable attention. Among them, a senior computer engineer named Sato Ken caught Chunyu's eye. Sato Ken had extensive experience in computer technology research and development and was somewhat renowned in the computer field of the island nation. Chinyu personally conducted a video call with Sato Ken. "Hello, Mr. Sato. I am Chinyu from Starshine Technology in Port City. Our company greatly admires your talent and capabilities, and we hope you can join us to create something great together," Chinyu said in fluent English, his eyes revealing sincerity and anticipation. Sato Ken frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "Mr. Chun, your invitation is very appealing. However, I have a stable job and life in the island nation. If I am to leave this place for an unfamiliar one, I need some time to consider." Chinyu smiled and said, "Mr. Sato, I understand your concerns. However, I believe our company can offer you broader development opportunities and better benefits. Here, you will have the opportunity to participate in cutting-edge computer technology research and development projects, realizing your personal value. Moreover, our company's work environment is relaxed and free, emphasizing the personal development of employees." After multiple communications and exchanges, Sato Ken was ultimately moved by Chunyu's sincerity and the company's development prospects, deciding to join Xingyao Technology Company. With the addition of Sato Ken and a group of technical personnel from the region, the laboratory and training classes of Xingyao Technology Company gradually got on track. In the laboratory, Chinyu, dressed in a lab coat, was busy with the technicians. He carefully observed each experimental step, occasionally offering his insights and suggestions. Watching Chunyu's focused expression, Sato Ken couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him. "Mr. Chun, your understanding and mastery of computer technology astonish me. Under your leadership, I believe we can achieve great accomplishments," Sato Ken said in somewhat hesitant Chinese. Chinyu smiled and patted Sato Ken on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Sato, this is inseparable from your help and support. We are a team, and as long as we work together, no difficulty can hinder us." In the training class, Chinyu personally taught the students. He explained the basics of computer technology and C programming skills in simple and understandable language. The students listened attentively, frequently raising their questions and doubts. Chinyu always patiently answered until every student understood. "Boss, you explained so well. I feel my understanding of computer technology has reached a new level," an excited student said. Chinyu smiled and replied, "Everyone should study hard and master this technology. The future era of computers and smartphones will be your stage." As time passed, the research work in the laboratory made significant progress, and the students in the training class gradually matured. Looking at the busy and orderly scene in the company, Chinyu felt a sense of accomplishment and confidence. With a series of plans and strategies in place, our business is gradually getting on track, Chinyu said while standing by the laboratory window, gazing at the sky outside. "I believe that in the near future, our company will create its own brilliance in the fields of computers and smartphones." Taking a deep breath, Chinyu turned and walked back into the laboratory, ready to dive into new work. His eyes were filled with energy and determination, as if he could already see the bright future of the company. In this opportunity-filled and challenging era of the 1970s, Chinyu was leading Xingyao Technology Company towards higher goals. In an internal seminar, Chinyu gathered all core members to discuss the future direction of the company. The atmosphere in the conference room was lively, with everyone expressing their opinions freely. Zhang Wanyin stood up, holding a market research report, and said, "Boss, our market research shows that although the computer market is still in its infancy, it has tremendous development potential. In particular, the demand for computers in the business and office sectors is gradually increasing. We can consider starting with these two areas to launch computer products suitable for commercial and office use." Chinyu nodded slightly in agreement and said, "Zhang Wanyin is right. We need to develop products based on market demand. Mr. Sato, what are your thoughts on this?" Sato Ken adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and replied, "Mr. Chun, I agree with Ms. Zhang's viewpoint. From a technical perspective, we can optimize and improve upon the existing fourth-generation computer technology to better meet the needs of business and office users. For example, we can enhance the stability and compatibility of the computers, simplify the user interface, and add some practical office software features." Chinyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he said, "Mr. Sato's suggestions are excellent. Let's formulate the R&D plan based on this direction. Zheng Chao, you will be responsible for coordinating the work between departments to ensure that the R&D efforts proceed smoothly." Zheng Chao stood up and said firmly, "Boss, you can count on me. I will complete the task." Just as everyone was engaged in lively discussion, a thought suddenly flashed through Chinyu's mind. He considered the advantages of the system. This mysterious system not only provided him with various advanced technologies and knowledge, but also offered him help and support at critical moments. If he could better leverage the advantages of the system, it might accelerate the company's development and even drive the progress of the entire era. Everyone, I have an idea. Chen Yu interjected, his expression serious. We have a strong backing in our advantages in computer system R&D, so we cannot limit ourselves to our existing technologies and products. We need to think about how to utilize the advantages of the system to develop more innovative and forward-looking products that can lead the development of the entire industry. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, Jiang Wanning said, "Boss, your idea is very forward-thinking. But to achieve this, we need to constantly learn and explore, and we also need more talents and resources." Chen Yu nodded and said, "Exactly, talent is key. Mr. Sato, you have extensive connections in the computer field in your region. I hope you can help us scout more outstanding talents to join our team. We will provide them with generous compensation and ample development opportunities." Sato Ken smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, you can rest assured. I will do my best to recruit more talent for the company." As the R&D efforts deepened, Xingyao Technology Company encountered some technical challenges. During a lab meeting, the technicians sat together discussing how to solve these problems. A young technician frowned and said, "Currently, we are facing a bottleneck with the computer's cooling system. The existing technology cannot meet our requirements for high-performance computers. If we cannot solve this issue, it will affect the overall performance and stability of the product." Chen Yu fell into deep thought after hearing this. He closed his eyes, recalling the knowledge imparted to him by the system, trying to find a solution to the problem. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, "I have an idea. We can draw on some principles of future cooling technologies, combine them with existing materials and processes, and innovate and improve. Perhaps we can find an effective solution." Everyone was surprised by his suggestion. Sato Ken asked, "Mr. Chun, could you elaborate on the future cooling technology principles you mentioned?" Chen Yu stood up, walked to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to draw and explain. His explanation was clear and insightful, benefiting all the technicians present. Inspired by Chen Yu, everyone began to experiment with new methods and ideas. After several days and nights of hard work, they finally succeeded in solving the cooling system's dilemma. With each technical challenge overcome, the computer products of Xingyao Technology Company gradually took shape. During the product testing phase, Chen Yu personally participated, rigorously overseeing every detail. When he saw the computer products running stably and meeting all performance indicators, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. This is the result of our hard work and the first step towards success. Chen Yu looked at the computer products before him, filled with pride. Next, we need to intensify our marketing efforts to let more people know and recognize our products. Chapter 14. The alertness of attracting attention walking into any busy street. One can see crowds in the arcade halls. The brightly colored, uniquely shaped arcade machines emit an irresistible charm, attracting many students and adults. Quick, unleash your ultimate move. Oh, so close. In the arcade, the sounds of cheers and excited laughter intertwine, creating a vibrant melody. The arcade's profit model is simple and efficient, with astonishing returns on investment. A single arcade machine, with relatively low initial costs, can quickly generate substantial profits through player coins. This enticing business opportunity has drawn the attention of many investors like a magnet. However, in this fierce business competition, Chen Yu stood out with his keen business insight and decisive decisions, rapidly amassing a fortune. Chen Yu's office is spacious and bright, elegantly simple in its decor. At this moment, he was sitting at his desk, carefully reviewing the latest financial reports, a satisfied smile on his face. This month's profits have reached a new high. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with confidence. At that moment, Jiang Wanyi knocked and entered, holding a document with a worried expression. "Chun, the company's profitability is improving, but I'm concerned about attracting attention. Recently, I feel like some unusual gazes are watching us. Shouldn't we be more cautious?" Chen Yu looked up, nodded slightly, and his expression became serious. "You're right, Jiang Wanyi. We must remain low-key and not let others easily know our true income. Starting tomorrow, the finance department will need to readjust the accounts, and the publicly announced profit figures should be appropriately lowered. Additionally, hire a few reliable bodyguards to ensure the safety of our family and the company." Jiang Wanyi nodded and diligently recorded Chen Yu's instructions. "All right, I'll make the arrangements. By the way, there have been quite a few people wanting to collaborate with us and invest in our arcade business. What do you think we should do?" Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Collaboration is fine, but we must carefully select our partners. We can't let short-term gains lead to potential troubles for ourselves. Let them submit detailed proposals first, and then we will review them. As wealth continued to accumulate, Chen Yu and his family became increasingly aware of the importance of safety. Every day, several strong and sharp-eyed bodyguards quietly guarded the area around the Chen family. Chen Yu's father, Chen Hao, strongly agreed. In this complex world, safety is paramount. Our current status and wealth are bound to attract envy. We must not let our guard down. Chen Yu nodded firmly. Dad, don't worry, I've arranged everything. We not only need to protect ourselves, but also ensure that the Chen family's status steadily rises in the port city. Under Chen Yu's careful management, the Chen family's standing in the port city gradually rose, making them one of the top Chinese families. However, Chen Yu was not satisfied with this. His gaze was already directed towards a broader future. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, he gazed out at the bustling night scene of the port city, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that the political situation in the port city was quietly changing, and the government's control seemed to be showing signs of loosening. Jiang Wanyin, what are your thoughts on the future political situation in the port city? Chen Yu suddenly asked. Jiang Wanyin walked over to his side, looked out the window, and said seriously, I believe it is only a matter of time before the government withdraws from the port city. There will definitely be a lot of assets flowing into the market then. Chen Yu slightly squinted, a sharp glint in his eyes. Exactly. I plan to swiftly acquire valuable assets after the government withdraws. This is a great opportunity for our family's further development. Moreover, we can't rely solely on the arcade business. We need to start preparing for the development of the fourth generation of computers. In this regard, we have already hired some talents from another region. Their skills and experience will greatly benefit us. Admiration flickered in Jiang Wanyin's eyes. Chen Yu, your vision is truly long-term. However, developing the fourth generation of computers requires substantial funding and talent. Can our company handle that? Chen Yu smiled confidently. As for funding, our arcade business is currently generating stable profits, which is sufficient to support the initial R&D investments. Regarding talent, in addition to the talents from another region, we also need to focus on cultivating our internal talents. Starting tomorrow, we will increase employee salaries to boost morale. Furthermore, we plan to establish a programmer training class to cultivate a group of our own technical talents, reducing our reliance on external resources. Under Chen Yu's leadership, the company's finances grew rapidly, and employee salaries saw significant increases. This initiative has greatly inspired the employees' enthusiasm and loyalty. Zheng Chao excitedly approached Chen Yu. Boss, the employees are very happy. Everyone is full of energy and eager to work hard for the company. Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Zhang. You need to continue to focus on technology research and development, striving for greater breakthroughs in computer development to further expand the company's business. Chen Yu brought in Zhao Qinyang as the sales department manager, responsible for the Southeast Asian market. Zhao Qinyang has rich sales experience and is very familiar with the Southeast Asian market. After joining the company, he immediately had an in-depth discussion with Chen Yu. Boss, I have conducted detailed research on the Southeast Asian market. The gaming market there has enormous potential, and our arcade games and future computer products will definitely thrive there. Zhao Qinyang confidently stated. Chen Yu smiled at him. Manager Qiao, I believe in your abilities. The future development of the company is crucially tied to the Southeast Asian market. What specific plans and ideas do you have? Please feel free to share. Zhao Qinyang took out a thick market research report and began to elaborate on his plans in detail. Chen Yu listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and offering suggestions. The two had a pleasant conversation, filled with confidence about the company's future development in the Southeast Asian market. In terms of the arcade business, Chen Yu also had new moves. He launched a brand new Mechanical Warrior series fighting game, which attracted significant attention upon its release due to its exquisite graphics, exciting gameplay, and rich character settings. Chen Yu decided to seize the opportunity and planned large-scale market promotions and competition events. Jiang Wanyin, this Mechanical Warrior game promotion activity must be vibrant. I plan to collaborate with a local newspaper to utilize their platform for publicity. What do you think? Chen Yu asked. Jiang Wanyin's eyes lit up. This idea is fantastic. The local newspaper has great influence in the city, and promoting through them will definitely let more people know about our game. Moreover, hosting competition events can also attract player participation, increasing the game's visibility and popularity. Thus, a grand promotional event for the Mechanical Warrior game kicked off in the city. Large advertisements and exciting game introductions in the local newspaper attracted countless people's attention. On the streets, people were discussing this upcoming fighting game that was about to create a sensation. In the following days, Chen Yu and his team worked day and night, actively responding to external doubts and pressures while accelerating the company's development pace. In the laboratory for developing the fourth generation of computers, Chen Yu would check on the progress daily, communicating and discussing with talent from the island and domestic technicians. Mr. Sato, how is the development progress going? Have you encountered any difficulties? Chen Yu asked with concern. Sato-kin adjusted his glasses and replied, Boss, the progress is relatively smooth at the moment, but we still need more time and resources for some key technologies. Chen Yu patted his shoulder. Mr. Sato, thank you for your hard work. If you have any needs, feel free to bring them up. The company will definitely provide full support. In the programmer training class, Chen Yu will personally teach the students, sharing his business experiences and understanding of computer technology. Students, you are the hope of the company's future, so you must work hard to master this technology. The future world will be a world of computers, and we need to stay ahead of the times. The students listened with great enthusiasm, expressing their determination to study hard and live up to Chen Yu's expectations. During the promotional event for the game Mechanical War God, the atmosphere at the competition site was extraordinarily lively. Players from various parts of the city gathered together, sweating it out in the game and showcasing their superb skills. The audience was also highly enthusiastic, with cheers and shouts rising and falling. Come on, come on. Awesome. That move was incredible. The audience's enthusiasm made Chen Yu see the immense potential of this game. However, just as Chen Yu was busy working for the company's development, a crisis quietly approached. One day, Lin Yu hurriedly walked into Chen Yu's office, looking flustered. Boss, something's wrong. The company is facing external pressure. We don't know who's behind this, but some media outlets are heavily criticizing us, claiming our gaming hall harms youth health and questioning our business model. Chen Yu's expression instantly darkened. Do you know who's causing this? Lin Yu shook her head helplessly. We haven't identified them yet. They're being very discreet. Chen Yu stood up, pacing back and forth in the office while contemplating a response strategy. After a while, he stopped and said with determination, Lin Yu, don't panic. Immediately arrange for someone to investigate. We must find out who's behind this. At the same time, we need to prepare a response plan to clarify the facts through the media, emphasizing the positive effects of our gaming hall, such as improving reaction times and relieving stress. Additionally, we should strengthen communication with relevant government departments to gain their support and understanding. Lin Yu nodded and turned to execute the task. Chapter 15. The counterattack of arcade games. The tram clattered along the tracks, and the nearby tea restaurant was filled with people, with staff calling out, Hey, your milk tea. Chen Yu's office was located in a somewhat old office building, cluttered with documents on his desk. At just 17 years old, Chen Yu, slender in build and bearing a maturity uncommon for his age, sat at his desk. He wore a slightly faded short-sleeved shirt, the collar slightly open, with his hair casually falling over his forehead. His brow was tightly furrowed as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, producing a dull sound. Lin Yu stood beside him, looking anxious. She wore a simple floral dress, its hem swaying slightly with her restless movements, her hands tightly clutching a newspaper, her nails turning white. Boss, we can't just let this go. You need to see this newspaper, Lin Yu said, her voice trembling slightly with urgency as she hurriedly handed the newspaper to Chen Yu. He took the newspaper, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the striking headline, The Age of Virtual Addiction, Echoes of the Past, authored by Jin Yong. In an instant, his youthful gaze turned sharp like an eagle's, as he meticulously read the article word by word. Chen Yu bit his teeth unconsciously while reading, and his expression grew increasingly serious. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair, narrowed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. At just 16 years old, Chen Yu should not have been in such a complex business battlefield. He was a time traveler, armed with memories and insights from the future, starting from scratch in this era. At this moment, although he appeared calm on the surface, his mind was racing as he quickly contemplated strategies. After a moment, he spoke up. I have to admit, Jin Yong is truly a master of writing. This article is very provocative. His voice was deep and steady, hard to imagine coming from a 16-year-old. However, comparing arcade games to drugs was indeed a bit excessive. Chen Yu shook his head gently, a hint of helplessness on his face, as if lamenting that sometimes a writer's pen could be sharper than a knife. Boss, what should we do about this? This article's release will have a huge impact on us. Lin Yu said anxiously, her face filled with worry, and her eyes even glistening with tears. Chen Yu stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the bustling streets, yet feeling no appreciation for the view. Lin Yu, have you considered that there might be more to this than just a simple critical article? Many arcade operators are somewhat connected to organizations, so this matter might not be that simple. A hint of alertness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He understood that in the complex business environment of the city, any slight movement could conceal deeper conspiracies, and a small misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. As a time traveler, he knew better than anyone that to establish himself in this era, one must be both cautious and bold. At that moment, the office door was pushed open abruptly, and Jiang Wanyin and Zheng Chao hurried in. Jiang Wanyin was dressed in a sharp business suit, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, her face clearly anxious, eyes filled with concern over the crisis. Zheng Chao, tall and broad-shouldered, frowned seriously, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that added to the oppressive atmosphere. Chen Yu, we just saw this article. What should we do? It will definitely affect our arcade sales. Jiang Wanyin said urgently, her tone tinged with panic. Zheng Chao nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss, I think we should apologize quickly to calm this down. Otherwise, it will greatly impact the company's reputation. His voice was low, filled with deep concern. Chen Yu turned around, his gaze firm as he looked at them, his eyes sparkling with confidence, as if that light could pierce through the layers of gloom. Apologize? I don't think so. What seems like a crisis at first glance is actually a great opportunity to enhance the company's visibility. His voice was resolute and powerful, filled with confidence about the future, as if he had already seen the way out. He knew that with his insights as a time traveler, he could turn danger into safety. Jiang Wanyin and Zheng Chao exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. Chen Yu, what do you mean by that? It's already received so much criticism. How can it still be an opportunity? Jiang Wanyin asked, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. Chen Yu smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to dispel all the gloom in the world. He walked to the desk, picked up the newspaper, and said, Look, ever since this article came out, arcade games have gained more attention. We spent so much effort on promotion before, but we never achieved this kind of effect. Now everyone is discussing arcade games. Isn't this a great opportunity to boost the company's visibility? Chen Yu's voice was filled with passion and determination, always seeing hope in adversity, a unique advantage he had gained from his journey. Zheng Chao still seemed worried. But boss, the negative impact is too great. If we don't handle it well, our company could be in serious trouble. His brows furrowed tighter, his face written with concern. Chen Yu waved his hand decisively, as if to brush away all difficulties. Don't worry, I already have a plan. We can't let this article control us. We need to take the initiative. It seemed he had an idea forming in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wanyin said, Boss, I think we should still respond cautiously. Why don't we negotiate with the newspaper and see if we can reach a settlement? After all, their influence in the region is significant. A hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes, torn between worries for the future of the company and fears that acting rashly might lead to more severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly and said firmly, No, we can't back down. Once we show any sign of weakness, we will be at the mercy of others. We need to let everyone know that we have the capability to face any challenge. The team members looked at Chen Yu's determined gaze. Although they still had doubts, his confidence began to inspire them. What should we do then, boss? Zheng Chao asked, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for Chen Yu's wisdom to light their path forward. Chen Yu sat back at his desk, leaning slightly forward, hands crossed on the table, and said, We won't bow to them. We're preparing for a direct confrontation. I plan to acquire and expand the circulation of a local newspaper to promote our perspective and showcase the positive aspects of arcade games. We can publish a series of articles detailing the benefits of arcade games for improving reaction and thinking abilities, and share stories of players who have found joy and growth through these games. At the same time, we need to enhance our interaction with players, hosting more competitions to let everyone experience the charm of arcade games firsthand. The more Chen Yu spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining as if he could already see the company thriving after this crisis. As the team listened to Chen Yu's plan, their worries gradually faded, replaced by anticipation for the future. Boss, you're right, let's do it, Jiang Wanyin said excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration for Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood up, scanning each team member with determination, and said, This crisis is both a challenge and an opportunity for us. I believe that as long as we stand united, No difficulty can hinder our progress. His voice was filled with strength, as if it could penetrate all obstacles, inspiring everyone to forge ahead. Zheng Chao clenched his fist and said, "Boss, we are all with you. We will definitely get through this tough time." His voice was loud and full of fighting spirit, as if declaring their resolve to the world. Chapter 16. The young boss arrives on August 9, 1970. The streets of the port city were enveloped in a humid sea breeze, making it uncomfortably hot. After the team meeting, Chen Yu decided to acquire a newspaper. The aroma of barbecue buns wafted from a nearby tea restaurant, but Jiang Chongqing had no interest in enjoying it. He stood at the bus stop, staring intently at the double-decker bus slowly approaching in the distance, his mind preoccupied with concerns about his son's obsession with video games. Sun Chongqing wore a shirt that had nearly faded from washing, the hem carelessly tucked into a pair of old trousers that were also showing signs of wear. His hair looked messy due to his troubled thoughts, and his eyes were filled with fatigue and helplessness. This child spends all his time in the arcade. His studies are nearly neglected. What will happen in the future? He muttered softly, images of his son immersed in the gaming world flooding his mind, completely disregarding his earnest advice. With a heavy sigh, he was pushed onto the bus by the crowd. The interior was hot and noisy, with a blend of conversations in various dialects and the roar of the vehicle's engine, further aggravating Jiang Chongqing's already restless mind. He had worked at the newspaper for many years, diligently, but recently, the sudden change of ownership left him feeling anxious, as if he had a rabbit in his chest, jumping around unpredictably. He wondered what the new owner would be like and feared being dismissed as an old employee. As he pondered these thoughts, he instinctively tightened his grip on his briefcase, as if it were his last lifeline. Finally, the bus arrived at its destination, and Jiang Chongqing hurried towards the newspaper building. As soon as he stepped inside, his colleague A Chong approached him with a mysterious look. "Old Jiang, have you heard? The new boss is meeting us today, but we don't know what kind of person he is." Jiang Chongqing frowned and shrugged. What could he be? Probably just a wealthy big boss here to make some random changes. I don't know if we small employees will have stable days ahead. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled shirt, feeling a mix of anxiety as he walked toward the meeting room. By this time, the meeting room was already buzzing with small groups of colleagues whispering to each other, their faces filled with curiosity and speculation about the new boss. Before long, the door creaked open, and a remarkably young figure strode in confidently. It was Chun Yu, looking slim and energetic in a well-tailored yet unpretentious suit. Chun Yu's face carried a composure and confidence far beyond his years, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone in the conference room like a precise surgical knife. Then, he smiled gently, his voice booming as he spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Chun Yu, and from today onwards, I will be managing this newspaper." Sun Chongqing looked at the young man before him, his doubts reaching a peak. What could this young fellow possibly know about running a newspaper? Perhaps he was just here for fun, having some money from home. He muttered to himself in his mind. Chen Yu seemed to sense Jiang Chongqing's skepticism, his piercing gaze landing directly on him as he asked in a warm tone, "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Chongqing quickly stood up, leaning slightly forward and answering somewhat awkwardly. "I am Jiang Chongqing. I've been working at the newspaper for many years." Chen Yu nodded slightly, sincerity in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, I will rely on your experience moving forward and hope you can offer your guidance." Jiang Chongqing managed a forced smile, yet still harbored doubts, feeling a lack of trust towards this young boss. Clearing his throat and standing tall, Chen Yu began to articulate his thoughts systematically. "I plan to publish an article on our newspaper focusing on the current popular topic of video games. As everyone knows, video games have recently become incredibly popular in the region. However, this has also sparked numerous issues, particularly the increasing phenomenon of youth addiction. I have carefully studied the viewpoints from previous articles by a well-known writer and intend to use this as an entry point to delve deeply into the underlying reasons behind this phenomenon." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted with chatter, colleagues whispering among themselves. Jiang Chongqing's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but recall his son's obsession with video games, feeling a mix of emotions. How could this young man be aware of such an issue? Moreover, his views aligned with those of the writer. Did he also face similar challenges? Sun Chongqing felt a bit awkward under Chun Yu's sudden gaze and stood up. After hesitating, he mustered the courage to say, "Boss Chun, to be honest, everyone here doesn't know much about you. You are quite young, and running a newspaper requires experience and wisdom, which makes us feel uncertain." Chen Yu nodded slightly, his expression calm. Your concerns are understandable. However, age has never been the sole measure of ability. Although I am young, I have my own insights and plans for the newspaper. In this rapidly changing era, our newspaper also needs to keep pace with trends and innovate. At this moment, another colleague stood up cautiously and asked, Boss Chun, you mentioned innovation. What specific ideas do you have? We are all very concerned about the future development of the newspaper. Chun Yu smiled confidently, his hands crossed over his chest as he replied, take the current popular topic of video games, for instance. Its rapid rise in the region has led to various social phenomena, which makes for excellent reporting material. We can analyze it in depth and guide the public towards a correct perspective. At the same time, we should also incorporate current popular culture. For example, the recently trending work The Search for Chi has gained significant attention. We could collaborate with the author to serialize a new novel, attracting more readers. Sun Changxing couldn't help but ask, Boss Chun, what you're suggesting is indeed innovative, but it might not be easy to implement. Are you confident? Chen Yu looked firmly at Jiang Changsheng and replied earnestly, since I have taken over the newspaper, I am fully confident. I not only have a clear plan, but I will also work alongside everyone. I believe that with everyone's experience and my fresh ideas, we can definitely elevate the newspaper to new heights. Chen Yu seemed to see through everyone's thoughts and smiled confidently. He continued, you might find it strange why I suddenly focus on this. To be honest, Xingyao Game Company is mine. As soon as he said this, the meeting room fell silent and then erupted into a louder wave of astonishment. Jiang Changxing was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He never expected that this seemingly inexperienced young man was simultaneously running a game company and a newspaper. Chen Yu paused slightly, casting a determined glance at everyone, and continued, although I run a game company, I am more aware than any one of the negative impacts games can have. We cannot solely focus on the entertainment aspect of games. We must also pay attention to their effects on society, especially on the growth of young people. This article aims to provoke deep thinking on this issue and guide society to view video games correctly. Jiang Changxing nodded slightly, beginning to subtly change his perception of Chen Yu. He realized that this young man might not be as simple as he appeared. Then, Chen Yu shifted his tone, revealing a hint of cunning and confidence. The recent popular novel The Search for Chi is a fantastic opportunity. We can cleverly leverage this trend to comprehensively boost the newspaper's sales. I have already contacted the author, Huang Yi, and reached a collaboration agreement to exclusively serialize his new novel in our newspaper. Saying this, Chen Yu took a synopsis of the new novel from his briefcase and confidently walked up to Jiang Changxing, handing it over with both hands. Sun Changxing took the synopsis and was immediately captivated by the brilliant story outline. The novel tells the legendary tale of a modern special forces soldier who travels back to the Qin dynasty, using advanced modern knowledge and exceptional military skills to carve out a place for himself in ancient times. The more Jiang Changxing read, the more fascinated he became, and vivid scenes began to form in his mind. He couldn't help but admire Chen Yu's vision and creativity. Boss Chen, the concept of this novel is simply ingenious. If we serialize it, it will definitely attract a large number of readers and create a reading frenzy, Jiang Changxing exclaimed, his tone filled with sincerity and admiration. Chen Yu smiled and responded, Mr. Jiang, as long as you think it's good. Huang Yi and I have had in-depth discussions and have carefully crafted the novel's outline. The subsequent chapters will be completed according to plan, and we will not disappoint the readers. Sun Changxing felt both surprised and excited about the new plan, especially with a strong interest in the novel's content. He eagerly asked, Boss Chun, when will the novel start serialization? I can already imagine that readers must be eagerly waiting. Chen Yu slightly raised his head, thought for a moment, and said firmly, I want to arrange it as soon as possible, aiming to start serialization next week. Mr. Jiang, I will need your help in this area to maintain close communication with the publishing house to ensure the quality and progress of the manuscript. Sun Changxing quickly nodded, puffed out his chest, and assured, no problem, Boss Chun, I will definitely do my best to get this done. However, I am a bit worried about the serialization updates. Once readers get hooked, they will definitely be looking forward to new chapters every day, and we must not let them down. Chen Yu patted Jiang Changxing's shoulder, his eyes filled with confidence. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Both the publishing house and I are well prepared and will ensure stable updates. Moreover, we will closely monitor reader feedback and adjust the plot according to their suggestions to make the novel more aligned with their expectations. In the following days, Jiang Changxing threw himself wholeheartedly into the new plan. He frequently communicated with the publishing house, often busy to the point of neglecting sleep and food to ensure the quality and progress of the novel manuscript. Chen Yu was also busy. He personally participated in the planning and layout of the newspaper, leaving no detail overlooked, striving to make each issue of the newspaper a brilliant gem that attracts readers' attention. Sun Chongqing rushed into Chen Yu's office with a draft of the new issue of the newspaper. "Boss Chen, take a look at this draft. I've pondered over it for a long time and think the layout of the novel can be further optimized, for instance, by highlighting some exciting plots with eye-catching fonts to immediately grab the reader's attention." Chen Yu took the draft, slightly lowered his head, and focused intently on it. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, you are absolutely right. We can also add some captivating quotes at the beginning of the novel chapters, along with some uniquely styled simple illustrations to enhance the appeal both visually and in content." Sun Chongqing nodded in agreement, then enthusiastically said, "Boss Chun, that's a great idea. Also, I think we can create a reader interaction column in the newspaper. This way, readers can freely express their views and expectations about the novel, which will greatly increase their sense of participation and belonging." Chen Yu's eyes lit up, excitedly slapping the table. "Mr. Jiang, your suggestion is simply fantastic. Let's do it this way. We want readers to feel that this newspaper is an indispensable part of their lives, and that the novel is a spiritual feast they have jointly participated in creating." With the release of the new issue of the newspaper, the serialized novel quickly sparked enthusiastic responses among readers. Every day, the newspaper office received a large number of letters from readers, flooding in like snowflakes. Some praised the novel's brilliance, filled with love for the story and characters. Others offered various suggestions, sincerely brainstorming for the novel's development. Jiang Chongqing looked at these letters, filled with a sense of achievement. "Boss Chun, look at these reader letters. Everyone really loves this novel, and many people are urging for updates." Chen Yu smiled as he took the letters, his face beaming with pride. "This shows that our plan has succeeded. Mr. Jiang, this is all thanks to your hard work and valuable advice." However, just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, problems struck suddenly like a storm. Huang Yi fell ill unexpectedly and was unable to complete the subsequent chapters on time, which left Jiang Chongqing anxious. He stumbled into Chen Yu's office, looking flustered and his voice trembling. "Boss Chun, something's wrong. Huang Yi is sick, and the updates might be interrupted. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's brow furrowed instantly, but just a moment later, he quickly calmed down. He looked firmly at Jiang Chongqing and spoke in a steady and powerful tone. "Mr. Jiang, don't panic. Let's contact Huang Yi immediately to understand his condition in detail. Meanwhile, I will discuss with him to prepare some backup content, such as in-depth character analysis and grand background introductions, to publish during the interruption, stabilizing the reader's emotions." Hearing this, Jiang Chongqing felt slightly reassured, and admiration welled up in him. "Boss Chun, you always think ahead. I'll contact Huang Yi right away." Chapter 17. The free publisher in the 1970s, a newspaper called the Morning Bell Daily emerged like a new star, rapidly gaining attention and discussion in the city. Chen Yu, a young and visionary entrepreneur, was the founder of the Morning Bell Daily. He stood by the window in his office, gazing at the bustling street outside, with confidence and determination in his eyes. At that moment, he was planning a series of business strategies, with the free distribution of the Morning Bell Daily being just the first step in his grand blueprint. "Boss, the latest data is out." Assistant Xiao Li entered the office with excitement, hurriedly holding a report as if it were a priceless treasure. He approached Chen Yu, handed over the report, and said excitedly, "Since the Morning Bell Daily was distributed for free, the number of people subscribing has skyrocketed like a rocket, and it has become the talk of the town." Chen Yu turned around, wearing a gentle smile, and took the report from him. His long, strong fingers lightly skimmed over the data on the report, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Very good. Everything is as I expected. This free distribution strategy may seem like a loss in the short term, but the advertising revenue and brand influence it brings are invaluable. Moreover, we have controlled our costs exceptionally well, keeping it under 30,000, which is completely within budget. Boss, you are amazing. This free distribution strategy has allowed us to stand out among numerous newspapers and outshine those old publications." Xiao Li looked at Chen Yu with admiration, as if he were gazing at an all-powerful hero. Chen Yu waved his hand, a humble smile still on his face. "This is just the beginning. We can't be satisfied with just this. There are more important and challenging paths ahead. Saying this, he walked steadily to the desk, smoothly picked up a document, and continued, I am working on expanding the production and sales of arcade machines, planning to set up the production line right here in the local area. As you know, the arcade market is booming right now, with opportunities everywhere. We need to seize this chance. However, boss, I heard that certain regions have already started eyeing our arcade machines, and it's likely that counterfeit products will appear soon. If that happens, our profits will definitely be affected. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's excitement was instantly replaced by concern, his brows tightly furrowed, eyes filled with anxiety. Chen Yu frowned slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As if he could see through the thick fog, he struck at the core of the issue. I anticipated this a long time ago. But let us not panic or rush to respond. Before they can produce knockoffs, we need to rev up our efforts, quickly expand our market share, and enhance our influence in the industry. By the time their counterfeit products hit the market, we will have firmly established our dominant position. And even if they try to stir up trouble, they won't be able to create much of a storm. Chen Yu spoke with determination, his tone decisive, making it impossible not to trust his judgment. Meanwhile, the content of the Morning Bell Daily sparked a heated discussion storm in the local area. The newspaper not only published commentaries on a notable literary figure, but also creatively serialized a time travel novel. This unique combination of content was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves and arousing readers' strong curiosity, leading to enthusiastic discussions. Boss Chen, the recent feedback from readers about our newspaper has been overwhelmingly positive. Especially the serialization of the novel, many readers are urging for updates. And some even wrote in asking when they can see the next installment. Assistant Xiao Wang walked into the office, his face flushed with excitement, speaking faster than usual. Chen Yu nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face, his smile warm and gentle like the spring sun. This is exactly the effect I wanted. This unique theme of the novel is the best way to grab readers' attention and attract more people to our newspaper. We need to make good use of this, continuously enhancing the newspaper's influence through quality cultural content. However, boss, there is a small issue. Xiao Wang's expression slightly changed, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Some readers are not very satisfied with our commentary on the literary figure. They feel that our approach might have offended this major figure in the literary world. Would that be? Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze seemingly capable of seeing through everything. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, the position of this literary figure in the local literary scene is indeed significant, and we must acknowledge that. However, as media professionals, we cannot shrink back out of fear of authority. Our comments are based on facts and objective viewpoints, aiming to provoke deep thinking among readers. Moreover, such controversies can sometimes increase the newspaper's topicality, attracting more attention to us. Chen Yu's tone is firm and confident, reflecting his persistent pursuit of journalistic ideals. In the somewhat antiquated office of Ming Pao, Jin Yong sits at his desk, fully engrossed in writing The Deer and the Cauldron. He has a slightly plump figure, his hair neatly combed, and wears a pair of exquisite glasses, exuding an elegant scholarly demeanor with every gesture. As the founder of Ming Pao, Jin Yong enjoys a high reputation in the literary community of the harbor city, and his works have accompanied generations of readers, earning widespread affection. However, the recent rise of a new newspaper, Morning Bell Daily, looms over him like a dark cloud, subtly instilling a sense of threat. Mr. Jin, a new newspaper has emerged recently called Morning Bell Daily, and it's developing rapidly. Assistant Xiao Zhang cautiously enters the office, his footsteps light to avoid disturbing Jin Yong. But his tone betrays a hint of nervousness. They not only distribute for free, but also include comments about you. What's more outrageous is that they are serializing a particularly popular time travel novel called Searching for Zong. Upon hearing this, Jin Yong's pen suddenly halts. His previously focused expression falters, and his face slightly changes. Oh, such a thing exists? What have they said about me? His voice is low, subtly revealing displeasure. They mainly analyzed and discussed your previous article on video games, and they have some disagreements with your viewpoints. Moreover, the serialization of Searching for Zong has attracted many readers, impacting our sales at Ming Pao. Xiao Zhang lowers his head, reporting the facts, his voice growing softer, as if afraid of provoking Jin Yong. Jin Yong furrows his brows, a hint of disdain flashing across his face as he coldly snorts. These young kids really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Running a newspaper is not as simple as they think. As for Searching for Zong, It's just a novelty gimmick. How much influence can it really have? His tone is filled with arrogance, seemingly dismissing Morning Bell Daily entirely. But Mr. Jean, the content of Searching for Zong is indeed quite innovative. Many readers have been drawn to it, which is an undeniable fact, Xiao Zhang musters the courage to add, his voice tinged with helplessness. Jin Yong sets down his pen, leans back in his chair, and his gaze reveals an innate confidence and arrogance. I will take a close look at their serialized content. However, I firmly believe that in this Harbor City's literary world, no one can surpass my works. They are merely a fleeting moment. As he says this, his chin slightly lifts, as if declaring his dominant position to the world. Subsequently, Jin Yong begins to read the serialized Searching for Zong in Morning Bell Daily closely. His brows furrow tighter as he reads, shaking his head slightly, his face displaying utter disdain. While the plot may be novel, it's too frivolous and completely lacks depth. This kind of work merely caters to a fleeting trend and is not worth fearing. After reading it, Jin Yong confidently remarked, as if he had completely seen through his opponent. Although he spoke lightly, there was a subtle unease in his heart. He understood that in this highly competitive era, no potential rival could be underestimated. Xiao Zhang, keep a close eye on the activities of a certain newspaper, and report to me immediately if there are any new developments, Jin Yong said sternly to his assistant, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. Understood, Mr. Jin. Xiao Zhang responded and turned to leave the office, gently closing the door behind him. In the following days, the newspaper, with its unique content and free distribution marketing strategy, attracted more and more readers like a giant magnet. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was tirelessly advancing his business plans, achieving remarkable progress in the production and sales of arcade machines. In the factory, machines roared as workers busily and orderly operated, with boxes of brand new arcade machines being shipped to various sales points. At the same time, Jin Yong was also battling day and night in his study, fully committed to creating a novel, attempting to further solidify his dominant position in the literary scene. He firmly believed that his work contained profound cultural connotations and life philosophies, making it a true classic that could withstand the test of time. Mr. Jin, the newspaper recently launched a series of special reports on local culture that are particularly well written and have received widespread acclaim from readers. Their sales momentum is so strong that they are about to catch up with our publication, Xiao Zhang reported anxiously as he entered the office again. Jin Yong's expression darkened instantly. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Coldly, he said, "It seems I can no longer sit idly by. We must quickly find a way to respond to this challenge and ensure they do not get the upper hand." Chapter 18. The warmth close to the citizens. Chun Yu stood by the window of the newspaper's office, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, lost in thought. He did not belong to this era. A strange crossing had brought him here. Chen Yu often reminisced about the immense popularity of Jin Yong's novels in his original time. However, upon examining them from a modern reader's perspective, he found that while Jin Yong's works were bestsellers at the time, they contained some plot lines that modern readers might find difficult to accept, such as the infamous green hat trope. Yet, he knew well that Jin Yong's works were undoubtedly literary treasures in this era, possessing profound influence and being a martial arts faith in the hearts of countless readers. Chun Yu slowly turned around, his eyes filled with determination and decisiveness. He had already outlined a comprehensive plan in his mind to boost the newspaper's sales. He understood that to make a mark in this fiercely competitive newspaper industry, he must employ modern marketing strategies to initiate an unprecedented transformation in the industry. Shaoli, gather the entire newspaper team in the hall. I have an important announcement to make, Chun Yu said to his assistant with an undeniable authority in his tone, his voice carrying a power that compelled those around him to follow his command. Soon, members of the publication team entered the conference room one after another, their faces marked with confusion and curiosity. They whispered among themselves, speculating about what new ideas this young boss might have. Chun Yu stood at the front of the room, tall and upright, his gaze sharp as a sword, quickly scanning the crowd before stating directly, "We need to increase the sales of the Morning Bell Daily. I plan to sign contracts with several literary creators for their novels. We will offer a price of 15 for 1,000 words, which is quite generous in today's market. At the same time, I will distribute creative outlines for everyone to communicate with the authors based on this direction." Assistant Xiao Wang was taken aback, his mouth agape and eyes wide, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Boss Chun, 15 for 1,000 words? That's quite a high price." While it can indeed attract many talented writers, won't this cost be too high for us to bear? His voice carried a hint of concern, and his brow furrowed unconsciously. Shen Yu smiled slightly, exuding confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. High-quality literary works can attract a large readership. As the number of readers increases, our advertising revenue in the publication will naturally rise. This cost is nothing compared to the potential huge returns in the future. We need to think long-term and not just focus on this initial investment. His tone was firm and powerful, making it hard for others not to trust his judgment. Suddenly, Chun Yu's expression turned serious, his eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. Additionally, we will adopt a controversial marketing strategy. For the works of a certain well-known author, we will conduct in-depth reviews and criticisms, using well-reasoned negative comments to attract readers' attention. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in a flurry of discussions, filled with a cacophony of voices. Assistant Xiao Zhang frowned, concern etched on his face, and stepped forward earnestly. Boss Chen, that author holds a significant position in the literary scene and has a high reputation. Won't this provoke public anger? If we irritate his fans, other writers may hesitate to collaborate with us, and it could be tough for us. His voice trembled slightly. Chen Yu remained calm, waving his hand nonchalantly. Speaking in a persuasive yet serene tone, we are not making baseless accusations. We aim to approach from the perspective of modern readers, objectively and rationally pointing out potential issues in his works to spark in-depth discussions. Our critiques should be profound and substantive, presenting different viewpoints and angles of thought. This will not only rapidly enhance our newspaper's visibility, but also provide readers with a fresh reading experience. Moreover, our goal is to attract attention and promote literary exchange and development, not to create enemies. As long as we maintain the right balance, there shouldn't be major issues. Every word he spoke was clear and logical, gradually easing the concerns of the team members. Under his patient explanations, although the team members still had some doubts, they decided to respond positively, motivated by the high salaries. He continued, saying that besides these aspects, we should also pay attention to everyday news, making the newspaper more interesting and closer to the lives of the citizens. Everyone understood that the little things in life often resonate more with readers. The stories of ordinary people and the trivial matters in the streets may seem insignificant, but they contain the most genuine emotions and warmth of life, which is what our newspaper should focus on. His eyes revealed a love for life and an understanding of the readers, deeply moving the team members. Under his direction, the entire newsroom quickly sprang into action. Assistants busily communicated with authors, traversing streets and alleys in search of talented creators, deeply discussing the direction of the novels based on the outlines he provided. Commentators immersed themselves in the works to study day and night, preparing to write incisive yet profound reviews. They sometimes frowned in concentration, sometimes wrote fervently, dedicating a lot of effort to showcase unique insights and deep thoughts in their critiques. As the days went by, the changes in the newspaper gradually became evident. Under his strategy, the newspaper's sales began to increase rapidly. Boss, it's incredible. Our newspaper's sales have reached 130,000 copies. Xiaoli excitedly burst into his office, his face beaming with joy as he waved the sales report like a victorious flag. He took the report, his eyes sparkling with delight as he looked at the rising numbers, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very good. This is just the first step. We must continue to work hard and not slack off in the slightest. This is only the beginning. Our goal is to become the leader in the local newspaper industry. His tone was filled with anticipation for the future and unwavering conviction. As sales grew, the newspaper began to serialize other modern literary novels, such as The Journey of the Wandering and The Legend of the Immortals. These works, filled with fantastical elements and innovative settings, immediately captured the reader's attention. Readers were transported into brand new worlds, unable to extricate themselves from the thrilling plots. Boss, we've received a lot of letters from readers recently, all saying that our newspaper's content is very innovative, especially the everyday news and novel reviews that everyone loves. Assistant Xiao Wang said excitedly as he entered the office with a stack of letters, his face full of pride, as if these achievements were all his own. He smiled and nodded, his expression warm and friendly like the spring sun. That's right. We need to maintain this style and continuously meet the reader's needs. Their recognition is our greatest motivation. We must do better and bring them more valuable content. His words were filled with care for the readers and a passion for his work. Chen Yu is well aware that in this era of relatively slow information dissemination, leveraging modern communication methods can facilitate the rapid spread of information. He instructed his team to fragment the news content, allowing readers to quickly access the information they are interested in, gradually forming a trend of fragmented reading. Team members began to carefully select the core points of the news, expressing them in concise and clear language, complemented by vivid and interesting illustrations, making each page of the newspaper full of appeal. At this time, the citizens of the port city praised the innovative content of the Morning Bell Daily. People were discussing the novel stories and unique viewpoints from the newspaper in every corner of the streets. In tea restaurants, people were enthusiastically discussing the plot of the novels in the Morning Bell Daily while sipping milk tea. On buses, passengers were flipping through the newspaper, captivated by the relatable news. The Morning Bell Daily had become an indispensable part of the lives of the port city residents. As the influence of the Morning Bell Daily continued to grow, Chen Yu began to plan new directions for development. One day, he called a meeting with the team members again. Standing in the center of the conference room, Chen Yu appeared tall and upright, full of vigor, resembling a general about to lead a campaign. We cannot be satisfied with our current achievements. I plan to expand the content of the newspaper by adding sections on games, comics, entertainment, and military affairs. The games section can introduce the latest arcade games, share game strategies, and player insights. The comics section will serialize exciting comic works, attracting readers with vivid imagery. The entertainment section will report on celebrity news to satisfy readers' curiosity about the entertainment industry. The military section will analyze international situations, helping readers understand the changing dynamics of the world. This comprehensive coverage will reach different reader groups and achieve full market share. His voice was loud and powerful, filled with passion and determination. Assistant Xiao Wang expressed some concerns. Boss Chun, can we keep up with our manpower and resources if we suddenly add so many sections? This is not an easy task. A hint of worry was evident in his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy about the challenges ahead. Chen Yu replied firmly, we can proceed gradually, starting with market research to understand readers' needs, and then recruit professionals accordingly. I believe that as long as we work together, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can create even greater brilliance. His words were powerful, as if injecting a shot of confidence into the team members, boosting everyone's morale. Xiao Wang excitedly said, Boss Chun, if we can really achieve this, the Morning Bell Daily will be a unique presence in the port city. We will lead the trend of the port city's newspaper industry and become everyone's first choice. His face was beaming with excitement, filled with hopes for the future. Chen Yu looked firmly into the distance, as if he could already see the Morning Bell Daily dominating the port city's newspaper industry. That's right, we need to showcase the powerful effect of a downward strike, continuing to enhance sales and influence. Let the Morning Bell Daily become the leader of the port city's newspaper industry. We want everyone to know that the era of the Morning Bell Daily has arrived. Chapter 19. The Contest of Cultures, Vanguard and Morning Bell under the careful steering of Jin Yong. The Vanguard Morning Post has been like a giant ship navigating steadily through the ocean of the newspaper industry, serving as the backbone of the port city's media landscape for many years. Jin Yong is slightly plump, with neatly combed hair, and wears a pair of exquisite glasses on his nose. His every gesture exudes the elegant demeanor of a cultured person. His office is spacious and bright, but slightly oppressive due to the abundance of various books and documents. Jin Yong is sitting in front of a heavy solid wood desk, his face darkened as if water could drip from it. He tightly grips a copy of the Morning Bell Daily, his hand trembling slightly from the force, the knuckles turning white. The muscles in his face are tense, and his usually amiable expression is now twisted, replaced by a surge of anger. These people are simply outrageous. Jin Yong slams the newspaper down on the desk and shouts. The sound reverberates in the office like a tolling bell, causing the pen holder on the desk to shake slightly, with the pens inside trembling in response. Originally, Jin Yong thought the Morning Bell Daily was just a minor player in the newspaper market, unable to stir up any waves. But unexpectedly, this suddenly rising newspaper has launched such a fierce attack against him. Jin Yong has always reflected on the relationship between media and celebrities. In his view, it is common for media to use celebrities to boost sales, but the audacity of the Morning Bell Daily to criticize so recklessly is truly unprecedented. That's Chen Yu. Such behavior is utterly shameless. Jin Yong grits his teeth, squeezing out this sentence through clenched jaws. His anger burning fiercely within him as if it could ignite the entire office. He knows very well that his position in the port city's literary scene has been earned through years of hard work. Every piece of work, from the initial vague conception in his mind to every word written on the manuscript, has poured countless efforts into it. Those popular novels have earned the Vanguard Morning Post a wide reputation and a large readership. But now, the emergence of the Morning Bell Daily feels like an unexpected storm, bringing him an unprecedented sense of threat. Just then, the office door is gently pushed open, and assistant Xiao Zhang cautiously walks in. Xiao Zhang is small and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He usually appears very cautious, with a hint of timidity in his eyes. Seeing Jin Yong's furious expression makes him tense up, and he walks more lightly, almost tiptoeing towards him. Mr. Jin, here are the latest newspaper sales statistics. Xiao Zhang, trembling, hands over the report, his voice barely audible, as if afraid to disturb the angry lion. Jin Yong snatches the report from him with a somewhat rough motion, crumpling one corner of the document. Upon seeing that the sales of the Morning Bell Daily had reached 200,000, while the sales of the Pioneer Morning News were far behind, his face instantly turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. His body swayed slightly, as though struck by a heavy blow, making him feel unsteady. How could this happen? I work day and night, pouring my heart into my creations. How could the Pioneer Morning News be surpassed by such a small publication? Jin Yong murmured to himself, his voice filled with disappointment and resentment, his eyes revealing an incredible confusion, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. In a fit of anger, Jin Yong decided to fight back. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his chest still heaved violently with rage. He then sat at his desk and slowly spread out a piece of writing paper. He picked up the pen that had accompanied him for many years, dipped it in the ink bottle, and began to write furiously. I want them to know that the hardships of creation are beyond their understanding. The vulgar content of the Morning Bell Daily is simply unworthy of being taken seriously. As Jin Yong wrote, he muttered curses under his breath, each word seemingly infused with anger, the tip of his pen scratching across the paper with a rustling sound, as if it were a release of his fury. In the article, he detailed the arduous journey of his creative process. He recalled those sleepless nights spent pondering a plot, sitting alone under a dim desk lamp, his mind racing with thoughts yet unable to find that perfect inspiration. Those days of repeated revisions, meticulously choosing every word and sentence, striving for perfection. From a vague idea in his mind to gradually constructing a vast and splendid martial arts world, every detail poured forth from his heart. At the same time, he harshly criticized Chun Yu's works, using fierce language. The novels that Chun Yu praised were nothing but vulgar pieces aimed at grabbing attention, devoid of any literary value. Such a newspaper is a complete misguidance for readers and a desecration of culture. In the end, Jin Yong even called for the local government to shut down the Morning Bell Daily to restore the truth, his pen forcefully scratching across the paper. It was as if he wanted to pour all his anger into this article, making the handwriting slightly blurred from the pressure. Meanwhile, in the slightly shabby yet vibrant office of the Morning Bell Daily, Chun Yu was leisurely sitting in a chair. At that moment, he held Jin Yong's rebuttal article in his hands. A smug smile spread across his face, like a cunning little fox, seemingly pleased with his own masterpiece. Jiang Changsheng, look. Jin Yong is getting anxious, Chun Yu said with a laugh as he handed the article to his assistant, Jiang Changsheng, his laughter tinged with a hint of mockery. As if he were watching an amusing farce, Jiang Changsheng took the article. He was a robust man, standing there like a small mountain. His face always bore a sincere expression, and when he smiled, his eyes squinted into a narrow line, giving a sense of reliability. He quickly skimmed through the article, and his brows gradually furrowed, forming a deep frown. Boss Chun, Jin Yong is coming on strong this time. We need to come up with a good strategy to respond. Jiang Changsheng's voice was deep and steady, tinged with concern, as if he was anxious about the approaching storm. Chun Yu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed confidently over his chest, and said, "This is a great opportunity for us to gain more attention. His counterattack will only draw more people to us. However, we cannot be complacent. I plan to expand the newspaper, hiring more talented individuals, and simultaneously strengthen our security measures, just in case." Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already envision the newspaper's prosperous future, filled with anticipation and hope. Sun Chongqing nodded, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Boss Chun, I think our rebuttal article should be short and powerful. Today's readers prefer fast-paced content. They have little patience for lengthy articles. Moreover, we need to exploit the loopholes in Jin Yong's writings and strike hard." While speaking, Jiang Chongqing gestured with his hands, his expression serious and focused, as if devising an important strategic plan. Chen Yu's eyes lit up in response, and he praised, "Chongqing, that's a great suggestion. During this time, you've seen my management style. We need to innovate boldly and not fear challenges. With helpers like you, I feel at ease." Chen Yu patted Jiang Chongqing on the shoulder, his gaze filled with trust. And that gesture seemed to convey a sense of strength, making Jiang Chongqing feel his importance. Sun Chongqing straightened his back, his chest puffed out, and said resolutely, "Boss Chun, since I've chosen to follow you, I will give it my all. I believe that our Morning Bell Daily will surely prevail in this contest." Jiang Chongqing's voice was loud and firm, brimming with fighting spirit, as if declaring their determination to the world. Chen Yu decided to personally write the rebuttal article. Sitting at his desk, he lightly tapped his fingers on the surface, lost in thought. After a moment, a sly smile crept onto his lips as he wrote the title, "He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry," on the paper. In the article, Chen Yu responded to Jin Yong in a sarcastic manner. "Mr. Jin claims we are vulgar, but how well does he truly understand today's readers' needs? Times are changing, and so is literature. Clinging to outdated norms will not help us adapt to this rapidly developing society. As for calling for our newspaper to be shut down, such a move is utterly ridiculous. Just because we threaten the position of pioneer morning news, does that mean we should suppress new forces?" Once published, the article immediately stirred up a huge uproar in the port city. On the streets, people were buzzing with discussion. In tea restaurants, diners sipped milk tea while enthusiastically debating Chen Yu's rebuttal article, some nodding in approval and others shaking their heads in disagreement, the arguments rising and falling. On buses, passengers shared their views on the newspaper dispute, filling the entire compartment with a vibrant atmosphere of discussion. Readers are drawn to Chen Yu's unique counterattack, and the sales of the Morning Bell Daily have seen another surge, as if a festive banquet has propelled the newspaper to new heights. With his influence continuously expanding, Chen Yu began to consider his next steps. One day, he called Jiang Chongqing to his office, where the atmosphere felt somewhat serious. Chen Yu sat at his desk, leaning slightly forward, hands resting on the table, and said solemnly, "Chongqing, our newspaper has gained enough recognition, and now I plan to start charging for subscriptions. However, ensuring stable sales after the charge is a key issue, and we must prepare thoroughly." Without hesitation, Sun Chongqing replied, "Boss Chen, you can rest assured. During this time, I've been closely monitoring market trends and reader feedback. We can launch some promotional packages to attract existing readers to continue their subscriptions, while also increasing our advertising efforts to draw in new readers. I am ready to tackle the challenges ahead, and I am confident in our work." Jiang Chongqing's eyes sparkled with determination, as if pledging his resolve to Chen Yu, filled with anticipation for the future and enthusiasm for their work. Chapter 20. The Fury of Jin Yong. Did you read today's Morning Bell Daily? In a tea restaurant, a Chong took a big bite of the pineapple bun while nudging his companion A Hui with his elbow. A Hui was startled by the sudden nudge and nearly choked. He quickly set down his cup, wiped the corner of his mouth, and with a look of disdain mixed with excitement, said, "Of course I did." Chen Yu is targeting Jin Yong again. The comments are so sharp, hitting right at the core. It's quite thrilling to read. As A Hui spoke, he gestured animatedly, his eyes gleaming. "This young Chen Yu has quite the guts," a Chong said, swallowing his food and shaking his head in disbelief. Jin Yong is a towering figure in the literary world of the harbor city, and he dares to criticize him? Truly, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. A Chong's tone carried a hint of disbelief, but also a subtle admiration for Chen Yu's bravery. "I actually find it quite interesting," A Hui responded, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, a flush of excitement on his face. Usually, when reading the Pioneer Morning Post, it feels too serious and formal. The Morning Bell Daily is different. It dares to speak the truth, and the content is fresh and engaging, much more enjoyable. As he spoke, A Hui picked up his iced lemon tea and took a big sip, as if rallying support for his views. At that moment, in the somewhat chaotic yet vibrant office of the Morning Bell Daily, documents were casually piled in various corners, and the walls were plastered with news leads and creative sketches. Chen Yu sat at his desk, with a tall and upright posture, dressed in a simple yet stylish shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing his long neck. His fingers were long and nimble, rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a crisp sound. His eyes exuded confidence and nonchalance, as if everything in the world was under his control and no difficulty could hinder his progress. He turned to his assistant, who stood nearby, with a determined gaze, and said firmly, "In this fast-paced era, everyone is busy making a living. Who has the patience to read lengthy discussions? Our newspaper must be straightforward and direct, using the simplest and most powerful content to immediately capture everyone's attention." When Chunyu spoke, his voice was steady and magnetic. Each word seemed to carry weight. Sun Chongqing nodded eagerly, his face filled with agreement. He slightly bent forward and respectfully said, "Boss Chun, you are absolutely right. But to be fair, Jin Yong's writing ability is indeed remarkable. His martial arts novels have thrilling plots and vividly portrayed characters, influencing generations of readers. He holds an unshakable position in the literary scene." As Sun spoke, he furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing genuine admiration for Jin Yong's literary achievements. At that moment, Assistant Xiao Wang rushed in energetically, panting and sweating, his hair a bit disheveled. He waved the latest sales report in his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. He exclaimed, "Boss Chen, brother Sun, you have to take a look. Since the serialization of Searching for the Sound of Zen, our newspaper sales have skyrocketed. The growth rate is astonishing." While speaking, Xiao Wang handed the report to Chunyu, a proud smile on his face. Chunyu took the report, his eyes fixed on the continuously rising numbers, nodding in satisfaction with a pleased smile. This is the charm of online literature. In this era, the light-hearted and interesting nature of online literature, with its imaginative ideas, holds overwhelming appeal for readers. Jin Yong's traditional martial arts stories, while classic, can no longer satisfy the diverse tastes of today's readers. Contemporary readers seek fresh, stimulating, and diverse reading experiences. We must keep up with the trends of the times. Chunyu's eyes sparkled with visions of the future, as if he could already see Morning Bell daily dominating the newspaper industry, his lips curling into a confident smile. Sun Chongqing pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow with a hint of concern. That may be so, but Jin Yong is a great predecessor in the literary world. Is it really okay for us to go against him like this? What if it incites public outrage? Could it affect our newspaper's reputation? As Sun spoke, he paced back and forth, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. Xiao Wang quickly waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disbelief. "Brother Sun, you're worrying too much. Readers today love this kind of controversial content. The more contentious, the more interested they become. Our little spat with Pioneer Morning Post will boost our visibility. This is a rare promotional opportunity." Xiao Wang gestured animatedly in the air, trying to persuade Sun Chongqing. Chunyu smiled and added, "Xiao Wang is right. We need to create topics to attract readers' attention. Jin Yong's fame is significant, and engaging in debates with him is the best marketing strategy. Controversy generates heat, and heat leads to sales. We must seize this opportunity to establish the Morning Bell Daily in the local newspaper industry." A hint of cunning glinted in Chunyu's eyes, as if everything was part of his plan. However, Chunyu's path to success was not smooth sailing. His brief, yet sharp comments pierced Jin Yong's heart like a series of sharp blades. At this moment, in the spacious and quiet office of the Pioneer Morning Post, sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of golden light on the desk. Jin Yong sat in front of his desk, his face flushed with anger, tightly gripping a copy of the Morning Bell Daily. His hands trembled slightly from rage, and his knuckles turned white. The muscles in his face were tense, and the calmness and elegance he usually exhibited were completely gone. This Chen Yu was simply talking nonsense. Jin Yong suddenly slammed the newspaper down on the desk, scattering it everywhere. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to release all his pent-up anger through this action. His eyes revealed fury and unwillingness. As a titan of the local literary scene, he had never faced such provocation in his life. Jin Yong gritted his teeth, unable to quell the fire within him, and decided to fight back. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, then sat at his desk, swiftly spread out a sheet of manuscript paper, picked up the pen that had accompanied him for many years, dipped it in the ink bottle, and began to write furiously. This time, his article was filled with rage. The calmness and elegance of the past had vanished without a trace. Chun Yu and his ilk, in their quest for attention, resorted to all means. The vulgar content they praised was nothing less than a desecration of literature. As Jin Yong wrote, he gritted his teeth, every word seemingly infused with anger. His pen scratched forcefully across the paper, producing a rustling noise, as if he wanted to pour all his fury onto this manuscript. However, the quality of this retaliatory article suffered due to his impatience. Jin Yong's previous works were logically rigorous, layered, and eloquent, with every word meticulously crafted. But this time, his writing revealed his helplessness and anxiety. The structure of the article was somewhat chaotic, and the language was overly intense, losing the standard he had always maintained. Once this article was published in the Pioneer Morning Post, it instantly stirred up a storm. Readers began to discuss it fervently, with conversations about the matter buzzing in every corner. In tea restaurants, people enjoyed their milk tea while passionately discussing Jin Yong's rebuttal. On buses, passengers shared their views on this newspaper dispute. Some supported Jin Yong, believing he defended the dignity of literature and was a champion of justice. Others felt his article lacked the quality of his past works, being too emotional and losing the respect he once commanded. Upon seeing Jin Yong's rebuttal, Chen Yu not only felt no anger, but instead burst into laughter, doubling over with joy. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Sun Changsheng, look, Jin Yong has truly been provoked by me this time. The more he reacts this way, the easier it is for us to achieve our goals. His anger is a sign of our success. Chen Yu's laughter was full of pride, as if he had already won this battle. His eyes squinted into a narrow slit, his face radiating confidence. Thus, the war of words officially escalated. The two newspapers began to attack each other in print, with exchanges that showed no signs of backing down. One newspaper criticized the other for its low-quality content, filled with sensationalism that misled readers and harmed social morals. The other mocked its rival for being stuck in outdated practices, unable to keep up with the times and failing to meet the increasingly diverse needs of readers. This verbal battle resembled a smoke-free war, intensifying as both sides pulled out all the stops to gain the upper hand. No one expected that the sales of both newspapers would significantly increase due to this squabble. Boss, amazing news. Our newspaper sales have surpassed 300,000. Xiao Li exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he rushed into the office, almost colliding with a chair at the door. His face beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling with delight as he held up the report like a victorious flag. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. His pupils dilated slightly, and he displayed an unmistakable excitement, but quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat to feign calmness. As expected, this verbal battle has boosted our visibility. However, we cannot let our guard down. This is only a temporary victory, and we have more daunting tasks ahead, Chen Yu remarked, a hint of vigilance in his gaze. He understood that in this fiercely competitive newspaper market, a moment of success meant little. Only continuous effort could ensure they stayed ahead. Xiao Wang jumped up in excitement, waving his arms and shouting, "This is fantastic. I told you this verbal spat would be a good thing. Our newspaper is going to be a hit." His face shone with pride, as if he were the main contributor to this victory. Sun Changsheng smiled and said, "Boss Chun, it seems your strategy really worked. Your approach of leveraging the situation is truly brilliant." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Chen Yu nodded with a smile. "This is just the first step. We need to keep pushing forward. We cannot be complacent. We must continue to innovate to stand firm in this competitive market." His eyes revealed a steadfast belief, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if declaring his determination to the world. However, this verbal battle also attracted the attention of the education department. In that era of strict cultural content regulation, the heated argument between the two newspapers was seen as potentially harmful to youth. Officials from the education department urgently convened a meeting, the atmosphere tense and somber. The squabble had surpassed the bounds of normal competition and needed to be curtailed. Such disputes not only disrupted the order of the newspaper industry, but could also mislead the values of young people. A serious-looking official from the education department spoke firmly. After some discussion, the department decided to intervene and mediate, requesting both parties to reach a settlement agreement to quell the turmoil. Under the mediation of the education department, Chen Yu and Jin Yong finally sat down at the negotiation table. In the negotiation room, the atmosphere was oppressive and tense, as if one could hear each other's heartbeat. Jin Yong wore a stern expression, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. The verbal battle had taken a toll on him. Chen Yu, on the other hand, maintained his confident smile, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his gaze showing calmness. though he understood that this turmoil needed to come to an end. Mr. Chun, your attacks have caused significant damage to my reputation and to the Morning Pioneer, Jin Yong began, his tone firm and his eyes fixed on Chun Yu, as if searching for a trace of guilt on his face. Chun Yu chuckled softly and replied slowly, Mr. Jin, this verbal conflict has affected both sides. However, since the education department has intervened, we should sit down and discuss this properly. We are both working for the development of the newspaper industry. We just have different approaches. Chun Yu's tone was calm and sincere, and his eyes showed a hint of earnestness, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. After some bargaining, Chun Yu ultimately agreed to compensate the Morning Pioneer with 50,000 as damages and reached a reprint agreement. The Morning Bell Daily would be allowed to reprint selected quality articles from the Morning Pioneer, while also promising to cease any malicious attacks. Following this conflict, the Morning Bell Daily did not suffer greatly from the compensation. Instead, it rapidly rose to become a top newspaper in the port city. Its success shocked other publications, prompting them to study Chun Yu's marketing strategies. Boss Chun, we have now become a legend in the port city's newspaper industry, Sun Chongqing said with a smile, his face beaming with pride as if he had also become part of the legend. Chun Yu nodded, a hint of emotion in his eyes. It hasn't been easy to get here. However, we cannot rest on our laurels. We must continue to strive. We need to constantly explore new directions for development and make the Morning Bell Daily the leader in the port city's newspaper industry. Chun Yu's gaze revealed a steadfast belief. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if declaring his determination to the world. Meanwhile, Jin Yong, after this turmoil, deeply realized that the Morning Bell Daily was a formidable competitor. He felt that his reputation had been tarnished and began to doubt the core competitiveness of his newspaper. Am I really falling behind the times? Jin Yong often pondered this question alone during the quiet of the night. Sitting in his study, gazing out at the moonlight, he fell into deep thought. He began to reflect on his creative direction and newspaper management philosophy, seeking new breakthroughs to reclaim his leading position in the newspaper industry. As the influence of the Morning Bell Daily grew, Chun Yu began to consider the issue of charging for the newspaper. One day, he called Sun Chongqing into his office, where the atmosphere was somewhat serious. Chun Yu sat at his desk, leaning slightly forward with his hands resting on the surface, his expression serious as he said, Sun Chongqing, our newspaper has gained enough recognition, and we plan to start charging for subscriptions. What do you think about this? Sun Chongqing frowned, a hint of worry on his face. Boss Chen, I'm a bit concerned. After we start charging, will readers give up their subscriptions due to the price? There are so many newspapers on the market now, and the competition is fierce. As he spoke, Sun Chongqing paced back and forth, anxiety evident in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Wang entered with some documents and, overhearing the conversation, joined in. I think we can conduct a reader survey first to see how willing people are to accept the charges. This way, we can develop a reasonable pricing strategy based on their feedback. As Xiao Wang spoke, he placed the documents on the desk, his expression serious. Chun Yu smiled confidently and said, Sun Chongqing, Xiao Wang, I've considered everything you mentioned. Our reputation is already established, and readers recognize the quality of our content. As long as we maintain the quality and appeal of our content, our sales will remain stable. Moreover, we can introduce some promotional packages to attract readers to subscribe. I believe that as long as we manage it thoughtfully, charging 1T significantly impact our sales. Chapter 21. The Path of Rebirth. From Morning Bell to Starshine, Chun Yu stood by the window of the somewhat crowded, yet vibrant office of the Morning Bell Daily, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, filled with mixed emotions. He had been reborn in this era for half a year, and during this time, the gaming company he founded, Starshine Games, had rapidly risen like a new star in the gaming industry, thriving and flourishing. Meanwhile, the Morning Bell Daily, under his careful management, had gradually emerged as a significant force in the local newspaper industry. Boss Chen, did you call for me? Jiang Chongqing's voice came from behind, interrupting Chun Yu's thoughts. Chun Yu turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he looked at this loyal assistant who had been with him all along. Jiang Chongqing, please have a seat. I wanted to talk to you about the financial situation of the Morning Bell Daily. Sun Chongqing's expression changed slightly as he slowly sat down, his brow furrowed with concern. Boss Chen, I was just thinking about this. Although our newspaper sales have been quite good, we are still operating at a loss. You know that the fees we pay to authors are not low, and there are various printing and distribution costs. These expenses are overwhelming, like a bottomless pit. At this rate, our funding chain might not hold up. As Jiang Changsheng spoke, he gestured with his hands, his anxiety evident. And beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Chen Yu nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes as he slowly replied, I know, I've considered all these factors. However, we can't just focus on the current losses, we need to look at the long term. Running a newspaper is like planting fruit trees. It requires careful nurturing and a lot of investment up front, but once the trees grow and bear fruit, the rewards will be substantial. As long as we can establish our newspaper's brand and secure a foothold in the readers' minds, the future profits will surely be considerable. Chen Yu spoke with a firm and confident tone, as if he had already mapped out the blueprint for future development. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and Assistant Ma Buchan rushed in, panting heavily. His face was flushed from running, and sweat dripped down his cheeks. Yet, he wore an excited smile and exclaimed loudly, Boss Chun, Brother Jiang, great news. The latest sales data is out. Our newspaper has far exceeded expectations, reaching 280,000 copies. Sun Changsheng abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes wide with surprise. His mouth dropped open as if he could fit an egg in it. And after a moment he said, What? 280,000 copies? How is that possible? Just a few days ago, it was only growing steadily. How could it suddenly spike like this? His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Chen Yu also showed a look of surprise. He quickly stepped forward and took the report from Ma Buchan's hands, his eyes fixed on the numbers, studying them carefully. As he looked, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said, I knew the appeal of Sun Qingji would be significant. This novel is like a key that has opened the door to a new group of readers. Chen Yu's face beamed with pride, as if showcasing his proud achievement. Its popularity attracted a large number of readers who previously didn't pay much attention to newspapers, opening up a whole new market for us. Much like cultivating fertile farmland in a barren land. Sun Changsheng sat back down, still showing signs of excitement with a flush on his face. However, he began to think more calmly, slightly furrowing his brows as he said, Boss Chun, do you really think our success is solely due to Sun Qingji? Could there be other factors at play? Chen Yu smiled and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed confidently over his chest, replying, Sun Qingji is an important factor, but not the only one. Our success lies in accurately targeting groups that usually don't read newspapers. We used content that is relatable yet somewhat sensational, making readers feel these stories are happening right around them, just like the everyday happenings of a neighbor, full of life. This naturally sparked a trend, igniting the reader's enthusiasm like a tiny spark turning into a flame. A glint of wisdom shone in Chen Yu's eyes, as if narrating the birth of a business legend. With the continuous development of the plot in Sun Qingji and other novels, the sales of the newspaper surged even further. Within just a few days, sales surpassed 300,000 copies, making it the top-selling newspaper in the port city. This news hit the newspaper industry like a bombshell, shocking everyone. Boss, our newspaper sales have reached 300,000 copies and become the #1 newspaper in the port city. Jiang Changsheng excitedly burst into Chen Yu's office, waving the latest sales report, which rustled in his hands. Chen Yu stood up from his desk, a pleased smile spreading across his face. His eyes sparkled with joy as he said, Great. This is the result of our collective efforts. Everyone who has worked hard at the newspaper deserves credit. However, we cannot become complacent. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is long, and we must continue to maintain this momentum and creativity. Chen Yu's gaze revealed a firm belief, as if he were telling himself and those around him that more challenges and opportunities awaited them in the future. Other newspapers also began to pay attention to Chen Yu's strategies. In the spacious and quiet office of the Morning Pioneer, the executive assistant Pan Yuesheng sat at his desk, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. He tightly gripped a copy of the Morning Bell Daily, his eyes fixed on the content of the newspaper as if he wanted to see through it. I didn't expect we still underestimated the strength of the Morning Bell Daily. Pan Yuesheng muttered to himself, a hint of regret and unwillingness in his eyes, his teeth clenching his lower lip and the muscles in his face twitching slightly. At the same time, Jin Yong, a significant figure in the literary world of the port city, was also deep in thought. He sat in his study, filled with various books, the air permeated with a faint scent of paper. Looking out at the scenery, he felt a mix of emotions. Chen Yu's strategies and competitiveness really exceeded my expectations, Jin Yong murmured, but I still need to stick to my high-end route and not be swayed by him. My literary philosophy and newspaper style are the results of years of accumulation and cannot be easily changed due to temporary competition. Jin Yong's gaze seemed to declare his determination to himself and his rivals, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. However, just as Chun Yu was immersed in the joy of the Morning Bell Daily's success, a new challenge quietly approached. The next day, the RD supervisor of Xingyao Gaming hurriedly entered Chun Yu's office, his steps quick and flustered, a worried expression on his face, beads of sweat on his forehead. Boss Chun, it's bad. Our arcade product has been copied, and there are a large number of imitations on the market. These imitations are priced much lower than ours, which has greatly impacted our market share. Many customers who originally intended to buy our products have been attracted away. Chun Yu's expression instantly darkened. His fists clenched as he said angrily, "How can they do this? Our painstakingly developed product embodies the hard work of our team over countless days and nights, and it has been stolen from us. It's utterly shameless." Chun Yu's eyes reflected anger and helplessness. He knew well that business competition is cruel, a survival of the fittest, and one misstep could lead to elimination. Meanwhile, the focus of competition gradually shifted towards the market in the island region. Chun Yu received news that some gaming companies from the islands had begun to venture into the arcade sector and were eyeing the port city market. Boss Chun, according to our information, these island companies have strong technical capabilities. Once their products enter the port city market, their advanced technologies and mature marketing strategies could pose a significant threat to us, Jiang Chongqing said with a heavy heart. His eyes filled with concern as he paced back and forth in the office. Chun Yu nodded, revealing a hint of seriousness in his gaze, and said, "I understand. This is a huge challenge for us. However, we cannot back down. Backing down means failure. We must increase our RD investment, organize the best RD team, work day and night to improve the quality and competitiveness of our products, ensuring that our offerings surpass our competitors in both technology and experience. At the same time, we need to strengthen market oversight, collect evidence against those counterfeit products, and take legal action against them, making sure they do not evade justice." Back at the Morning Bell Daily, Chun Yu also faced pressure to consolidate sales. Although the newspaper currently led in sales, competitors were certainly not going to sit idle. They would do everything possible to regain market share. Boss Chun, other newspapers have recently been adjusting their strategies. I've heard they plan to introduce some novel sections and are preparing to hire well-known writers at high salaries. We need to respond carefully, Jiang Chongqing reminded, his tone filled with caution. Chun Yu frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, "We must continue to innovate and attract attention with our content. In addition to serialized novels, we should also increase exclusive news reports, delving into overlooked social events and stories of people's livelihoods, allowing readers to see the true side of the city. We should also provide in-depth analysis of current events and cultural phenomena to meet the diverse needs of our readers. Only through continuous innovation can we remain undefeated in this competition." Chapter 22. Opportunities amidst financial turmoil. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and a large number of arcade machines suddenly flooded the market, intensifying competition. "Chun Yu, what are we going to do?" Jiang Wanyin rushed into the office, her face filled with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her footsteps were hurried, the sound of her high heels echoing on the floor. "The influx of those arcade machines in the market has drastically reduced our profits. Our sales have dropped by 2/3. If this continues, the company won't be able to survive." Her voice trembled, and her eyes reflected deep concern. Chun Yu turned to look at Jiang Wanyin, maintaining his composure. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could see through the current predicament. "Wanyin, don't panic," he said steadily, his voice strong. "Business competition is like this. It has its ups and downs. We cannot be intimidated by the difficulties in front of us." With that, he walked to his desk, picked up a pen, and lightly tapped it on the surface as he fell into thought. Jiang Wanyin paced anxiously in the office, her hands nervously rubbing the edges of her clothes. "But what should we do now? They've taken so much of our market share, we've lost our advantage." Her tone was tinged with despair, and she looked at Chun Yu with hopeful eyes, wishing he could come up with a solution. Chun Yu furrowed his brow slightly, thought for a moment, and said firmly, "I've decided that we will no longer produce arcade machines." His eyes sparkled with wisdom. The market demand still existed, but the competitive landscape had changed. "We need to shift our focus towards game sales." Jiang Wanyin stopped in her tracks, looking at Chun Yu in surprise. "No more arcade machines? Can this really work?" We've always built our foundation on arcade machines. Her face was filled with confusion and concern, struggling to understand Chen Yu's decision. Chen Yu smiled, walked over to Jiang Wanyin, and patiently explained. Think about it. The market for arcade machines is largely dominated by a certain country. Competing directly with them in production is unlikely to yield success. However, game sales are different. This is a new field where we can leverage our strengths. His eyes revealed confidence, as if he could already see the future direction of development. Jiang Wanyin nodded slightly, but still wore a hint of doubt. That's true. But we've never done game sales before. Can we really manage? Her voice carried uncertainty, filled with concern about the road ahead. Chen Yu patted Jiang Wanyin on the shoulder, encouragingly said, Wanyin, trust me. We can't always cling to past successes. We need to learn to adapt to market changes. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can definitely carve out a space in the game sales field. His words were full of encouragement and trust, bringing a warm feeling to Jiang Wanyin's heart. At that moment, the office door was gently knocked, and Jiang Changsheng walked in. Boss, you called for me. His voice was respectful and steady. Chen Yu nodded and said, Changsheng, you're here. I have an important task for you. Please contact the film company and let them know we plan to invest in them and acquire a majority stake. Sun Changsheng was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away. But why are we investing in that film company? His eyes were filled with confusion, struggling to understand Chen Yu's decision. Chen Yu returned to his desk, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms. Movies and games actually have a lot in common. Investing in the film company can expand our business scope, and also leverage the influence of films to lay the groundwork for our future game sales. This is a long-term strategy. Sun Changsheng suddenly understood and nodded. Boss, you always think ahead. I get it now. I will make sure to handle this well. Saying this, he turned to leave. Wait, Changsheng. Chen Yu called him back. This matter is crucial. You need to proceed with caution, negotiate well with the film company, and strive for the most favorable conditions. He hoped Sun Changsheng would successfully complete the task. Sun Changsheng acknowledged and exited the office. Chen Yu then turned to Jiang Wanyin and said, Wanyin, please contact our legal team and establish a legal department as soon as possible. With the expansion of our business and increasing competition, legal issues will become more frequent, and we must be prepared. He was filled with concern for the company's future. Jiang Wanyin nodded and said, All right, Chen Yu, I'll take care of it. Although she still felt worried, she decided to fully support Chen Yu's decision. After resolving these two matters, Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. He knew that the company was at a critical turning point, and every decision could determine its survival. As the leader of the company, he had to make the right choices. After a while, Chen Yu opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. Wanyin, I plan to take a trip to the island nation. His tone was resolute. I need to assess the market firsthand, evaluate our potential there, and prepare for future challenges. Jiang Wanyin looked at Chen Yu in surprise. You're going to the island nation? Isn't that too dangerous? The competition there is so fierce. What if? Chen Yu smiled and reassured her. Wanyin, don't worry. I will be careful. Only by understanding the market personally can we make more accurate decisions. Moreover, I am optimistic about the future financial crisis in the island nation. I believe this is our opportunity to strike back. Seeing Chen Yu's determined expression, Jiang Wanyin felt her worries ease a bit. She nodded and said, All right, Chen Yu, just be careful. I believe you will find a way to solve the problems. Her tone was filled with trust and support. Chen Yu stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the bustling streets of the port city. He knew that the road ahead was full of uncertainties and challenges, but he was undeterred. He believed that as long as he remained calm and used his wisdom, he could lead the company out of difficulties and into a new era of brilliance. In the following days, Jiang Wanyin began busying herself with contacting a legal team to prepare for the establishment of the legal department. She ran around, communicating with various law firms, selecting the best lawyers to join the company. She personally oversaw every detail, striving for excellence. Sun Changsheng also started engaging with a film company. Dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a confident smile, he walked into the film company's office. During discussions with the executives, he showcased his negotiation skills and business acumen. He detailed Chen Yu's investment plans and collaborative vision, while also conducting an in-depth analysis of the film company's development prospects. After several rounds of tough negotiations, both parties finally reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Meanwhile, Yu began preparing for his trip to the island nation. He gathered a wealth of information about the gaming market there, studying day and night. He analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of local gaming companies, searching for market gaps and opportunities. He also reached out to some business partners and friends in the island nation to understand the local market conditions and business environment. Finally, Yu boarded the plane to the island nation. Looking out at the blue sky and white clouds, he felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He knew this would be a challenging journey, but he also believed it could change the company's fate. As the plane landed at the airport in the island nation, Yu took a deep breath and stepped out of the cabin. He looked at the unfamiliar yet opportunity-filled city before him and silently vowed he would find the future of the company here. Yu first arrived at the gaming market in an island nation where the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with a variety of arcade games. He weaved through the crowd, carefully observing the characteristics and gameplay of each arcade machine while listening to the feedback and needs of the players. He noticed that while the games in the island nation had certain technical advantages, there were some shortcomings in content and creativity. Although the graphics of a particular game were exquisite, the gameplay was too simplistic. While in an arcade, Yu overheard a player's evaluation of a popular machine, which sparked an idea in his mind. This might be their opportunity. In the following days, Yu visited several gaming companies and industry experts in the island nation. He discussed the development trends and future directions of the gaming industry with them and learned about some signs indicating an impending financial crisis in the country. Recently, the economy of the island nation had been somewhat unstable, affecting many industries. One industry expert expressed concerns to Yu, stating that the gaming industry was no exception and could face a significant reshuffle. However, Yu felt a sense of excitement upon hearing this. He understood that crises often come with opportunities. If they could seize the opportunity during the financial crisis, the company could achieve a turnaround. During his time in the island nation, Yu also contacted a company and tentatively proposed a partnership. The executives were very interested in his ideas, leading to preliminary discussions and exchanges. Although no specific cooperation agreement had been reached yet, this had already laid the groundwork for future collaboration. After a period of research and investigation, Yu returned to the port city brimming with insights. He eagerly gathered Jiang Wanyin and Jiang Chongqing for an important meeting. "I gained a lot from this trip to the island nation," Yu said from the podium in the conference room, his eyes reflecting confidence and excitement. "We have found new directions and opportunities." He detailed his findings and thoughts from the trip. Jiang Wanyin and Jiang Chongqing both displayed surprised and excited expressions. "Chun, you are amazing," Jiang Wanyin exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "I can't believe you found so many opportunities in such a short time." Jiang Chongqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Boss Chun. According to your plan, we will definitely succeed in the gaming sales sector." His admiration and trust in Yu were evident. Chapter 23. The invitation from the company. After the meeting, everyone in the company began to get busy. Jiang Chongqing, how feasible do you think our investment in the animation company is? Jiang Chongqing adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment before responding. "Boss Chun, I have investigated, and the animation company is indeed facing significant financial difficulties. The legal disputes are causing them considerable stress, and future profitability is very uncertain. However, this also presents us with an opportunity." His tone was steady and clear. Yu nodded slightly, arms crossed as he paced slowly in the office. "Exactly. I am planning to propose a 30 million investment to help them get through this tough time. I have high hopes for the future kung fu star, Li Xiaolong. His potential is immense, and we can profit from the entertainment industry. 30 million is no small amount, Boss Chun." Sun Chongqing frowned slightly. Although Li Xiaolong is now gaining recognition, no one can guarantee that he will achieve great fame in the future, especially with the legal issues facing Lihua. Yu waved his hand, interrupting Sun Chongqing. "Chongqing, I understand your concerns, but doing business requires taking risks. Li Xiaolong's martial arts skills and unique charm will surely attract a large audience. As for the legal issues, we can help them resolve these after our investment. I believe this is a worthwhile investment." Yu's tone was firm and unquestionable. After careful consideration and multiple rounds of negotiation, Yu ultimately signed an investment agreement with Lihua. At the signing ceremony, Yu, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a confident smile, shook hands with the executives of Lihua one by one. "From today onwards, we are partners, and I hope we can create brilliance in the entertainment industry together." Yu's voice was loud and full of charisma. After the signing, Chen Yu approached the head of Lihua and said earnestly, I have decided not to manage Lihua directly. I will focus more on discovering and nurturing Li Xiaolong. He is our future cash cow, and we must develop him well. You can rest assured, Boss Chen. We will do our best to cooperate. The head of Lihua quickly nodded, a smile on his face. After handling matters with Lihua, Chen Yu boarded a flight to an island country. Sitting in first class, he gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, filled with anticipation and curiosity. He knew that the market in the island country was crucial for his business layout. When the plane landed at the island country's airport, Chen Yu immediately felt the unique atmosphere of the nation. The streets were clean and tidy, people were bustling about, each exuding an air of diligence and hard work. After a brief rest at the hotel, Chen Yu couldn't wait to start market research. He first visited a large arcade, which was bustling with activity. Various arcade machines flashed colorful lights, and teenagers gathered around, excitedly playing games. Chen Yu moved through the crowd, carefully observing the gameplay and popularity of each arcade machine. Boss, how do you play this game? Chen Yu approached a popular machine and asked a nearby young person. The young person enthusiastically explained, It's simple. Look, you operate it like this. As he spoke, he skillfully demonstrated the gameplay. Chen Yu listened intently, nodding occasionally, secretly amazed by the prosperity of the island's gaming market. He realized that the youth here had enormous spending potential and a high enthusiasm for new games. During his investigation, Chen Yu also noticed that the island's economy was steadily rising, which undoubtedly provided a favorable environment for his business plan. It seems that the market size and spending potential here far exceed my expectations, Chen Yu muttered to himself, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. That evening, as Chen Yu returned to the hotel and was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and the anxious voice of Jiang Wanin came through. Chen Yu, it's me, Jiang Wanin. The president is hoping to meet with you regarding the progress of Taoyuan Valley. Chen Yu's eyes lit up, instantly becoming energized. Really? That's great news. Please tell me more. Jiang Wanin detailed the situation over the phone, and Chen Yu nodded as he listened. I understand. I will take this meeting seriously. Please continue to follow up and let me know any updates. After hanging up, Chen Yu fell into deep thought. He knew that Taoyuan Valley was a company focused on toys, founded by Hiroshi Yokoi, who had created many successful toy products. However, with the rise of arcade games, Taoyuan Valley had also faced some challenges. This could be an opportunity for him to collaborate with them. Chen Yu immediately instructed his assistant to gather detailed information about Taoyuan Valley, and he sat on the hotel sofa, carefully reading through it. I see, he murmured to himself. Although Taoyuan Valley's toy business is successful, they are still newcomers in the arcade game sector. He secretly planned how to leverage his advantages in the gaming industry to promote his business plan during the meeting with Taoyuan Valley. I want to make Taoyuan Valley an important partner in the gaming market, jointly exploring a larger market. The next day, Chen Yu continued his investigation in the region. He visited several gaming companies and toy manufacturers, gaining an in-depth understanding of the local market competition and industry dynamics. At each place, he observed carefully and communicated with industry insiders, not missing any details. Mr. Chen, what do you think of our products? Asked the head of a toy manufacturer. Chen Yu smiled and replied, Your products are very creative, but there is room for improvement in market promotion. Today's consumers pay more attention to product advertising and packaging. His professional tone and suggestions made the other party nod frequently. After several days of investigation, Chen Yu gained a deeper understanding of the market in the region. He realized that although the gaming market was highly competitive, there were still many gaps and opportunities. As long as he could seize these opportunities, he could establish a foothold in this market. Finally, the day came for the meeting with the president of Taoyuan Valley. Chen Yu arrived early at the agreed location. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, his hair neatly combed, and a confident smile on his face. He knew that this meeting would determine the direction of his future business. The president of Taoyuan Valley arrived on time. He was a kind-looking older man, with eyes that revealed wisdom and calmness. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. The president said with a smile as he extended his hand to shake Chen Yu's. I'm also very glad to meet you, President, Chen Yu politely responded. Once seated, Chen Yu got straight to the point. President, I understand that Taoyuan Valley has achieved great success in the toy field. However, the rise of arcade games has impacted the entire industry. I believe we can collaborate to face this challenge together. The president nodded slightly and said, Mr. Chen, your idea is quite interesting. But why should we partner with you? Chen Yu smiled confidently and said, "President, I have rich gaming resources and market channels in the port city, and I possess unique insights into the future gaming market. By collaborating, we can complement each other's strengths and jointly explore a larger market." He then elaborated on his business plan in detail. From game development to market promotion, from product innovation to brand building, every aspect was well thought out. The president listened attentively, occasionally posing questions and suggestions, to which Chun Yu provided satisfactory answers. "Mr. Chun, your plan is very appealing," the president said after a moment of contemplation, "but we still need to further discuss the details and conditions of our cooperation." Chun Yu felt a surge of joy, knowing that things had taken a turn for the better. "Of course, President. I believe we will definitely find a cooperation plan that satisfies both parties." After the meeting, Chun Yu walked out of the conference room, taking a deep breath. He understood that although a final cooperation agreement with the company had not yet been reached, this meeting had laid a solid foundation for future collaboration. Back at the hotel, Chun Yu immediately called Jiang Wanyin. "Wanyin, the meeting with the company went smoothly. They are very interested in our cooperation plan. Please continue to follow up and strive to reach an agreement as soon as possible." "Okay, Chun Yu, I will do my best," Jiang Wanyin replied excitedly on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Chun Yu sat by the window, gazing at the vibrant night view of the island nation. Filled with emotion, from the port city to the island nation, he had encountered countless challenges and opportunities along the way. He knew that the road ahead was long, filled with uncertainties and risks, but he was undeterred. He believed that as long as he maintained a sharp business acumen and decisive decision-making ability, he would be able to navigate the business seas and achieve his grand vision. In the following days, Chun Yu continued his exploration of the island nation while maintaining close communication and negotiation with the company's team. Each exchange deepened his understanding of the company's needs and thoughts, allowing him to continuously refine his cooperation plan. "Mr. Chun, regarding the profit-sharing ratio for the cooperation, we would like to adjust it further," said one of the company's representatives. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yu replied, "I understand your thoughts, but we also need to consider our own interests and investments. We can make concessions in other areas, such as sharing the costs of market promotion." After several rounds of tough negotiations, both parties finally reached a consensus on some key issues. Chun Yu knew that they were one step closer to success. Meanwhile, he did not forget about his business in the port city. He frequently spoke with Sun Changxing to stay updated on the development of the film company and the training progress of Li Xiaolong. "Changxing, how is Li Xiaolong's training going recently?" Chun Yu asked over the phone. Sun Changxing replied, "Boss Chun, Li Xiaolong is working hard, and his skills are improving quickly. Moreover, we have arranged several film shooting plans for him. I believe he will soon make a name for himself." "Great. Make sure to nurture him well. He is our hope," Chun Yu said with satisfaction. Chapter 24: The Struggle at the Negotiation Table. Sun Changxing, "Is all the information from the Peach Blossom Valley prepared?" Chun Yu turned around, his gaze sharp and steady, looking at his capable assistant who was ready at any moment. Sun Changxing quickly stepped forward, presenting a neatly organized stack of documents with both hands, slightly bowing as he respectfully said, "Boss Chun, everything is ready. The Peach Blossom Valley is impressive. They have sold over 2 billion copies of their game software globally, with several classic characters and games under their belt, and their reputation is quite high. They have consistently maintained high profit margins, and their employees generate astonishing sales figures, essentially steering clear of the complexities of the financial world. However, there have been recent reports suggesting they are also considering a transition into the video game sector, indicating they might be aware of the market potential for arcade games." Sun Changxing spoke quickly, his words filled with admiration for the company and a keen awareness of market dynamics. Chun Yu took the documents with a swift motion, flipping through them quickly. His eyes scanned each key piece of information, gradually curling into a slight smile. "It seems our opportunity has arrived. They possess deep strength and extensive influence. We have innovative ideas and unique market channels. If we can collaborate, we will undoubtedly create a significant impact in the arcade market and open up a brand new territory." A few days later, Chun Yu boarded a plane to the island nation. The aircraft wove through the clouds, and the scenery outside was dreamlike, but Chun Yu had no mind to enjoy it. Sitting in first class, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest, filled with anticipation for the unknown partnership. This was a crucial step in expanding his business landscape, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. The plane landed steadily at the airport of the island nation. Shinyu took a deep breath to calm his emotions and dragged his suitcase out of the airport. His eyes revealed determination and curiosity as he began to observe this unfamiliar and opportunity-filled country. After a series of twists and turns, he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Peach Blossom Valley Company. The president, Yamamoto Ichiro, had been waiting in the conference room for a while. As Shinyu entered, he immediately spotted Yamamoto Ichiro sitting at the conference table, and a warm, enthusiastic smile blossomed on his face. In slightly awkward but understandable Japanese, Shinyu greeted President Yamamoto Ichiro. "Hello, it's a great honor to meet you." That smile was sincere and warm, as if it could dispel all strangeness and barriers. Yamamoto Ichiro was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Shinyu could speak Japanese, but he quickly returned a friendly smile. He rose promptly, stepped forward, and shook hands with Shinyu, saying, "Mr. Chun, I didn't expect you to speak Japanese. It's truly delightful. Please, have a seat." From Yamamoto Ichiro's expression, it was clear that he showed a degree of sincerity and respect toward Shinyu, recognizing the preparedness of a business partner. After Shinyu sat down, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. "President Yamamoto Ichiro, I have traveled a great distance to seek a deep cooperation with your company. I have thoroughly researched your company, and the tremendous success you have achieved in the field of game software is truly admirable. Our company has unique advantages in the development and production of arcade machines, with technological innovation and creative design as our core competitiveness. I propose to license our arcade games to Taoyuan Valley, with a revenue-sharing model based on 20 of the game profits. This will not only allow your company to leverage its marketing capabilities, but also enable our products to quickly access a broader market." As Shinyu spoke, he closely observed Yamamoto Ichiro's expression, not missing any subtle changes, trying to capture the possibility of collaboration from the other party's reactions. Yamamoto Ichiro furrowed his brow slightly. Lost in thought, his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, revealing a deep contemplation in his gaze. The meeting room was extremely quiet, with only the gentle tapping sound echoing in the air. After a moment, he raised his head and looked directly at Shinyu. "Mr. Chun, your proposal is interesting and quite attractive. However, this is a significant collaboration that involves the core interests and future development directions of both parties, and I need to consider it carefully. Although the arcade market seems to have immense potential and a bright outlook, competition is currently fierce, with major companies making their moves. A small misstep could lead to substantial losses." Yamamoto Ichiro's tone was steady and sincere, expressing both interest in the proposal and his honest concerns. Shinyu smiled, exuding confidence and calmness. "President Yamamoto, I completely understand your concerns. Take the market in this region as an example. With economic development and the growing entertainment demands of young people, the desire for games is increasing day by day, especially for arcade machines, which are loved by the youth beyond imagination. Our team has spent considerable time and effort conducting in-depth market research, visiting numerous game halls and players, and we found that the existing arcade machines on the market generally have issues such as complex operations and limited game content, whereas our products can perfectly address these pain points." As he spoke, Shinyu took out a beautifully bound, detailed market research report from his bag and handed it to Yamamoto Ichiro. Yamamoto Ichiro took the report, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and then began to read it carefully. His gaze moved quickly across the report, occasionally nodding slightly, internally impressed. This young businessman from the harbor city not only had bold business proposals, but also conducted such meticulous market research, demonstrating a profound analysis of the market, indicating that he was not to be underestimated and was a worthy opponent. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was low and cautious. "Mr. Chun, after internal discussions, we believe that the collaboration proposal you put forward has certain feasibility. However, regarding the revenue-sharing ratio, we feel that 20 is too high. Currently, the market competition is intense, and our promotional costs cannot be overlooked, so we hope to adjust the share to 15. As he spoke, he slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Shinyu, trying to capture any sign of concession in his expression. Upon hearing this, Shinyu maintained a gentle smile, responding calmly. "Mr. Yamamoto, I understand your considerations regarding costs. You are aware that our arcade products, whether in terms of innovative design or upcoming new games, possess significant market potential, which will bring substantial profits to both parties. The 20 revenue-sharing ratio is based on a reasonable assessment of the product's value and future earnings." As he spoke, he picked up a product brochure from the table and gently shook it, his eyes reflecting complete confidence in his own product. Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head slightly, his tone becoming somewhat firm. Mr. Chun, while the market potential is large, the risks are equally present. We need to invest considerable manpower and resources for market promotion. A 15 revenue share is already the maximum we can accept. His expression seemed to indicate that this was their bottom line. Chinyu pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the table in a rhythmic manner. Then he looked up and fixed his gaze on Yamamoto Ichiro. Mr. Yamamoto, how about this? Let's each make a concession. During the initial promotion phase, we could execute a 17 revenue share, and once the product's market share reaches a certain scale, for example, over 30 in the local market, we can revert to 20. This will take into account your initial investment risks, while also reflecting the value of our product and the sincerity of our cooperation. Yamamoto Ichiro slightly narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. He gently stroked his chin, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat tense. After a while, he spoke. Mr. Chun, your proposal has some rationality. However, we need to clarify the calculation method for market share and the timeline to avoid any discrepancies later on. His tone had softened slightly, indicating some interest in Chun Yu's suggestion. Chun Yu felt a surge of joy but maintained his composure, nodding, no problem. We can specify the market share calculation methods in the contract. We'll rely on data from authoritative market research institutions and set the evaluation timeline for 6 months after the product officially launches. He spoke at a moderate pace, clearly articulating his thoughts. Yamamoto Ichiro nodded slightly and continued. Additionally, regarding the game's updates and maintenance, we hope you can provide a more concrete support plan. After all, continuous game updates are key to maintaining player engagement. His eyes revealed concerns about the product's future development. Chinyu smiled confidently. Mr. Yamamoto, rest assured on this point. We have a professional RD team that will regularly update and optimize the game based on market feedback and player needs. During our cooperation, we guarantee at least one small update each month and one major update each quarter, providing players with a fresh gaming experience. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, trying to give Yamamoto Ichiro a more intuitive understanding of their plan. To help Yamamoto Ichiro better visualize their product, Chinyu stood up straight, exuding confidence and competence with every gesture. He signaled to his assistant outside, and shortly after, the assistants carefully brought in the latest model of a plug-and-play arcade machine into the meeting room. Chinyu excitedly introduced President Yamamoto. This is our latest arcade product that we have poured countless efforts into developing. Its biggest highlight is the innovative plug-and-play design, allowing players to easily switch game cartridges according to their current preferences, making it simple and convenient to operate, greatly enhancing the gaming experience. Moreover, our R&D team is diligently working on a brand new game that incorporates cutting-edge creativity and advanced technology. The gameplay is unique and innovative, and once launched, it is sure to create a sensation in the market, attracting a lot of players' attention. As Chinyu spoke, he personally demonstrated the arcade's operation. His movements smooth and practiced, a confident smile illuminating his face, as if announcing the product's excellence to the world. President Yamamoto watched Chun Yu's demonstration, his interest gradually growing. He stood up, quickly walked to the arcade, and tried it out himself. His fingers moved nimbly over the buttons, his eyes focused on the screen, occasionally showing expressions of surprise and admiration. Mr. Chun, I must say, your product truly has its unique aspects, and you have put in considerable effort in innovation. However, cooperation is a complex matter that requires careful discussion, taking various factors into account, President Yamamoto said seriously as he put down the game controller. Chinyu understood that today's meeting was just a good start, and he was not in a hurry to achieve results. He smiled, his eyes filled with sincerity. President Yamamoto, I completely understand. For such a significant partnership, caution is warranted. I believe that as long as both sides maintain a sincere attitude towards cooperation and fully leverage our respective strengths, we can achieve great success in the arcade market and realize mutual benefits. If you have any questions or need further information, feel free to contact me anytime. My team is always ready to assist you. As he spoke, Chinyu took out a simple yet exquisite business card from his pocket, handed it over with both hands, and smiled while looking at President Yamamoto. President Yamamoto received the card, examined it carefully, and nodded. Mr. Chun, thank you for the detailed introduction today. Your product and ideas have indeed impressed me. I will discuss your proposal further with the company's senior management. I am looking forward to this cooperation and hope we can create brilliance together. After the meeting, President Yamamoto personally escorted Chunyu to the door. Mr. Chun, I hope you have a pleasant journey in this region. If convenient, I hope you can come to the company again tomorrow. We can continue to discuss the details of our cooperation and aim to reach a consensus soon. President Yamamoto smiled and extended the invitation, his tone full of sincerity. Chunyu felt a surge of joy, excitement sparkling in his eyes, and quickly nodded. President Yamamoto, thank you very much for your invitation. I look forward to our further discussion tomorrow and believe we can spark more collaboration ideas. Chunyu and President Yamamoto shook hands again. And then he turned and walked away with a light step, his back radiating confidence and anticipation. Chapter 25, Chunyu's bottom line. Sticking to principles and making concessions. Sun Changsheng. Are the display devices for Mechanical War God 21 ready? Chunyu suddenly turned around and looked directly at his capable assistant. His voice was deep and powerful, each word carrying an undeniable authority. Sun Changsheng was invigorated by that sharp gaze. He quickly nodded vigorously, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation. Boss Chun, everything is ready. This is our carefully polished ace in the hole. We're just waiting to catch President Yamamoto Ichiro off guard and show them our strength. Chunyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile that carried a hint of determination. Good. This time, we must make those people in Taoyuan Valley realize that we are not to be underestimated. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, as if already envisioning the glorious scene after a successful collaboration. The next day, as he left the hotel, Chunyu hurriedly made his way to the headquarters of Taoyuan Valley Company. At that moment, his steps were vigorous and steady, each stride firm and resolute. Yamamoto Ichiro had been waiting in the conference room. Upon seeing Chunyu enter, he quickly stood up, his face beaming with a warm smile, and hurried over. Mr. Chun, welcome back to Taoyuan Valley. Chunyu also wore a smile, but it was filled more with confidence and composure. President Yamamoto Ichiro, I am very happy to see you again. Today, I have brought you a gift that will shock the entire gaming industry. Saying this, he waved his hand sharply, signaling his assistant to move an arcade machine to the center of the conference room, the action clean and decisive. Chunyu strode to the arcade machine, bent down, and personally turned on the power, his movements fluid and seamless. In an instant, the screen displayed the game visuals of Mechanical War God 21. The exhilarating music surged forth like a roaring wave, and the exquisite character illustrations and dazzling skill effects shone like brilliant stars, immediately capturing Yamamoto Ichiro's attention. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer shock, his mouth slightly agape. Chunyu skillfully operated the game while enthusiastically introducing President Yamamoto Ichiro. This is our classic fighting game Mechanical War God 21, which we have meticulously developed over a long time. Look, it features a rich variety of character designs, each with unique skills and combos. The impact and fluidity are absolutely top-notch. His voice grew louder, filled with pride. Watching the intense battle scenes on the screen, Yamamoto Ichiro couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Chun, this game is incredible. Having navigated the market for so many years, I have never seen such an extraordinary fighting game. There is a complete void in the market for this type of game, and its potential is simply immeasurable. Seeing Yamamoto Ichiro's reaction, Chunyu felt a sense of pride inside but maintained his composure on the outside. President Yamamoto Ichiro, to be frank, I am here this time to hope for a strong partnership with your company to bring this game to market together. Let's join hands to combat piracy, expand market share, and achieve mutual benefits. There was a determined glimmer in his eyes. Yamamoto Ichiro pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows, and said slowly, Mr. Chun, your proposal is quite appealing. However, such a significant collaboration will need to be thoroughly discussed in the board meeting. Chunyu nodded without hesitation, expressing his understanding. Of course. President Yamamoto, I firmly believe that our partnership will bring enormous benefits to both sides, and I look forward to your good news. His tone was resolute and confident. After leaving the company, Chunyu immediately took out his phone and dialed Jiang Wanin's number. Wanin, please come to the region as soon as possible. There's new progress in the collaboration here, and we urgently need your help to handle some key matters. His voice was urgent and firm, leaving no room for doubt. Jiang Wanin replied decisively on the other end. All right, Chunyu, I will arrange my itinerary right away. Upon returning to the company, Yamamoto Ichiro quickly convened a board meeting. He stood at the front of the conference room with a serious expression, his gaze sweeping over the shareholders present. Everyone, Today I met a young entrepreneur from the harbor city, Chinyu. He brought a highly promising game, Mechanical War God 21. I firmly believe that the future development potential of the video game industry is enormous, and we must seize this opportunity to collaborate with him. With that, he waved his hand, prompting his assistant to display the game footage of Mechanical War God 21. The shareholders were taken aback, showing expressions of surprise. One shareholder stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "This game is indeed very attractive, but should we request shared arcade patent rights? That could mitigate our risks." Another shareholder quickly countered, "I believe we should develop our own games to avoid over-reliance on Chinyu. Our company has its own R&D team and is fully capable of creating similar games." Yamamoto Ichiro listened to the shareholders' comments, slightly furrowing his brows as he fell into thought. After a moment, he slowly said, "I admit we need to collaborate with Chinyu, but I also hope to gain access to technology sharing, which could accelerate our development pace. However, we must maintain a balance of sincerity and cooperation, so that the other party does not feel that we lack sincerity." In the following 3 days, the board of Taoyuan Valley continued to discuss the details of the collaboration. Chinyu and his team were also busy preparing relevant legal rights materials at the hotel. During these 3 days, Chinyu was extremely occupied, engaging in intense discussions with team members and personally reviewing documents, his eyes always reflecting determination and focus. 3 days later, Chinyu met with Yamamoto Ichiro again. Yamamoto Ichiro smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, after the board's discussions, we are willing to collaborate with your company. However, we hope to share arcade technology, which would better integrate our resources." Upon hearing Yamamoto Ichiro's request, Chinyu felt a sudden jolt of surprise. His gaze instantly sharpened, and his mind raced as he realized that this meant he would have to share his core technology, the potential risks of which were obvious. After a moment, Chinyu raised his head, his expression serious and his eyes firmly fixed on Yamamoto Ichiro. "Mr. Yamamoto, I need to carefully consider your request. Sharing patented technology involves the core interests of our company, and I believe you understand the associated risks." Yamamoto nodded. "Mr. Chun, I understand your concerns. However, we hope to achieve deep cooperation through technology sharing and build a stronger gaming empire together." Chinyu took a deep breath, knowing this was a difficult decision. If he agreed, the company's technological advantage might be threatened. If he refused, the cooperation could collapse. But Chinyu had his own bottom line and principles, and he did not want to compromise easily. Ultimately, Chinyu stood up abruptly, his voice firm and loud. "Mr. Yamamoto, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to share the arcade technology at this time. I believe we can seek deeper cooperation in other areas. But the technological patents are core assets of our company and cannot be shared lightly." With that, he turned to leave, his movements decisive. Yamamoto watched Chinyu's actions with a hint of surprise, but he could also sense Chinyu's firm stance. He quickly said, "Mr. Chun, please don't rush to leave. Perhaps we can discuss further and find a compromise." Chinyu paused and turned back to Yamamoto. "Mr. Yamamoto, I look forward to cooperating with your company, but on the issue of technological patents, I hope you can understand my position. If you have new ideas, feel free to contact me." Chapter 26. The competition in the market. Who is the winner? Chinyu. Those people from Taoyuan Valley are being unreasonable by demanding technology sharing. Jiang Wanyin rushed over, her face filled with anger and concern. "If we refuse them like this, will it lead to a deadlock?" Chinyu stopped, his gaze resolutely fixed on Jiang Wanyin. "Wanyin, their request touches on our core interests. This is a matter of principle, and we absolutely cannot back down." He frowned slightly, his eyes deep in thought about the next steps. Although Taoyuan Valley holds a certain position in the gaming industry, we are not entirely dependent on them. Don't forget, Sega is also a good choice. Jiang Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I understand, Chinyu, but it's a pity to put the cooperation on hold like this." Chinyu patted Jiang Wanyin on the shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, Taoyuan Valley won't give up easily. Mr. Yamamoto knows the potential of Mechanical War God 21 better than anyone." He smiled confidently. "The initiative is now in our hands. We need to be patient." As Chinyu expected, Yamamoto Ichiro felt caught off guard upon learning of Chinyu's firm refusal to negotiate. Taoyuan Valley, which had originally sought cooperation, now found itself in a passive position. Ichiro Yamamoto paced back and forth in his office, his brow furrowed, feeling frustrated with his own impulsiveness. He knew that once Mechanical War God 21 was successfully launched in the market, it would bring tremendous profits. And Chun Yu's technology and creativity were exactly what Taoyuan Valley urgently needed. No, he couldn't just give up. Yamamoto suddenly stopped, determination flashing in his eyes. Prepare the car. I will personally seek out Chinyu. When Yamamoto appeared before Chinyu again, Chin raised an eyebrow slightly and said, President Yamamoto, nice to see you. Yamamoto forced a smile and replied, Mr. Chun, we were indeed thoughtless last time, and I hope you can forgive us. He gave a slight bow as a gesture of apology. We sincerely hope to collaborate with your company. Your mechanical war god 21 has immense potential. Chin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, and replied leisurely, President Yamamoto, I am also looking forward to the collaboration. However, I cannot agree to the request for technology sharing. Yamamoto quickly responded, Mr. Chun, we won't mention technology sharing this time. We hope to obtain the global rights for mechanical war god 21. You are well aware of Taoyuan Valley's capabilities in market promotion. We will certainly make this game shine. Chun pondered for a moment and said, the global rights are negotiable, but I require a 45 share of the profits. Yamamoto's expression slightly changed upon hearing this. Mr. Chun, that percentage is simply too high. The promotional costs we are investing are also substantial. We can offer a maximum of 25. The two sides then entered into a heated debate, the atmosphere in the conference room tense enough to ignite the air. Chun argued passionately, emphasizing the uniqueness and immense potential of mechanical war god 21, while Yamamoto spoke of Taoyuan Valley's market resources and promotional challenges. President Yamamoto, the innovation and appeal of mechanical war god 21 are enough to make it dominate the market. Without this game, how can Taoyuan Valley hope to break through in the fighting game sector? Chin's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking Yamamoto's heart like a hammer. Yamamoto furrowed his brow, weighing his options in his mind. He knew Chin was right. Mechanical War God 21 was indeed a rare gem. After a fierce internal struggle, Yamamoto finally gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chun, let us meet halfway at 34. That is our bottom line. Chin remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, all right, 34 it is. But I have one more condition. Taoyuan Valley must guarantee a minimum profit of $300 million for my company each year. Yamamoto was taken aback, but seeing the determination in Chin's eyes, he knew he was not joking. After a long contemplation, Yamamoto thought of the immense market potential for Mechanical War God 21, especially in the regional market, where young people's love for games and their spending power were considerable. Ultimately, he nodded and said, okay, we agree. Both parties reached a consensus on the main direction, and the details of the contract were left to the legal team. Chinyu leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, but was already planning for a more distant future. President Yamamoto Ichiro, this cooperation is just the beginning. Chinyu looked at Yamamoto Ichiro, a hint of meaning in his eyes, knowing that competition in the gaming market would become increasingly fierce, and we must be prepared. Yamamoto Ichiro nodded. Mr. Chin is absolutely right. This cooperation is an opportunity for both of us. The news of the cooperation quickly spread throughout the gaming industry. Chinyu stood by the office window, gazing at the bustling cityscape outside, filled with emotion. He knew that the collaboration with Taoyuan Valley was just a step in his business expansion. The gaming industry also harbors many deceptions and tricks. Just like those game account transactions, many scammers pretend to be buyers, luring sellers into false trading platforms. Once sellers fill in their information, they can fall into a series of scams like withdrawal difficulties and account freezes, continuously being asked to recharge to unfreeze, and when enough money is scammed, they blackmail the seller. There are also issues in trading game items, such as substandard goods being passed off as quality or malicious retrieval after the transaction is completed. Langin, notify the team that we need to accelerate our plans to enter the European and American markets. Chinyu turned around and said firmly to Jiang Langin, this cooperation with Taoyuan Valley has given us a solid foundation in both technology and market, and we must seize the opportunity. Jiang Langin's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, Chinyu, I will arrange it right away. Chinyu furrowed his brows, lost in thought. However, we must also be clear that entering the European and American markets will present many challenges. Our technology and creativity must constantly innovate to remain undefeated in fierce competition. Just like how we deal with the tricks in the marketplace, we must stay vigilant and plan our strategies in advance. As time went by, Chinyu's company gradually established a foothold in the gaming market with the cooperation of Taoyuan Valley. Upon its release, Mechanical War God 21 caused a sensation in the local market, with sales skyrocketing and easily surpassing the guaranteed profit. Yu also began preparing to enter the European and American markets, frequently holding meetings with team members to discuss and study the demands and competitive landscape of these markets. During one team meeting, Yu stood in front of the projector, explaining with focused attention. The European and American markets differ greatly from the Asian market. They place greater emphasis on game plot and visual quality. We need to optimize our existing games based on their needs, while also increasing our R&D efforts to launch more new games that cater to their tastes. We must also be cautious in dealing with potential unfair competition in the European and American markets, just as we guard against fraudulent behavior in the marketplace. Team members nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with hope and confidence for the future. Everyone has worked hard. Our goal is to become a top global gaming company. Although the road ahead is full of challenges, I believe that as long as we work together, we can achieve this goal. In the face of various complex situations, we all have enough ability to resolve them. Chapter 27. The Talent War. From Island Nations to Local Markets. Boss Chun. Are you really at ease leaving matters over at the Island Nation to Taiyuan Valley? Jiang Wanin, dressed in a sharp business outfit and wearing high heels, hurriedly walked into the office, her stack of documents swaying slightly with her movements. There was a hint of worry in her eyes as she looked at Chen Yu, who was sitting in front of the desk. Chen Yu lifted his head from the pile of documents, leaning back in his chair with a tall posture. His gaze shone with confidence and composure, a firm assurance that he had the situation under control. Wanin, don't worry. Yamamoto Ichiro is quite astute. He knows full well the potential at play. To make money, they will undoubtedly spare no effort to attack the market. As he spoke, he stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked to the window with steady steps, overlooking the busy crowd below, which looked like ants, along with the continuous flow of vehicles. We can't hang our hopes on just one tree. We need to broaden our vision and focus our energy on more critical matters. The business world is like a battlefield. One misstep can lead to total loss. Jiang Wanin gently placed the documents on the desk and walked to Chun Yu's side, frowning slightly with a serious expression. I understand, Boss Chun, but the competition in the gaming industry is becoming increasingly fierce. Our peers are pushing forward relentlessly. We need to find ways to maintain our lead in game development, or we could easily be left behind. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Exactly. This is what I've been worried about. By the way, how is the situation at the Xingyao Group lately? The number of employees must have increased again, right? Indeed. It has already surpassed 400. Jiang Wanin sighed helplessly, her tone tinged with concern. However, local talent is still too scarce. Most of them are still recruited from the island nation. Now the group is divided into game development and fourth-generation computer research, and both sides are racing against time, not daring to slack off for a moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's brows furrowed tightly, a look of worry crossing his face. This won't do. Relying too much on talent from the island nation poses too great a risk. We need to quickly establish training programs to cultivate our own local programmers and firmly grasp the initiative in our hands. He turned to Jiang Wanin, looking directly at her. Wanin, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Make sure to implement it as soon as possible. I believe you can handle it well. Got it, Boss Chun. I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Wanin nodded firmly, but then brought up a tricky issue. However, there's still a pressing problem. The company's main income still relies on gaming. The newspaper and film sectors are still in their early development stages, but the expenses for high salaries to recruit talent and build a legal team are just too high. And the financial pressure is mounting, making it hard to breathe. Chen Yu raised a hand to rub his temples, showing a weary yet resolute expression. I'm also troubled by this. Wanin, you've worked hard during this time. Your workload has increased significantly. Starting this month, I'll give you a raise and arrange for a capable assistant to help share the burden. Don't overwork yourself. The company still relies on you. Jiang Wanin revealed a grateful smile on her face. Thank you, Boss Chen. You are so thoughtful. By the way, what are your thoughts on the company's upcoming development strategy? Chen Yu returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and gently tapped it on the surface, creating a rhythmic sound as if he were tapping out the rhythm of business. Xingyao Group is primarily developing in 3 directions: gaming, newspapers, and movies. Gaming is currently our main profit pillar, and we must continue to invest more to maintain our advantage. Our newspaper sales are already at the top of the industry. But this market changes rapidly, so we can't let our guard down and need to find ways to keep that advantage. The movie project cannot be neglected either. I plan to acquire Li Xiaolong and fully promote our film business. Acquire Li Xiaolong? That's a groundbreaking move. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Wannin's eyes, and her tone was filled with admiration. If it can be successful, the film business will surely achieve a qualitative leap. That's right, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Excitement sparkled in Chun Yu's eyes as if he could already see the future brilliance of the film business. Additionally, I plan to fully promote Mechanical War God and expand its influence to the entire Asian market and even Europe and America. Electronic sports are becoming increasingly popular. This is an opportunity with unlimited potential, and we need to seize it quickly. We should explore the endorsement potential of esports players and the possibilities of event live streaming. This idea is fantastic, Boss Chun. If we can turn Mechanical War God into an internationally renowned brand, Xingyao Group will truly make a name for itself worldwide. Jiang Wanning said excitedly, her face brimming with enthusiasm. Also, I am considering registering a clothing brand. Chun Yu's lips curled into a sly smile. The designs rewarded by the system are treasures that shouldn't go to waste. We need to commercialize them well. It might open up a new revenue stream. Wow, Boss Chun. Your plans are so far-reaching. It's truly admirable. Jiang Wanning exclaimed, her eyes filled with respect. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang urgently. Chun Yu reached for the phone, and his previously calm expression shifted slightly. Zheng Fuxing? Okay, I understand. I will arrange it as soon as possible. After hanging up, Chun Yu said to Jiang Wanning, it's Zheng Fuxing. Li Xiaolong has initially agreed to cooperate, but he has quite a few demands. I need to meet with him to discuss in detail and also adjust the internal structure of Lihua to ensure the stability of the company's operations. It seems the film project is really about to officially start. That's so exciting. Jiang Wanning said, her eyes shining with anticipation. Yes, but we can't rush this. We need to take it step by step. Chun Yu stood up, raised his hand to adjust his tie, his movements elegant and confident. The company is gradually getting on track, but I am getting busier, feeling like a firefighter, worrying about everything. Wanning, I will need you to pay more attention to the company matters in the future. Rest assured, Boss Chun, I will do my best and will not let you down. Chun Yu left the office, took the elevator down, and arrived at the street. He raised his hand to hail a rickshaw and got in. After a while, the rickshaw stopped in front of the agreed tea house. Chun Yu paid the fare, adjusted his clothes, and stepped into the tea house. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the place was bustling with people. As soon as he sat down by the window, he noticed a tall, agile man walking in. The man had sharp eyes like an eagle. It was Li Xiaolong. Mr. Li, I've long admired your name. Today, meeting you in person truly lives up to its reputation, Chun Yu said, standing up with a warm smile and extending his hand. Li Xiaolong strode forward, shook Chun Yu's hand, and said with a hearty laugh, Mr. Chun, I understand your intentions. However, I have a few conditions. So let us get the unpleasantness out of the way first. Please go ahead, Mr. Li. As long as it's reasonable, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Chun Yu indicated for Li Xiaolong to sit down, looking at him earnestly. When it comes to business, I am here with genuine sincerity. First, I must have absolute say over the script and filming of the movie. Li Xiaolong's expression was serious, with a determination in his eyes reflecting his commitment to his martial arts philosophy. My martial arts philosophy must be perfectly presented in the film without any distortion or alteration. Chun Yu nodded slightly, his attitude sincere. That is not a problem. We absolutely respect Mr. Li's talent and unique martial arts philosophy, and we look forward to bringing it to the big screen. Secondly, I hope to have a top-notch team to support me, Li Xiaolong continued, emphasizing his high requirements for the team, including the director, martial arts choreographer, and others, all of whom must be industry elites. You can rest assured on this point. We will assemble the most professional and outstanding team, Chun Yu said confidently. Our only goal is to create a stunning martial arts film that showcases the charm of Chinese martial arts to the world. Lastly, I hope the compensation reflects my value, Li Xiaolong said, looking at Chun Yu. I believe my contributions and rewards should be proportional. Chun Yu smiled, sincerity in his eyes. Mr. Li's value is far beyond what money can simply measure. However, we will definitely provide a compensation plan that meets your satisfaction. You will not be disappointed. Back at the company, Chun Yu wasted no time and immediately called a senior management meeting. In the brightly lit conference room, with smoke swirling and the atmosphere lively yet tense, he addressed everyone. I have good news to share. Our collaboration with Li Xiaolong has made substantial progress. Chun Yu stood at the front of the conference room, his face beaming with excitement, and spoke loudly. This is a major opportunity for our film business and a key step for Xingyao Group to reach new heights. Meanwhile, we cannot afford to relax on the gaming business. The promotion plan for Mechanical War God needs to be expedited to make a name for ourselves in the international market as soon as possible. Boss, regarding the promotion of Mechanical War God, our marketing department has a preliminary plan. The marketing manager stood up, holding a document, a mix of nervousness and excitement in their demeanor. We plan to hold a series of esports competitions in Asia first, inviting renowned players from Asia and even the world to participate, leveraging the power of media for extensive promotion to attract attention. Then, we will gradually expand into the European and American markets, steadily making inroads into the international market. Yes, this plan is feasible. It shows thoughtfulness and ambition. Chen Yu nodded in acknowledgement, revealing an appreciative expression. Additionally, the registration of the clothing brand must be expedited without any slackening. The design team needs to finalize the designs quickly and prepare for production, aiming to launch in the market as soon as possible. After the meeting, Chen Yu sat alone in his office, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, contemplating the future of the company. Chapter 28, Father and Son's Conspiracy. The potential of the new territory. This 1T work. How can the film industry develop in the long run? Chen Yu furrowed his brows, standing in the office of the company, looking out at the bustling crowd on the streets of the harbor city, filled with worries. At that moment, he was dressed in a sharp suit, his eyes reflecting the determination and sharpness unique to someone who has experienced rebirth. He had just returned from the film set, witnessing the chaotic work environment there, actors, directors, and producers all mixed up in their roles, everyone busy yet inefficient. Chen Yu clearly remembered that in his previous life, the film industry had a clear division of labor. Screenwriters focused on creation, actors honed their skills, and directors controlled the overall situation. Producers coordinated resources, and everything operated under orderly rules. However, the current scene made him deeply realize that the film industry in the harbor city was at a critical juncture in need of reform. This cannot continue. Rules must be established for the industry to promote professional development, Chen Yu muttered to himself. His fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill, as if drumming a beat for changing the industry's status quo. With the advantage of his rebirth, Chen Yu understood the immense influence Li Xiaolong had in the film market. Thus, he meticulously planned and intervened early, successfully bringing forward the contact between the company and Li Xiaolong by a year. When Li Xiaolong's powerful and passionate image appeared in the company's preparatory projects, it felt as if the entire company had received a shot of adrenaline. Standing in the conference room, Chen Yu watched everyone discussing the details of the collaboration with Li Xiaolong, secretly pleased with himself. He had made the right move. Chen Yu had his own grand blueprint in mind, gazing into the distance as if he could already see the outline of a future business empire. Becoming the wealthiest person in the harbor city, a seemingly unattainable goal, had a clear path of realization in his heart. He firmly believed that as long as he seized every opportunity and relied on his foresight of future trends, he would definitely achieve it. Just as Chen Yu was immersed in his future plans, the office door was gently pushed open, and Chen Hao walked in. Chen Hao, a seasoned veteran with years of experience in the business world, had traces of time on his face but still appeared vigorous. Chen Yu, what's the outcome of the negotiations over there? Chen Hao's voice was steady and concerned as he walked over to his son and patted him on the shoulder. Chen Yu turned around, a relaxed smile on his face, filled with the pride of a young achiever. Dad, the negotiations went pretty smoothly. They accepted our terms. This collaboration wasn't easy. From the initial proposal to the subsequent bargaining, every step had to be taken cautiously, but fortunately, the outcome is good. His tone exuded confidence. This partnership with Taoyuan Valley was undoubtedly an important step in expanding his business landscape. Chen Hao nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. That's great. By the way, Chen Yu, I want to discuss something with you. He paused, his gaze flickering with anticipation. I plan to borrow 100 million from you to purchase land in a certain area. You know that land has great potential. Over the years, the city has been developing rapidly, and that area is highly valuable. It will definitely yield significant returns in the future. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of thought replied, Dad, I trust your investment judgment. However, isn't the competition quite fierce? Given Li Jiaqing's sharp eye, since he is also targeting that land, this competition won't be easy. He knew well that in such a valuable place, every piece of promising land was like a juicy morsel, attracting countless businessmen vying for it. Chen Hao chuckled confidently. Yes, it is quite fierce, mainly competing with Li Jiaqing. However, I've been in the business world for many years, and I didn't do it for nothing. The connections and experience I've accumulated over the years are my confidence. I've already reached out to several friends to gather information and made detailed plans. I'm confident I can secure that land. His smile reflected pride. Years of hard work in the business world had made him confident in his abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu quickly waved his hand, saying, Dad, I think you should reconsider competing with Li Jiaqing for that land. He walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and sketched a simple map on paper as he explained his thoughts to his father. Think about it. The population in our city will definitely continue to grow, and the demand for land will increase. We could broaden our vision and focus on lands in other areas. For instance, the new territories may seem remote now, but with urban development, it will surely become a new hotspot in the future. Instead of clashing head-on with Li Jiaqing in that area, it would be better to find another path. Listening to Chen Yu's analysis, Chen Hao's eyes brightened. He carefully examined the map his son drew, nodding continuously. Chen Yu, you make a valid point. I've been focused on that area and overlooked the potential of the new territories. It seems you've really grown a lot in the business world over the past few years, and your vision has become much broader. His words were filled with admiration for his son. He hadn't expected that the child who once followed in his footsteps had now developed such profound business insights. Chen Yu smiled and continued, Dad, we could adopt a strategy of acquiring surrounding lands. This way, we can avoid direct competition with Li Jiaqing and potentially gain greater returns in the future. Additionally, we should also consider building our family brand and expanding into various sectors such as clothing and dining. Look, we already have gaming and film businesses. If we can develop in the clothing and catering sectors as well, our business landscape will be even larger, just like our family's game. If we could combine it with movie elements and launch-related peripheral products, we might be able to create a whole new business ecosystem. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see the future commercial empire encompassing diverse businesses. Chen Hao nodded and said, Chen Yu, your suggestion is good. I've decided to take your advice and negotiate with Li Jiaqing to see if we can reach some collaboration. Who knows? If we develop new territories together, we might make the cake even bigger. He was filled with trust in his son and decided to adopt his suggestion. Chen Yu continued, Dad, during the negotiations, you can propose more collaboration plans, such as jointly developing a certain project. This way, we can avoid competition and achieve mutual benefits. You can also emphasize our respective advantages, especially our resources in film and gaming. Maybe we can create a different spark with his real estate project. Chen Yu was providing suggestions for his father's negotiations. Chen Hao patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and said, All right, I got it. You focus on your things. I'll go prepare for the negotiations. With you around, I feel much more relaxed. After saying that, he turned and left the office. Chen Yu returned to his desk, sat down, and began to think about how to promote Mechanical Battle God and establish an esports system. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Dragon and Tiger Warriors. From today, we will undergo a thorough transformation of Lihua, making it a benchmark in the industry. At that time, Lihua, despite having abundant resources, was like a giant ship caught in a storm, lost in direction. The internal structure of the company was chaotic, resembling a tangled mess, with many aspiring and talented actors stuck in the margins, struggling to shine. Among them, the rookie Cheng Long, possessing exceptional martial arts skills, could only quietly wait in the position of a dragon and tiger warrior, yearning for a stage where he could truly shine. Hong Jingbao, Chen Zhengying, and others were also groping in this chaos, hoping for a turning point in their fate. Chen Yu knew that to make this giant ship of Lihua sail forward again, he must first untangle the internal mess. He decided to start by separating the screenwriting department and the directing department. In a company-wide meeting, the large conference room was filled to capacity, with employees whispering and discussing among themselves. Chen Yu strode onto the stage, standing tall and serious, and the entire room instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on him. From now on, the screenwriting department will focus on creating scripts, and once a script is finalized, the directing department must strictly follow it during filming and cannot make arbitrary changes. This is to ensure the quality of the work and the professionalism of the creation. Chen Yu's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the conference room. The employees below immediately erupted in discussion, whispers rising and falling. Some muttered quietly, Can this really work? We've never done it this way before. Others were filled with hope. Maybe this can really improve the company. Soon after, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards Hong Jingbao. He found Hong Jingbao, patted him on the shoulder with enthusiasm, and said, "Jingbao, you have an extraordinary talent for action design. I want you to be in charge of forming a stunt department, specifically to design actions for our actors and create a unique style for our company." A flash of surprise and gratitude crossed Hong Jingbao's eyes, and he straightened his chest, nodding eagerly. "Boss, you can rest assured, I will give it my all. Even if it means risking my life, I will make sure this is done well." Thus, under Hong Jingbao's efforts, the renowned Qingjia team began to take shape. To boost the morale and work enthusiasm of the martial artists, Chen Yu made a bold and decisive decision to provide them with stable salaries. When this news reached Cheng Long, he was practicing hard on set, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing it, his eyes reddened with excitement, and he nearly dropped the prop stick in his hand. The boss is truly generous. With this security, we can work more comfortably. In the future, for the company, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Cheng Long clenched his fists tightly, filled with determination and gratitude. With a series of sweeping reforms led by Chen Yu, the operational efficiency of the company surged as if injected with a strong dose of revitalization. The once chaotic organization became streamlined and orderly, with clear divisions of labor and efficient collaboration gradually replacing the previous disorder. The entire company was rejuvenated, as if it had been reborn. As the company gradually got back on track, Chen Yu began to establish an agent system. He approached Zhao Weiming, and the two sat on the office sofa. Chen Yu earnestly said, "Weiming, the position of general manager of agents carries significant responsibility, and I would like you to take it on for now. Your task is to discover and manage actors, ensuring they can achieve the best development with us, as this relates to the company's future." Zhao Weiming leaned slightly forward, his expression serious, and nodded solemnly. "Boss, you can rest assured, I will not let you down. Even if it means running until my legs break, I will find the most promising actors for the company." Having resolved the internal management issues, Chen Yu finally welcomed a meeting with Li Xiaolong. The moment Li Xiaolong walked into the office with steady steps, Chen Yu felt an indescribable excitement and respect swell within him. Li Xiaolong was dressed in simple yet elegant traditional attire, exuding a refined demeanor, with every gesture radiating unique charm, as if he carried his own light. "Master Li, I have long admired your name. It is truly a privilege to meet you again today." Chen Yu quickly stood up, hurried towards him, and shook Li Xiaolong's hand firmly, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Li Xiaolong smiled in response, his voice steady and powerful. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your trust and for giving me this opportunity. I also look forward to creating something extraordinary with your company." Chen Yu personally poured a cup of steaming tea for Li Xiaolong, then picked up a carefully bound script from the table and handed it to him with both hands. "Master Li, this is the script Tongshin Master Brother that I have rewritten specifically for you. Please take a look. In order to write this script well, I consulted a large amount of material and considered the current preferences of the audience, hoping to meet your expectations." Li Xiaolong took the script, curiosity evident in his eyes. He gently opened the script and began to read it carefully. As he delved deeper into the reading, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face, and he nodded occasionally. "Mr. Chen, this script is very interesting, with a tight plot and vivid characters, making it very suitable for me. It's clear that you've put a lot of thought into this." Li Xiaolong praised sincerely as he closed the script. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy, his face beaming with pride. "When I was creating this script, I aimed to align it with modern aesthetics and market demands, allowing the audience to see a different kind of martial arts film. I believe that if we work together, we can create a box office miracle." Since Li Xiaolong was interested in the script, the next step was to discuss the cooperation agreement. Chen Yu took out a contract from his document bag and handed it to Li Xiaolong with both hands. "Master Li, this is our agent contract, which clearly outlines the levels and compensation for the actors. We have 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D, with different profit sharing and rights for each level. Please take a look." Li Xiaolong took the contract and began to read it line by line, his brow slightly furrowed as he fell into contemplation. At this moment, Zheng Fuxing, who was observing the situation nervously from the side, felt his palms sweat slightly, his eyes fixed on Li Xiaolong's expression, fearing any dissatisfaction he might have with the contract. The entire office was extremely quiet, with only the rustling sound of Li Xiaolong flipping through the contract. In the negotiation room, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Chen Yu, dressed in a sharp suit, held the contract in his hands, his gaze focused on Li Xiaolong. "Master Li, This contract clearly outlines the details of our cooperation, including the levels and compensation that you are most concerned about. Each clause has been carefully considered to protect the rights and interests of both parties. His voice was steady and powerful, filled with undeniable confidence. Li Xiaolong leaned slightly forward, reached for the contract, and his eyes scanned the content quickly. When he saw the arrangements after the S level, he furrowed his brows and looked up, his gaze scrutinizing. Mr. Chun, I believe we need to reconsider the arrangements after the S level. This concerns my future development and rights in the company, and I can't afford any negligence. He expressed a clear understanding of his own value and a cautious consideration of future development. Chen Yu leaned back slightly, crossing his arms over his chest. His tone firm yet polite. Master Li, I completely understand your concerns. These clauses are designed to ensure that our cooperation is fair, just, and long-lasting. I insist that we can only formally start our cooperation after signing the contract. This is my business principle, and I hope you can understand. I believe that as long as we communicate openly, we can find a solution that satisfies both parties. Chen Yu was well aware of Li Xiaolong's value and understood the importance of this cooperation for the company. Mr. Chun, I need to consider the contents of this contract further. Li Xiaolong raised his head and said seriously, although I appreciate this script and your sincerity, I still need to discuss some details of the contract with my team. After all, this relates to my future development. Chen Yu quickly nodded, still smiling. Master Li, take your time to consider. We can communicate at any time. This contract is also to protect the rights and interests of both parties, and I hope we can reach a cooperation. I believe that as long as we are sincere, we will definitely find a solution that satisfies both sides. After seeing off Li Xiaolong, Chen Yu returned to his office, sat on the chair, and fell into deep thought. He knew that collaborating with Li Xiaolong was crucial for Lihua, not only for the success of this film, but also for Lihua's future position in the film market. During the days of waiting for Li Xiaolong's response, Chen Yu did not slack off and turned his attention to the internal management of the company. He gathered the team responsible for artist management in a brightly lit conference room, where everyone sat around the meeting table and the atmosphere was serious and focused. Chen Yu, sitting at the head of the table, said with concentration, "We need to actively discover those emerging actors with potential in our company and sign them as C-level artists. At the same time, we should establish a comprehensive promotion mechanism to show them their upward mobility within the company. Only in this way can we retain talent and build a strong performing arts team." As he spoke, he picked up a list, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. People like Cheng Long, Hong Jingbao, and Chen Zhengying are rare talents who could become stars in the future. We need to nurture them well and provide them with ample opportunities and support. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he could already see these actors shining in the future. Wei Ming, we need to take the initiative to go to various theater groups and martial arts schools to find those talented individuals. We cannot wait for talent to come to us. Chen Yu was drawing a roadmap for talent discovery on paper while speaking to Zhao Weiming. We must cultivate talents like Cheng Long well. They are the hope for our future at Lihua. I believe that as long as we give them opportunities, they will definitely become shining stars. Zhao Weiming looked at the roadmap Chen Yu was drawing and couldn't help but admire his foresight. Boss, don't worry. I have already arranged for personnel to go to various places to look for potential actors. I have also made a detailed list and am ready to visit them one by one. I believe that soon we will be able to form an even stronger team of actors. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was also paying attention to the development of other business areas within the company. He sat in the conference room with the head of the gaming department, Sun Changsheng, to discuss the promotion plan for Mech War God. Changsheng, how is the preparation for the esports competition for Mech War God going? Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, expressing his interest in the gaming business. Sun Changsheng quickly straightened up and reported, "Boss, the venue for the esports competition has been confirmed. It will be held at the convention center in Causeway Bay. The venue is spacious, conveniently located, and very suitable for hosting large events. We have also invited well-known players from across Asia, and they are all very interested in this competition. Now we are just waiting for your final decision on the specific time of the competition." After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Let's set it for mid-next month. During this period, we need to intensify our promotional efforts through newspapers, radio, and other channels to let more people know about our competition. We want the name Mechanical War God to spread throughout Asia and attract more players' attention." Chapter 30. Wang Junshin's Gaming Dream. Meanwhile, the Chen family's business layout was progressing steadily. Shunhao was actively expanding acquisition efforts in the market and maintained a certain level of cooperation with a local entrepreneur. One day, Shunhao visited Qinyu's office, and they sat on the sofa discussing the business situation. "Qinyu, I have been acquiring some small enterprises lately to gradually expand our business footprint. The cooperation with the local entrepreneur is going quite smoothly. We have reached a consensus on some projects. That guy has a unique business insight, and working with him allows us to learn a lot of new things." Shunhao put down his teacup, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, clearly satisfied with recent business achievements. Qinyu, sitting beside him in a simple yet sharp suit, listened attentively to his father's account, nodding slightly with a confident smile. "Dad, you are absolutely right. We cannot remain stagnant. We need to continuously expand our business areas. By the way, the profit potential in arcade games is enormous right now, and I plan to fully promote Mechanical War God. This game has unique gameplay and stunning graphics. I believe once it's launched, it will definitely create a buzz in the market." Qinyu grew more excited as he spoke. To ensure Mechanical War God quickly gains popularity in the market, Qinyu tirelessly initiated a comprehensive marketing and promotion plan. He called the head of the marketing department, Li Hui, to his office, where the conference table was covered with promotional proposals, and colorful sticky notes were plastered all over the walls, filled with dense ideas and concepts. Qinyu pointed to the proposal and said firmly, "Li Hui, we cannot limit ourselves to traditional promotional methods. Today's young people seek novelty. We need to promote Mechanical War God through various means such as comics and novels. I have decided to acquire a comic company to create comics based on Mechanical War God, using exciting plots and beautiful visuals to attract a wider audience." As Qinyu spoke, he sketched a simple mind map on paper to explain his ideas to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded repeatedly, full of admiration. "Boss, this idea is brilliant. Comics and novels are especially popular among young people, and this way, the influence of Mechanical War God will definitely increase significantly. We can also hold comic exhibitions and novel signing events, inviting well-known comic artists and novelists to participate, which will enhance our exposure." Li Hui actively responded, offering his suggestions that aligned perfectly with Qinyu's thoughts. With their combined efforts, soon the market in the port city saw the emergence of comics and novels related to Mechanical War God. In the comic, the characters of Mechanical War God showcase their powerful abilities and unique charm in intense fighting scenes. The novel delves deep into the stories behind the characters, resonating strongly with young people. As a result, discussions about Mechanical War God can be heard in every street and alley, with young individuals drawn in and filled with anticipation for the upcoming game. In an ordinary neighborhood of a port city, narrow streets are lined with various small shops. Here lives a middle school student named Wang Junshan, who is slightly slender and wears black-rimmed glasses. His eyes, behind the lenses, always sparkle with a passion for comics and games. During his free time, he often immerses himself in comic stores and game halls, which are his happiest moments. One day, as usual, he walked into the game hall. The hall was dimly lit, with various arcade machines flashing colorful lights. The noisy electronic sound effects mixed with the shouts of players created a lively atmosphere. The owner of the game hall, Uncle Lu, who was slightly plump and always wore a friendly smile, saw Wang Junshan and greeted him warmly. "Xiaoshan, you're here. There's a new game coming out called Mechanical War God, and it's going to be really interesting. I've heard that the character skills are particularly cool and the gameplay is quite challenging." Uncle Lu gestured excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Wang Junshan's eyes lit up, and his curiosity was instantly ignited. "Uncle Lu, what kind of game is Mechanical War God? Is it like those previous adventure games, or does it have something special?" he eagerly asked, his eyes filled with a thirst for the unknown. Uncle Lu enthusiastically explained, "It's a fighting game, with characters that all have unique traits, each possessing their own special skills and combos. The graphics are exquisite, and the skill effects are dazzling. I've heard it's going to be set up in our game hall soon, and you must be the first to try it out." Uncle Lu's description made Wang Junshan's curiosity grow even stronger. From that day on, he came to the game hall every day to inquire about news regarding Mechanical War God. Finally, the arcade version of Mechanical War God was brought into the game hall. On that day, the game hall was packed with people, all eager to experience the new game. Wang Junshan arrived early, standing in a long line, filled with anticipation. When it was finally his turn, he nervously and excitedly sat in front of the arcade machine, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the joystick. As the game screen lit up, the beautifully designed characters and the stirring music instantly captured Wang Junshan's heart. He controlled the character and engaged in fierce battles with opponents. Each time he unleashed a skill, the stunning effects left him in awe. Wow, this game is so much fun. Wang Junshan couldn't help but shout, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Players around him cast envious glances, eagerly wanting to experience it for themselves. During the game, Wang Junshan discovered that the game Mechanical War God was not only fun, but also full of strategy. Different characters possessed unique skills and combos, requiring players to continuously explore and practice. Meanwhile, Chinyu was busy in the office. He sat at a desk piled high with documents, keeping an eye on the promotion progress of Mechanical War God while waiting for news from Li Xiaolong. He was well aware that both the promotion of Mechanical War God and the collaboration with Li Xiaolong were crucial to the future development of the company. In the opportunity-filled and challenging 1970s, he had to tread carefully to navigate the waves of business. Days passed, and finally, Li Xiaolong arrived at Lehua Company again. Upon hearing the news, Chinyu quickly got up and walked out of the office to greet him, with a warm smile on his face. There was a hint of tension and anticipation in his eyes. "Master Li, you're here. Please come in. I've been looking forward to your reply." "Mr. Chun, after discussing with the team, we have some suggestions regarding certain clauses in the contract," Li Xiaolong stated directly, dressed in a simple practice outfit, with a determined and confident look in his eyes. Chinyu promptly replied, "Master Li, feel free to bring them up. As long as they are reasonable, we can discuss them. Our goal is the same, to create excellent works and achieve mutual benefits." Chinyu's sincere attitude demonstrated his respect for Li Xiaolong and the importance he placed on their collaboration. Li Xiaolong took out the contract and pointed to some clauses. "Regarding the profit sharing, I hope we can adjust it based on the box office performance of the film. If the box office exceeds a certain amount, could my share be increased accordingly? This would motivate me to put more effort into filming and bring better results for our collaboration." Li Xiaolong's tone was firm as he presented his reasonable request. After thinking for a moment, Chinyu felt that this request was not unreasonable. "Master Li, that's fine. We can clearly specify in the contract that when the box office reaches a certain amount, your share will be increased accordingly. This not only reflects your value, but also motivates you to give your all in the filming. I believe that as long as we work together, we can create box office miracles." Chinyu readily agreed to Li Xiaolong's request, showcasing his generosity and confidence in their partnership. Li Xiaolong nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Mr. Chun, after careful consideration, I have decided to sign the contract with you." A look of relief crossed Chinyu's face. "That's great, Master Li. Welcome to our team. I believe our collaboration will surely create brilliance. From today onwards, we are partners fighting side by side, paving a new path in the film industry together." Chapter 31. The Frenzy of Mechanical War God with his outstanding technical advantages. Chinyu emerged in the gaming field. When he launched the classic game Mechanical War God 21, the entire market was instantly ignited. The exquisite graphics, thrilling gameplay, and strategically rich combat system drove players wild. In no time, the streets and alleys of the harbor city were bustling, with game halls filled to capacity. Watch my ultimate move." Wang Junshan's eyes were wide open, fixated on the game console screen, deftly manipulating the joystick with his hands. His body involuntarily swayed with the movements of the game character, and he occasionally let out excited shouts. "This game is just too fun. Mr. Chinyu is simply a gaming god. How could he create such an astonishing game?" Wang Junshan's face flushed with excitement as he turned to his equally absorbed companion beside him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. In the sleek, technology-filled office of Chinyu, Jiang Wanyin paced the room with excitement. The success of Mechanical War God 21 is beyond imagination. Jiang Wanyin quickly approached Chinyu, waving her hands, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Our relentless efforts have finally paid off. We have firmly established ourselves in the market now." Chinyu nodded slightly, a confident and composed smile on his face. He stood up and walked steadily to the window, overlooking the bustling streets of the port city, filled with the flow of traffic and people. "This is just the beginning. We cannot be satisfied with this. The market competition is as fierce as a battlefield. Any slackness will lead to elimination. We must keep moving forward to maintain our lead." To further solidify their dominance in the market, Chinyu turned his attention to cutting-edge technology. After extensive research and investigation, he decisively introduced 16-bit arcade motherboard technology. This new technology acted like a magical key, opening a new door for Mechanical War God 21. The game's visuals became smoother, with each frame transitioning naturally, resembling a cinematic experience. The sound effects became more impactful, with every skill release resonating deeply with players, immersing them in the experience. "Boss, we really did it." Zheng Chao, Qinyu's capable assistant, burst into the office, waving the market research report in his hand, his face beaming with uncontrollable excitement and pride. "Our technology has left other companies far behind. They can't catch up at all." As Zheng Chao spoke, he handed the report to Qinyu, his eyes full of admiration for him. Qinyu took the report and quickly scanned it, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze, but it was soon replaced by concern for the future. He gently patted Zheng Chao's shoulder and said earnestly, "Zheng Chao, although we are leading now, we cannot let our guard down. Competitors will not just sit back and watch us dominate. They are surely working behind the scenes. We must continue to strive and innovate." As Qinyu's company continuously updated its technology, arcade owners felt tremendous pressure. "This guy Qinyu updates his technology way too fast." Bosley frowned, pacing helplessly in his arcade. But to be fair, his games are indeed fun. If we don't update our equipment, players will be snatched away by others. Despite the owner's complaints about Qinyu's rapid updates, they knew that failing to keep up with his pace would only lead to ruthless elimination in the market. They gritted their teeth and pulled out their savings to purchase game consoles equipped with 16-bit arcade motherboard technology. Qinyu was not satisfied with the current success. His gaze had long been set on broader horizons. He understood that for the company to develop in the long term, going public was an inevitable path. However, with his keen business sense, he sensed that a stock market crash was imminent in 1973. Like the calm before a storm, danger was quietly approaching. Thus, he decisively decided to temporarily put the IPO plan on hold and wait for a better opportunity. During this time, Qinyu shifted the strategic focus to overseas markets. "We cannot limit ourselves to this small area. We must broaden our vision." At an internal meeting, Qinyu stood at the front of the conference room, tall and resolute, scanning each employee with a determined gaze. The gaming market in Southeast Asia and island nations has huge potential, like a treasure waiting to be unearthed. We need to solidify our foundation in these regions before advancing into European and American markets. The employees nodded in agreement, fully trusting Qinyu's decision. Under his leadership, the company quickly formed an overseas expansion team, actively engaging in close communication and collaboration with partners in Southeast Asia and island nations. They traveled between different cities, participating in various gaming exhibitions to showcase the unique charm of their game, Mechanical War God 21. While expanding overseas markets, Qinyu did not forget about internal development. He knew that the core of technological innovation lay in talent. "We need to build our own technical team to ensure a continuous stream of innovative power for the company," Qinyu said to Jiang Wanin, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You are responsible for organizing the training program. Make sure to find the best teachers to provide the highest quality education for the students. Remember, this is related to the company's future." Jiang Wanin nodded solemnly and replied firmly, "Qinyu, don't worry. I will do my best to ensure the training program is successful and cultivate more excellent programmers for the company." At the same time, Qinyu was also actively promoting the development of Xingyao games. He sent out invitations to numerous industry elites and held a significant internal meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was lively and tense, with the elites' faces showing anticipation and a thirst for exploration regarding the future. "Everyone, we have gathered here today to discuss the future of Xingyao games." Qinyu stood on stage, his voice loud and infectious. "We need to unite the industry's strength to create a more prosperous gaming ecosystem. This is not only an opportunity for our company, but also for the entire industry." The audience began to murmur, discussions rising and falling as everyone expressed their support for Qinyu's proposal. At that moment, an elderly industry veteran with a full head of gray hair but a vibrant spirit slowly stood up, his gaze filled with admiration. "Qinyu, your achievements over the past few years are evident to all. Although your status has changed significantly, you still show respect to us old-timers, which is rare. We are willing to work with you to contribute to the development of Xingyao games." Qinyu smiled and bowed deeply to the senior, filled with gratitude. He understood well that respect and collaboration are the cornerstones of success in this industry. Despite his rising status, he maintained a humble attitude and kept good cooperative relationships with industry veterans. The support and trust from Jiang Wanin and others also made him feel the strong cohesion of the team. During the meeting, Jiang Wanin actively spoke up and proposed many constructive suggestions. "Qinyu, I think we can strengthen our collaboration with the peripheral industries of gaming, such as comics, novels, toys, and so on. This could further expand the influence of our games and create a comprehensive gaming culture. Upon hearing this, Chin Yu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, Juanin, this suggestion is fantastic. We can build an industry chain centered around our games, maximizing their value. From game development to peripheral product derivation and cultural dissemination. We need to construct our own gaming empire. After the meeting, Chin Yu stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the company, gazing at the bustling night scene outside, feeling a surge of emotions. Chapter 32. The business potential behind high bonuses. Not long after, another important meeting was held. Chin Yu faced a group of industry leaders and calmly introduced a new topic. You must have all seen how popular the game Mechanical War God 1970 has become. Chin Yu spoke, his voice loud and penetrating, echoing in the conference room and instantly capturing the attention of all the leaders present. His powerful presence firmly overshadowed the others. The attendees nodded in agreement, and a faint murmur of approval filled the room. A prominent figure, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably styled hair, adjusted his glasses and leaned forward slightly, saying appreciatively, Chin Yu, this Mechanical War God 1970 is indeed impressive. In my arcade, there has never been a shortage of players waiting to play this game from morning till night. The business is booming. He gestured with his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Chin Yu responded with a humble and sincere smile. It is an honor for me and the team to receive everyone's recognition. However, I am aware that there are some concerns regarding the speed of arcade updates. His tone was sincere, and his eyes revealed understanding and concern. Just as he finished speaking, a burly owner, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, abruptly stood up. He slammed his hands on the table and couldn't help but complain, Chin Yu, your updates for the arcade machines are way too fast. We in the arcade business have just finished updating our equipment, and now you're releasing new ones. We simply can't bear this cost. His voice was rough and urgent, his face filled with helplessness and anxiety. Other owners chimed in, creating a lively discussion in the conference room, where various voices intertwined, and the atmosphere became somewhat noisy. Chin Yu raised his hand, gently pressing it down in the air to signal everyone to quiet down. His movements were steady and powerful, and his eyes conveyed reassurance and confidence. Then he sincerely said, I understand the difficulties you are all facing. I promise that in the future, our update pace will be appropriately slowed down. At the same time, he wanted to introduce the technology of our new arcade machine. With a steady stride, he calmly walked to the display stand nearby and gently pulled aside a black curtain. The greatest advantage of this new arcade machine lies in the convenience of changing the game motherboard. In the past, changing the motherboard often required professionals to spend a lot of time, which was costly. However, with our new arcade machine, simply a few easy steps are needed to complete the motherboard replacement, significantly saving time and costs. As Chin Yu spoke, he personally demonstrated, his movements skilled and fluid, clearly showcasing each step. His fingers danced nimbly on the arcade's control buttons, as if playing a beautiful melody. After the demonstration, another businessman in a gray suit, with a shrewd gaze, asked, Chin Yu, what about the price of this new game? We hope it won't make it hard for small businesses like ours. Chin Yu smiled confidently, his lips slightly curling up to reveal a set of white teeth, and in a firm tone said, Rest assured, the game price will definitely not exceed 1,000. While ensuring the quality of the game, we will also ensure that your profits can continue to grow. We are partners. We rise and fall together. Why would I make things difficult for you? His eyes revealed determination and commitment, gradually dispelling the worries of the businessmen. After hearing this, the businessmen showed satisfied expressions, and a faint murmur of approval filled the conference room. Next, I want to introduce a brand new project, electronic sports. Chin Yu's voice rang out again, booming and capturing everyone's attention instantly, curiosity evident on their faces. Some frowned slightly, filled with doubt. Others sat up straight, eager to hear more. Electronic sports, simply put, are competitive matches based on video games between players. As Chin Yu spoke, he picked up a piece of chalk and drew simple diagrams on the blackboard, his movements smooth and natural, the chalk making crisp sounds against the board. Just like traditional sports competitions, except our arena is in the virtual gaming world. He turned his head, scanning the audience with eyes full of anticipation and enthusiasm. So how does this specifically work? Asked a businessman in a crisp suit, fiddling with an exquisite lighter, his face marked by curiosity and confusion. Yu patiently explained. First is team formation. Players can freely form teams to create a competitive squad. We initially set the number of matches to a best-of-5 format, with strict time limits for each match, such as 15 minutes per match. This not only ensures the compactness of the competition, but also enhances its entertainment value. Audiences can watch the exciting competitions of the players either on-site or through television broadcasts, experiencing the unique charm of electronic sports. His voice is full of charisma. He continued, "Think about it. Electronic sports and traditional competitive activities, such as boxing and football, actually have similarities. They can attract a large number of viewers, and the audience is our potential market. Moreover, electronic sports can also attract bets through competitions, which is undoubtedly a huge source of profit. Imagine a fierce electronic sports match where the audience cheers for their favorite teams while placing moderate bets within a legal framework. How thrilling that scene would be." His words caught the attention of the influential figures in the audience, sparking low murmurs of discussion. A buzz of conversation filled the conference room. Some nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating the feasibility. Others whispered excitedly to their neighbors, their faces lit up with enthusiasm. Regarding the prize setup, we plan to hold competitions in the Harbor City region, with the champion's prize reaching up to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. The global championship prize will be even higher, reaching 1 million Hong Kong dollars. His words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the room. His voice was passionate and uplifting, as if announcing the arrival of a new era. "Such a high prize," one boss exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and excitement. He nodded with a bright and confident smile. "The high prize is to attract more outstanding players to participate, and it will also draw more viewers' attention. This way, our market will continue to grow. With excellent players and enthusiastic audiences, the electronic sports industry is bound to thrive. In addition, I suggest that everyone consider establishing electronic sports clubs specifically to train excellent players." He continued, his tone filled with encouragement and anticipation. "Some may worry about the costs of supporting players, but if you calculate carefully, it is entirely feasible. The training cost for a player, including venue and coaching fees, is about 2,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. However, once a player achieves good results in competitions, the income generated will far exceed the costs. For example, if a player wins a championship, not only can they earn a significant prize for the club, but they can also enhance the club's visibility and commercial value, attracting more sponsors and partners." As he spoke, he wrote down some data and analysis on the board, allowing everyone to better understand the economic aspects. Seeing that the influential figures in the audience were somewhat intrigued, he added, "Regarding market promotion and audience cultivation, you don't need to worry. I will take charge. We will promote through newspapers, radio, posters, and various channels to let more people know about electronic sports. I believe that in the near future, electronic sports will definitely become a popular industry. Therefore, I also encourage everyone to consider investing. The profit potential here is immense. We can build a brand new business empire together and create our own glory in the field of esports." His eyes were firm and filled with passion. Finally, Yu looked intently at the crowd below, his gaze revealing determination and anticipation. "Today, I have presented our plan to everyone, and I hope you will stay tuned. Together, we will pave the way for this market and create more wealth. I believe that as long as we work hand in hand, nothing can stop our progress." Chapter 33, Multidimensional Vision. The plea of a fallen giant mechanical god of war 1970 was a sensation throughout the city, with game halls packed with young people immersed in intense battles, and as a result, Yu's reputation soared within the industry. However, his gaze had long since surpassed the current prosperity, looking towards the realm of esports competitions filled with infinite possibilities. On this day, in a small, stuffy office, Yu furrowed his brows. Scenes of future esports competitions kept flashing through his mind. Fierce battles, tense situations, but something was missing. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, clapped his hands excitedly, and shouted, "Yes, it's the commentary." A thrilling esports match without passionate commentary is like enjoying roast goose without the sour plum sauce. Something essential is missing. His eyes blazed with fervor, as if he could already see the esports venue packed with fans, their excitement driven by the commentary. During this time, Yu was as busy as a double-decker bus on the streets, never stopping. From the subsequent development of the game, fixing small bugs based on player feedback, to planning for the competition, from choosing the venue to the details like a bottle of water in the player's resting area, he had to oversee every aspect personally. As evening approached, the sunset's rays filtered through the dirty windows onto his desk. After a long day, Chen slumped wearily in his leather chair, rubbing his temples. Just as he was about to take a breath, the office door creaked open, and Jiang Wanning walked in with a serious expression. Jiang Wanning approached Chen Yu's desk, gently bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Chen Yu, I have some not-so-good news. I went to discuss cooperation with the media company today, and they rejected us." Chen Yu abruptly looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and then sat up straight, eagerly asking, "What happened?" "When I spoke with their plump manager Li before, it went pretty smoothly, right? He even said he was quite interested in our esports competition." Jiang Wanning shook her head helplessly and sighed. Their higher-ups think that esports is too new and won't boost viewership. In their eyes, it's just a niche pastime for kids, not worth investing resources in. Moreover, they said that our investment in a certain project poses competition to them, fearing that we might use the cooperation to undermine them. Chen Yu's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his hands tightly and slammed the table, causing the documents on it to jump. He said angrily, "Ridiculous. They are so short-sighted. The potential of esports is immense, and it will definitely become mainstream in the future. Lahua is involved in the film and television industry, and their connection to the other party is tenuous at best." Jiang Wanning sighed slightly upon seeing Chen Yu's angry expression and comforted him, saying, "Don't be too upset. It's not worth it if you make yourself sick. Let's think of other ways." Chen Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he said firmly, "Since they don't recognize our value, let's find other partners. What about Duowei Vision? I remember hearing that they were seeking new development opportunities when I was having tea at Liu Tea House." Jiang Wanning frowned slightly and reminded him, "Chen Yu, you need to think this through. Although Duowei Vision was once a giant in the broadcasting industry, influential in both television and radio, and produced many classic series, they have faced increasing competition in recent years. Their market share has been gradually eroded. Now they are short on funds, lack innovation in their programs, and have lost quite a few employees, facing significant difficulties. Moreover, their shareholder relationships are quite complicated." Chen Yu rhythmically tapped the table and said, "I know, but right now we don't have many better options. Can you tell me the specifics of Duowei Vision's current situation?" Jiang Wanning nodded and began to recall. Their main income now comes from advertising placements by some old clients and occasional small production orders. However, their expenses are considerable, with maintenance of old equipment, employee salaries, and rental costs each month adding up to a large expenditure. I heard they wanted to produce a new variety show recently, but had to put it on hold due to lack of funds. As Chen Yu listened to Jiang Wanning's account, he began to think. Suddenly, Jiang Wanning changed the subject, saying, "By the way, I just got news that the major shareholder of Duowei Vision, Boss Zhang, wants to talk to you about investing." Chen Yu widened his eyes in surprise, his face showing disbelief. "Investing? Why would they suddenly have this idea?" Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "They know their current situation is tough, and seeing our company's good development, they want to pull us in to revitalize Duowei Vision together." Chen Yu stroked his chin and after a moment of thought said, "That makes sense. Their financial situation must be terrible. However, this might be an opportunity for us." Jiang Wanning continued to analyze. From a business model perspective, Duowei Vision is struggling. Their income is decreasing while expenses remain high. If this situation continues, they won't last much longer. Chen Yu's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "This is our chance to get involved. We need a promotional channel to market our esports projects. And Duowei Vision can meet our needs perfectly. With their platform, our esports competitions can reach a wider audience." Jiang Wanning nodded, agreeing with Chen Yu's idea. "That's right. But if we invest, we need to carefully consider the price. Although they are down on their luck now, they were once a major player and surely don't want to sell their shares cheaply." Chen Yu squinted slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "You should go and make contact with them first to understand their bottom line. I believe we can fully acquire multidimensional vision, which would be more beneficial for our subsequent development. However, we must keep the price as low as possible. At a critical moment, I will negotiate with them personally. Just say that we are here to help them out of their predicament, not to be taken advantage of." Jiang Wanning took her orders and, after a tough negotiation, finally grasped the psychological price point of the shareholders at multidimensional vision. That day, she returned to Chen Yu's office to report the results. They quoted a very high price. After all, they don't want to completely give up control. Boss Zhang mentioned that multidimensional vision is his life work, and even if they cooperate, They must retain a certain level of decision-making power. Chen Yu frowned and said, "That's not acceptable. We can't let them lead us by the nose. You need to negotiate with them again, convey our sincerity, but we absolutely cannot make too many concessions on the price. Just say that we can help them resolve their current difficulties and revitalize multidimensional vision, but the price must be reasonable." Jiang Wanyin nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Chen Yu called her back. "Wanyin, thank you for your hard work. This matter is crucial for us, and it must be handled well. Once this is over, I'll treat you to dim sum at Lianxiang Tower." Jiang Wanyin turned back and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'll do my best. And I'll hold you to that dim sum promise. Don't try to back out." After several more days of arduous negotiations, both sides finally reached the decision-making stage. The negotiation took place in the conference room of the Peninsula Hotel, where luxurious crystal chandeliers cast bright light over the polished conference table. Chen Yu sat at the negotiation table, dressed in a sharp suit, calm and composed, looking steadily at the shareholders of multidimensional vision across from him. The other side spoke first. "Mr. Chen, we have already made significant concessions. This price really cannot go any lower. This is multidimensional vision, and everyone has witnessed its former glory." Chen Yu smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "Everyone, I understand your situation and respect the former glory of multidimensional vision. However, based on the current operational status of multidimensional vision, this price is still too high. We genuinely want to cooperate and grow our business together, but it must be based on a reasonable price. Everyone is working hard on this land, and it's not easy. Let's be candid and find a win-win solution." At this moment, a minor shareholder from multidimensional vision couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Chen, it's easy to say, but we can't sell ourselves short. There are so many long-time employees in the company. We need to consider them." Chen Yu nodded slightly and responded sincerely, "I understand your concerns. And I assure you that after the acquisition, there will be no arbitrary layoffs, and we will provide better development opportunities for everyone. As long as we work together to develop the esports project, multidimensional vision can not only overcome its difficulties, but also usher in a new era of glory." Boss Zheng furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before saying, "Mr. Chen, you make valid points, but if the price drops any further, we truly cannot accept it. How about this? Let's each take a step back. We can offer you a larger share, but the price cannot be changed." Chen Yu quickly calculated in his mind, maintaining a smile on his face. "Boss Zheng, your proposal has some feasibility, but any adjustment in share percentage must be based on a reasonable price." He continued, "Let's take the current actual value of the company as a reference and recalculate a price. I am also willing to make some concessions on the share percentage. What do you think?" The meeting room fell silent as both sides weighed the pros and cons. Jiang Wanyin gave Chen Yu a subtle nod from the side, indicating that this proposal was workable. Boss Zheng and the other shareholders whispered among themselves for a moment before finally looking up and saying, "Mr. Chen, given your sincerity, let's discuss the details further. The cooperation involves many aspects and requires more deliberation considering various factors." Chen Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Boss Zheng was willing to discuss the details, but he maintained his composure and smiled in response. Chapter 34. The calculations behind the Surge multidimensional vision was once a giant in the broadcasting industry of the coastal city, holding an important position in both television and radio. However, with the strong rise of a competing platform, their audience and advertisers had sharply dwindled. In a dimly lit office, the paint on the walls was peeling, and several executives were gathered around a worn-out conference table, the atmosphere stifling. "Our ratings have hit a new low these past few months, and advertisers have been pushing for price cuts. If this continues, we won't last much longer," the financial director said, his face filled with worry. Chairman Boss Zheng furrowed his brow, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, saying with resignation, 3 years ago, we invested heavily to upgrade to color television, thinking it would turn things around, but the results have been disappointing. Our money has gone down the drain." At this moment, Jiang Wanyin was representing Chen Yu in a difficult negotiation with multidimensional vision. She sat in a corner of the conference room, quietly observing everything, her mind calculating. Jiang Wanyin was a meticulous and sharp-eyed woman. She had already keenly realized that although multidimensional vision was currently down and out, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If they could acquire a stake, it would be a crucial step for Chen Yu's business strategy. After the negotiation concluded, Jiang Wanyin returned to Chen Yu's office and reported everything in detail. Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. Wanyin, do you think acquiring a stake in multidimensional vision is more feasible? Yu looked up, his gaze steady on Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly and said seriously, from the current situation, multidimensional vision is indeed facing significant difficulties, but their brand and resources are still intact, which presents an opportunity for us. Moreover, I believe we can gradually gain a voice through acquiring a stake and integrate our esports project into it, creating a brand new entertainment platform. Yu nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, saying, Wanyin, your ideas align perfectly with mine. I have been planning a larger layout, involving not only the gaming industry but also film, media, and various other sectors. Multidimensional vision is an important part of our strategy. First, let's lower the price. I fully entrust you to handle this acquisition, as I believe in your capabilities. Jiang Wanyin felt warmth in her heart and gratefully said, Yu, don't worry. I won't let you down. In Yu's strategic plan, the promotion of the Mechanical War God game is a top priority. At this moment, Mechanical War God 1970 has already sparked a wave in the port city and even throughout Southeast Asia. In the gaming halls, players' shouts during intense battles can be heard in every street and alley. Yu sat in his office, looking at the mountain of documents piled high on his desk regarding the promotion of the Mechanical War God game, filled with satisfaction. He picked up a newspaper, where the front page headline reported on the first Mechanical War Goddess competition, which involved multiple regions and offered substantial prizes, attracting countless players' attention. This competition must be grand and spectacular, so that the world can see the charm of esports, Yu murmured to himself. To ensure broader coverage for the competition, Yu collaborated with Taoyuan Valley, planning to broadcast the event live on television. Mr. Li, the person in charge of Taoyuan Valley, came to Yu's company, and the two sides conducted in-depth discussions about the collaboration. Mr. Chun, we are very optimistic about the potential of the Mechanical War God competition, and we are eager to cooperate with your company. However, broadcasting the event involves many technical and resource issues, and we need to discuss further, Mr. Li said with a smile. Yu nodded and replied, Mr. Li, I understand your concerns. Our company has a professional technical team and has made detailed plans for the live broadcast of the competition. As long as we work together, we can definitely overcome the difficulties and present this competition perfectly to the audience. After intense discussions, both parties finally reached a cooperation intention. Yu knew he was one step closer to realizing his dream of building an esports empire. Meanwhile, in an ordinary neighborhood of the port city, a boy named Aquan was living a simple yet dream-filled life. Aquan came from a poor family. Both his parents were ordinary workers who toiled daily for a living. However, Aquan had a great talent and passion for video games. Whenever he had free time, he would rush to the gaming hall, immersing himself in the world of Mechanical War God. In the gaming hall, filled with smoke and noise, Aquan sat in front of an old Mechanical War God arcade machine, his gaze focused and determined. His fingers danced skillfully on the joystick and buttons, as if he were one with the machine. At that moment, he was battling against a few rough-looking individuals. Huh, kid, you think you can win against us? Sneered a thug with dyed yellow hair. Aquan ignored him, focusing intently on the screen and pouring all his energy into the match. With a crisp KO sound, Aquan successfully defeated his opponent. Wow, Aquan, you're amazing. The surrounding players exclaimed in awe. Aquan smiled faintly, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. At that moment, the arcade owner approached him with an appreciative look. Aquan, your skills are impressive. It would be a shame not to participate in competitions. I heard there's a large mechanical battle competition coming up with substantial prizes. Are you interested? The owner said. Aquan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly replied, Really? Boss, I want to give it a try. The owner nodded and said, Great, I see potential in you. Our arcade happens to have a team, and I'd like to invite you to join us for the competition. Aquan felt a surge of excitement but hesitated, knowing that participating in the competition would require significant time and energy, and he had to consider his family situation. Boss, let me think about it, okay? Aquan said cautiously. The owner smiled and replied, Sure, just let me know your decision soon. This opportunity is rare, don't miss it. After leaving the arcade, Aquan walked home, his mind racing. He thought of his victories in games, the joyful times spent playing, and the family's difficulties. He was uncertain whether to accept the owner's invitation and embark on his esports journey. Meanwhile, Yu and the team from Taoyuan Valley were busy preparing for the first World Mechanical Battle Esports Championship. The competition format had been determined, with multiple regions holding preliminary rounds, and the winners would gather in the port city to compete for the championship title. The prize was quite generous, with the champion set to receive up to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, a significant temptation for esports players at the time. We must ensure everything goes perfectly for this competition. From venue setup to player hospitality, every detail must be flawless, Chen Yu stated seriously at the meeting. Mr. Li, the head of Taoyuan Valley, agreed. Mr. Chun is right. This competition relates not only to our interests but also to the future development of esports. We must do our utmost to showcase the charm of esports to the world. However, organizing such a large-scale international event was no easy task. From visa processing for players to equipment debugging and security arrangements, every detail required meticulous planning. Chen Yu and Mr. Li were overwhelmed with work daily, but their determination to ensure the success of the competition and to spread the influence of mechanical battle worldwide remained unwavering. After returning home, Aquan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The images of the arcade owner inviting him to join the team for the competition and the substantial prize kept flashing in his mind. He knew this was an opportunity to change his destiny, but he worried that his decision might burden his family. Aquan still awake? His mother gently pushed open the door and walked in. Aquan sat up, looking at his mother's weary face, feeling a pang of sadness. Mom, I'm fine. I just can't sleep, Aquan replied. Mother sat by the bed, gently stroking Aquan's head, and said, Child, I know you love playing games. And I also know you have a talent for it. If you really have the chance to compete, go for it. Mom supports you. Upon hearing this, Aquan's eyes sparkled with tears as he tightly hugged his mother and said, Thank you, Mom. With his mother's support, Aquan's worries finally vanished. He decided to accept the arcade owner's invitation, join the team, and sign up for the first World Electronic Sports Championship of Mechanical War God. The next day, Aquan arrived at the arcade, found the owner, and firmly said, Boss, I've made up my mind. I'm joining the team and participating in the competition. The owner, upon hearing this, happily patted Aquan on the shoulder and said, Good lad, I knew you wouldn't let me down. From today, you're part of our team. Train hard and strive for good results in the competition. Aquan nodded, filled with determination. Chapter 35. Online and Offline Confrontation. Chen Yu stood with his arms crossed, his posture upright, and his gaze revealing undeniable firmness and decisiveness. We cannot be satisfied with the current popularity of Mechanical War God. We must find ways to keep the momentum going. His voice was deep and powerful, resonating in the office as team members listened intently. I plan to use some promotional tactics, such as creating topics and hosting online and offline interactive events, to attract more attention to Mechanical War God. At the same time, the development team needs to accelerate the creation of new gameplay and version updates to keep players feeling fresh. Boss, your idea is spot on. Wang Chong stepped forward excitedly and said, We can invite some well-known gamers to do live battles to attract fan attention. Additionally, during offline competitions, we can set up some fun challenge segments to increase player participation. Just like that small competition before, players lined up eagerly to challenge hidden levels. It was quite a scene. Chen Yu smiled satisfactorily, his face showing a sense of relief. Yes, let's proceed with this approach. Also, the formalization of the competition cannot be delayed. We need to establish comprehensive competition rules, invite professional judges, and make the Mechanical War God competition a truly recognized competitive event. We must understand that only by being sufficiently professional can we attract more viewers and sponsors. As he spoke, he paced around the office, his mind already sketching out a series of spectacular and orderly Mechanical War God competitions. To further expand the commercialization of the Mechanical War God project, Chen Yu decided to travel to certain regions and seek brand sponsorship and advertising. At the bustling Kai Tak airport, Chen Yu, dressed in a sharp black suit that highlighted his competence and composure, held a refined briefcase. Each step he took was firm and powerful. Chen Yu, be sure to act cautiously during this trip abroad. Jiang Wanyin quickly walked up to Chen Yu, her eyes filled with concern. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant professional outfit, her long black hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of competence and intelligence. I have already contacted some local partners for you, and they will pick you up at the airport. Once you arrive, feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Chen Yu smiled at Jiang Wanyin, his eyes filled with gratitude and trust. Wanyin, thank you. With your support, I feel much more at ease. I will work hard to secure some significant sponsorships and advertising partnerships on this trip. When I return, We should celebrate together. After saying this, he patted Jiang Wanyin on the shoulder and walked towards the boarding gate. In the island nation, Chunyu entered a beautifully arranged, technologically advanced conference room. The atmosphere in the room was tense and serious, with an almost palpable sense of urgency in the air. Chunyu sat across from a representative of a well-known electronics brand, both parties' gazes revealing scrutiny and consideration. Mr. Chun, we are very interested in the game Mechanical Warlord, but we need to see its potential in the global market, said the representative. A middle-aged man in an exquisite suit with gold-rimmed glasses, his hands crossed on the table, speaking in a steady tone. Chunyu smiled confidently, unhurriedly taking a beautifully bound, detailed market analysis report from his briefcase, gently placing it on the table, and then sliding it towards the other party. As you can see, Mechanical Warlord has already achieved great success in the Asian region, and we are actively expanding into the European and American markets. He pointed to the data and charts in the report as he spoke. Our player base is large and active, with considerable daily online hours and participation in competitions. Collaborating with your brand would create a win-win situation in terms of brand exposure and product promotion. After intense negotiations, both parties finally reached a cooperation intention. A satisfied smile appeared on Chunyu's face. He knew this was just a small step in expanding his business territory. As he left the conference room, his steps were light and firm, as if he could already envision the prosperous future of Mechanical Warlord collaborating with major brands. Traveling from the island nation to Europe and America, Chunyu tirelessly negotiated with various brands. With his excellent eloquence and deep understanding of the market, he earned the trust of his partners in every negotiation. In those luxurious conference rooms, he passionately articulated the commercial value of Mechanical Warlord while calmly addressing the other party's doubts, every expression and movement brimming with confidence and charm. Meanwhile, in a spacious living room in Hong Kong, lavishly decorated yet warm, a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Chunyu and Chunhao sat on a soft leather sofa, discussing new plans. Dad, I want you to establish a clothing factory that specializes in designing and producing trendy clothing themed around Mechanical Warlord. Chunyu leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. With Mechanical Warlord being so popular right now, these clothes will definitely have a market. Young people are all about trends, and our clothing will perfectly meet their needs. Chunhao frowned slightly, a hint of worry on his face. Chunyu, I've always been in real estate and know nothing about the clothing industry. It's like crossing a mountain between different fields. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Chunyu smiled and patted Chunhao's shoulder, his tone relaxed yet firm. Dad, you don't have to worry. I've already found a professional designer, and the design drafts are ready. Moreover, our family's financial strength can support the startup of this new business. Just go for it, and we'll solve any problems together. I believe you can do well. Chunhao nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Good kid, since you have such confidence, I'll give it a try. After all, our family needs to diversify. He thought that perhaps this clothing business could really turn into a great success. Not long after, Chunhao's clothing factory successfully opened. Inside the factory, machines roared, and workers busily moved between the production lines. Garments featuring the Mechanical Warrior design and logo rolled off the assembly line, showcasing innovative designs and vibrant colors, full of trendiness. Once launched, they received enthusiastic support from young people. On the streets, it was common to see youngsters wearing Mechanical Warrior-themed clothing, either walking together or battling in game halls, creating a unique scenery in the city. Chunyu looked forward to the success of the Mechanical Warrior competition, knowing that the entertainment options in this era were still limited. If they could introduce Mechanical Warrior to the mainland market, it would create a sensation. In an internal meeting, the conference room was filled with core members of the company, all focused on Chunyu's speech. Just think, if we can promote Mechanical Warrior to the mainland, what a vast market that would be. Chunyu stood at the conference table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The mainland has a large population, and the demand for entertainment is continuously growing. We need to prepare in advance, studying the market needs and policy environment of the mainland. The team members nodded in agreement, inspired by Chunyu's passion and filled with anticipation for the future. Shaoli from the marketing department excitedly said, "Boss, if we can enter the mainland market, our user base will definitely multiply several times. At that point, Mechanical Warrior will truly step onto the world stage." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin reported to Chunyu about successfully negotiating with a television station. In Chunyu's office, Jiang Wanyin walked in with a beaming face, her steps light and radiating the joy of victory. Yu, I did it. We secured the deal with the television station. Jiang Wanyin exclaimed, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Yu stood up in surprise, quickly walking to Jiang Wanyin with admiration in his eyes. Wanyin, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. The negotiation must not have been easy, right? Jiang Wanyin smiled and said, indeed, it took quite a bit of effort. They had many doubts about our cooperation proposal at first. I made several trips back and forth, explaining our plans and advantages in detail, and finally convinced them. Fortunately, it succeeded in the end. They also realized the value of partnering with us. Yu looked at Jiang Wanyin with appreciation and said, you've worked hard, Wanyin. This is the credit you deserve, and I will reward you with a generous bonus. You have made a great contribution to the company. However, after acquiring the multidimensional vision television station, the profitability issues and future development of the station became pressing problems for him to solve. He engaged in a difficult negotiation with a representative from a certain country, David Yi, trying to acquire the television license. In a luxuriously decorated conference room, Yu and David Yi sat across from each other. David Yi was tall, with sharp eyes and a hint of arrogance on his face. Mr. Chun, this is not a small sum. Besides, the operational costs of the television station are very high. Are you sure you can afford it? He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his tone filled with skepticism. Yu smiled confidently and looked firmly at David Yi. Mr. Yi, I have a clear plan for future development. Although we are currently facing pressures from cash flow loss and rising costs, in the long run, this will provide an important platform for our business expansion. We have a professional team and innovative ideas that will surely revitalize the multidimensional vision television station. After several rounds of negotiations, Yu successfully acquired the television license for $97 million. He stood in front of the television station's building, looking up at the towering structure, feeling a surge of emotion. The sunlight illuminated his face, outlining his resolute features. This is another important piece of our business empire, Yu murmured to himself. Although there are many challenges ahead, I am confident that I can overcome them one by one. He took a deep breath, as if ready to embrace all challenges. During this process, Chunhao worked hard to support his son's career, demonstrating a spirit of exploration and adventure in new fields. He would visit the clothing factory every day to check on production progress and discuss new design plans with the designers. Yu, what do you think of this new design? Chunhao said excitedly, holding up a new design of the mech warrior outfit. I believe this style will definitely attract more young people. It combines the most popular elements of the moment while incorporating the features of the mech warrior. And it will surely become a hit. Yu took the garment, examined it carefully, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Dad, your taste is getting better and better. This design is very creative, especially the handling of this detail. It's simply wonderful. It will definitely sell well. He said this while feeling the fabric of the garment, his eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Wanyin also demonstrated her enthusiasm and loyalty in her work, earning Yu's recognition and rewards, showcasing growth and opportunities in the workplace. She was not only responsible for coordinating with the multidimensional vision television station, but also actively participated in the promotion and planning of the Mech Warrior project. During a meeting, Jiang Wanyin presented her ideas. Yu, I think we can utilize the resources of the television station to produce some special programs on Mech Warrior, she confidently stated while standing in front of the conference table. This way, we can promote the game and also increase the television station's viewership. We can invite some well-known players and teams to participate in the program, sharing their gaming experiences and stories, which will definitely attract many viewers. After hearing this, Yu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, Wanyin, this suggestion is fantastic. Let's do it your way. You will be in charge of the planning and execution of this project. I believe you can make this program wonderful. Chapter 36. The Battle of Public Opinion. So much has happened in just one short year. Yu murmured to himself, a hint of pride evident in his eyes. From a novice to now emerging in the business world, without his father's support and the help of those seniors in the business association, how could he have achieved what he has today? He frowned slightly, lost in deep memories. Yu recalled when he first entered the business world, feeling confused and helpless in the face of complex commercial rules and fierce competition. It was his father, Chunhao, who consistently stood firmly behind him, providing both financial and emotional support. Moreover, the experienced seniors in the business association generously shared their business wisdom and connections, allowing him to grow rapidly amidst the tides of commerce. November 24th, this special day quietly arrived. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chun Yu's face as he slowly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Today is his 17th birthday, marking another important milestone in his life. Meanwhile, the streets of the port city were shaken by a major news story. The headline of the Morning Bell Daily boldly reported the news of the ownership change of a company. The striking headline and large photos instantly attracted countless gazes. Did you hear? The company was actually acquired. A middle-aged man, holding a newspaper, said in surprise to the person next to him at the newsstand. Yeah, I just saw this news. I heard the new owner is a young talent, just 17, named Chun Yu. Another person echoed, their face filled with confusion and curiosity. The report detailed the development and crises faced by the company in recent years. Once glorious, the company gradually fell into difficulties amidst fierce market competition, with declining viewership and advertisers withdrawing their investments, putting its financial situation in jeopardy. The details of Chun Yu's full acquisition of the company were also disclosed by the media. How he engaged in difficult negotiations with various parties and raised substantial funds to become the new head sparked heated discussions throughout the city. The media and the public began to wildly speculate about the source of Chun Yu's wealth and the amount of the acquisition. Who exactly is Chun Yu? In such a short time, where did he get so much money to acquire the company? A seasoned financial journalist frowned and said to a colleague in the office, I heard he was doing exceptionally well in the gaming industry, but acquiring the company is no small sum. The colleague shook his head, their eyes filled with doubt. Compared to other wealthy individuals, Chun Yu's rapid wealth growth was particularly astonishing. The wealthy tycoons who have been navigating the business world for years have also turned their attention to this young newcomer. However, media controversies soon followed. A prominent newspaper was the first to publish negative comments about Chun Yu, questioning his business acumen and motives for the acquisition. How could a 17-year-old manage a large television station? Was there a hidden secret behind it all? The sharp words in the article instantly ignited a public debate. Another publication quickly stepped up to defend Chun Yu, leading to an ongoing back and forth between the two sides. Meanwhile, a well-known fortune teller joined the fray, analyzing Chun Yu's fate on a radio show, claiming that he was destined for wealth and would achieve extraordinary success in the future. This statement quickly attracted widespread attention, sparking discussions among the public. Sitting in his office, Chun Yu looked at the pile of newspapers and magazines on his desk, wearing a faint, helpless smile. The fortune analysis seemed utterly ridiculous to him. He muttered to himself, my achievements are earned through hard work, step by step. How can such ephemeral things determine my future? In the evening, Chun Yu returned home. His mother had been anxiously waiting for him. As soon as she saw him enter, she rushed over, her face filled with worry and confusion. You, tell me, why are you acquiring the television station? Her voice was tinged with urgency. That's a huge amount of money. Aren't you afraid of losing it all? Chun Yu set down his briefcase and walked to his mother, patiently explaining, Mom, don't worry. Acquiring the television station is a crucial step in my business strategy. In this era, media is the most important channel for expression. Having our own television station will not only help promote our games and other businesses better, but also allow us to take the initiative in public opinion. His mother frowned, still concerned. That sounds good, but can it make money? What if we lose? Can our family handle that? Chun Yu smiled confidently and took his mother's hand. Mom, you can rest assured. I already have a detailed plan. In the future, I intend to merge the newspaper with a multimedia company to create a powerful media group. At the same time, we can develop film and television projects, adapting popular games like Mechanical War God into films and expanding our business territory. I promise you, I will make the Chun family one of the top families in the city. Seeing the determination in her son's eyes, his mother's worries gradually dissipated. All right, Yu, I believe you, but you must be careful, and if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell the family. Chun Yu nodded, feeling a warmth surge in his heart. He knew that his family's support was essential for the smooth development of his career. Although the road ahead was filled with challenges, he was confident that with his business acumen and family backing, he could overcome all obstacles. As time went on, Chun Yu began to implement his plans diligently. He frequently met with senior executives from a certain newspaper to discuss the specifics of a merger. In a luxurious conference room, Chun Yu sat opposite the editor-in-chief, Wang Rui. Editor Wang, I believe our collaboration will create immense value, Chun Yu said with a smile. This newspaper has deep roots in the news industry, while our company has extensive influence in television media. After the merger, we will surely build a comprehensive media empire. Wang Rui nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Mr. Chen, I agree with your thoughts. However, we will certainly encounter many issues during the merger process, such as personnel integration and resource allocation. We need to plan carefully. Chen Yu smiled confidently. Editor Wang, I've already considered these issues. We can establish a dedicated task force to handle various matters during the merger process. I believe that as long as we work together, we can overcome these difficulties. Meanwhile, Chen Yu also began preparing for film and television projects. He invited several well-known screenwriters and directors to his company's conference room to discuss the adaptation plan for a certain game. Everyone, this game has a huge fan base, and we want to adapt it into an exciting film and television work, allowing more people to understand this game, Chen Yu said excitedly. I hope everyone can unleash their creativity and create a world filled with passion and excitement. A seasoned screenwriter furrowed his brows and, after thinking for a moment, said, Mr. Chen, adapting a game into a film is no small task. We need to retain the essence of the game while adding some new elements to make the story richer. Chen Yu nodded. You're right. I believe in everyone's expertise, and as long as we work together, we can definitely create a blockbuster film. While Chen Yu was busy with his career, his family remained his strong support. Chen Hao often visited his office to discuss business strategies. Chen Yu, I think your ideas for the film projects are great, Chen Hao said with a smile. However, you also need to pay attention to risk control, as the uncertainty in the film industry is quite high. Chen Yu looked at his father gratefully. Dad, thank you for your reminder. I will be cautious. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Although Xie Wanqing still had some worries, she gradually began to understand her son's thoughts. She often prepared his favorite meals, providing him with meticulous care in his daily life. Chen Yu, no matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health, Xie Wanqing said gently. If you're tired, just go home and rest. Chen Yu felt warmth in his heart as he looked at his mother's concerned gaze. He knew that no matter what difficulties he faced, his family would always be his strongest support. However, Chen Yu's business expansion did not go as smoothly as he hoped. Some competitors began to secretly undermine his plans. During a negotiation with an advertiser, a representative from a rival company suddenly appeared, attempting to steal Chen Yu's collaboration opportunity. Mr. Li, you must think carefully. Partnering with Chen Yu carries significant risks, said the competitor's representative. Although his company is growing rapidly, it lacks a stable foundation and could collapse at any moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a surge of anger but managed to suppress it, smiling as he replied. Mr. Li, I believe you are a discerning businessman. You should be well aware of our company's strength and potential. Collaborating with us will certainly lead to a win-win situation. After fierce competition, Chen Yu ultimately earned the advertiser's trust through his sincerity and capability. However, he knew that the road ahead would present many more challenges. As the merger progressed, employees from both Morning Bell Daily and Multidimensional Vision began to express some resistance. They were concerned about losing their jobs or facing changes in their work environment. Upon learning of this situation, Chen Yu immediately convened a staff meeting. Dear colleagues, I understand that many of you have concerns about the merger, Chen Yu said sincerely from the stage. But I want to assure you that the merger is to make us stronger. We will not resort to layoffs. Instead, we will provide more development opportunities for everyone. I hope you can set aside your worries and work together for our future. Throughout this process, Chen Yu did not forget the development of the Mech Warrior project. He frequently discussed new gameplay and version updates with team members to ensure that Mech Warrior remained popular. Everyone must remember, Mech Warrior is our foundation, Chen Yu told his team members. We need to keep innovating to keep players engaged. Only then can we maintain our competitive edge in the market. Chapter 37. The Zhao brothers' concerns employees at Multidimensional Television continued to work busily at their posts, completely unaware of the impending change in ownership. It wasn't until the day Chen Yu entered the television station as the new owner that the entire station erupted with excitement. Is this our new boss? So young. A young employee murmured, eyes wide with surprise. I heard he is thriving in the gaming industry. I can't believe he actually acquired our station. A colleague beside him echoed, wearing a puzzled and curious expression. Meanwhile, in the office of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Chongqing was frowning as he read a report about Chen Yu's acquisition of Multidimensional Television. He slowly set the newspaper down and leaned back in his chair, a hint of worry in his eyes. This Chen Yu is so young, yet capable of such bold moves. It seems that competition in the film and television industry will become even more intense, Zhao Chongqing muttered to himself, realizing that a formidable competitor had emerged. Chen Yu understood that to ensure the television station's smooth development, stabilizing the employees was the top priority. He quickly gathered all the staff of the television station, standing on a makeshift platform and looking resolutely at the crowd below. Dear colleagues, I know there may be some confusion and concern about my arrival. With a strong and steady voice, I assure you that I will continue to increase investments in the television station. Our goal is to reverse the current losses and rejuvenate the multifaceted television experience. The employees in the audience murmured among themselves. A senior employee stood up and asked, "What areas do you plan to focus on?" I smiled and replied, "First, we will innovate our program content, introducing more shows that align with audience preferences. Secondly, we will improve the working environment and benefits for staff, allowing everyone to work with more peace of mind." After hearing this, the employees nodded in agreement, and the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. To showcase the new beginning of the television station to the public, I decided to organize a grand unveiling ceremony. In the office, I discussed every detail of the ceremony with my colleague. "This unveiling ceremony is crucial. It must be grand and meaningful," I said, looking at her with trust. She nodded slightly, dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, elegant and capable. "Don't worry, I have already contacted a professional event planning team. They will arrange everything properly. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the guest list for the ribbon cutting?" After pondering for a moment, I said, "I want to invite important figures from the political and business sectors, as well as representatives from the station's veteran employees. This will show our respect for the station's history and demonstrate our sincerity." As the second in command of the company, she understood the importance of this event. She dressed meticulously in a glamorous yet dignified gown, ensuring every detail was just right. Standing in front of the mirror, she felt a wave of excitement for a successful start. "This time, we must let everyone see our company's strength and image," she whispered to herself. On the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the entrance of the television station was bustling with activity. Two imposing lion dancers leaped and twirled to the thrilling sounds of drums, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. At the entrance, a large red cloth covered the old logo, as if waiting for a fresh start. Thanks to careful arrangements, the ceremony began on time. I stood in a crisp suit, alongside other guests at the ribbon-cutting stage. A hint of nervousness was in my eyes, but there was also excitement and anticipation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cut the ribbon. The host's voice rang out, and we simultaneously cut the red silk ribbon. The red cloth slowly fell away, revealing the brand new logo of the station. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, while photographers clicked away to capture this historic moment. The head of the municipal bureau stepped onto the stage to deliver a brief speech. "Today, we witnessed the birth of this television station. I believe that under the leadership of Mr. Chun, this station will achieve great success. At the same time, I also look forward to more collaboration with Mr. Chen Yu in the future." Henry Carter smiled, his eyes revealing admiration for Chen Yu. The speaker spoke in a somewhat stiff Mandarin, with a hint of awkwardness that made it clear it was not his native language. This was not surprising, as the script was specially prepared by Chen Yu, fearing that this person might speak out of turn and say something inappropriate. After a round of warm applause, Chen Yu confidently walked onto the stage, smiling as he extended his hand to George Oliver. The two shook hands firmly, and the flashes from cameras in the audience erupted in succession. Standing tall, Chen Yu scanned the crowd with a steady gaze and calmly began to speak. "The television station behind me has stood for many years in this city, carrying the memories of countless citizens and creating many classics. Now, as the tide of the new era rolls in, I firmly believe that in the future, we will create more high-quality projects. Although I am still a newcomer in this industry." Zhang Wanyin stood in the audience, quietly watching Chen Yu on stage, feeling a ripple of emotions in her heart. She suddenly realized that this 17-year-old boss emanated an indescribable powerful aura, a maturity and confidence that transcended his age, making people unable to help but take notice. Chen Yu's voice rang out again, bringing everyone's thoughts back. "Finally, our station solemnly announces that the upcoming Mechanical Titan esports event will air every evening at 4:30 p.m. We sincerely invite everyone to tune in on time and witness this esports feast together." The audience below showed expressions of anticipation upon hearing this. Some young people excitedly whispered to each other, curious about the program. "Wow, Mechanical Titan esports sounds so cool. Yeah, I really can't wait to see it." After the ceremony, Chen Yu and Zhang Wanyin sat in the station's office, looking at the bustling crowd outside, filled with emotions. Wanyin, today's ceremony was a great success, Chen Yu said with a smile, his face radiating joy. Jiang Wanyin nodded. Yes, this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of work to do. Chen Yu took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he looked into the distance. I believe that as long as we work together, our station will definitely become the most influential television station in this city and even in Asia. As time passed, Chen Yu began to prepare intensively for the Mechanical Titan esports program. He gathered the production team in a conference room for a vigorous discussion. What ideas do you all have for this program? Chen Yu looked at everyone, his eyes filled with anticipation. A young director stood up and said, Boss, I think we can invite some well-known Mechanical Titan players to participate in the show and have them battle on-site, which would increase the program's appeal. Chen Yu nodded. That's a good idea. Anything else? Another experienced producer added. We could set up some interesting segments, such as player interviews and tactical analyses, to help the audience better understand the game Mechanical Titan. After much discussion, everyone finally settled on the general framework of the program. Looking at the planning document in his hands, Chen Yu felt a surge of confidence. All right, let's go ahead with this plan. Everyone must give their all to make this program a quality production, he said, his tone conveying determination. Throughout the preparation process, Chen Yu also made sure to communicate with the employees. He frequently visited various departments to understand their work situations and needs. Have you encountered any difficulties in your work? Chen Yu asked with concern. A young employee, a bit shy, replied, Boss, some of our equipment is outdated, which might affect our work efficiency. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately responded, I will resolve this issue as soon as possible. I will arrange for new equipment to ensure everyone can work more smoothly. The employees felt a wave of gratitude. They appreciated Chen Yu's care and attention, which motivated them to work even harder. However, preparing the program was not without its challenges. During the process of inviting contestants for the mechanical battle, they faced some rejections. Some contestants lacked confidence in the program and were concerned about their reputations. Boss, some contestants are unwilling to participate in our program, said the staff member responsible for invitations. Looking somewhat downcast, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before saying, Please communicate with them again and provide a detailed introduction to our planning and promotional strategies. If that still doesn't work, we can look for other promising contestants. After the staff's efforts, they finally managed to invite a few well-known contestants for the mechanical battle. They were moved by Chen Yu's sincerity and the program's planning, deciding to participate in the mechanical battle esports program. As the broadcast date approached, Chen Yu and his team entered a tense countdown phase. They meticulously checked every detail to ensure a smooth airing of the program. Let's check everything again. There must be no mistakes, Chen Yu reminded the staff at the recording site repeatedly. Finally, the mechanical battle esports program aired as scheduled. Once it was broadcast, it generated a tremendous response. Viewers were captivated by the exciting matches and engaging segments, leading to soaring ratings. Boss, our program is a hit. Jiang Wanyin excitedly rushed into Chen Yu's office, holding the ratings report. Chen Yu took the report and, seeing the data, smiled with satisfaction. Great. This is the result of everyone's hard work. The success of the Mechanical Battle esports program established a positive image for the station in the minds of the audience, and Chen Yu received more attention and praise as a result. Chapter 38, Layoff Crisis. Employees' Resistance and Awakening. Zhao Chongsheng was a prominent figure in the film and television industry, exuding an air of authority and composure shaped by years of experience. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei, with his neat short hair and sharp gaze, played a crucial role in the operations at Wanxiang Station. Yihua, several of the station's recent programs have not performed well in terms of ratings. What do you think? Zhao Chongsheng spoke up, his voice deep and powerful. Liu Yifei frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought said, I think our program format is a bit outdated and needs innovation. Moreover, we need to make some changes in the management of actors and staff. At Wanxiang Station, Liu Yifei was known for her sharp and ruthless management style, especially when it came to layoffs and salaries. Her methods were tough and merciless. Once, in an effort to cut costs, she laid off dozens of employees at once, which sparked strong dissatisfaction within the organization. Liu Yifei is going too far, laying off people just like that. She doesn't see the hard work of us old employees, said an angry former employee. Yes, and the salaries are also very low. Everyone is losing motivation, another employee echoed. Compared to Zhao Chongsheng, Liu Yifei's attitude towards actors and internal staff was completely different. While Zhao Chongsheng valued profits, he still retained some humanity. whereas Liu Yifei was entirely performance and cost-driven. The actors are the face of our station. Providing them with some benefits is essential for retaining talent. Zhao Chongqing sometimes voiced objections to Liu Yifei's methods. They are being paid, so they should work hard. Giving too many benefits will just spoil them. Liu Yifei disagreed dismissively. Liu Yifei's attention to the emerging competitor was greater than Zhao Chongqing's. She was always on guard against this new rival. When she learned that Qin Yu planned to live-stream gaming events, she immediately discussed it with Zhao Chongqing. Zhao, have you heard? That Qin Yu actually wants to live-stream gaming events. It's simply ridiculous, Liu Yifei sneered. Zhao Chongqing leaned back in his chair and scoffed. Humph. No one will watch that kind of thing. He's just wasting his time. When news broke that Qin Yu had acquired Lihua and its new film project, Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei once again showed their disdain for Qin Yu. Does he think that acquiring Lihua will change everything? He is too young and has no idea how deep the waters of the film industry are, Zhao Chongqing remarked. Exactly. His new film project will definitely fail. Let us just wait and see the joke unfold, Liu Yifei agreed. Meanwhile, in the office of the emerging competitor, Qin Yu was having an important conversation with Vice President Bai Ruochu. Bai Ruochu, an experienced and capable media professional, was very supportive of Qin Yu's vision. Ruochu, I plan to position live-streaming gaming events as a key development direction for our station. What do you think? Qin Yu looked at Bai Ruochu, his eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment of thought, Bai Ruochu replied, Boss, this idea is quite innovative, but it also faces many challenges. However, I believe that as long as we plan and promote well, we can definitely attract an audience. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. I knew you would understand my vision. I have great trust in you and Jinghui. As long as we work together, our station will surely surpass Wanxiang Station. Qin Yu promised to grant Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong shares and status to motivate them to excel in their work. You are all core members of the Infinity TV station. I will grant you corresponding shares and positions, making you the masters of the station. As long as you work hard, the achievements in the future will be limitless, Qin Yu stated firmly. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of capability and expressed zero tolerance for incompetence. In Infinity TV, ability is everything. If you have the capability, you will be reused. Conversely, even if you are relatives or friends, I will not show mercy. Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei have their own plans at the Wanxiang Station. They are discussing the upcoming series Small Town Scenery. This series has been meticulously crafted by us, and we must promote it well to strive for higher ratings. Zhao Chongqing said, Don't worry, Zhao. I have already arranged the promotional plan. This series is sure to be a hit. That Qin Yu is simply not our opponent. Liu Yifei replied confidently. However, Qin Yu did not back down due to the Zhao couple's underestimation. He led the Infinity TV team in preparing for the live broadcast of a gaming event. Everyone, check the live broadcast equipment once more. We must ensure that everything is foolproof, Qin Yu busily directed at the live broadcast site. Boss, we have checked several times. There are no issues, a staff member replied. Finally, the live broadcast of the gaming event began. At first, the number of viewers was not high, but as the competition progressed, the exciting visuals and intense competition attracted more and more viewers. Wow, this gaming live broadcast is amazing. It's much better than those cliché dramas, a young viewer exclaimed. Yes, I didn't expect gaming could be played like this. Infinity TV has really made a big splash this time, another viewer agreed. When Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei learned that the ratings for the gaming event broadcast were continuously rising, their expressions turned very grim. How could this happen? Why would people like to watch this? Liu Yifei said in disbelief. It seems we underestimated Qin Yu, Zhao Chongqing frowned, realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Not content with the success of the gaming event broadcast, Qin Yu began preparing for a new film project. He invited the top screenwriters and directors from the harbor city to discuss the production plan for the film. Everyone, we are going to create an unprecedented film. One that will shock the entire harbor city and even Asia, Qin Yu passionately stated at the meeting. Boss, we will give it our all, a well-known director responded. During the filming process, Qin Yu often visited the set to check on the work and lives of the actors and staff. You've all worked hard. If you have any problems, feel free to tell me, Qin Yu kindly said to the staff. Boss, you can rest assured. We are all very motivated. A staff member replied. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei at Wanxiang Station continued to push her management policies without change. She once again proposed a large-scale layoff plan, which sparked strong resistance from internal employees. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Liu Yifei doesn't see us as people at all. An employee angrily organized a protest. Yes, we need to let her know our stance. Other employees responded in kind. Seeing the resistance from the staff, Zhao Chongqing began to reflect on Liu Yifei's management style. Yihua, should we consider the employees' feelings? Continuing like this is detrimental to the development of the station, Zhao said to Liu. They are just a group of discontented people. If we don't cut jobs, the station's costs won't go down, Liu Yifei insisted on his viewpoint. Chen Yu's new movie finally premiered. As soon as it was released, it caused a huge sensation. The audience was captivated by the thrilling plot and exquisite visuals, leading to skyrocketing box office sales. Boss, our movie is a big hit. Bai Ruochu excitedly ran to Chen Yu's office to report the good news. That's great. It's the result of everyone's hard work, Chen Yu said with a satisfied smile. Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei were filled with shock and reluctance upon seeing Chen Yu's tremendous success. This Chen Yu really has some skills, Zhao had to admit. He shouldn't get too complacent. We still have our opportunities, Liu Yifei gritted his teeth. Chen Yu, however, was not blinded by his current success. He continued to lead the team at Wujia TV, innovating and launching more quality programs and films. We want to make Wujia TV the leader in the film and television industry of the city, showcasing our strength to the world, Chen Yu passionately declared at a staff meeting. Meanwhile, under Liu Yifei's management, Wanxiang TV's internal conflicts intensified, and employees' motivation continued to decline. Zhao Chongqing tried to change the situation, but Liu Yifei's stubbornness rendered his efforts ineffective. Yihua, we can't go on like this. We need to make changes, Zhao said to Liu once again. Everything I do is for the good of the station. I'm not wrong. Liu Yifei still refused to compromise. Chen Yu did not give his opponents too much breathing room. He began planning a large film and television award ceremony aimed at recognizing outstanding talent in the city's film and television industry, while also enhancing Wujia TV's visibility and influence. Ruochu, for this awards ceremony, we need to invite the most famous stars and directors in the city and make it a grand event for the film industry here, Chen Yu told Bai Ruochu. Boss, this idea is fantastic. However, inviting stars and arranging the venue will require meticulous preparation, Bai Ruochu reminded. I know. Just go ahead and do it. If you encounter any issues, let me know, Chen Yu said, trustingly patting Bai Ruochu's shoulder. At the same time, Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei were also searching for new breakthroughs for Wanxiang TV's development. They decided to launch a brand new variety show, hoping to recapture the gradually declining viewership. Zhao, I've already planned this variety show, focusing on celebrity reality shows. It will definitely attract viewers, Liu Yifei said to Zhao Chongqing. I hope so. This time we must succeed. Otherwise, our situation will become increasingly difficult, Zhao Chongqing said anxiously. As the awards ceremony date approaches, the staff of the station become increasingly busy. Chen Yu personally participates in planning every detail, striving for perfection in everything from stage setup to guest reception. Everyone checks the guest list again to ensure nothing is overlooked. The stage lighting and sound must also be repeatedly adjusted to avoid any errors. We cannot afford any mistakes, Chen Yu said seriously at the preparation meeting. Meanwhile, the recording of a new variety show is also underway at another station, with Liu Yifei strictly overseeing every aspect. Her demanding nature places immense pressure on the staff. This shot doesn't work, reshoot it. Pay attention, if this goes wrong, no one will have it easy, Liu Yifei shouted at the crew. Finally, the film award ceremony takes place as scheduled. That evening, the venue sparkles with stars, bringing together film stars and dignitaries from all walks of life. Chen Yu stands on stage, confidently delivering the opening speech. Welcome everyone to the first film award ceremony of our station. Today, we gather here to witness the brilliant achievements of the film industry in this city. Our station will continue to support outstanding film creations and bring more exciting works to the audience. Chen Yu's voice resonates throughout the venue, earning rounds of applause. At the same time, the new variety show from the other station is airing, but the audience seems unimpressed, with ratings far below expectations. Why is this show so boring? There's no originality at all. Viewers complain in front of their televisions. In contrast, the awards ceremony of the first station achieves tremendous success. Through this event, the station not only enhances its brand image but also further solidifies its position in the local film industry. Boss, this award ceremony was a huge success. Our station's recognition has reached a new level, Bai Ruochu said excitedly. This is the result of everyone's hard work. However, we cannot be complacent. We must continue to strive for excellence, Qin Yu humbly replied. Zhao Chongxing and Lu Yifei feel increasing pressure upon witnessing the success of the first station. They realize that Qin Yu and his station have become formidable competitors. It seems we really need to reflect on our strategy, Zhao Chongxing said helplessly. Humph. I refuse to believe we can't compete with him, Lu Yifei retorted defiantly. Chapter 39. The Showdown in Esports. Qin Yu stands in front of a large whiteboard. Holding a marker, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Just think about it. Broadcasting video game competitions live on television will provide a completely new entertainment experience. As he speaks, he sketches simple diagrams on the whiteboard. Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong sit on the sofa, exchanging glances, their expressions complicated. They are moved by Qin Yu's bold and innovative idea, yet deep down, they harbor doubts. Bai Ruochu furrows her brow and after a moment of thought, speaks up. Boss, your idea is indeed groundbreaking. We all understand that this could be a new direction for development, but I still have some concerns. Do you really think people will be willing to sit in front of the television and watch others play games? To me, the joy of playing games myself far surpasses watching others play. Can we really guarantee the ratings? His tone carried a hint of caution and worry. After all, ratings are a crucial lifeline for television stations. Qin Yu put down the marker, walked to the sofa, and sat down, looking seriously at Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong. He squinted slightly, as if traversing time and space, recalling the era when esports were thriving in his past life. Ruochu, Jinghui, I know your concerns. But you have to believe that this live broadcasting format has immense appeal. I've seen it. In the future, esports competitions can attract thousands of viewers, and that scene is simply breathtaking. I've decided to experiment with live broadcasting, starting with our upcoming Mechanical War God competition. Qin Yu continued, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. If the results are not good, we will immediately replace the esports competition and look for other program formats. But I believe this live broadcast will definitely surprise the audience and bring new opportunities to our television station. At that moment, in an ordinary neighborhood in the harbor city, narrow streets were lined with old residential buildings. Chun Haoyang had just come home from school, carrying a worn-out backpack, his face showing signs of fatigue and irritability. The troubles he faced at school today left him feeling down, and he particularly wanted to go to the arcade to unleash his stress in the world of Mechanical War God. But when he checked his pocket, it was empty. The harsh reality of not having money made him sigh helplessly. Back at home, Chun Haoyang casually tossed his backpack aside and plopped down on the somewhat worn sofa. Bored, he turned on the television, hoping to find something interesting to pass the time. The TV was playing various cliché dramas and variety shows. Chun Haoyang kept changing the channels, muttering, why is it all this boring stuff? It's so meaningless. Just when he was about to give up, a scene suddenly caught his attention. The screen displayed the Mechanical War God Championship, and the commentator's passionate voice filled the room. Dear viewers, welcome to the exclusive live broadcast of the Mechanical War God Championship from our station. Today, top teams from across the harbor city will compete fiercely for the highest honor of the Mechanical War God. Chun Haoyang sat up straight on the sofa, his eyes wide open, filled with shock and excitement. What? The Mechanical War God competition is actually being broadcast on television? I can't believe it. He couldn't help but say to himself. The commentator continued to introduce the competition background and participating teams. Now, let me introduce the Starlight team. This team was established last year. Although young, their strength should not be underestimated. Each player possesses remarkable skills, especially their main player, Winner, who excels at various high-difficulty combos and is one of the favorites to win this competition. Their opponent, the Dawn Vanguard, is also a strong team. Captain Quinn's defensive counterattack tactics are executed flawlessly, and today's match is sure to be exciting. The commentator's introduction instantly enhances the interest and appeal of the game. Chun Haoyang, watching the players on the TV, couldn't help but make some remarks. This Winner looks so small and thin, but I didn't expect him to be so formidable. And that Quinn, why does his hairstyle look so strange, like a bird's nest? He laughed as he spoke, adding a touch of humor to the tense match. At the venue, the atmosphere was as fiery as burning flames. The cheers and shouts from the audience rose and fell, as if they were about to lift the roof off. The players from the Starry Radiance team and the Dawn Vanguard sat in front of their consoles, their gazes focused and determined, as if the entire world had shrunk down to the game screen before them. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. The battle between Winner and Quinn drew everyone's attention. Winner took the initiative, his fingers dancing rapidly over the joystick and buttons like a nimble dancer. His character charged forward in an instant, unleashing a series of flashy combos that caught Quinn off guard. "Look at this," Winner shouted, as his character unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent Quinn's character flying. Chen Haoyang was deeply impressed by the intensity of the match and the skill of the players. He stared intently at the screen, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, as if he were right there in the arena. "Wow, that's incredible. I didn't know the mechanical war god could be played like this. I really wasted my time before." His voice was filled with awe and envy. As the match heated up, both sides exchanged fierce attacks, refusing to back down. Every intense clash sent Chen Haoyang's heart racing. He was filled with anticipation and tension, his eyes glued to the screen, afraid to miss any exciting moment. Who would win in the end? Go Winner. He couldn't help but cheer for his favorite player. In the control room of the Wujia TV station, Chen Yu, Bai Ruochu, and Wen Qizhong were also anxiously monitoring the live broadcast, seeing the soaring ratings in real time. Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong displayed expressions of surprise and joy. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be right. The ratings are skyrocketing," Bai Ruochu exclaimed, looking at Chen Yu with admiration. Chen Yu smiled and nodded. "I knew it. As long as we are willing to try and dare to innovate, we will definitely find new directions for development. This success of the esports broadcast is just the beginning of our rise at Wujia TV station." His eyes revealed boundless hope and unwavering belief in the future. The match continued, and Chen Haoyang was completely immersed in the world of the mechanical war god. He was no longer the frustrated boy who couldn't afford to go to the arcade. At this moment, his heart was filled with passion and longing for esports. He secretly vowed to become an outstanding esports player, just like the ones he saw on television. Meanwhile, in other corners of the city, countless viewers were captivated by the thrilling mechanical battle competition. Some, like Chen Haoyang, were watching esports for the first time on TV, amazed by this new form of entertainment. Others were loyal players of the game, thrilled to see skilled competitors face off on screen. This match not only changed Chen Haoyang's life, but also sparked an esports craze in the city. Chen Yu watched the footage in the control room, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew his decision was the right one. Next, he aimed to use this opportunity to further promote esports broadcasts, create more exciting esports programs, and ensure that their station remained unbeatable in the fierce competition. Ruo Chu, Jinghui, we cannot be satisfied with our current achievements. Moving forward, we need to plan more esports competitions, invite more top players, and make our esports broadcast the most popular program in the city. Chen Yu stood up, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could already see the bright future of the station. Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong also stood up, nodding vigorously. "Boss, we're with you." Their voices were filled with determination and resolve. As the match progressed, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense. The showdown between Winner and Quinn entered the final round, with both players having very little health left. Each attack could decide the outcome of the match. Chen Haoyang was so nervous he could hardly breathe, his eyes glued to the screen. "Winner, unleash your special move." He couldn't help but shout at the TV. As if hearing his call, Winner seized a fleeting opportunity. His fingers quickly pressed the keys, and the character erupted with powerful energy. A dazzling light flashed, and Quinn's character was knocked out. Yes, Winner won. Chen Haoyang excitedly jumped up from the sofa, dancing as if he had won the match himself. At that moment, the phone lines at the station were ringing off the hook, with viewers calling in to express their love for the match and anticipation for the next one. Chen Yu looked at the feedback, filled with joy and pride. "It seems we have found a treasure," he said with a smile to Bai Ruochu and Wen Qizhong. "The potential for esports broadcasts is enormous. We need to dig deep." In the following days, Chen Yu and his team became busy preparing for the next esports competition, inviting more teams and players to participate. At the same time, they continuously optimized the broadcast technology and visuals, adding more interesting interactive segments to better engage the audience. "I must become an esports player and make sure everyone knows my name," Chen Haoyang silently vowed in his heart. "Boss, what should we do if other channels start broadcasting esports too?" Bai Ruochu asked with some concern. Chen Yu smiled slightly. "This is a good thing. It shows that our direction is correct, but we can't be surpassed by them. We must keep innovating and create more distinctive programs. For example, we could organize esports star meet and greets, allowing audiences to interact closely with the players. We could also launch esports educational programs to help more people understand esports." Chapter 40. The surge in ratings at the venue of the second event by Ruochu furrowed his brows, revealing his worry. He rubbed his hands together and said to Chunyu, "Boss, I'm really nervous. This live broadcast is not like the last one. It's scheduled for 4:30 p.m., which isn't prime time. I'm really worried the ratings will be pitiful." His voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with doubt about the outcome of this broadcast. Chunyu nodded slightly. In fact, he was also quite anxious. Although he had planned this broadcast again against the odds due to his deep understanding of the potential of esports, he still felt a sense of unease about the actual effect of the television broadcast. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said, "Ruochu, I understand your concerns, but since we've chosen this path, we can only move forward bravely. The charm of esports may break the limitations of traditional time slots." At that moment, Takahashi Yujiro, dressed in a sharp suit, walked into the monitoring room with steady steps. His sharp gaze scanned everything around him, and with a strong accent, he said, "Shin-san, I came to watch the match today to see the effect of this broadcast and to decide whether to support our country in hosting similar events." Shin-yu hurriedly stepped forward, warmly shook hands with Takahashi Yujiro, and said, "Mr. Takahashi, thank you very much for your attention. We are confident about this match and believe it will surprise you." Although he wore a smile, the palms of Chun-yu's hands were slightly sweaty. He knew the importance of this broadcast for future cooperation with their country. As the match began, the atmosphere in the monitoring room became increasingly tense. After the first round, an official excitedly burst into the monitoring room, waving a report in his hand and loudly announcing, "Boss, the ratings for the first match are out, and they reached 43. Chun-yu's eyes widened in surprise, and he showed an expression of joy. He eagerly took the report and examined it carefully, realizing that this figure was relatively high for the current time slot and likely indicated that viewers were highly interested in the match. "That's amazing." Chun-yu couldn't help but exclaim. "This data far exceeds my expectations. It seems viewers are very enthusiastic about esports competitions." However, Ruochu looked puzzled, scratching his head as he said, "Boss, I really can't understand why anyone would want to stay in front of the TV to watch a game match." Chun-yu smiled and explained, "Ruochu, you see, during this time slot, most viewers are students. They just got home from school, put down their backpacks, and turned on the TV just in time to catch this exciting match. Electronic sports are filled with novelty and excitement for them, naturally capturing their attention. The competition continues, and the player winner's performance on the field becomes increasingly impressive. He skillfully controls his character, executing a series of stunning combos that leave his opponents defenseless." The commentator excitedly exclaims, "Wow, look at this play by the winner. It's simply amazing. So spectacular." The enthusiasm of the audience is completely ignited, and cheers and shouts resonate through the television. In the monitoring room, everyone is focused on the real-time ratings data, watching the numbers climb steadily. By the end of the second round, the ratings have reached 67. Yuji Takahashi's eyes widen slightly, showing a hint of surprise. When the third round concludes, the ratings unexpectedly soar to 87. Unable to contain his excitement, Yuji Takahashi exclaims, "Chun, this rating is truly astonishing. If we could achieve such ratings in this region, it would bring considerable advertising revenue." Hearing Yuji Takahashi's words, Chun-yu's heart stirs as he realizes that the current popularity of the mechanical war god can be leveraged for global promotion. With a determined gaze, he says, "Mr. Takahashi, you are absolutely right. The potential of electronic sports is limitless, and we can definitely collaborate to promote this event globally, creating even greater commercial value." Seeing such high ratings, Chun-yu knows this is an excellent opportunity. He immediately reminds his team, "Everyone, pay attention. With the ratings this high, we must seize this opportunity and prepare for the upcoming programs, especially the primetime slots. We absolutely cannot miss out." Ruochu, having shaken off previous worries, confidently states, "Boss, don't worry. We will be fully prepared to ensure the upcoming programs are extraordinary." Chun-yu nods in satisfaction, watching his busy and enthusiastic team in the monitoring room, filled with anticipation for the future. Through the success of this competition and the surge in ratings, Chun-yu and his team deeply realized the immense potential of electronic sports and the vast market opportunities that television media holds in this field. They seem to envision a brand new business landscape slowly unfolding, with the borderless television station poised to be a pioneer in leading the electronic sports trend in this era full of opportunities. In the following days, Chun-yu and his team begin to prepare intensively for the collaboration with Yuji Takahashi, planning to promote the Mechanical War God event in this region. In the conference room, Chun Yu stands in front of a large map, holding a pointer, passionately stating, "Everyone, this collaboration with this region is an important step for us towards going global. We need to plan carefully to ensure that the Mechanical War God takes root here and attracts more viewers." Team members nod in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. Marketing manager Li Hua stands up and says, "Boss, we can collaborate with local media to increase our promotional efforts. At the same time, we can design Mechanical War God merchandise with local characteristics to enhance the event's appeal." Chun Yu nodded with a smile. "Very good, Li Hua, this is a great idea. We also need to make some adjustments to the event based on the cultural characteristics of the region to make it more appealing to the local audience." Meanwhile, Bai Ruachu was actively preparing for the upcoming program. He sat around the conference table with the production team members, carefully discussing the content of the show. "We need to maintain the enthusiasm for the Mechanical Warrior competition and create some behind-the-scenes footage to help the audience better understand the lives of the contestants," Bai Ruachu said. A director then added, "We can also invite the contestants to engage in some fun interactions, such as game challenges and QA sessions, to increase audience participation." During the intense preparation process, Chun Yu did not forget to keep an eye on the popularity of the Mechanical Warrior competition in the city. He often visited the audience feedback department of the television station to check on letters and phone records from viewers. "How has the audience feedback for the Mechanical Warrior competition been recently?" Chun Yu asked. A staff member handed over a stack of documents and said, "Boss, the audience is very enthusiastic. They expressed that they want to see more competitions and are also very interested in the contestants' backstories." Chun Yu flipped through the documents, a pleased smile appearing on his face. "It seems our direction is correct. Notify the team to arrange interviews with the contestants to satisfy the audience's curiosity." Meanwhile, Takahashi Yujiro, after returning to the region, was actively promoting the collaboration with the television station. He held multiple meetings with major companies and media outlets in the area, promoting the commercial value of the Mechanical Warrior competition. "Everyone, the viewing ratings for the Mechanical Warrior competition in the city are extremely high. If we introduce it, it will surely bring enormous economic benefits," Takahashi Yujiro said at a business meeting. Some representatives expressed strong interest, but others raised concerns. "Mr. Takahashi, while the competition in the city has been very successful, our region may be different. The audience might not accept this type of esports." Takahashi Yujiro smiled confidently. "I have seen the excitement of the competition firsthand in the city, and after analysis, this passionate and competitive event has significant market potential here as well. We can start with a small-scale promotion and see the results." After much effort, the promotion plan for the Mechanical Warrior competition in the region finally took shape. Chun Yu and Takahashi Yujiro met again to discuss specific collaboration details. "Chun-san, after this period of preparation, we have contacted several television stations and sponsors in the region, and the cooperation matters are basically ready," Takahashi Yujiro said. Chun Yu excitedly shook Takahashi Yujiro's hand. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Takahashi. I believe our collaboration will surely be a great success." Next, they needed to determine the specific time, location, and format of the competition. With their combined efforts, various details were gradually finalized. The Mechanical Warrior competition would hold preliminary rounds in major cities like Tokyo and Osaka, with the final taking place at a large sports arena in Tokyo. As the competition date approached, Chun Yu and the team once again immersed themselves in intense preparation work. They not only need to ensure the smooth running of the event, but also consider how to present the highlights of this international competition to a global audience through live television broadcasts. The technical equipment for this live broadcast is already prepared, and we have invited a professional commentary team to help the audience better understand the competition," the head of the technical department reported. Chun Yu responded with satisfaction. "Great. We must ensure everything goes flawlessly. This event is crucial for our global promotion, and there can be no mistakes." Finally, the Mechanical Battle God event kicked off in an island nation. At the preliminary competition venue, contestants from various regions gathered, eager to showcase their skills. The audience arrived early, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. In the television broadcast, the commentator enthusiastically introduced the competition. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently live in Tokyo, bringing you the preliminary rounds of the Mechanical Battle God competition. Today, we will witness exciting matchups from many outstanding contestants. During the competition, the contestants displayed their unique skills, and the thrilling battles had the audience cheering with excitement. Chen Yu and his team were nervously monitoring every aspect of the competition and the ratings changes from a control room in a port city. The ratings here are continuously rising and have now reached 50. The data monitoring staff reported excitedly. Chen Yu smiled with relief. Great. It seems our efforts have paid off. Keep an eye on it and ensure the broadcast runs smoothly. As the event progressed, the date of the finals drew closer. Chen Yu decided to personally travel to the island nation to support the finals and communicate further with local partners. At the finals venue in Tokyo, the stadium was packed, and the cheers of the audience were deafening. Chen Yu and Takahashi Yujiro sat in the VIP section, watching the intense competition on stage, filled with emotion. Chen-san, the success of this event is due to your efforts and vision, Takahashi Yujiro said. Chen Yu responded with a smile. Mr. Takahashi, this is our shared achievement. In the future, we will promote the mechanical battle god to more countries and regions, allowing esports to shine globally. In the final moments of the competition, two strong contestants engaged in a peak showdown. The atmosphere reached a boiling point, and the audience stood up, cheering for the contestants. Ultimately, the competition concluded with a champion who raised the trophy, and cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Watching this scene, Chen Yu understood that this was just the beginning of the global promotion of esports, with broader horizons waiting for them to explore. Through this collaboration with the island nation, Chen Yu became even more determined to promote the Mechanical Battle God event worldwide. Upon returning to the port city, he immediately gathered the team to start planning the next round of promotional efforts. Everyone, we have achieved success in the island nation, and now we need to set our sights on the European and American markets. Please feel free to share any ideas you may have, Chen Yu said at the meeting. Team members eagerly offered their suggestions. Some proposed collaborating with well-known gaming companies from a certain region, while others suggested hosting a global esports competition. Chapter 41. The dawn of ambition. In the atmosphere of enthusiastic discussion, team members expressed their opinions freely. Just as Chen Yu was attentively listening to everyone's proposals and contemplating how to better promote the Mech Warrior event in certain markets, the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully by Ruochu, and when Shizhong hurried into the office, their faces showing unmistakable shock and admiration. Bai Ruochu tightly held a viewership report, her voice slightly trembling. Boss, the viewership is simply astonishing. It has reached 90, which is unprecedented in the television industry. When Shizhong nodded in agreement, his eyes wide. Yes, boss, we really didn't expect the live broadcast of the esports competition to be so popular. You truly have great foresight. Chen Yu turned around, a confident smile on his face. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes shining. I knew that esports had tremendous potential. It seems our efforts have not been in vain. Next, I plan to incorporate the esports competition into our variety channel, making it one of the flagship programs of our television station. Just then, when Shizhong's phone suddenly rang, he answered it, and his expression gradually became excited. After hanging up, he excitedly told Chen Yu, Boss, several advertisers just contacted us, and they all hope to place ads in our program. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a proud smile. Tell them that the ads for the first season have already been taken. If they are interested, they can come back to bid next year. While speaking, he walked to his desk, picked up a document, and continued. Actually, I already have my branding plan. I have collaborated with my father, Chen Hao, to establish the brand union. Next, we will have the competition participants promote our brand in the ads. Moreover, I have a bigger plan to expand this brand into other markets in the future. Meanwhile, in the office of the Zhao brothers, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Zhao Chongqing sat at a large desk, his expression dark and frightening. He held a report on the viewership of a certain television station, his brow furrowed, unable to believe that a gaming live stream could achieve such high ratings. How is this possible? The viewership for a gaming competition is even higher than our carefully produced dramas? In anger, Zhao Chongqing threw the report onto the desk and looked at Yuan Jiwei beside him. Yuan Jiwei adjusted his glasses and cautiously explained, Mr. Zhao? According to our analysis, the high viewership is mainly due to the student demographic. They are very interested in this new esports competition, and the timing of the matches coincides perfectly with their after-school hours, thus attracting a large audience of students. After hearing this, Zhao Chongqing fell into deep thought. He realized that this was a huge market he had overlooked. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. It seems we need to reassess the market. Since the student group enjoys this type of program so much, we can consider creating a children's channel dedicated to broadcasting suitable shows for them. in order to respond to the competition from a certain television station. At this moment, Lu Yifei walked into the office and saw Zhao Chongsheng with a worried expression. So he asked, "What's wrong, Zhao? What happened?" Zhao Chongsheng informed Lu Yifei about the situation with the television station, and the two exchanged glances. Seeing regret in each other's eyes, Lu Yifei sighed. If I had known Chun Yu had such capabilities, I shouldn't have rejected his collaboration proposal back then. Now it's too late for regrets. In the streets of the harbor city, as evening fell, parents finished their busy day and returned home. They turned on the television to relax. When they switched to the certain television station, a program called The Great Hero Hui Yuanjia captured their attention. The exciting plot and the actors' superb performances kept the parents glued to the screen. Why are the recent programs from this station so captivating? One parent couldn't help but say to their family. Yeah, it seems we need to watch this station more often, the family agreed. The success of the television station made other broadcasters realize that the market landscape was changing. They quickly held emergency meetings to discuss strategies. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We must accelerate our program adjustments, or we'll lose our audience to that station. A television station executive said anxiously during the meeting. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was in his office discussing future development directions with his team members. Standing in front of a large whiteboard with a marker in hand, he wrote down key plans. We have achieved initial success in competitions and advertising. But this is just the beginning. Next, we need to continue optimizing our program content and improving quality to attract a broader audience across different age groups. He turned to look at his team members, his gaze firm. At the same time, we must accelerate our brand promotion to establish the Yumian brand in the market. I believe that as long as we keep working hard, we can achieve even greater success in the entertainment industry. On the Zhao family's side, preparations for the children's channel were also in full swing. Zhao Chongsheng personally participated in the planning, hoping to reclaim market share through this channel. We need to find the best screenwriters and create the most interesting programs to attract student viewers back, Zhao Chongsheng told his staff. As time passed, the electronic sports competitions on the certain television station became increasingly popular, and the Yumian brand gradually gained public recognition. Advertisers began to approach them, hoping to collaborate with the station. During negotiations with advertisers, Chen Yu maintained confidence and decisiveness. Our programs have high ratings and a broad audience. Partnering with us will ensure maximum exposure for your brand, Chen Yu said to one advertiser. The advertiser nodded repeatedly. Boss, we are very optimistic about collaborating with you. We hope to reach a win-win cooperation agreement. Meanwhile, the Zhao family's children's channel finally launched. However, the initial ratings were not ideal. Zhao Chongsheng looked at the viewership report in his hand, his brow furrowing once again. What is going on? Why is the viewership so low for the show we meticulously produced? Zhao Chongsheng asked angrily. A staff member cautiously replied, Mr. Zhao, it may be due to insufficient promotion. The audience is not yet familiar with our children's channel. Zhao Chongsheng pondered for a moment and said, we need to increase our promotional efforts and ensure more people know about our children's channel. At the same time, we should continue to optimize the program content to meet the needs of the students. After learning about Zhao's launch of the children's channel, Chen Yu did not take it lightly. He knew that the competition was just beginning. During a team meeting, he addressed everyone. Zhao's launch of the children's channel is their counterattack. We cannot let our guard down. We need to continue innovating and produce more quality programs. Bai Ruochu suggested, Boss, we could add some interactive segments in the esports competitions to enhance viewer participation. We could also invite celebrity guests to join the programs to increase their visibility. Chen Yu nodded. That's a good suggestion. Let's go with that. We need to continuously bring freshness to our audience and keep them supporting our programs. As competition intensified, the television industry in the port city entered a new stage of development. Boss, new advertisers are looking to discuss cooperation with us, a staff member approached, interrupting Chen Yu's thoughts. Chen Yu snapped back to reality, a confident smile appearing on his face. Great. Let us see what kind of cooperation opportunities we can create this time. With that, he strode towards the conference room. As the influence of the borderless television station continued to grow, Chen Yu began to think about how to further expand the business. During a family gathering, he discussed future development directions with his father, Chun Hao, and mother, Xia Wanqing. Dad, Mom, I think we shouldn't limit ourselves to television programs and brand promotion. The entertainment industry is developing rapidly. We could consider venturing into film production, Chen Yu said seriously while having dinner. Chun Hao put down his utensils and nodded. Oh, your idea is good.
The film industry has always had potential. With our television station as a foundation, we can better promote and market films. However, Xia Wanqing expressed some concerns. Film production requires a lot of funding and manpower, and the risks are significant. Are you confident? Chen Yu smiled confidently, Mom. I have already conducted detailed market research. There is a great demand among audiences for quality films, and as long as we produce good works, we will surely succeed. Moreover, we can utilize the resources of the television station to train our own actors and directors. Seeing her son's determined eyes, Xia Wanqing's worries gradually dissipated. All right. Since you are so confident, I will support you. But be careful, and if you encounter any difficulties, always let the family know. With his family's support, Chen Yu began preparing for the film production project. He gathered the elite team from the television station to discuss the topic and production plan for the film. What genre do we think our first film should be? Everyone wondered. Chen Yu looked at his team members and asked expectantly. A screenwriter stood up and said, "Boss, I think we can make an action movie. The audience here has always loved action films, and we have many excellent martial arts directors who can create spectacular fight scenes." Another director shared his opinion. "I believe we can add some comedic elements to make the film more entertaining and enjoyable." After a lively discussion, everyone finally settled on the film's genre and general framework. Chen Yu looked at the planning proposal in his hand, filled with anticipation. "All right, let's go with this plan. Everyone must give their all to make this film a classic," Chen Yu said firmly. During the preparation for the film, Chen Yu also kept an eye on the development of esports competitions and television programs. He often visited the competition venues to cheer for the players. At the same time, he participated in the planning and production of television programs, offering his suggestions and ideas. "Boss, what do you think about this segment of the program?" A director asked Chen Yu while holding the program plan. Chen Yu examined the plan carefully, thought for a moment, and replied, "I think we can increase the interactivity of this segment to make the audience feel more involved. For example, we could set up some online voting segments to let the audience decide the direction of the program." The director's eyes lit up. "Boss, your suggestion is fantastic. This will definitely attract more viewers." As the film production progressed, the Zhao family was also continuously adjusting their strategy. Zhao Chongqing realized that relying solely on the children's channel was not enough to compete with a major television network. He began to reassess the Zhao family's business layout and decided to increase investment in film production. "We need to create more impactful films and regain our market share," Zhao Chongqing stated at a high-level meeting of the Zhao family. The Zhao team's preparations for new film projects began actively, inviting the top actors and directors in the area, hoping to create a work that would shock the audience. Chapter 42. Challenging the Zhao family's decision through the popularity of esports live broadcasts. Chen Yu's television station had established a foothold in the area. However, his ambitions went far beyond that. He was well aware of the immense potential of the film and television industry, especially in the television drama market. At this time, a drama originally planned to be released 10 years later, titled The Great Hero Hui Yuanjia, entered the preparation stage ahead of schedule due to Chen Yu's push, sparking discussions throughout the city. Chen Yu sat in his spacious and bright office, looking at the bustling street scene outside, filled with anticipation for this drama. He gathered the core team to discuss the specific filming plan. "Everyone, The Great Hero Hui Yuanjia is a crucial step for us to enter the film and television industry. It must be perfect," Chen Yu said firmly, looking at everyone with determination. "Boss, I believe the cast is key. We must choose the most suitable people for the roles," said manager Zhang, who was in charge of casting. Chen Yu nodded and said, "Exactly. I already have a preliminary idea. I plan to have Chen Zhengying play the role of Hui Yuanjia. His image and temperament align perfectly with the chivalrous spirit of the legendary hero, and his acting skills are widely recognized. However, the boss, while Chen Zhengying has had some performances before, most of them were supporting roles. Can he handle the lead role?" Some raised doubts. Chen Yu smiled slightly and confidently said, "I believe in his capabilities, and we will provide him with comprehensive support and training. I am sure he will bring the character of the legendary hero to life." Then, Chen Yu announced the choice for the female lead. The female lead will be Shi Jiaoao. Her image is sweet, and her acting is very lively. I believe she will create a unique chemistry with Chen Zhengying. "What about Chen Zhen?" Manager Zhang asked. Chen Zhen will be portrayed by Yuan Biao. His solid martial arts foundation and agile movements will definitely showcase Chen Zhen's heroism and passion, Chen Yu said confidently. Subsequently, Chen Yu detailed the roles for other actors, and everyone expressed their approval of his arrangements. After finalizing the cast, Chen Yu began assembling a strong production team. He personally approached Chung Long, inviting him to compose the theme song for the legendary hero. Chung Long, I know you are very talented in music composition. This drama holds great significance, and I hope you can create a classic theme song for it, Chen Yu said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Chung Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He patted his chest and said, Boss, don't worry, I will do my best to create a song that people will remember at first listen. With the song issue resolved, Chen Yu turned his attention to finding a martial arts director. He thought of Li Xiaolong, a highly influential figure in both the martial arts and film industries. Mr. Li Xiaolong, I would like to invite you to be the martial arts director for the legendary hero, integrating your fighting philosophy into the drama, allowing the audience to see a different style of martial arts, Chen Yu said with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiaolong nodded and said, Mr. Chen, your idea is innovative, and I am very interested. I am willing to contribute my efforts to this drama. With the actors and production team in place, Chen Yu faced a challenging issue, finding a screenwriter. He approached many well-known screenwriters, but was not satisfied, as their writing styles differed greatly from what Chen Yu envisioned. What to do? The screenwriter is the soul of a drama. Without the right person, success would be difficult. Chen Yu frowned and paced back and forth in the office. At that moment, an assistant recommended a young screenwriter, Xiao Fang. With a mindset of giving it a try, Chen Yu reviewed Xiao Fang's work and was pleasantly surprised. This Xiao Fang is very talented, and his works are filled with creativity and passion. He is the one, Chen Yu said excitedly. However, when Chen Yu announced the promotion of Xiao Fang to head of the screenwriting department, he faced a lot of skepticism. Boss, Xiao Fang is too young and lacks experience. Can he handle such an important position? An older employee asked with concern. Chen Yu replied sternly, I believe in his abilities. The screenwriting department is one of the core departments of our company, and it needs fresh blood and innovative thinking. We cannot dismiss him just because he is young. I believe he can lead the screenwriting department to achieve great results. Moreover, we are pressed for time and must deliver results quickly. Under Chen Yu's insistence, Xiao Fang took office. He is well aware of the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders and works tirelessly, leading the screenwriting team to create outstanding scripts. With the preparations for the great hero Hua Yuanjia proceeding smoothly, Chen Yu began to focus on the company's expansion plans. He expanded the screenwriting department, bringing in many talented young individuals, and officially incorporated several martial arts instructors into the company, injecting new vitality into its development. We need to establish our own film and television studio and create a comprehensive production base, Chen Yu announced boldly at a company meeting. This decision caused quite a stir. Some felt that Chen Yu was being too dictatorial and that such a large investment posed significant risks. However, Chen Yu remained unfazed, firmly believing in his vision. I want our company to become a leader in the film and television industry of the harbor city. This studio is an important step towards our success, Chen Yu said resolutely. At the same time, Chen Yu was planning a larger commercial strategy. He acquired an entertainment platform and prepared to engage in fierce competition with a major industry player. This rival had dominated the film and television sector for a long time, and Chen Yu aimed to break this status quo and provide audiences with different cinematic experiences. Clenching his fists, determination sparkled in his eyes. To cultivate his own film talents, Chen Yu planned to establish a training program for artists aimed at discovering promising actors among newcomers. We will build our own team of stars and make them the hallmark of our company. Chen Yu envisioned a bright future. The great hero Hua Yuanjia, as Chen Yu's first challenge against the rival, was scheduled for prime time. Filled with confidence, he believed this drama would achieve tremendous success. However, at a competing network, Liu Yifei felt a sense of unease. She keenly sensed that the airing of the great hero Hua Yuanjia could impact her network's ratings. Yuan Jiwei, keep a close eye on the airing of the great hero Hua Yuanjia. I have a feeling this drama is not simple, Liu Yifei said, furrowing her brows and wearing a serious expression. Soon after, Yuan Jiwei rushed into Liu Yifei's office, panic evident on his face. Manager Fang, it's bad. The ratings for the great hero Hua Yuanjia have soared, and our ratings have dropped to 43, facing a significant impact. Liu Yifei's complexion turned pale instantly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Don't panic. Continue to monitor the situation. We need to come up with a counter-strategy quickly. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was sitting in the control room of the television station, watching the ratings for the great hero Hua Yuanjia rise steadily, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seems our efforts have paid off. Now is the time for us to shine, Chen Yu thought, his eyes sparkling with the vision of a glorious future for the company. As the plot progressed, the popularity of the great hero Hui Yuanjia continued to rise, and it became a topic of conversation in every corner of the streets. The audience was captivated by the exciting plot, intense fight scenes, and the outstanding performances of the actors. For a time, Chen Yu's television station became the most talked-about media outlet in the port city. Internally, Chen Yu did not let up. He continuously held meetings to discuss the next development plans with his team members. We cannot be satisfied with the status quo. The hero Hui Yuanjia is just the beginning. We need to build on this momentum and produce more excellent works. Chen Yu motivated everyone during the meeting. Meanwhile, at Wanxiang Media, Lu Yifei was urgently convening a high-level meeting to discuss countermeasures. We cannot be defeated by Chen Yu like this. We must find a way to turn the situation around, Lu Yifei said, her tone filled with reluctance. Chapter 43. Transition from newspaper to stage. Chen Yu leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Everyone, this time we are going to create an unprecedented martial arts epic. I want to establish an invincible image for the character Hui Yuanjia in martial arts. He is nearly unmatched. However, in terms of emotions and the greater good of the country, he also has the struggles and perseverance of an ordinary person. We should focus on this aspect for character development. What do you all think? A senior screenwriter stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Boss, this setting is very innovative. However, it won't be easy to establish this character. The plot needs to be refined." Chen Yu smiled confidently and said, "That's right. The plot is key. We need to show the audience a flesh and blood, charismatic Hui Yuanjia. Moreover, I believe our new version of the hero Hui Yuanjia will be even more appealing, especially to male viewers, who will be drawn to Hui Yuanjia's heroism and exceptional martial arts skills. Not only that, but Chen Yu also fully immersed himself in the creative process, convinced that it would be more exciting than the version from 1981. He took on the role of screenwriter and participated in the music composition as well. In the music production studio, Chen Yu sat with a professional music team, surrounded by instruments and sheet music, seriously discussing every note. I want a musical style that is both passionate and embodies the spirit of chivalry. Like what we see in martial arts novels, a feeling of galloping across the world with a sword, full of grandeur, Chen Yu explained, gesturing with his hands to convey his musical vision to the team. The music producer furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, strummed a few guitar strings, played a melody, and asked, "Boss, how does this feel?" Chen Yu closed his eyes, listened carefully, and after a moment opened them, excitedly saying, "That's the feeling. Just adjust the rhythm a bit to make it more impactful." At the same time, an article in the Morning Bell Daily about the high viewership ratings of esports garnered widespread attention. The report emphasized the competitive nature of esports, detailing the players' impressive performances and intense battles on the field. "Boss, ever since this report came out, discussions about esports in society have noticeably increased," the editor-in-chief of the Morning Bell Daily said excitedly to Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "This is a great opportunity. I plan to separate the esports column from the newspaper and turn it into a dedicated publication to further enhance society's acceptance of esports. Additionally, we need to promote various newspaper columns, like fashion weeklies and serialized novels, to meet the diverse needs of our readers." Far away in an island nation, Takahashi Yujiro, the PR head of a well-known gaming company, had been closely monitoring Chen Yu's every move. He admired Chen Yu's capabilities immensely and specifically traveled to the port city to meet him. In a high-end restaurant, Takahashi raised his glass and said to Chen Yu, "Mr. Chen, your achievements in the entertainment industry are astounding. Your influence and economic strength give you a significant advantage in this field." Chen Yu humbly smiled and replied, "Mr. Takahashi, you flatter me. This is the result of our team's hard work. However, I am continually exploring new development directions and hope to bring more innovative entertainment experiences to the audience." Takahashi expressed, "I am greatly inspired by our conversation. Your unique way of thinking has shown me more possibilities in the entertainment industry." However, while Chen Yu's career was thriving, he also faced fierce competition from the media. The local media, particularly a certain influential morning newspaper, had been consistently critical of Chen Yu. They described him as a young upstart who relied on gimmicks to attract attention, lacking a solid foundation. One opinion piece from the morning newspaper stated this explicitly. In response to the criticisms, another newspaper actively fought back. In the assistant room of the newspaper office, assistants were busily gathering past materials from the morning newspaper, preparing to expose its questionable history. Boss, we found evidence of the morning newspaper's previous inaccuracies. This time, we will make them aware of our strength, one assistant said angrily, holding a stack of documents. Chinyu pondered for a moment and said, exposing their past is one thing, but we must prove ourselves through quality content. Letting the facts speak for themselves is more powerful than any rebuttal. Chinyu also had a unique eye for talent in the film and television industry. Chun Jungying, who was originally a D-level signed artist at a studio, caught Chinyu's attention for his potential. Chinyu signed him to a television network and secured a C-level contract for him. Mr. Chun, I can't thank you enough. This contract means a lot to me. Chun Jungying said excitedly, shaking Chinyu's hand. Chinyu smiled and said, Jungying, I am well aware of your strength. Perform well in The Legend of Hui Yuanjia, and there will be more opportunities in the future. The series adopted a shooting and broadcasting format, and as the episodes aired, Chun Jungying's acting skills gained recognition from the audience, significantly improving his income. Yet Chinyu was not satisfied with this. He quickly arranged the filming and broadcasting plans for Chun Jun and brother Tongshen. While discussing the adaptation of The Fist of Fury, Chinyu fell into deep thought. For this adaptation, we cannot approach it with conventional thinking. Chinyu stated at the production meeting that the storyline needs to be reimagined to highlight national pride and heroism, stirring the audience's emotions. The director expressed some concerns, saying, Boss, rethinking the plot is quite challenging and time is tight. Are we able to do this? Chinyu replied confidently, I believe in everyone's capabilities. As long as we work together, we can create a classic piece. Finally, The Hero Hui Yuanjia premiered. Within just 3 days, the ratings reached 87, a number that put immense pressure on competitors. In Zhao's office, Zhao Chongqing looked at the ratings report with a terrifying expression, slamming the report on the table and shouting, How did Chinyu manage this? Our program's ratings are being crushed. Meanwhile, the head of the other station held an urgent meeting to discuss counter-strategies. We can't let this continue. We must find a way to turn the situation around. Chinyu's work and subsequent plans gradually sparked strong anticipation among viewers, especially with the upcoming Tongshen brothers. The trailers heightened the excitement even more. On the streets, people were buzzing about Tongshen brothers. Did you see the trailer for The Hero Hui Yuanjia? It looks so exciting. I can't wait for the full release. A young man exclaimed to his friends. Absolutely. With Chinyu behind it, it can't be bad. I'm looking forward to Tongshen brothers every day, his friend agreed. Boss, the shooting of Tongshen brothers is going smoothly, and the trailer has received very positive feedback, a staff member reported to Chinyu. He nodded in satisfaction and said, Keep it up. We must not slack off. We want every piece to become a classic and make our station the most influential in the region and even Asia. As The Hero Hui Yuanjia continued to gain popularity, Chinyu decided to capitalize on the momentum by intensifying the promotion for Tongshen brothers. He personally participated in the promotional planning meetings, collaborating with the team on how to make this film the talk of the town before its release. I think we can put up large posters on the streets to make the image of Tongshen brothers deeply resonate with people, suggested a publicity staff member. After a moment of thought, Chinyu replied, That's a good idea, but it's not enough. We can also place more ads in newspapers and on TV. Additionally, we should hold some offline events, like fan meetings, to allow the audience to interact closely with the actors and heighten their anticipation for the film. As a result, many posters for Tongshen brothers appeared overnight in the streets of the city. The posters featured the main actors with determined gazes and athletic postures, as if they were about to embark on a thrilling adventure. Simultaneously, the exciting trailers for Tongshen brothers began airing frequently on television, capturing the attention of countless viewers. Wow, Tongshen brothers looks so thrilling. It must be a blockbuster. A housewife exclaimed to her family while watching TV. Yes, I can't wait to see it. My family is also looking forward to this movie. On the day of the fan meeting, the venue was packed with people. Fans arrived early, holding banners to support the lead actors, eagerly waiting for their idols to appear. When the stars walked onto the stage, deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Hello everyone. Thank you for your support of the Brothers of Tongshen. This movie is the result of our entire team's hard work, and we hope you will enjoy it, said the lead actor excitedly from the stage. Fans responded enthusiastically, We will definitely support you. While the Brothers of Tongshen was in intense preparation, Chinyu did not forget about the development of the esports publication. He personally participated in the launch meeting of the publication, discussing its positioning and content with his assistants. Our esports publication should not only report match results, but also delve into the players' stories, allowing readers to understand their efforts and dedication, Chinyu told his assistants. The assistants nodded in agreement, saying, "Boss, you're right. We can also include some game strategies and industry trends to make the publication more professional and readable." With the publication's release, the influence of esports in the city further expanded. More and more young people began to pay attention to esports. And some schools even started organizing esports clubs. "Boss, the popularity of esports is rising, and many young people want to join this industry." An employee responsible for esports business excitedly reported to Chinyu. Upon hearing this, Chinyu smiled with satisfaction. This is a good phenomenon. We must seize this opportunity to cultivate more outstanding esports talents, host more high-level competitions, and make esports an important part of the city's entertainment industry. However, Chinyu's success did not make him complacent. He began to prepare for the next film project while also considering how to further expand the business scope of the television station. "Boss, for our next film project, we could consider shooting a modern-themed TV drama that is close to the audience's life. It will definitely be liked by many," a screenwriter suggested to Chinyu. Chinyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. "That's a good idea. We can focus on the struggles of young people in the city and showcase their dreams and pursuits in this era." Chapter 44. Passionate youth and the big screen. Did you see yesterday's match? The moves of the winner were simply amazing. Agia, wearing black-framed glasses, said excitedly, his face flushed. Gesturing with his hands in the air, his eyes sparkling with admiration. A series of combos left the opponent with no chance to fight back. That reaction speed. That hand speed, if only I were half as good as him. Ahao, dressed in a white tracksuit, nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, "Yeah, not just the winner. But other players are also incredible. It feels like esports is so cool. Sitting in school with textbooks can't compare to this excitement. If only I could stand on the competition stage like them, under the spotlight of thousands. How wonderful that would be." With her high ponytail, Xiaoyan said with determination, "I want to join the field of esports in the future. Who says girls can't play esports? Maybe I can become a star player like them. Showcasing my talent on the stage and making everyone know my name." Her eyes sparkled with an unyielding spirit, shining brightly under the sun. Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright office of a certain television station, Chinyu was intently focused on the system's lottery interface. The colorful pointer spun rapidly, emitting a buzzing sound. Chunyu's heartbeat quickened in sync with the movement of the pointer. He leaned slightly forward, unconsciously gripping the armrests of his chair. Finally, the pointer slowly came to a stop, and the screen clearly displayed the high-definition television technology. Chunyu was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Quickly followed by overwhelming joy, he actually won the high-definition television technology. What an unexpected surprise. His voice involuntarily rose a few notches, his face beaming with uncontrollable delight. Previously, the system's lottery mostly offered skill-related prizes, and Shinyu had long anticipated a reward of this technical nature. With his dream coming true, he couldn't help but feel even more excited about future lotteries. Calming himself down, Shinyu sat at his desk piled high with documents and seriously analyzed the working principles of CRT televisions. He furrowed his brow at times and nodded slightly at others, his pencil constantly scribbling on paper. He was well aware that in this era of gradually popularizing televisions, high-definition television technology held immense market potential. Mastering this technology would surely lead to a significant increase in future television production demands. We need to establish our own factory to achieve a technological monopoly and secure our foothold in this field, he murmured to himself. After careful consideration, Shinyu decided to focus on market strategy. Sitting at his desk with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning back slightly, he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he straightened up suddenly and said to himself, to capture the market, price is key. We must control the television price and attract consumers through low-cost production. But how can we reduce costs? Every link, from raw material procurement to production process optimization, must be meticulously calculated. His eyes reflected shrewdness and decisiveness, as if he could see his brand of televisions selling well in the future market. Thinking about the influence of certain brands in the market, Shinyu furrowed his brow again. In this fiercely competitive market, we must establish a unique brand image to stand out among numerous brands. But how can we create a distinctive brand image? He rubbed his temples, sinking into deeper contemplation. In the bustling shopping district of a certain port city, The Rainy Sleep brand store stood next to Chun Hao's clothing store. The afternoon sun shone at the store entrance, where customers were continuously flowing in, and a small queue had formed at the checkout counter. Chun Hao stood at the entrance of the store, dressed in a sharp suit, a satisfied smile on his face as he watched the customers coming and going, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Business had truly been improving, and at this rate, profits would surely increase after breaking even. With a smile, Chun Hao said to the young clerk, a Ming, who was beside him, his eyes filled with contentment. A Ming, busy organizing the shelves, replied with a grin, "Yes, boss. Our store has a great location, right in the busiest area, with people constantly passing by. Plus, the local economy is doing well, and everyone's spending power has increased, so business is naturally getting better. And our clothes are stylish and of good quality. How could customers not like them?" With the continued popularity of electronic sports, Chen Yu had a sudden inspiration to combine esports with fashion. He quickly walked into the design team's studio, excitedly saying, "Esports is so hot right now. With young people discussing it everywhere, this is a fantastic opportunity. We can design team uniforms for players to wear during competitions, which will not only attract young fans, but also enhance our brand influence." The design team members nodded in agreement, and one designer with long hair, a foam, exclaimed, "Boss, this idea is brilliant. We can create uniforms with different styles based on the characteristics of each team. For example, the Starry Light team has an aggressive style, so their uniforms can be more flamboyant and unique. The Dawn Vanguard team focuses on teamwork, so their uniforms could have more coordinated colors to reflect team spirit. This will definitely catch the attention of young people." Meanwhile, the release date of the movie Tongshin Brother was approaching, and it was highly anticipated. Walking through the streets, posters for the film were everywhere, featuring the lead actor, Li Xiaolong, with a determined gaze and athletic posture, as if he would leap out of the poster at any moment. The trailer was frequently aired on television, garnering strong attention from viewers and creating a vibrant movie-watching atmosphere. "Have you seen the trailer for Tongshin Brother? It looks amazing. It must be a blockbuster," said a middle-aged man in a shirt, patting his friend's shoulder. His friend responded excitedly, "Yes, I have. The action scenes with the lead are incredible. The martial arts skills are just amazing. I can't wait to see it in the cinema. I've heard the storyline is also very engaging, so it won't disappoint us." Chen Yu's life became increasingly busy. He had to keep an eye on the development of esports, the research of television technology, and the upcoming movie release, as well as the expansion of the brand. In the office, while reviewing documents, he spoke on the phone, saying, "Yes, the team needs to expand quickly to better handle future business. We also need to ramp up brand promotion. We must ensure our brand resonates deeply with people. Advertising must be precise, tailoring different promotional strategies for different target audiences." His voice was steady and strong, exuding an undeniable presence. As the release date of the film Tongshin Brother approaches, Chen Yu and his team have entered the final sprint phase. In the film's promotional office, the atmosphere is tense yet vibrant. Chen Yu stands in front of a huge poster, his gaze resolute as he looks at the team members. The title Tongshin Brother in bold letters stands out, surrounded by exciting stills of the main actors. "Everyone, Tongshin Brother is a work we have meticulously crafted, and with the release imminent, our promotional efforts must be flawless." Chen Yu's voice is powerful, as if it could penetrate the entire room. "We need to expand the range of poster placements, not just on the main streets, but also in alleys and around communities, ensuring that our promotion is visible in every corner of the port city. The advertising slots on television need to be optimized as well, aiming to reach a broader audience, especially during prime time, which we must firmly capture." The head of promotions, A Chong, immediately responded, "Boss, don't worry. We've already negotiated with major television stations to increase the frequency of ads during prime time. Moreover, the poster placements on the streets are speeding up and should cover all main streets by tomorrow. Next, we'll arrange for personnel to post in community areas, ensuring no spot is missed." "Great. Additionally, we should leverage the popularity of esports for cross-promotion," Chen Yu continued. "Let's contact esports players to promote the film during their live streams, attracting gaming enthusiasts to the theaters. The fanbase of esports players is vast, mainly composed of young people, which aligns perfectly with our target audience." "Boss, that's a brilliant idea. The large fanbase of esports players will definitely draw in a crowd," a young staff member said excitedly, admiration shining in their eyes. In terms of film production, Chen Yu also dared not relax. He went to the post-production room, watching as the staff meticulously edited the film. The room was dimly lit, with only the glow from the screen reflecting the focused faces of the workers. The pace here needs to be a bit tighter. The action scenes should stand out more to evoke that adrenaline rush in the audience. Chinyu pointed to the screen, speaking earnestly. The editing of the fight scenes must be fast, precise, and impactful, delivering a strong visual shock to the viewers. Boss, we are adjusting according to your requirements. The action design of this film is exceptional, and the lead actor's skills are impressive. I believe audiences will be thoroughly entertained once it is released, the editor confidently replied, clicking the mouse continuously as the images on the screen changed rapidly. Meanwhile, the field of esports is also thriving. The team uniforms designed by Chunyu have been eagerly embraced by teenagers. At schools, students wear uniforms emblazoned with the logos of esports players, becoming a vibrant sight on campus. Wow, that uniform is so cool. It's from the winner player, right? A student in a school uniform gazed enviously at another classmate's uniform, eyes filled with desire. Haha, that's right. Wearing this team uniform makes me feel one step closer to being a winner. Maybe one day I can become an esports star like him. The student in the uniform said proudly, striking a cool pose on purpose. Chinyu looked at the positive effects of combining esports with fashion and felt very pleased. He knew that this was just a part of his diversified business strategy, and there were many more possibilities waiting for him to explore in the future. With the in-depth research on high-definition television technology, Chinyu began preparing for the establishment of a factory. He sat in a conference room with a group of professional engineers, discussing the location of the factory and equipment procurement. In the meeting room, a large projector displayed maps of the port city and various equipment parameters. According to market research, we found that the land costs in the new territories are relatively low, and the transportation is convenient, being close to the port and major highways, making it suitable for establishing a factory. An engineer wearing glasses pointed at the map, his eyes filled with professionalism and confidence. Chinyu nodded and said, "This location is good. As for the equipment, we must procure the most advanced technology to ensure we can produce high-quality televisions. Quality is the lifeline of the brand. We cannot afford any negligence in this regard. Boss, we have already contacted several internationally renowned equipment suppliers and are negotiating the details of cooperation. Their equipment has a great reputation in the industry, with advanced technology that can meet our production needs," another engineer responded, holding a thick stack of documents. In Chunhao's clothing store, business remained booming. Chunhao looked at the steadily increasing sales and felt a sense of joy. He went to the borderless television station to share his happiness with Chinyu. "Chinyu, the business at the clothing store has been getting better and better lately. The cash flow is quite abundant. It seems our business acumen is spot on," Chunhao said with a smile, his face full of joy. Chinyu also smiled happily. "Dad, this is just the beginning. We need to continue expanding our business and establish the Yumian brand firmly in the clothing sector. We should not only open our market in the port city, but also go international, letting the whole world know our brand. By the way, Chinyu, I think we can launch more styles of clothing based on different seasons and fashion trends," Chunhao suggested, his eyes full of expectation. "Dad, you're right. We can establish a dedicated design team to keep up with fashion trends and design clothing that better suits consumer tastes. We also need to focus on the quality and comfort of the clothing, ensuring customers are happy when they buy and comfortable when they wear it." Chapter 45. Heroes Behind the Screen. Have you heard? Tonight, Tongshin Big Brother starring Li Xiaolong is being released in theaters. Of course, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, just waiting to see Li Xiaolong's kung fu. On the streets of the port city in the evening, neon lights flashed and pedestrians bustled about. The conversation between two young people caught the attention of many passers-by. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the movie, and excitement filled the air. As night fell, Chinyu entered a somewhat outdated cinema, where the air was filled with the aroma of popcorn and the cheerful laughter of people. This was his first time watching the film Tongshin Big Brother, which he had participated in adapting after his journey. He found a corner seat, and his heart raced with both nervousness and excitement, his eyes glued to the enormous screen. The film began, transitioning to the tumultuous streets of a port city during the Republic of China era. Under the dim lights, the resolute face of the protagonist, played by Li Xiaolong, came into view, prompting Chinyu to lean slightly forward, fully engrossed in the experience. Compared to the original work, this version of Tongshin Big Brother had undergone significant changes under Chunyu's careful adaptation. During the film's production, he utilized his knowledge from his travels to serve as the martial arts director. On set, dressed in simple work attire and holding a megaphone, he exuded professionalism and focus. Xiaolong, Punch a little faster, concentrate your power at the tip of your fist, and pay attention to your breathing rhythm. He shouted, his voice echoing around the set. Li Xiaolong, clad in training gear, had his back soaked with sweat but maintained a determined gaze, adjusting his movements repeatedly. Each punch he threw was powerful and dynamic, showcasing the true style of martial arts. The plot revolved around the struggle between Li Xiaolong and a gang. The street chases and close-quarter combat in confined spaces were meticulously designed by Chun Yu, full of clashes of strength and technique. Yes, that is the feeling, Chun Yu exclaimed excitedly, thoroughly satisfied with Li Xiaolong's performance. Each move of Li Xiaolong not only demonstrated solid martial arts skills, but also infused the character's emotions and beliefs. The character settings in the film were rich and diverse, adding depth to the entire story. The henchman Hong Jingbao, with a towering physique and a face full of toughness, exuded a menacing aura with every glance and movement, sending chills down one's spine. His teammate Chung Long was quirky and playful, often bringing laughter to the set with his expressions and agile movements, lightening the tense filming atmosphere. The main antagonist, Yuan Hua, donned gold-rimmed glasses and a sharply tailored suit, appearing cultured on the surface but harboring a cunning and ambitious heart, posing a significant obstacle to Li Xiaolong's journey. The film's narrative pace was tight and brisk, flowing like a rushing river. Whenever the protagonist found himself in peril, the audience felt a tight grip on their hearts. Conversely, when the protagonist counterattacked with exceptional martial arts and intelligence, the cinema erupted with cheers and applause, embodying the exhilarating thrill of invincibility in storytelling. Watching the audience immerse themselves in the plot filled Chun Yu with a sense of accomplishment. As the film concluded and the lights came on, the audience erupted into thunderous applause that seemed to last forever. This movie is incredible. Li Xiaolong's martial arts are amazing. Indeed, the plot was so intense that it took my breath away. The discussions among the viewers flowed continuously, with Li Xiaolong's outstanding performance receiving widespread acclaim. Chun Yu looked at the excited crowd, a smile of satisfaction on his face. He was optimistic about Li Xiaolong's future development. Xiaolong is bound to achieve great things in the future. His skills and performance are enough to leave a significant mark in the film industry both in the region and globally. Backstage, Chenglong gazed at the cheering crowd around him, feeling deeply moved. He frowned slightly, a hint of tears shimmering in his eyes. I used to be just a background actor, struggling on set, completely unaware of what the future held. I never expected to meet Mr. Chun Yu and to have such a performance in this film. My status has suddenly changed. Yuan Biao nodded vigorously beside him, his eyes sparkling. Yes, thanks to Mr. Chun Yu's recognition. I hope to have more opportunities to showcase myself and live up to his expectations. At that moment, Hong Jingbao stepped forward and approached Chenglong and Yuan Biao. He wore an excited expression, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Brothers, do you know? Mr. Chun Yu has invited us to the Lihua film and television base. Upon hearing this, Chenglong and Yuan Biao's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Really? That's Mr. Chun Yu. Chenglong's voice trembled with excitement, his hands clenching unconsciously. Of course it's true. Let's hurry up and go. We can't keep Mr. Chun Yu waiting. Hong Jingbao urged, his eyes also sparkling with anticipation. The three of them, feeling both anxious and excited, arrived at the Lihua film and television base. As soon as they entered, they saw Chun Yu waiting for them, with a table full of fragrant barbecue and chilled beer. Haha, you're here. Come, sit down. Let's have a good time today. Chun Yu warmly greeted them, his face beaming with a sincere smile, gesturing for them to take a seat. The three of them sat down awkwardly, and Chun Yu smiled as he poured them beer. No need to be polite. Just treat it like home. I invited you here today to share some good news. With that, Chun Yu picked up a script from beside him, which was titled Qinzhen. Hong Jingbao, Chenglong, and Yuan Biao's eyes lit up at the sight of the script, their faces filled with excitement. Is this a new script? Chenglong asked cautiously, his voice full of anticipation. Yes, this is the new script Qinzhen that I prepared for you. Chun Yu replied with a smile, his eyes filled with expectation and encouragement. Chun Yu began to analyze the roles and development directions in the script in detail for them. He stood up and walked among the three, gesturing as he spoke. Hong Jingbao, you will still play a capable fighter in this film. But this time the role will be deeper, with some inner struggles and transformations. You need to portray the process of awakening from confusion, allowing the audience to see the character's growth. Hong Jingbao nodded seriously, determination in his eyes. Mr. Chun Yu, you can rest assured, I will carefully study this role. Chenglong, Your character is a good assistant to Chunjun, lively in personality, and will incorporate many comedic elements. Yu looked at Qinglong earnestly, saying, I hope you can showcase your comedic talent and add a unique flavor to the film. Your actions need to be more exaggerated and entertaining, yet still stay true to the character, allowing the audience to appreciate the charm of the role amidst laughter. Yu excitedly rubbed his hands together. Mr. Chun, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. I've been pondering comedic performance lately, just waiting for an opportunity like this. Yuan Biao, you are another partner of Chunjun, with a straightforward personality and impressive martial arts skills. Your fight scenes need to be even more spectacular, highlighting that bold and fierce spirit. Yu continued, Yuan Biao, stand tall and confidently say, Mr. Chun, I will practice hard and portray the character well. Yu sat back down, picked up his glass, took a sip of beer, and added, I plan to launch a training program for versatile artists to enhance the actor's skills. Industrialization in film is the future trend. Only in this way can we cultivate more stars like Li Xiaolong and create outstanding films. This is not only for your personal development, but also for the future of cinema in our region. Watching the three of them filled with enthusiasm, Yu felt a surge of confidence. However, he also harbored some concerns about Li Xiaolong's future development. After all, in this fiercely competitive entertainment industry, there are too many variables. Although Xiaolong is currently on a good trajectory, it's essential to plan ahead. The entertainment industry is ever-changing. I need to chart a solid future path for him and ensure he doesn't repeat past mistakes, Yu thought to himself. Yu also had profound reflections on the entire film industry chain. He understood that achieving true success in the film sector requires not only the cultivation of excellent actors, but also a complete production system, strong promotional efforts, and keen market insights. The road ahead is long, but I believe that as long as we work together, we can leave a significant mark in the history of cinema in our region. Yu looked into the distance with a determined gaze, as if he could already see the brilliance of the future film career. In the days that followed, Yu devoted himself fully to preparing for the training program for versatile artists. He traveled around, inviting seasoned actors and professional teachers from the local film industry to serve as training instructors. Teacher Zhang, your experience in performance is incredibly rich. I hope you can come to our training program and share your knowledge with the young actors, Yu sincerely said to a senior actor. Mr. Chung, your idea is great. I would be happy to help, Teacher Zhang readily agreed. At the same time, Yu was brainstorming the curriculum for the training program. The acting classes should focus on cultivating actors' emotional expression and character development abilities, enabling them to truly understand the inner world of their characters. At a preparatory meeting, Yu stated, the martial arts classes cannot be neglected either. We need to ensure that actors master a solid foundation in martial arts, so that their action scenes can be more authentic and exciting. In addition to these, courses in dialogue and physical expression are also crucial. With Yu's efforts, the training program for versatile artists finally opened. The classroom was filled with young people from all over the region, their eyes brimming with dreams and aspirations for a career in the performing arts. Yu stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the students below, feeling a surge of emotions. Welcome to the Unbounded Artist Training Class. This is the place where your dreams take flight. I hope you cherish this opportunity, work hard, and enhance your acting skills. In the future, you may all become the backbone of the film industry in our city. Yu's voice was filled with strength, inspiring each student. In the training class, the students studied diligently and practiced earnestly. They learned acting techniques, martial arts fundamentals, and knowledge related to filmmaking from their instructors. Yu frequently visited the training class, paying attention to the students' progress and offering guidance and advice. You, the student, need to immerse yourself more in your performance and fully embody the character. Imagine, if you were this character, what would you do? What would you think? Yu observed a student's performance and said seriously, and you, when throwing punches, make your movements more powerful and pay attention to the rhythm. Your strikes should be quick, accurate, and forceful, but also maintain a sense of grace. Under Yu's careful guidance, the students' acting skills improved significantly. Meanwhile, the preparations for the film were progressing rapidly. Cheng Long, Hong Jingbao, and Yuan Biao studied the script diligently every day, contemplating their roles. Cheng Long practiced various expressions and movements in front of the mirror to better portray the comedic elements of his character, often asking those around him how to make the audience laugh more naturally. Is this expression too exaggerated? I think it could be toned down a bit, he frowned. adjusting his expression in front of the mirror. Hong Jingbao practiced martial arts moves beside him, fully aware of the importance of his role and not daring to slack off. For this role as a fighter, it's not just about brute strength. I also need to convey the inner turmoil and struggle. Every movement, every glance, must express the character's emotions, he muttered to himself while practicing. Yuan Biao was also working hard to enhance his acting skills, rehearsing with other actors and constantly searching for the essence of his character. I want to showcase the straightforward characteristics vividly, allowing the audience to see a vibrant role. In the fight scenes, I need to demonstrate my bravery and decisiveness, Yuan Biao said confidently. During the early stages of the film's preparation, Chen Yu encountered some challenges. Regarding funding, we can seek more sponsors and explain the market prospects and return on investment of the film in detail. As for the location, I will negotiate personally to find the most suitable shooting site. To foster rapport among the actors, we can organize more activities to enhance understanding and build camaraderie. Chen Yu systematically arranged during the team meeting. Chapter 46. The Legend of Chun Jingying. Have you heard? After starring in The Great Hero Hui Yuanjia, Chun Jingying became an overnight sensation, and his pace skyrocketed to 700. Chen Long said, gesturing with his hands, his eyes filled with envy. Yuan Biao nodded and sighed. Yeah, I really didn't expect him to rise to fame so quickly while we are still struggling here. Hong Jingbao crossed his arms and frowned, saying, they also have skills, bringing the character of Hui Yuanjia to life. We need to work harder to seize such opportunities. At that moment, in the office of a certain television station, Chen Yu was sitting at his desk, lost in thought, while staring at the movie posters on the wall. His mind was filled with future film plans, and the preparation for the filming of Tangshan Brother had reached a critical stage, while the concept for the Mr. Zombie series was gradually taking shape in his mind. Tangshan Brother must capture that sense of passion and shock, allowing the audience to see a different kind of martial arts film. The Mr. Zombie series aims to create a brand new genre, cleverly blending horror and comedy elements. Chen Yu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. He understood that in this fiercely competitive film industry, management style was crucial. Not wanting to take the extremes of certain other companies, he decided to establish a fund pool to motivate the actors. Actors are the soul of a film. Only when they feel valued can they unleash their full potential. Chen Yu said to his assistant beside him. Finally, Tangshan Brother was released. The box office numbers from the first day shocked everyone. Over 1 million. When this news reached Zhao Changsheng, he was reviewing documents in his office. Upon hearing the secretary's report, the pen in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. What did you say? Tangshan Brother exceeded 1 million on the first day? How is that possible? Zhao Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yifei, sitting nearby, frowned tightly. This data is astonishing. Could it be false news? We need to verify it carefully. However, after multiple confirmations, the box office data was indeed accurate. Zhao Changsheng and Lu Yifei sat in the office, the atmosphere thick with tension. How did Chen Yu manage to achieve this? Zhao Changsheng gritted his teeth, his face filled with reluctance. Lu Yifei adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed. I believe his success lies in the combination of esports and TV series promotion. He leveraged the popularity of esports to attract a large number of young viewers and inserted trailers in the TV series to raise awareness about the film. Additionally, he used a certain newspaper for promotion, yielding significant results. After hearing this, Zhao Changsheng fell into deep thought. He had to admit that Chen Yu's strategy was indeed clever. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was also acutely aware that the competition with Zhao's company had entered a heated phase. In his office, he discussed the next steps with his team members. Zhao's company will definitely not back down. We must continue to innovate and solidify our advantages, Chen Yu said seriously. A staff member suggested, Boss, we could increase our investment in the esports field, hold more large-scale events, and further expand our influence. Chen Yu nodded. That's a good idea. We also need to continue optimizing our film promotion strategy to keep the box office of Tangshan Brother rising. At the market analysis meeting, Lu Yifei pointed out once again that Chen Yu successfully attracted a large number of viewers who previously did not watch movies, expanding the market coverage. We cannot remain complacent. We must make changes. Zhao Changsheng sighed. It seems I really can't keep up with the times. If I hadn't rejected Chen Yu back then, perhaps the situation would be different now. Lu Yifei looked at Zhao Changsheng and suggested, we need to pay attention to the competition from Wangxiangtai and increase our control over its shares. We cannot let them grow too powerful. Zhao Changsheng nodded helplessly. Yes. I realize my mistake. I regret rejecting Chinyu back then, and now I can only work hard to restore the situation. Meanwhile, Chinyu had already started preparing for a new project. He personally went to the filming site of Tangshan Brother to guide the actors' performances. Xiaolong, make that movement a bit sharper. It should showcase the character's decisiveness and bravery. Chinyu instructed the lead actor Li Xiaolong. Li Xiaolong nodded earnestly and adjusted his movements. Under Chinyu's guidance, his performance became more impressive, with every action filled with power. As the box office of Tangshan Brother continued to rise, Chinyu's fame grew. In his office, many people came daily to discuss collaboration. Boss, our company is very interested in your film project and hopes to collaborate with you, an investor said with a big smile. Chinyu responded with a smile, thank you for your trust. We can discuss the details of the collaboration. However, Chinyu was not blinded by success. He understood that in this competitive industry, new challenges could arise at any moment. He began to think about how to further enhance his competitiveness, not only striving for excellence in film production, but also focusing on talent development and market expansion. We need to establish our own film academy to cultivate more outstanding film talents. At the same time, we should explore overseas markets and let the films from our city reach the world, Chinyu proposed at the company meeting. The team members expressed their agreement, all impressed by Chinyu's foresight. In the days that followed, Chinyu and his team began to work hard to achieve these goals. Meanwhile, Zhao's company was also actively adjusting its strategy. Zhao Chongqing personally engaged in negotiations with the senior management of Wangxi Yangtai, trying to increase control over its shares. We must succeed this time. We cannot let Chinyu seize more market share, Zhao Chongqing said to his subordinates before the negotiations. In the actors' lounge, Chenglong, Yuan Biao, and Hong Jingbao were also working hard for their futures. They continuously learned new acting skills, waiting for their own opportunities. We can't keep envying others. We have to rely on our own efforts, Chenglong said, clenching his fist with determination. Yuan Biao and Hong Jingbao nodded in agreement, knowing that only by constantly improving themselves could they establish a foothold in this competitive industry. As time passed, the film and television industry in the city became more vibrant. Chinyu's film career flourished, and his new movie project attracted the anticipation of many viewers. The Zhao family is also working hard to catch up and attempt to regain market dominance. Thanks to Chinyu's efforts, the preparations for the Film Academy are progressing smoothly. He has invited many well-known figures from the local film industry to serve as mentors, providing the students with the most professional guidance. Director Zhang, you have extensive experience in film directing, and I hope you can come to our Film Academy to share your knowledge and experience with the students, Chinyu sincerely said to a veteran director. Director Zhang nodded with a smile. Boss Chun, your idea is great, and I am happy to help. Cultivating a new generation of film talent is our shared responsibility. Meanwhile, the overseas distribution work for Brother Tangshan is also underway. Chinyu is personally negotiating with international distributors, introducing them to the unique charm of local films. Our films combine stunning martial arts action with profound emotional depth, and I believe they will be loved by international audiences, Chinyu confidently told the international distributors. The distributors showed great interest in Brother Tangshan and expressed their willingness to collaborate. Chinyu's efforts are finally paying off as local films begin to gradually enter the international market. On the Zhao family side, although they are actively adjusting their strategies, they still find themselves at a disadvantage in competition with Chinyu. Zhao Chongqing looked at the company's financial statements with a furrowed brow. Our market share is still being continuously eaten away by Chinyu. This cannot continue, Zhao Chongqing said worriedly to Lu Yifei. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yifei replied, we need to increase our investment in new film projects while optimizing our promotional strategies. We can no longer rely on traditional advertising methods. We need to learn from Chinyu and use emerging media and channels for promotion. Zhao Chongqing nodded. You are right. We must make changes. Notify everyone to expedite the development of new plans. In the actors' lounge, Chenglong finally received an important opportunity. Chinyu recognized his comedic talent and decided to cast him as the lead in a new comedy film. Chenglong, I hope you can bring your unique style to this film and perfectly combine the comedic and action elements, Chinyu told him. Chenglong was so excited that his face turned red. Boss, don't worry, I won't let you down. To perform well in this film, Chenglong practiced diligently every day, continuously honing his performance. He often consulted Chinyu, seeking professional opinions and advice. Boss, how about this action design? Would it be funnier? Chenglong asked seriously while holding the script. Chinyu examined it carefully and after a moment of thought said, this action can be more exaggerated, and the expressions should be richer to make the audience laugh at first glance. Under Chun Yu's guidance, Chung Long's performance became increasingly outstanding. During the filming, the staff on set were amused by Chung Long's performance, laughing heartily. "Chung Long, you are amazing. You've brought this comedic character to life," one staff member said with a smile. As the filming of Chung Long's new movie progresses smoothly, Chun Yu's film career takes another step forward. His film academy has officially opened, welcoming its first batch of students. The campus is filled with youthful energy and a passion for cinema. Classmates, this is the starting point of your dreams. I hope you can work hard here and become the backbone of the film industry in the harbor city in the future. At the opening ceremony, Chun Yu expressed high hopes for the students. Meanwhile, the Zhao family is working hard to catch up, but still faces enormous challenges. Zhao Chongqing looks at Chun Yu's rise in the film industry with mixed feelings. "If only I had collaborated with Chun Yu back then. Perhaps today's situation would be different," Zhao Chongqing lamented. Liu Yifei comforted him, saying, "Zhao, it's no use regretting now. We can only continue to work hard and seek new opportunities." Their competition not only drives the development of the film industry in the harbor city, but also brings more exciting film works to the audience. Chapter 47. The perfect fusion of esports and film. The impressive building of Zhao's Film City stands tall in the city center, showcasing its status in the film industry. Zhao Chongqing sits alone in his office, a cigar slowly burning in his hand, the rising smoke swirling under the dim light, adding a sense of oppression to the room. His gaze is fixed on a crumpled newspaper on his desk. The headline reads, "Tongshin, Big Brother breaks box office record. Chun Yu's new film legend." Those bold letters seem to stab Zhao Chongqing's heart like needles. "How could I have rejected Chun Yu back then?" Zhao Chongqing mutters to himself, his voice low and hoarse, filled with deep regret. At that time, Chun Yu was just a young newcomer. He stood in front of Zhao Chongqing's desk, holding a thick stack of proposals, earnestly explaining his unique ideas and creativity, trying to seek collaboration with Zhao's. "Boss Zhao, look, this film proposal integrates new kung fu elements and a unique narrative style. With innovative promotional methods, it will definitely create a wave in the market." Chun Yu's voice was full of passion and expectation. Zhao Chongqing leaned back in his chair, slightly frowning as he flipped through the proposal, saying slowly, "Young man, your idea is good, but it's too risky. Zhao's has always adhered to a strategy of steady development. This new approach is too risky for us to consider at the moment." Thus, Chun Yu left Zhao's with his dreams and enthusiasm. "If I hadn't rejected him back then, would the situation be different now?" Zhao Chongqing couldn't help but reflect. "Chun Yu's success only proves my mistake. He broke the traditional film production and promotion models to achieve today's results." Zhao Chongqing sighed heavily, realizing that his conservative decision caused Zhao's to miss a golden opportunity that could have changed the industry's landscape. Meanwhile, Tongshin Big Brother is being screened fervently in major cinemas across the harbor city. At a long-established cinema in the Central District, crowds are bustling with excitement. People are dressed in the distinctive attire of that era, whether in suits or simple shirts and trousers, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Chun Yu deeply understands the importance of promotion, so he early on utilized various print media for comprehensive publicity of the film. On the newspapers, large movie posters featured Li Xiaolong's striking pose mid-punch, accompanied by a captivating plot introduction that, though brief, seemed to magically draw the reader's attention. "Hey, look at Li Xiaolong on this poster. What an impressive presence." A young man in a floral shirt pointed at the poster and said to his companion, "Yeah, I heard the fight scenes in the movie are thrilling." The companion agreed. In magazines, a richly illustrated exclusive interview with Li Xiaolong revealed behind-the-scenes stories, further piquing the audience's curiosity. Tongshin Brother, an unprecedented kung fu epic, features Li Xiaolong's remarkable performance, not to be missed. The promotional phrases in the newspapers were concise and powerful, striking straight to the heart. On the film's opening day, a long line formed outside the cinema before dawn. Among the crowd were elderly people with gray hair, yet full of spirit, dressed in traditional Chinese attire and holding thermoses. There were also energetic young people in fashionable bell-bottoms and colorful t-shirts, and couples, with girls in floral dresses and boys carefully styled. Everyone was filled with anticipation, whispering to each other, "I heard the fight scenes in this movie are especially exciting. Li Xiaolong truly has real kung fu." An excited young man said, his eyes sparkling. "Yes, I can't wait to see just how incredible his skills are," a girl next to him agreed, smiling shyly. As the lights dimmed, The cinema fell silent, everyone holding their breath. The screen lit up, and Li Xiaolong's agile figure appeared before the audience, his deep and determined gaze instantly capturing their hearts. The film's tense and thrilling plot unfolded layer by layer, with spectacular fight scenes one after another. Li Xiaolong dashed across the screen, delivering powerful blows, each movement filled with strength and beauty. The audience gasped in amazement. Wow, Li Xiaolong's kung fu is amazing. This action, this speed, simply incredible. The spectators were completely immersed in the film's world, as if they were part of that passionate and blood-pumping kung fu realm. With the film's hot screening, Li Xiaolong became a superstar in the film industry of the Harbor City thanks to his outstanding performance in Tongshin Brother, earning the title of king. Walking through the streets of the Harbor City, one could hear people discussing his name everywhere. Li Xiaolong is simply synonymous with kung fu. His performance was so shocking. An excited fan waved the movie poster in hand, his face flushed, as those around nodded in agreement. The film's box office results were even more astonishing, surpassing 1 million on the opening day, breaking the Harbor City's box office record. This figure was like a bombshell, creating a stir throughout the entire Harbor City's film industry. Chen Yu's team gathered in the office, cheering and celebrating, with joy and pride evident on everyone's faces. "Boss, our movie is such a huge success," a young employee exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, it's all thanks to the boss's wise decisions and everyone's hard work," another employee echoed. "The box office numbers are astonishing." The huge audience turnout indicates an extremely strong market response for this film, a seasoned film critic analyzed on a television interview show. The success of Brother Tongshin signifies the immense potential of the film market in the port city, while also highlighting the importance of the Southeast Asian market. Zhao Chongqing looked at the box office data, feeling a mix of emotions. Sitting in the conference room, he glanced at the various market research reports laid out on the table. He knew that Chen Yu's work not only achieved great success in the port city, but also served as a key that opened the door to the Southeast Asian market. Both the port city market and the Southeast Asian market hold limitless potential, and we can no longer sit idly by. Zhao Chongqing made a silent determination that the Zhao family must make a change. During a high-level meeting, Zhao Chongqing stood up, his gaze firmly sweeping across the executives present. "We can no longer remain complacent. We must learn from Chen Yu's spirit of innovation and create even better works. From now on, everyone needs to get energized and study the market thoroughly, exploring new themes and promotional methods." Zhao Chongqing's voice resonated in the conference room, carrying an undeniable authority. At the Lahua Film and Television Base, Zheng Fuxing wore a broad smile, exuding confidence and pride. Standing on the set, watching the busy crew and the shooting of the new film, he was not surprised by the success of Brother Tongshin, as he had always been confident in the film's quality. Chen Yu's investment has brought us new vitality and opportunities. His creativity and ideas are truly inspiring, Zheng Fuxing said to the staff around him. The success of this film is the result of our collective efforts and also reflects Chen Yu's unique vision. However, media evaluations of Brother Tongshin show divergence. In an assistant's office at a newspaper, several assistants were engaged in a heated debate. "This movie is simply amazing. It has ushered in a new era for martial arts films and is a new benchmark for the port city cinema," a young assistant excitedly declared, waving his hands in the air. "I don't think so," a senior assistant countered with a frown. "The film focuses too much on fight scenes, and the plot is somewhat thin and lacks depth. Such a movie may become popular for a while, but won't achieve classic status." In the face of these mixed reviews, Chen Yu appeared remarkably calm. Sitting in his bright office with a steaming cup of coffee in hand, he looked at the critical reports, a slight smile playing on his lips. Negative reviews aren't necessarily a bad thing. They can actually enhance the film's visibility. Controversy draws attention, which can also aid in the film's promotion, Chen Yu mused to himself, his eyes reflecting wisdom and composure. Chen Yu was not satisfied with the success of Tongshin Brother. His sights were set on broader business fields. One day, he called Jiang Wanyin to his office. As Jiang Wanyin pushed the door open and entered, she saw Chen Yu standing by the window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside. "Wanyin, I plan to enter the television production sector." Chen Yu turned around, his tone firm, his eyes shining with confidence. Jiang Wanyin was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively took a step forward. "Television production? This is a completely new field. Do we have what it takes? Besides, this seems quite a leap from our current film and television business." Chen Yu walked to his desk and sat down, placing his hands clasped on the table. "Wanyin, you see, Asia has gained a certain level of confidence in technology, but we also face challenges. The West leads us in television production technology, but we cannot be afraid. We must catch up. This is not only a business opportunity, but also a way for us to enhance our capabilities. While film and home appliances may seem like a significant leap, fundamentally, both aim to meet people's entertainment and living needs. We can leverage the brand influence and market resources accumulated in the film industry to explore the television market. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. Entering this field, talent is key. We need to develop a plan for talent acquisition and training. Moreover, production equipment, raw material supply, and sales channels all need careful planning. Xinyu nodded, saying, "You're right. I already have some preliminary ideas and plan to hold a meeting to discuss specific implementation plans. We need to build a professional team, ensuring excellence in every aspect from R&D to production and sales. I intend to hire some experienced experts in electronic technology with high salaries and collaborate with universities to establish a talent training base to prepare for our long-term development. As for production equipment, I have been in contact with overseas suppliers to introduce the most advanced production lines. For sales channels, we can start with local electronic stores in the port city and gradually expand to the Southeast Asian market." In the following days, Xinyu and his team began intensively preparing for the television production project. They scoured the streets and alleys of the port city in search of professional talent. In a small electronic component store, Xinyu met a young technician. "Hello, I'm Xinyu. I understand you have a talent for electronic technology. We are preparing a television production project. Would you be interested in joining us?" Xinyu said with a smile. The young technician's eyes lit up with surprise, and he excitedly replied, "Really? Mr. Chun, I have always followed your career, and it would be an honor to join your team." Xinyu also engaged in in-depth discussions with technical experts to continually refine his technical plans, while conducting detailed market research to understand consumer needs and market trends. "We want to produce high-quality, reasonably priced televisions, allowing every family in the port city to enjoy an excellent audiovisual experience." Xinyu inspired everyone at the team meeting. His voice filled with power, igniting a passion among the team members. In the film industry of the harbor city, the success of Tangshan Brothers triggered a series of chain reactions. Other film companies began to reflect on their production models and marketing strategies, trying to find new breakthroughs. Under the leadership of Zhao Changsheng, Zhao's company actively adjusted its strategy, preparing to reclaim market share. As time passed, Xinyu's television production project gradually took shape. He reached cooperation intentions with some technical experts and introduced advanced production technology. At the same time, he began to build his own production base in preparation for future large-scale production. "We need to establish our own manufacturing industry in the harbor city, not only for business interests, but also for the future of the city." Xinyu stood on the land designated for the production base, gazing into the distance. Chapter 48. Challenges and opportunities in manufacturing. Having crossed into this era for less than a year, with the magical assistance of the system and his own intelligence, he had accumulated astonishing wealth. The once inexperienced youth now exuded an aura of maturity and confidence, his vision and demeanor vastly different from before. This was just the beginning. The future of the harbor city would change because of him. Xinyu murmured to himself, his tone filled with unwavering determination. At this moment, his goals were no longer limited to personal wealth but aimed at broader horizons, leading the development of the harbor city and leaving a profound mark on this land. Xinyu slowly turned around and sat at the solid wood desk. Recalling the history of the manufacturing industry in the harbor city, he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. From the 1960s to the 1970s, it was the golden age of the manufacturing industry in the harbor city. Northern entrepreneurs, filled with enthusiasm and ample funds, brought advanced technologies that significantly contributed to the prosperity of the textile industry. In no time, textile and garment factories sprang up all over the harbor city, chimneys rising and machines roaring. Achong, do you remember a few years ago? Back then, the textile factories had so many orders that they couldn't keep up, and workers were working overtime day and night, full of energy. Xinyu reminisced to his assistant, Achong, beside him. Achong nodded with a smile. "Yes, boss. Back then, walking down the street, there were trucks everywhere transporting fabrics and clothes, and the port was filled with goods ready for export. The whole harbor city was bustling with activity. At that time, the textile and garment industry became one of the pillar industries of the harbor city, with orders coming in like snowflakes." Walking through the streets and alleys of the harbor city, One could see trucks loaded with fabrics and finished garments rushing by, and the air seemed to be filled with the continuous hum of looms, a melody of prosperity. In addition to textiles, other manufacturing sectors also ignited rapidly. The household goods manufacturing industry precisely met the diverse needs of both local and export markets. The plastics industry rose prominently due to its low cost and wide applications. And the toy manufacturing industry secured a stable position in the international market with endless creativity and high quality. The electronics and watch industries are also making their mark, especially the electronics sector, which started with the challenging development of atomic particle radios. In the 1970s, it experienced rapid growth, showcasing vibrant vitality. Boss, given the fast development of the electronics industry now, shouldn't we pay more attention to it? Ah-Chang tentatively asked. Chin-Yu, with a deep gaze, slightly nodded. That's right. The electronics industry has immense potential. However, most entrepreneurs today only see immediate profits, blindly following trends, without understanding the importance of investing in technology and talent. If this continues, the manufacturing sector in our city will inevitably face problems. Yet, Chun-Yu is well aware that this superficial brilliance is merely fleeting. As time relentlessly passes, the manufacturing industry in the city has failed to transform and upgrade in a timely manner, struggling in the quagmire of low-end processing and manufacturing, severely lacking core technology and competitive brand recognition. By the 1980s, the surging tide of economic diversification swept in, with finance, real estate, trade, and tourism developing rapidly like wild horses. Meanwhile, the once glorious manufacturing sector gradually fell into decline. Even worse, the four major families almost monopolized key areas of the economy, greatly compressing the development space for other enterprises. Many manufacturing companies that originally had great potential could only struggle to survive in the cracks. The four families control the resources, leaving no fair competition for other enterprises. How can this work? Chen-Yu furrowed his brow, his face filled with anger as he slammed the table. After the year 2000, cultural and creative workers began moving into vacant industrial buildings, attempting to revitalize old factories and inject new life and energy into the city. However, by this time, the city's competitiveness in the global industrial chain had gradually diminished, and in desperation, it could only turn to the service industry for new development opportunities. Chin-Yu felt deeply dissatisfied with the current situation, especially regarding the existing group of entrepreneurs. In his view, they mostly have a short-sighted perspective, like frogs at the bottom of a well, only valuing immediate small gains and completely lacking long-term planning for the future. These individuals only know how to blindly follow trends to make money, yet fail to understand the importance of investing in technology and talent. How could the manufacturing industry in our city have a bright future? At a high-level company meeting, Chen-Yu spoke passionately and emotionally, his eyes revealing disappointment and unwillingness regarding the current state. However, Chen-Yu is not someone who merely complains. He inherently possesses an indomitable spirit. Since the situation is as it is, he intends to rely on his own strength to revitalize the city's manufacturing industry. He possesses advanced technology and a remarkable system from the future, which serves as his strongest confidence. Under his careful leadership, Xingyao Group has gathered a large number of talents, especially elites with backgrounds in science and engineering, who shine like brilliant stars, ready to unleash their brightest glow on the grand stage of Xingyao. We need to initiate the television production plan and create our own high-end brand. At the meeting, Chen-Yu's gaze was as firm as a torch, locking on to everyone as he stated emphatically, I name it Changsha. This will be the crucial first step for us to enter the high-end manufacturing industry. Without hesitation, Chen-Yu quickly allocated a large amount of funds and decisively launched the television production plan for Xingyao Group. He personally participated in the planning and design of the production line, spending days and nights with engineers discussing technical details. We must use the most advanced technology to produce high-definition, high-quality televisions, showcasing the strong capabilities of our manufacturing to the world, Chen-Yu passionately told the engineers, his eyes sparkling with visions of the future. After an intense and time-sensitive preparation, the production schedule for Changsha televisions was officially finalized. Looking at the schedule in his hands, Chen-Yu was filled with anticipation, as if he could already see the success of Changsha televisions in the market. At this pace, we will soon launch our first batch of products. I firmly believe that Changsha televisions will create a sensation in the market and become a new business card for our manufacturing. Time quietly moved to January 1971, with the spirit of the new year gently spreading like a soft spring breeze throughout the city. Streets and alleys were adorned with festive decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Standing in his office, Chinyu gazed out at the bustling street scene, and a new plan began to take shape in his mind. He understood that the period before the new year was a peak time for consumption, an excellent opportunity to make profits. Meanwhile, the gaming industry was thriving, with arcade popularity continuing to rise, showing no signs of cooling down. On the streets of the city, the arcade run by Jose was packed with people, buzzing with activity. Young people gathered tightly around the gaming machines, excitedly manipulating the joysticks, their cheers and laughter creating a joyful sea of sound. Jose stood nearby, observing the nearly uncontrollable scene, secretly calculating in his mind. Given this explosive momentum, we must consider expanding the number of arcade machines. Otherwise, we won't be able to meet everyone's insatiable demand. Just then, Jose's phone suddenly rang sharply at his waist. He hurriedly answered the call, and Chinyu's familiar, magnetic voice came through. "Boss Joe, come to my office quickly. There is something crucial we need to discuss. This is a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity." Chapter 49, Stakes and Decisions. Jose's choice last time Chinyu pulled me into investing in the arcade. It almost drove me crazy. Now he is looking for me again. Wouldn't he want me to invest money again, would he? Jose furrowed his brows tightly, mumbling to himself, his face filled with conflict and worry. The scenes from his previous investment in the arcade flashed involuntarily in his mind. The stress during financial difficulties, the tough negotiations with suppliers, and the unexpected issues during equipment transportation. Each detail made him shudder. However, when his gaze fell on the report on the table about Chinyu's team winning the championship in an esports competition, waves of emotion stirred within him. The team's performance is so impressive that there might truly be a big business opportunity this time. He gritted his teeth, a look of determination appearing on his face. Jose understood that in this age full of opportunities and challenges, hesitation would only lead to elimination. Despite feeling anxious inside, he decided to take a gamble. He stood up, straightened his slightly wrinkled suit to look more presentable, and then walked with firm steps toward the meeting location designated by Chinyu. Jose arrived in front of a luxurious building, which stood out prominently among the surrounding structures. The glass curtain wall of the building reflected dazzling light under the sun, resembling a fortress shining with wealth and power. The security guard at the entrance was dressed in a crisp uniform. Jose looked up and couldn't help but marvel at Chinyu's strength. This guy has really made a name for himself in such a short time. He muttered softly, took a deep breath, and stepped into the building. As soon as he entered the conference room, Jose's gaze met a hostile stare, causing his body to tense up instantly, and an uncontrollable anger surged within him. The person was his rival, Liu Yifei, with whom he had a long-standing feud. In the past, during an intense business competition, Liu Yifei had used unscrupulous means that led to Jose suffering significant losses, thus sealing their enmity, which remained unresolved to this day. Upon seeing Jose, Liu Yifei's expression darkened like the sky before a storm. However, everyone was present for Chinyu's meeting, and in this setting, they could only suppress their hatred, like two confronting beasts, each finding a seat and ignoring the other. After sitting down, Jose scanned the conference room and noticed several unfamiliar faces. A small man next to him leaned over and whispered, "Those are from the Fearless Club. I've heard they have considerable influence in the gaming circle over there." Jose frowned slightly, pondering to himself. The gaming industry seems to be getting deeper and deeper. Chinyu stood aside. A hint of barely noticeable resistance flashed in his eyes. He was reluctant to have too much contact with these club powers. However, as the electronic sports industry developed, many practical factors compelled them to interact. Chinyu took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and put on a warm smile. Stepping forward to greet everyone, "Brothers, it's been a tough journey. Please take a seat." Inside the conference room, there were numerous new arcade machines, with colorful lights flickering and jumping in the dim room. The metallic sheen of the arcade shells gleamed, and the vibrant game screens constantly flashed, producing enticing sounds that attracted everyone's attention. Jose looked at these machines and felt a sudden pang in his heart. He keenly realized that he might be facing investment pressure again. What is Chinyu up to this time? He muttered to himself. Chinyu stepped forward, cleared his throat, and smiled as he said, "Everyone, welcome to this meeting. The electronic sports industry is developing rapidly. I believe everyone sees the potential and strength within it. But as the industry grows, competition is becoming increasingly fierce. Chen Yu's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, revealing a confidence that suggested he had already reached the pinnacle of the industry. The main purpose of gathering everyone today was to draft a charter to regulate the behavior within our sector, allowing us all to develop in a healthy and orderly environment. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority that echoed in the conference room. Then, Chen Yu's expression grew serious, his brows slightly furrowed. Recently, many participants have faced malicious competition and even threats to transfer. This has greatly affected their development and the overall atmosphere of the industry. We must establish a good competitive environment to ensure that participants can develop steadily. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, drawing the attention of the audience, who began to whisper to one another. Therefore, I propose to establish a transfer period. Chen Yu continued, his gaze firm and focused. During this transfer period, clubs can engage in player trades. This not only provides participants the opportunity to find a development platform that suits them better, but also helps avoid malicious poaching and unfair competition. Chen Yu explained the significance and operational process of the transfer period in detail, including the timeline, application, and review for player trades. Every detail was articulated clearly, showcasing his thorough consideration of the plan. Our league structure will also undergo corresponding adjustments, and player trades must adhere to certain rules. At the same time, I promise to draft formal contracts to ensure the legality of each transaction, so that everyone can proceed without worries. His words reassured the club owners present, who nodded in agreement, and a murmur of discussion arose in the conference room. For clubs that do not comply with the rules, as well as players involved in gambling, we will impose suspension measures. Chen Yu's tone became stern. This was a responsibility towards the industry and a protection of our collective interests. After speaking, he gestured for his assistant to distribute the charter for the industry leaders to review. Jose took the charter, surprised. He had initially thought this was merely a simple industry exchange, not realizing how comprehensive Chen Yu's preparations were. He began to read through the content seriously, and when he saw the section regarding bidding, a question arose in his mind. Chen Yu, I don't quite understand the rules regarding the bidding section, Jose said, looking at Chen Yu with a hint of confusion and concern in his eyes. According to these rules, won't it be very difficult for smaller clubs to have opportunities to host large events? Could this lead to an excessive concentration of industry resources? Jose's words hinted at potential future conflicts and challenges, resonating with other small club owners, who turned their attention to Chen Yu, waiting for his response. Chen Yu smiled slightly, displaying a confident expression, and patiently explained, Boss Zhou, I understand your concerns. This bidding rule is actually designed to ensure the quality and impact of the events. We will assess based on the comprehensive strength of the clubs, past performances, and various other factors, rather than completely favoring the larger clubs. Moreover, we will also establish some support policies to help smaller clubs grow, allowing the entire industry to develop in a balanced manner. Although Chen Yu's explanation seems reasonable, Jose still feels a sense of unease. He has an inkling that there may be some variables at play. The future development of the industry may not be as smooth as Chen Yu envisions. At this moment, a prominent figure from the Fearless Association spoke up, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. Mr. Chen, your idea is indeed good, but it may not be easy to implement. Our association also has some esports operations in the Fearless competition area, and we have encountered similar issues before. Some players simply do not take the rules seriously. Can your suspension measures be effectively enforced? The tone of this figure was laced with skepticism, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Yu as if trying to see through him. Unfazed, Chen Yu replied, this esteemed person, the implementation of the suspension measures indeed requires everyone's joint effort. But I believe that as long as we reach a consensus within the industry and form a collective force, we can definitely achieve it. We can establish a supervisory group composed of representatives elected by various clubs, specifically responsible for overseeing and enforcing these rules. Once any violations are discovered, there will be no leniency. Chen Yu's response made the figure nod slightly, seemingly satisfied with the solution. The meeting continued, with everyone engaging in intense discussions about the details of the agreement. Some proposed amendments, passionately articulating their viewpoints. Others expressed support, nodding vigorously in agreement, while some whispered to each other, their faces showing indecision. The atmosphere in the meeting room was vibrant, with various opinions colliding and intertwining in the air. Jose, however, fell into deep thought. On one hand, He was full of anticipation for Chun Yu's plan as it related to his interests in the esports industry. On the other hand, he harbored doubts about certain clauses, worried they might bring adverse effects to himself. Liu Yifei remained silent beside him, watching Chun Yu speak confidently on stage, filled with jealousy and resentment. This guy, in such a short time, stirred the esports industry into a frenzy and even wants to establish rules to restrain us. Humph. It won't be that easy. Liu Yifei thought to himself, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes as if he was plotting something. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest in a rhythmic sound, resembling the prelude to a scheme brewing deep within him. As the meeting progressed, Chun Yu gradually felt the pressure from all sides. Although most people expressed recognition of his plan, disagreements on certain details and the potential resistance from some individuals made him realize that there was still a long way to go to truly regulate this industry. Everyone, let's take a moment to pause. Chun Yu raised his voice, which stood out in the noisy meeting room. Today's meeting is just the beginning. We have plenty of time to refine this charter. I hope everyone can prioritize industry development, work together, and build a prosperous and healthy esports industry. Chun Yu's words temporarily calmed the meeting, allowing everyone to reassess the content of the agreement and consider how to better promote industry growth. Chapter 50. Industry Turmoil. Who is behind the scenes? In the meeting room, the lights were dim, smoke lingered, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Chun Yu stood at the front, tall and confident, scanning the club members and team owners present. Previously, following Chun Yu's appeal, the meeting had returned to a more structured discussion, albeit with some stumbling, and a preliminary framework for the esports industry regulations had begun to take shape. Chun Yu stood up again, cleared his throat, and spoke with a steady and powerful voice. Everyone, esports is becoming increasingly popular in our city, with game halls bustling on every street corner, but we cannot only focus on the excitement of the moment. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The professional planning and specialization of our teams are the foundation for the long-term development of our industry. Only by building professional teams and having clear career plans can we stand out in fierce competition and reach a broader international stage. Chun Yu's voice echoed in the meeting room, and many nodded slightly, lost in thought. Just as he finished speaking, he shifted his tone to a more serious one. When it comes to competitions, the scale and sponsorship fees are of utmost importance. Without sufficient sponsorship, the organization, promotion, venue rental, and other aspects of the event cannot proceed normally, let alone enhance its influence. Jose, sitting in the corner, wore a look of dissatisfaction upon hearing this. He suddenly stood up, hands heavily pressed on the table, causing it to shake, and questioned. Chun Yu, you keep talking about money and scale. What are your true intentions? You say you want to promote industry development, but these demands are too burdensome for us. Do you have your own hidden motives? Jose's eyes were filled with skepticism, fixating on Chun Yu as if searching for a flaw in his expression. Chun Yu remained calm, a slight smile of confidence on his face. He stepped forward a couple of paces, his stride steady, meeting Jose's challenge with an open gaze. Boss Joe, let's not jump to conclusions. Take the Starshine Club as an example. Ever since they expanded the scale of their events to high standards and attracted numerous sponsors, their foot traffic has significantly increased, and advertising revenue has soared. This is not just fabricated data, it's tangible profit right before our eyes. As he spoke, Chun Yu gestured with his hands, trying to help Jose better understand the stakes involved. Moreover, his tone grew more resolute. This proposal is not something I came up with in isolation. I have discussed it thoroughly with Ming and Hao, and they also strongly endorse this approach to promoting industry development. Mentioning Zhou Ming and Wu Shihao, a slight stir arose in the meeting room, and a look of respect flickered in the eyes of the attendees. These two influential figures in both the legitimate and underground sectors of the city undoubtedly added weight to Chun Yu's proposal. Upon hearing this, Jose decided to further stir the pot. Chun Yu muttered softly, even if we've discussed it with them, who knows if there are other hidden motives behind it. Chun Yu seemed to see through Jose's thoughts and continued, everyone might think I'm putting shackles on you, but in the long run, this is for our common benefit. Just like Brother Luo and Brother Hao, they have developed step by step in their respective fields by relying on clear planning and long-term vision. Our esports industry is the same. The current regulations and investments are to achieve greater returns in the future. The conversation then shifted to the current situation and future of the association. Chun Yu's expression turned serious as he sighed slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the conference room. Look at the current state of our association in the esports industry. On the surface, it seems lively, but in reality, there are numerous problems: malicious competition, unfair treatment of players, and chaotic event organization. If this continues, our industry will inevitably fall into trouble. Therefore, standardization is imperative. Regarding the bidding, Chinyu took a deep breath and raised his voice. I propose that the bidding fee be set at 1 million, and each participating club must have at least 1,000 arcade machines. The venue and equipment must be of high quality. Only then can we attract more sponsors and audiences, enhancing the level and influence of our events. Chinyu's words hit like a bombshell, instantly stirring up a heated debate in the conference room. The members of the association erupted in discussion, each voicing their opinions. 1 million? That's an astronomical figure. Where are we supposed to get that much money? A short, stout member's face turned red, veins popping on his neck as he protested loudly. As he spoke, he animatedly waved his arms, as if that could vent his dissatisfaction. And 1,000 arcade machines? Isn't that asking too much? Our small club can't meet that standard. Another member echoed, his face filled with helplessness and anxiety. He frowned slightly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, clearly overwhelmed by such high demands. However, after a heated discussion and internal struggle, some members began to calm down and seriously consider Chinyu's proposal. They understood that although the requirements were stringent, the potential for growth in the esports industry was enormous. If they could seize this opportunity to standardize the industry, they might welcome greater development prospects. Chinyu observed everyone's reactions, knowing that short-sightedness and unhealthy practices existed within the association. To change the status quo, he realized that strong measures had to be taken. I understand everyone's concerns, Chinyu spoke again, his gaze resolutely scanning the room. But I must emphasize that if we want to continue developing in the esports field, we must accept the bidding and corresponding scale requirements. Of course, we won't be inflexible. We will provide an exit mechanism and won't force anyone. But maintaining industry order is the prerequisite for our joint development, and this point cannot be compromised. Chinyu's voice was firm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt, allowing everyone present to deeply feel his determination. As the meeting drew to a close, Chinyu wore a gentle smile and spoke kindly. I hope everyone can seriously consider my proposal. We all aim to improve the esports industry in the port city. I believe that as long as we work together, we can make this industry shine on the world stage. Despite Chinyu's friendly demeanor, those who knew him understood that his resolve to promote the formalization of esports was as solid as a rock. After the meeting, people gradually left the conference room. Jose walked up to Chinyu and patted him on the shoulder. Boss Chun, how was my cooperation just now? Your plan, while challenging, has great potential. However, please reconsider the bidding rules. We don't want to discourage the smaller clubs. Chinyu nodded with a smile. Thank you for your reminder, Boss Zhou. I will. As Lu Yifei passed by Chinyu, he intentionally bumped into him and snorted coldly. Don't think that just by setting some regulations you can control everything. We'll see. Chinyu frowned as he watched Lu Yifei walk away, knowing that Lu Yifei would not easily give up. The leader of the Fearless Society, before leaving, said to Chinyu, Mr. Chun, I hope you can deliver on your promises. Our society is also very interested in the esports market in the port city, and there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chinyu smiled in response. That sounds great. I look forward to cooperating with you. Chapter 51. The Rise of the Esports New Star Xiao Wang. Take a look at these data, Chinyu said to his assistant beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he picked up the report. Our partners have already tasted the benefits. In the coming years, the esports industry will only become more popular. Advertising revenue will snowball, growing larger and larger, and players will flood into the gaming halls like a tide. By then, their profits will only become more substantial. As he spoke, Chinyu lightly tapped the report with his finger. Assistant Xiao Wang nodded in admiration, excitedly saying, Boss, your strategy is brilliant. At first, everyone was somewhat skeptical. Now it seems your vision is truly unique. It's beyond what ordinary people can compare. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Zhang gently knocked and entered, her voice soft yet professional. Boss, Mr. Jose is on the line and would like to speak with you. Chinyu nodded slightly, indicating to connect the call. Chinyu, after the last meeting, I went back and discussed your proposal in detail with the boss. He believes the matter is significant and needs further discussion. Jose's voice came through the phone, carrying a tone of caution and deliberation, as if every word had been carefully considered. Chinyu maintained a gentle smile on his face, responding, Boss Zhou, I understand. After all, This is a major decision that affects everyone's interests. Please discuss it thoroughly. And feel free to communicate any thoughts with me at any time. Chen Yu's tone was relaxed and calm, yet it conveyed a reassuring steadiness and confidence, as if everything was under his control. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu knew that everyone was weighing the pros and cons, and he was not in a hurry. He firmly believed that as long as they were given enough time, everyone would eventually see the huge potential brought by the standardization of the esports industry. Just like a seed just planted, although it was only a tender sprout breaking through the soil, under his careful cultivation, it would surely grow into a towering tree. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the esports tournament was in full swing. The competition for the championship in the Huaxiao region was exceptionally fierce as the tournament had entered the playoff stage. In a bustling gaming hall, players packed tightly to watch the matches. They stared intently at the big screen, their eyes sparkling with tension and anticipation, as if every scene on the screen was related to their emotions. Quick look. This play is amazing. A young player with dyed yellow hair jumped up excitedly, almost spilling his soda. His face was filled with excitement and enthusiasm, as if he were part of the intense competition. Yes, the teamwork of this squad is seamless. This year's championship battle will definitely be intense. Another player wearing glasses echoed, his face glowing with excitement. His voice trembled slightly from enthusiasm, as if he could already foresee the thrilling conclusion of the match. Moreover, the popularity of the W tournament was continuously rising, with the speed of media coverage akin to a whirlwind, quickly attracting more attention. A local newspaper keenly captured this trend and published a lengthy article, deeply analyzing the heat of esports and its advertising marketing capabilities. The article particularly emphasized the significant increase in sales for a clothing brand and a beverage brand after sponsoring the event, encouraging more brands to invest in advertising. After seeing this article, Chen Yu felt a sense of pride. He knew that advertising and marketing were crucial for brand promotion, and esports was an excellent advertising platform. Just like a shining piece of gold, if utilized properly, it could radiate dazzling brilliance. Thus, he took the initiative and decided to reach out to a well-known beverage company. In a luxurious and grand conference room, Chen Yu sat across from the representatives of the beverage company. Sitting up straight, he looked confidently at the other party and said directly, "I believe the market potential of esports is enormous, with a wide audience and strong purchasing power. If your company chooses to advertise in our tournament, I believe it will yield unexpected results. My offer is 60 million. Chen Yu's voice was steady and powerful, each word seemingly carrying an undeniable weight that echoed in the conference room. The representatives of the beverage company furrowed their brows slightly, clearly surprised by the price. He cleared his throat gently, adjusted his sitting posture, and said, "Mr. Chen, this price is quite high. We will need some time to consider. After all, this is not a small amount, and we need to evaluate multiple factors comprehensively." His eyes revealed a hint of hesitation and caution, as this offer clearly exceeded his expectations. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, "I understand your concerns, but please believe me, this investment is absolutely worth it. The beverage industry is highly competitive, and the market is saturated, making it difficult to stand out among numerous brands. Our esports events serve as a massive platform that can provide extensive exposure opportunities. Through live broadcasts, on-site advertisements, and various other forms, the brand image will resonate deeply with every esports enthusiast. Moreover, as the esports industry continues to develop, its influence will only expand. In contrast, an investment of 50 million will result in a significant increase in brand awareness and sales. Surely, this is a worthwhile deal?" Chen Yu's arguments were clear and logically sound, with each statement hitting the mark, making it hard to refute. After leaving the conference room, he did not stop. His next goal was to meet with Zhao Chongsheng to discuss the broadcasting rights for the Fearless Zone. In Zhao Chongsheng's office, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Yu got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhao, I am here to discuss the broadcasting rights for the Fearless Zone. I am willing to sell them to you for 20 million a year." Chen Yu's tone was firm and confident, as if this price was the best choice after careful consideration. Zhao Chongsheng widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Mr. Chen, that price is quite high. Can the broadcasting of the Fearless Zone really be worth that much? I need to consider the return on investment, especially since the operating costs for television stations are also significant." There was a hint of doubt in Zhao Chongsheng's voice as he leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, his expression showing caution and contemplation. Chen Yu leaned back as well, arms crossed confidently, and replied, "Mr. Zhao, you should recognize the development trend of esports. Nowadays, the popularity of esports is rising, and the audience base is continually expanding. By broadcasting events, your television station can not only increase viewership, but also attract more advertisers. Just think about it. When viewers are glued to their screens, enjoying exciting esports matches, their attention will also be drawn to the advertisements within the events. This presents a fantastic opportunity for advertisers. Furthermore, as esports culture spreads, more people will pay attention to related events, which means your television station will have a broader audience. In comparison, this investment is negligible. Chun Yu's voice was steady and powerful, filled with persuasive force, and his eyes sparkled with visions of the future and confidence. Zhao Chongqing fell into deep thought, having to admit that Chun Yu had a point. He realized that he may have previously been too focused on immediate benefits, overlooking the enormous opportunities presented by the esports industry. With a gentle sigh, he said, "Mr. Chun, your proposal is quite appealing, but I need to discuss it internally before giving you a response. After all, this involves the overall operational strategy of the television station." Chun Yu nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course, Mr. Zhao, I look forward to your response. I believe this will be a win-win collaboration. Through this partnership, we can not only bring exciting events to the audience, but also create considerable economic benefits for both sides." Just as Chun Yu was about to leave, Lu Yifei happened to walk into the office. She paused slightly upon seeing Chun Yu, then broke into a smile. "Mr. Chun, nice to see you again." Lu Yifei's voice was clear and pleasant, tinged with surprise and delight. Chun Yu politely replied, "Miss Lu, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here." Chun Yu slightly bowed, wearing a gentle smile that showcased his gentlemanly demeanor. Lu Yifei smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, I've heard quite a bit about your business operations. Your layout in the esports industry is truly admirable. In such a short time, you've managed to make esports events thrive and successfully attract the attention of numerous brands. It's remarkable." Her eyes were filled with appreciation, and she shook her head gently, as if she found Chun Yu's achievements hard to believe. Chun Yu humbly replied, "Miss Lu, you're too kind. I simply seized some opportunities. The development of the esports industry relies on everyone's support and collaboration. I just did what I could." His tone was modest, but his confident smile revealed that he understood that his efforts and contributions were key to his success. After a brief conversation, Chun Yu took his leave. Zhao Chongqing watched Chun Yu's departing figure, feeling a mix of admiration and reflection. This Chun Yu, though young, has such outstanding business talent. His business strategies have reached new heights. It's truly impressive. Zhao Chongqing shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with admiration and emotion. Lu Yifei nodded slightly. Indeed, his insight into the market and foresight are truly worth learning from. Take this live broadcast rights issue for the Fearless region, for example. He recognized the immense value of esports broadcasting for media outlets, which many overlook. He always manages to keenly capture market changes and plan ahead. This ability is not something just anyone possesses. Back at the company, Chun Yu continued to immerse himself in his busy work. He knew well that although he had achieved some success, the esports industry still faced many challenges. He needed to keep innovating and seek more business opportunities to remain competitive in this fierce industry. A few days later, Jose approached Chun Yu again. "Chun Yu, our boss has considered your proposal for quite some time. Although it carries risks, it indeed has great potential. We are willing to join your standardization plan, but some details still need to be discussed." Jose's tone was filled with excitement and anticipation, and his gaze toward Chun Yu was full of trust. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu felt a surge of joy and smiled. "Boss Zhou, that's great. We can discuss the details gradually. I believe that as long as we work together, we can elevate the esports industry to new heights. Our goal is to create a standardized and prosperous esports market, allowing more people to engage in this vibrant industry." Chun Yu's words were filled with passion and drive, as if he could already envision a bright future for the esports sector. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing called Chun Yu, "Mr. Chun, after our internal discussions, we have decided to accept your proposal and purchase the broadcasting rights for the Fearless competition region. We hope for a pleasant collaboration." Zhao Chongqing's voice carried a hint of anticipation. He was eager to start this partnership. Chun Yu excitedly responded, "Mr. Zhao, I look forward to our cooperation. I believe this collaboration will bring substantial returns for both parties. We will work together to present an extraordinary esports feast for the audience." Chapter 52. The Chessboard of Business Warfare. The rise of Chun Yu with his keen business insight, Chen Yu skillfully intervened in the operations of the community and businesses. In a dimly lit community base, smoke lingered in the air, creating a heavy atmosphere. The community leader, Chen Hu, wore a worried expression as he fretted over the poor business of several gaming halls under his control. Chen Yu sat across from him, calm and composed, playing with a pen in his hand. Boss Chen, as you can see, the esports industry is booming, yet your gaming halls are nearly empty. The key issue is a lack of effective promotion and standardized operations, Chen Yu said slowly, maintaining a steady gaze on Chen Hu. Chen Hu frowned, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Boss Chen, I understand what you're saying, but what should we do? Chen Yu smiled slightly and confidently replied, I have a solution. We can hold small esports competitions and invite nearby players to participate, offering generous prizes to the winners. At the same time, we can improve the environment of the gaming halls, providing more comfortable seating and quality drinks. This way, we can attract players and increase exposure. Moreover, I can help you contact advertisers to place ads in the gaming halls, generating additional revenue. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Hu's eyes. Can it really work? Chen Yu patted his chest. Boss Chen, don't worry. Just follow my suggestions, and your business will thrive. Indeed, under Chen Yu's planning, the community's gaming halls gradually became lively, and business boomed, leaving Chen Hu deeply grateful to Chen Yu. On the other hand, Zhao Chongqing found himself in a predicament. His television station's ratings continued to plummet, and advertisers were pulling out, leaving him in a state of distress. At this moment, Chen Yu's W-Series events were in full swing, attracting countless viewers. Zhao Chongqing knew that purchasing the broadcasting rights for the W-Series might be the key to boosting the station's visibility, but after acquiring shares in another company, he was short on funds and found himself in a difficult position. In the luxurious, yet somewhat oppressive office of the Zhao company, Zhao Chongqing paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. His assistant stood cautiously nearby, not daring to make a sound. We can't go on like this. If we don't negotiate with Chen Yu soon, we will completely lose this opportunity. Zhao Chongqing suddenly stopped, gritted his teeth, and said. Chen Yu stood in front of the company's floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the bustling scene of the harbor city, deep in strategic thought. He was not in a hurry to acquire the platform. To him, content was king. As long as high-quality content continued to be developed, he could firmly grasp the initiative in the market, hinder the platform's growth, and maintain his competitive edge. Content is our core competitiveness. Only by constantly innovating can we establish a strong foothold in this industry, Chen Yu stated seriously to his team during a meeting. In the spacious and bright conference room of the Xingyao building, Chen Yu and his team members gathered around the conference table, passionately discussing future development directions. We need to establish our own talent training program to cultivate our own stars, Chen Yu said, his eyes shining as he scanned everyone present. This will not only provide talent support for our film and esports projects, but also enhance the overall strength of the company. The team members nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere was lively. Additionally, we should hold a large beauty contest, the Harbor City Miss, Chen Yu continued, a hint of anticipation on his face. Let's schedule it for after the World Championship, leveraging the event's popularity to attract more audience attention. When Shizhong excitedly stood up, waving his hands. Boss, this idea is fantastic. I'll start planning the promotional campaign right away. Our slogan will be beauty and intelligence go hand in hand, which will definitely catch people's eyes. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Great. Let's make this beauty contest a grand event that everyone in the harbor city will know about. Chen Yu did not relax on the film project front either. He approached Zheng Fuxing to inquire about the progress of the Legend of the Drunken Master. Mr. Zhou, how is the promotion for the Legend of the Drunken Master going? Chen Yu asked with concern. Zheng Fuxing adjusted his glasses and confidently replied, Boss, rest assured, we have already started comprehensive promotion. Posters are up all over the harbor city, and the trailer is being shown in major cinemas with great feedback. Chen Yu smiled. Very good. We must increase our promotional efforts to make this film a classic in the history of harbor city cinema. He also gave strong support to Cheng Long's film Snake in the Eagle's Shadow. When someone suggested that the film might incur losses, Chen Yu waved his hand. Don't worry about losses. Cheng Long is a very promising actor, and the film has a unique style. It might bring us unexpected surprises, Chen Yu said firmly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin reported to Chen Yu on the progress of the collaboration with a well-known beverage company. In Chen Yu's simply yet elegantly arranged office, Jiang Wanyin sat on the sofa, focused. Boss, There has been some progress in the negotiation with the beverage company, but they are still hesitant about the advertising fee, Jiang Wanyin said. Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. Our asking price cannot be lower than 40 million. That is our bottom line. The advertising value of esports events is clear, and they will understand it sooner or later. Jiang Wanyin nodded. All right, boss. I will continue to communicate with them to strive for an early agreement. As the days passed, the preparations for the beauty pageant in the harbor city were progressing intensively and in an orderly manner. When Shizhong was extremely busy, running around to contact media outlets, sponsors, and plan the event flow. Boss, take a look at this promotional plan. We are preparing to place ads in major newspapers and television stations. And we will invite some well-known figures as judges, when Shizhong said excitedly, holding a stack of documents. Chen Yu took the documents and carefully flipped through them, nodding from time to time. Not bad, let us refine the details a bit more. This time, we want everyone in the harbor city to see our company's strength and charm. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing finally mustered the courage to arrange a meeting with Chun Yu for negotiations. In a high-end tea house, with the aroma of tea filling the air, Zhao Chongqing and Chun Yu sat across from each other. Mr. Chun, I'm here to discuss the live broadcast rights for the W competition, Zhao Chongqing said straightforwardly, a hint of anxiety on his face. Chun Yu smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Mr. Zhao, as you know, the popularity of the W competition is increasing, and naturally, the price for the broadcast rights is quite high. Zhao Chongqing frowned. Mr. Chun, I'm currently a bit tight on funds. Could we possibly negotiate the price? Chen Yu set down his teacup and said seriously, Mr. Zhao, I understand your situation, but the value of the W competition is undeniable. If you want to boost the ratings and exposure of your television station, this is definitely a rare opportunity. After intense negotiations, both parties eventually reached a cooperation agreement. Zhao Chongqing sighed in relief, knowing that this collaboration might rejuvenate his television station. As the date of the beauty pageant approached, an air of excitement filled the entire harbor city. Posters for the event were plastered on streets and alleys, and people were discussing it eagerly. I heard this beauty pageant is going to be incredible. The winner might become a big star. Yes, combining beauty and intelligence. I wonder what kind of beauties will be chosen. At the event venue, the lights shone brightly, and the stage was beautifully set. The contestants wore glamorous gowns and confidently walked onto the stage, showcasing their elegance. The judges scored diligently, while the audience cheered enthusiastically. Chen Yu stood backstage, watching the lively scene, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew this was just a part of his business empire, and there were more challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. The beauty pageant was a tremendous success, significantly enhancing the company's visibility and influence. Chen Yu was not satisfied with this. He began planning the next project. We need to build a comprehensive entertainment industry group that covers multiple fields such as film, esports, and variety shows, Chen Yu said passionately at a senior management meeting. However, as Chen Yu's business territory continued to expand, competitors began to feel restless. Some with ulterior motives started to undermine his plans secretly. During a commercial event, Chen Yu received an anonymous letter filled with threats and intimidation. The team members were very concerned about Chen Yu's safety, and the atmosphere became tense. Boss, these people are going too far. Should we call the police? The assistant asked anxiously. Chen Yu, however, remained calm and smiled gently. No need to panic. This is just their little trick. As long as we continue to do our own work well, their conspiracy won't succeed. On one hand, Chen Yu strengthened his own security measures, and on the other hand, he dedicated himself even more to his work. He knew that only by continuously developing himself could he stand undefeated in this fiercely competitive business world. Under Chen Yu's leadership, the company's business thrived. After the release of The Legend of the Drunken Master, it became a classic in the film industry. Cheng Long's Snake in the Eagle's Shadow also unexpectedly became popular, and with his unique comedic martial arts style, Cheng Long quickly became a star in the film industry. We need to expand into international markets and promote our film and esports works to the world, Chen Yu said at the company's strategic planning meeting. Chapter 53, The Rise of the King of the Port City Wanyin. Within 10 years, I will definitely become the king of this port city. Chen Yu turned to Jiang Wanyin sitting beside him, his tone filled with confidence. Jiang Wanyin slightly lifted her head, her eyes filled with admiration. Chen Yu, I believe you can do it. Just look at your achievements in business over the past year. You've already surpassed many. Chen Yu nodded slightly. This year has indeed brought many gains, but we cannot be complacent. Do you know? We are negotiating with a major beverage company, and this is a huge opportunity. Negotiating with them? That sounds impressive, Jiang Wanyin said in surprise. That's right. We want to expand the influence of Xingyao Group beyond the port city and into the world. I am confident that I can control the market in this negotiation. As Qinyu spoke, he walked to his desk and picked up a document. However, there are some issues within the company that we need to address. There are those who, for their own interests, are willing to harm the company's reputation and interests. Jiang Wanyin frowned. Indeed, with the company growing, all kinds of people come along. We need to resolve these issues quickly to prevent them from ruining the company's culture. Just then, Qinyu's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and his expression gradually became excited. What did you say? An order for 50,000 arcade machines? That's fantastic. After hanging up the phone, Qinyu excitedly told Jiang Wanyin, Wanyin, our arcade business is really booming. This order for 50,000 arcade machines proves our strength in this field. Jiang Wanyin was also pleased with the news. In this relatively entertainment-poor era, arcades have indeed become a popular way for people to pass the time. Qinyu nodded. Not only that, but our game Tangshan Big Brother is also becoming popular quickly. This game has not only boosted arcade sales, but also contributed to the film's box office success. The martial arts craze has swept through Southeast Asia, and arcades have become the main form of entertainment for the public. You have achieved such success thanks to your planning. Jiang Wanyin sincerely said. This is the result of everyone's efforts, Qinyu replied with a smile. By the way, do you know about the W competition? Jiang Wanyin shook her head. Not really. The W competition has now become the focus of everyone's attention. Although Zhao Chongqing is facing financial pressure, the ratings have increased. Qinyu explained. I also took advantage of the hype around the W competition and reached a sponsorship agreement with a major beverage company. Qinyu's eyes sparkled. You secured a sponsorship agreement with them? That's an incredible achievement. Jiang Wanyin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they decided to invest 30 million in advertising. And I agreed to have Li Xiaolong as the spokesperson, Qinyu said. Li Xiaolong? He's a very popular star right now. Choosing him as a spokesperson will definitely attract more attention, Jiang Wanyin analyzed. Exactly, and I've offered him a generous remuneration, which not only ensures his commitment to our brand, but also draws more attention to Xingyao Group. Qinyu smiled. Jiang Wanyin nodded. You've thought this through. However, the company's development relies on talent. Do we have any plans in this area? Qinyu sat down and said seriously, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss next. I have opened a programming training class in the port city to meet the demands of future development. Talent plays a crucial role in the company's growth. We can't just rely on existing talent. We need to continuously cultivate new talent. Opening a programming training class is a great idea, Jiang Wanyin agreed. Not only that, but I also plan to recruit some technical talent from abroad. They possess advanced skills and ideas that can inject new vitality into our company. Recruiting from abroad won't be easy, right? Jiang Wanyin expressed her concerns. It does have its challenges, but it's worth it for the company's development. I believe that as long as we provide attractive conditions, we can definitely attract outstanding talent, Qinyu assured her. Jiang Wanyin nodded. I believe you can do it. By the way, how's the company's financial situation? Qinyu smiled. Our company has achieved a net profit of 1.4 billion within a year. This is a very impressive achievement, but we can't be satisfied with just that. We need to continue investing and developing to maintain our competitive edge in this fierce market. 1.4 billion net profit? That's astonishing, Jiang Wanyin exclaimed. This is just the beginning. We have even bigger goals for the future. Qinyu stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside. We want to make Xingyao Group a world-class enterprise and let the commercial sector of the port city shine on the global stage. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Qinyu called out, Come in, and an assistant walked in holding a document. Mr. Chun, this is the document regarding the follow-up arrangements for the W competition. Please take a look, the assistant said. Qinyu took the document and read it carefully. After finishing, he told the assistant, This document is well done. Execute according to the plan outlined in it. By the way, we need to maintain close communication with the beverage company to ensure the smooth progress of the advertising shoot. The assistant nodded. Understood, Mr. Chun. After the assistant left, Qinyu said to Jiang Wanyin, the popularity of the W competition is still on the rise. We should take advantage of this opportunity to further enhance the company's visibility and influence. Jiang Wanyin smiled and replied, You always manage to seize various opportunities and lead the company to success. Qinyu chuckled. This is not just my achievement. It's the effort of the entire team. By the way, what do you think we should pay more attention to in terms of talent development? Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment. I believe that apart from offering training programs and exploring external talent, we can also strengthen internal training and communication, allowing employees to learn from each other and progress together. Yu nodded. That's a good suggestion. We can formulate a detailed internal training plan. Additionally, we should provide more promotion opportunities for those promising employees to motivate them to work hard for the company. Jiang Wanyin agreed. Exactly. This will stimulate employees' enthusiasm and creativity. Just then, Yu's phone rang again. He answered it, and his expression turned serious. What? Someone is undermining our cooperation with the beverage company? Jiang Wanyin felt tense upon hearing this. What's going on? After hanging up, Yu said to Jiang Wanyin, it seems that there are still some internal issues to be addressed. Someone is attempting to sabotage our cooperation with the beverage company for personal gain. I need to deal with this matter promptly. Jiang Wanyin nodded. Such individuals must not be tolerated. We need to handle this seriously. Yu stood up, his eyes filled with determination. I will make them understand the consequences of harming the company's interests. Wanyin, please contact the relevant departments. We need to investigate this thoroughly. Jiang Wanyin quickly responded. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. As Yu watched Jiang Wanyin leave, he silently vowed, no matter what difficulties arise, I will not let anyone hinder the development of our group. In the following days, Yu devoted himself entirely to work. On one hand, he began investigating those undermining cooperation within the company, while on the other hand, he actively promoted collaboration with the beverage company and followed up on arrangements for the W competition. Mr. Chun, after our investigation, we found that a manager from the marketing department was behind the sabotage. He accepted bribes from competitors and attempted to ruin our cooperation with the beverage company. The assistant reported. Yu's expression darkened. This manager seemed quite honest usually. I didn't expect him to do something like this. Immediately terminate his employment and pursue legal action against him. The assistant nodded. Understood, Mr. Chun. Additionally, the cooperation with the beverage company is progressing smoothly, and the advertising shoot has already begun. Yu's expression softened slightly. Good, we must ensure the quality of the advertising shoot. By the way, how's the situation with the W competition? The assistant replied. The attention towards the W competition is increasing, and many international media outlets have begun reporting on it. Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. We need to continue to increase our promotional efforts to make the W competition a global focus. Meanwhile, the programming training class successfully commenced. Yu personally attended the class to encourage the students to study hard. Students, you are the hope for the future of our city. Programming skills are crucial for future development. I hope you can cherish this learning opportunity, master solid skills, and contribute to the development of our city. Yu passionately stated from the podium. The students expressed their determination to study diligently and not disappoint Yu's expectations. In terms of attracting technical talent, Yu also made some progress. Through various channels, he reached out to several technical experts and sent them invitations. Mr. Chun, your proposal is very attractive, but I am not very familiar with the environment here, one technical expert said over the phone. Yu smiled and replied, rest assured, our city is full of opportunities. Our company can offer you generous benefits and broad development space. Moreover, the technology industry here is rapidly developing, and you will definitely realize your value here. After some communication, the technical expert expressed that he would consider Yu's invitation. Jiang Wanyin walked into the office and, seeing Yu's demeanor, smiled and said, planning for the future again? Yu turned around and replied with a smile, yes, there is still much to do for the future. By the way, which field do you think we should focus on developing next? Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment and said, I think we can increase our investment in the electronics technology field. This area is developing rapidly right now, and we can seize this opportunity. Yu nodded. You make a good point. We can establish a dedicated R&D team focused on developing electronic technology products. Additionally, we should strengthen cooperation with other companies to jointly promote the development of the technology industry in our city. Jiang Wanyin agreed. Exactly, cooperation is key to achieving win-win outcomes. Under Yu's leadership, Xingyao Group gradually increased its investment in the electronics technology field. They collaborated with several local universities and research institutions to jointly carry out R&D projects. At the same time, Yu was actively seeking international partners, hoping to bring Xingyao Group's products to the global market. Mr. Chun, We have reached a cooperation intention with a technology company, and they are very interested in our technology. An assistant excitedly reported to Chenyu. Chenyu smiled and said, "Great, this is an excellent opportunity. We need to sign the cooperation agreement with them as soon as possible to promote the progress of the project." Chapter 54, Breaking the Shackles of Tradition, Li Jiaqing. A figure regarded as a legend in the business community of the city, has industries spanning real estate, shipping, trade, and more, with a widespread reputation. However, the corners of Chun Yu's mouth lifted slightly. In his heart, his own wealth had long surpassed that of Li Jiaqing. So what if it's Li Jiaqing? His enterprises may seem vast, but they are actually constrained by traditional models. As for me, I not only hold the development opportunities of emerging industries, but also have solid family support behind me. Chen Yu's father, Chen Hao, successfully established the Yuyan clothing brand through exceptional business acumen and decisive leadership. Starting from an inconspicuous little tailor shop on the street, he persevered through countless days and nights of hard work. Today, Yuyan has developed into a fashion empire that encompasses various categories such as clothing and accessories, significantly influencing the port city and even the entire Southeast Asia region. Walking through the streets and alleys of the port city, one can see people wearing Yuyan brand apparel, which attests to the brand's high recognition. With the Yuyan brand, Chun Hao has become one of the top tycoons in the port city, gaining increasing influence within the local business community. Every time the business association holds a meeting, his speeches attract considerable attention from many industry leaders, who look at him with respect. Chen Yu understands that the family business is a solid backing for him, but he is not satisfied with just that. He skillfully utilizes family resources to strategically invest in real estate, while also holding some covert stakes in various companies through a series of discrete operations. Some of these stakes are also backed by prominent figures in the port city. In fact, Chen Yu already possesses nearly 1.6 billion in cash flow, yet he conducts himself very discreetly, keeping his true financial status strictly confidential. This wealth is the cornerstone of my ascent to greater heights. In this ever-changing business world, only by concealing one's strength can one deliver a fatal blow to opponents at critical moments. Standing by the window of his office, Chen Yu gazes at the real estate projects under vigorous construction in the distance, harboring unique and profound insights into the port city's real estate market. In his view, as the economy rapidly develops and the population continues to influx, the demand for housing and commercial real estate is increasing day by day, making the future potential of the real estate market enormous. In the next decade, the real estate market in the port city is bound to witness a new round of explosive growth. What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. However, behind this seemingly prosperous commercial scene lies a web of complex power struggles. Individuals like Zhou Ming, who hold significant influence in both legitimate and illegitimate circles, control some critical resources and order in the port city to a certain extent. Chen Yu is extremely repulsed by their presence. In his eyes, these people, despite their power in the underworld and their wealth accumulated through extortion and other means, are merely amateurs in true business operations. They completely lack understanding of essential elements such as cost accounting, market strategy, and risk management. These people only know how to engage in violence and maintain their so-called territory through brute force. Once it comes to real business competition, their skills are utterly insufficient. Chen Yu scoffs dismissively, his face filled with disdain. He knows that to truly establish himself and achieve his grand ambitions in this land, he must navigate cautiously and break free from their constraints. He has already secretly devised a plan in his mind to execute a series of layouts and operations over the next 2 years. Let Zhou Ming and others leave the harbor city in disgrace, completely freeing themselves from their interference in his business development. To achieve this goal, Chen Yu has been outwardly respectful during his interactions with Zhou Ming and others, pretending to agree to some of their unreasonable demands while cleverly deceiving them through methods like cooking the books, keeping them completely unaware of his company's true profitability. Zhou Ming, Zilu, just wait. In less than 2 years, I will make you pay for your greed and ignorance. In this battlefield of commerce, it ultimately comes down to wisdom and strength, Chen Yu vowed through gritted teeth. Time passed swiftly, and soon the footsteps of the Spring Festival approached quietly. For Chen Yu, this Spring Festival was particularly significant, as he, now 17, decided to officially move out of his family home and start his own independent life. One evening before the festival, Chen Yu sat in the living room at home and resolutely told his parents about his decision. Upon hearing this, his mother, Xia Wanqing, widened her eyes in surprise and concern. You're only 17. Is it really okay to move out so early? The outside world is complicated. And I'm worried about you, Xia Wanqing said anxiously, her eyes filled with care. Chen Yu gently held his mother's hand and replied softly, Mom, don't worry. I've grown up and can take care of myself. Plus, I need my own space to pursue my dreams. His father, Chen Hao, although silent, felt a sense of comfort seeing his son's determined gaze. He knew his son was no longer the child who needed protection under his wings. He had his own thoughts and pursuits. Ultimately, Xia Wanqing could not persuade Chen Yu otherwise and reluctantly agreed to his decision. Shortly after the Spring Festival, Chen Yu eagerly purchased a luxurious villa in Qianchuan. This villa was located on a hillside, facing the sea with a serene environment. The main structure featured European-style architectural design, with white walls and a red roof that stood out beautifully in the sunlight. Chen Yu personalized the villa according to his preferences, creating a comfortable bedroom, a spacious and bright study, an elegant dining room, and even a dedicated training room for his daily physical exercises. From now on, this will be my little world. I will strive to carve out a new space for my future here, Chen Yu thought, standing in the villa's yard, filled with a sense of achievement. To make his life more convenient, Chen Yu also bought a brand new car and hired an experienced driver. Considering his busy work schedule, he decided to employ 4 Filipino maids to take care of his daily needs. At that time in the harbor city, Filipino maids had just begun to appear, primarily hired by expatriate families from English-speaking countries. Chen Yu was among the early Chinese tycoons to utilize Filipino maids. These caregivers from the Philippines have impressive qualifications. They are not only well-educated but also fluent in English, earning the reputation of being the most professional nannies in the world. From now on, you will be responsible for managing the villa and feel free to report any issues to me at any time. The caregivers nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to perform their duties diligently. In the backyard of the villa, a boxing ring was specially set up by Chen Yu. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight hit the lawn, Chen Yu would don his sports attire and head to the boxing ring for strength training. He would assume a steady stance and throw powerful jabs and hooks at the punching bag, sweat soaking his clothes and streaming down his cheeks. With each punch, he silently reminded himself to become stronger, laying a solid foundation for his business ambitions. The body is the capital of revolution. Only by having a strong physique can one maintain vigorous energy and fighting spirit in this challenging business world, Chen Yu muttered to himself, breathing heavily. Chen Yu's neighbor, Jiang Wanin, had earned a substantial bonus last year for her outstanding performance in his company. With this money, she purchased a villa next to Chen Yu's. Coming from a business family, Jiang Wanin received a good education from a young age and possesses exceptional intelligence, with a keen intuition and unique insights into business. During the development of Chen Yu's business, she became an indispensable assistant to him. Chen Yu had a multitude of business affairs to handle and was often overwhelmed. He needed to consider follow-up negotiations with a well-known gaming company, strategizing how to secure more benefits and introduce their advanced gaming technology to the local market. At the same time, he had to prepare for the Mechanical War God World Championship, meticulously planning everything from venue arrangements to athlete invitations and event promotions. Additionally, he had to maintain close communication with a major beverage company to ensure a smooth collaboration and further enhance the company's brand influence in the beverage market. He also had to manage a continuous stream of orders for arcade machines, ensuring product quality and delivery timelines. Faced with such a complex workload, Chen Yu often felt stretched thin. However, Jiang Wanin always stepped in at these times to help him manage various intricate matters. Whether it was drafting business proposals, coordinating with partners, or handling daily management issues within the company, Jiang Wanin performed exceptionally well, leaving Chen Yu very satisfied. Wanin, how prepared are you for the upcoming negotiations with the gaming company? Chen Yu asked Jiang Wanin one day in the office. Jiang Wanin confidently replied, Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I have conducted in-depth research on the company's background, product lines, and market strategies, and I have developed several detailed negotiation plans. I believe that as long as we follow the plan, we will secure a satisfactory collaboration outcome. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, Great. Having you on board makes me feel much more at ease. This collaboration is crucial for our company's future development, and we must give it our all. In order to thank Jiang Wanin for her hard work and to better win her loyalty, Chen Yu not only offered her a generous salary, but also allocated some company shares to her. Jiang Wanin was very grateful for Chen Yu's generosity and became even more motivated in her work. During the Spring Festival, after a busy year, Chen Yu and Jiang Wanyin finally welcomed a rare moment of leisure. At this time, the global finals were in full swing, attracting countless viewers from Asia and around the world, particularly in the final round. The match between winner from the harbor city and the son from an island nation became the focal point of attention. Chen Yu invited Jiang Wanyin to his villa, where they sat on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the delicacies prepared by the staff while intently watching the match. On the television screen, the competitors were fiercely battling it out, with every move and attack stirring the hearts of Chen Yu and Jiang Wanyin. "Chen, do you think winner can win this match?" Jiang Wanyin asked nervously, her eyes glued to the screen. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Winner's strength should not be underestimated. He performed exceptionally well in previous matches. However, the son is also no ordinary competitor, so it's hard to say who will win. Nonetheless, I still hope winner can bring glory to our harbor city." As the match progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The cheers and shouts of the audience echoed through the television speakers, immersing Chen Yu and Jiang Wanyin in the excitement of the competition. Chen Yu clenched his fists tightly, leaning forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the screen, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. Jiang Wanyin covered her mouth with her hands, too nervous to breathe. "Come on, winner. Unleash your ultimate move." Chen Yu couldn't help but shout. Jiang Wanyin chimed in. "Go, winner, you can do it." Chapter 55. The game of business wisdom. Throughout the long history of Asia, the island nation has caused significant pain to many countries, particularly for the Chinese. That period of invasion is like an indelible scar etched in the hearts of every descendant of the Huaxia. However, the Chinese have never bowed down. They have always harbored a desire for victory, continuously fighting in various fields to break the shadow cast by the island nation and to restore their dignity and glory. Li Xiaolong's emergence was like a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, showcasing the resilience and strength of the Chinese people through a series of impactful films. His works gained worldwide popularity, not only reintroducing the world to Chinese martial arts, but also igniting a fiery hope for victory in the hearts of countless Chinese people, becoming a banner for their resistance against the cultural and spiritual oppression of the island nation. Through his powerful performances and unique charisma, Li Xiaolong vividly displayed the tenacity and indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. His works are widely spread across Asia and even globally, inspiring countless individuals of Chinese descent to see the dawn of victory, representing a longing for strength and a powerful counterattack against past humiliations. In the harbor city, the name Li Xiaolong is known to every household, and his films have become hot topics of discussion during meals, motivating generations of Chinese people to bravely forge ahead. Against this backdrop, a highly anticipated national-level competitive event has commenced. This competition encompasses multiple events, attracting audiences of all ages, whether it be the exhilarating combat sports or the strategic and skillful esports. On the streets, people are buzzing about this event, as if the heartbeat of the entire harbor city is closely tied to the progress of the competition. In the VIP section, Chen Yu and Jiang Wanyin are intently watching the match. Chen Yu, dressed in a well-tailored custom suit, radiates excitement and anticipation, his gaze fixed on the arena. Jiang Wanyin, in a sharp professional outfit with her short hair neatly styled, occasionally shares her thoughts on the match with Chen Yu, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Chen Xiao, look at this round. That player's offensive is quite fierce. It seems the opponent is struggling a bit." Jiang Wanyin points at the arena, her tone tinged with excitement. Chen Yu nods slightly, his eyes bright and a confident smile on his lips. "Yes, but the match can change in an instant, until the last moment. No one can predict the outcome. That defensive player is experienced. Perhaps he can find a chance to counterattack." During a break in the match, an advertisement featuring Li Xiaolong for a certain beverage suddenly appears on the large screen. In the video, Li Xiaolong is dressed in his iconic yellow jumpsuit, his gaze sharp as an eagle and his movements fluid. He executes a beautiful side kick followed by punches like a gust of wind, showcasing unparalleled martial arts charm. Finally, he picks up a bottle of the beverage, tilts his head back to drink, and reveals a joyful smile, as if proclaiming the confidence and pride of the Chinese people to the world. This advertisement instantly captures the attention of the entire audience, and the previously noisy venue falls silent, all captivated by Li Xiaolong's charisma. After the ad ends, thunderous applause and cheers erupt throughout the venue. Outside the arena, the sales of the beverage soar like a rocket, with people rushing to supermarkets and stores to purchase bottles featuring Li Xiaolong's image. The company quickly recognizes this business opportunity and promptly sends representatives to discuss long-term cooperation with Chunyu. The meeting takes place in Chunyu's luxuriously decorated office, showcasing exquisite taste. The representative from the beverage company, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man named Jack, sits on the sofa, leaning slightly forward with a sincere expression. Mr. Chun, we have all witnessed the incredible success of Mr. Li Xiaolong's advertisement. It's beyond our expectations. Therefore, we hope to establish a long-term partnership with your company to continue using Mr. Li Xiaolong's likeness. Chunyu reclines in his comfortable office chair, his hands crossed over his chest, his gaze deep and resolute. He said slowly, Mr. Jack, the influence of Mr. Li Xiaolong is undeniable, and his portrait rights are extraordinarily valuable. We also value this collaboration, but regarding the price, I believe you should show sufficient sincerity. Jack frowned slightly and hesitated before replying. Mr. Chun, the price we offered is already quite considerable. There are very few similar collaborations in the market with such a high quote. Chunyu smiled gently, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the bustling streets of the port city. His tone was calm yet firm. Mr. Jack, you must understand that Mr. Li Xiaolong represents not just a star image. He is a symbol of the spirit of the Chinese people. This collaboration holds immeasurable value for the brand promotion of your company. Upon hearing the figure, Jack couldn't help but gasp. However, looking at Chunyu's confident silhouette, he knew the other party was not just asking for an exorbitant price. After intense negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement. Jack left with a satisfied smile, knowing that this collaboration would bring significant commercial benefits to the company. Meanwhile, Chunyu showcased his outstanding business acumen and decisive decision-making skills once again through this partnership. After the agreement was reached, Chunyu sat in his office, deep in thought about the future of the entertainment industry in the port city. He was well aware that although the entertainment sector was developing rapidly, it was largely influenced by Western and island cultures. He harbored a grand vision to gradually develop Chinese culture, allowing it to dominate the entertainment industry and become a new trend in global entertainment culture. At that moment, Chunyu's gaze fell upon a report about the television industry chain on his desk. With continuous technological advancements, the penetration rate of televisions in the port city and globally was increasing, presenting a huge market. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chunyu's mind. He decided to launch a new version of the Mecha Warrior game, using televisions as a platform to promote the game to a broader audience. Chunyu and Jiang Wanyin engaged in an in-depth discussion about the new version of the Mecha Warrior game. As Chunyu scribbled on the whiteboard, he excitedly said, Wanyin, for this new version of the Mecha Warrior game, we need to enhance the richness of character attributes. Each character should have unique skills and growth paths. Additionally, the complexity of the skills should be significantly increased. They should not just consist of a few simple moves, but rather provide players with more strategic choices in the game. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly, expressing some concerns. Young Master Chen, wouldn't this make the game too complex? Players might find it difficult to get started and thus lose interest. Chunyu confidently shook his head, his eyes sparkling. Wanyin, you must believe in players' desire for exploration and challenge. Increasing the game's complexity will provide players with more surprises and a sense of achievement. When they master complex skills and defeat powerful opponents through continuous attempts and exploration, that satisfaction is something simple games cannot offer. Moreover, we will provide a detailed beginner's guide to help players gradually familiarize themselves with the game. I believe this new version of the Mech Warrior game will be extremely popular. Under Chunyu's leadership, the team is working tirelessly on the development of the new game version. After several months of effort, the new Mech Warrior game version has finally been launched. Meanwhile, the Mech Warrior competition has entered its final stage, attracting countless players and spectators. At the finals venue, the atmosphere is as intense as a blazing flame, with everyone holding their breath, focusing on the competition footage on the big screen. The two competitors are skillfully operating their mechs, working in perfect harmony. As a contestant, King, with his exceptional skills and deep understanding of the game, gradually gains the upper hand. His opponent, Sun, from another region, is also not willing to back down and fights back with all his might. As the competition reaches a fever pitch, King seizes on a mistake made by Sun and decisively launches his skill. Suddenly, the mech on the screen releases a powerful energy, shining brilliantly as it rushes towards Sun's mech with lightning speed. Sun attempts to dodge, but it's too late. King S mech successfully hits the target. And with a loud crash, Sun S mech is completely destroyed. The audience is initially stunned, then erupts into deafening cheers and applause. People stand up, waving flags and loudly calling King's name. Chenyu and Zhang Wanyin also stand up excitedly, with tears of joy glistening in Chenyu's eyes as he tightly holds Zhang Wanyin's hand, saying, "We won. We really won." At this moment, the entire arena is immersed in a sea of joy, with people embracing each other and celebrating as if they are commemorating a great victory. This victory is not just a triumph in a game competition, but also a victory of the spirit of the community. Standing among the crowd, Chenyu feels the joy and excitement of those around him, deeply understanding the shared emotions of his people. This emotion is a longing for victory, a defense of national dignity, and an indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. He knows this victory will inspire more people to move forward bravely, to strive for their dreams, and to work hard for the prosperity of their community. As the competition concludes, the entire port city is engulfed in celebration. Streets are adorned with colorful decorations, and people celebrate the victory in various ways. The sound of car horns and laughter intertwines, creating a joyful symphony. On this night, the sky of the port city is illuminated by brilliant fireworks, seemingly announcing the unity and strength of the community to the world. Chenyu looks at the scene before him, filled with pride and emotion. Chapter 56. The rise of team winner. Chenyu stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, overlooking the bustling streets of the port city, as his thoughts involuntarily drift back to a past life. At that time, the region had become a major power in the world, playing a significant role on the international stage. Meanwhile, although the other region had seen some economic development, it could never shake off its awkward status as a subordinate. Even so, the immense hatred in Chenyu's heart, fueled by the heinous crimes committed against his homeland by a certain island nation in history, has never extinguished. Now, in the port city, witnessing the flourishing development of this land amidst economic waves, Chenyu understands that even with economic growth, the painful history is unlikely to truly fade in the hearts of the people. Every child of the homeland longs for the day when the shame can be completely washed away. In this era where technology and entertainment are gradually merging, the esports industry has risen like a new star in the sky of the port city. With memories from his past life and sharp business acumen, Chenyu decisively immersed himself in this field, becoming a core figure in the Stellar Radiance Club. He poured all his efforts into promoting the rise of the winner team. Chenyu knew that an excellent esports team requires not only exceptionally talented players, but also a scientific training system and advanced management model. He hired a top-notch coaching team with high salaries, creating personalized training plans for the players, meticulously addressing every detail from tactical coordination to mental adjustment. Under Chenyu's careful cultivation, the winner team made remarkable strides in the esports field, achieving outstanding results. They consistently excelled in various competitions, gradually establishing themselves in the esports community with their superb skills and cohesive teamwork, attracting countless fans. As the team's reputation grew, even some international brands began to take notice of them. Among them, a well-known beverage brand was the first to extend an olive branch, seeking collaboration with the winner team. When Jose, the manager of Stellar Radiance Club, conveyed this news to Chenyu, his face was filled with astonishment and excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "Chun, have you heard? A major international brand is actually looking to collaborate with us." Chenyu smiled confidently, calmly responding, "This was to be expected." The current strength and influence of the winner team naturally attract brand partners. This is an excellent development opportunity for us. Chenyu had already made plans for this collaboration. He knew that as a globally recognized brand, the powerful resources and broad market channels of this beverage company could help the winner team further expand its influence and reach new heights. The brand expressed that they hoped to leverage the high popularity and influence of the winner team in the Asian esports scene to enter the promising Asian market. They planned to launch a series of co-branded products with the winner team and invited team members to participate in advertising shoots and promotional activities. Chenyu engaged in multiple rounds of in-depth discussions with the brand's representatives. At the negotiation table, he utilized his excellent eloquence and strong negotiation skills to secure substantial endorsement fees and many favorable terms for the team. To further enhance the exposure of the winner team, Chenyu meticulously arranged for a local newspaper to conduct a special interview with them. Before the interview, Chenyu specifically gathered the team members together and earnestly reminded them, This interview is crucial for our team. When sharing your esports experiences and views on the industry, you must be sincere and professional, showcasing the spirit of our team. However, remember that the path of esports is not easy, and there will be countless challenges ahead. Do not let temporary success lead to arrogance. The team members nodded in agreement. During the interview, the members of the team spoke freely, sharing the efforts and sweat they have invested in pursuing their esports dreams. They discussed the difficulties they encountered in competitions and how they overcame them, as well as their views on the future development of the esports industry. Once the interview was published in a local newspaper, it immediately sparked strong reactions in society, with countless esports enthusiasts and young people gaining a deeper understanding of the team, leading to a surge in its popularity. However, Chen Yu's series of actions did not go smoothly. A local newspaper was the first to stand up and harshly criticized Chen Yu and the team. The article claimed that Chen Yu's vigorous promotion of the esports industry could lead young people to become addicted to gaming, severely affecting their education and physical and mental health, which was irresponsible for the future of society. This caused a stir, and various sectors of society expressed differing opinions on the matter. Some supported the newspaper, believing that esports was akin to electronic heroin that could harm youth, while more young people and esports fans sided with Chen Yu and the team, viewing esports as a legitimate competitive sport that fosters teamwork and individual reflexes. In the face of the newspaper's opposition, Chen Yu remained unfazed, sitting in his office. He looked at the article and smiled slightly, finding the controversy quite amusing. This attention is just right. The more controversy, the more public interest it generates. In Chen Yu's view, this controversy would not have a negative impact on the team. Rather, it would help more people understand esports and pay attention to the team. As the media dispute intensified, the team's name frequently appeared in various reports, and its popularity continued to rise. Soon after, Chen Yu secured a television interview opportunity for the team. This interview aired on the most influential television station in the city, with viewership skyrocketing and setting a new record for similar programs on that station. During the program, the team members, with their outstanding performance and unique personal charm, won the affection and recognition of the audience. After the broadcast, the team captain was awarded the title of the first person in esports by the media, and the team became synonymous with the local esports scene. Despite the team's remarkable achievements, Chen Yu maintained a clear and rational mindset. He watched the spirited members of the winner team on television, feeling a vague sense of worry. Jiang Wani noticed Chen Yu's thoughts and gently reminded him, "Young Master Chen, try not to worry too much. The winner team is on a strong upward trend right now, and the future looks bright. Besides, you're only 16. You have plenty of time to plan and develop." Chen Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "I know. But the esports industry is developing rapidly and the competition is fierce. A small misstep could lead to elimination. I must be well prepared for the future of the winner team." Chen Yu understood that to maintain the winner team's leading position, continuous innovation and leadership in industry trends were essential. After careful consideration, he decided to announce a significant piece of news. The spring competition for Mechanical Warrior would start in February, featuring a brand new version. This new version would comprehensively upgrade game characters, skills, scenes, and more, adding greater fun and challenge. Chen Yu believed this new version would attract more players to participate in the Mechanical Warrior esports competitions, further promoting the development of the esports industry. At the same time, Chen Yu announced that the Boundless TV station would host the Miss Port City program. Once this news was released, it immediately sparked widespread attention and heated discussions in Port City. During that era, beauty contests were relatively rare in Port City, and the launch of the Miss Port City program undoubtedly provided many young women with a platform to showcase themselves. Chen Yu hoped to discover more talented and charismatic women through this program, injecting new vitality into Port City's entertainment industry. Moreover, he planned to expand the influence of the Miss Port City program to the entire Asian region, creating an internationally influential beauty brand. With the announcement of these two pieces of news, both the esports and entertainment circles in Port City were abuzz. People eagerly anticipated February, curious about what surprises the new version of the Mechanical Warrior Spring competition would bring and who would be selected as outstanding contestants in the Miss Port City program. Chapter 57. The storm of public opinion. Chen Yu's announcement of the Miss Port City program instantly stirred up a frenzy. Within just a few hours of the news breaking, the media in Port City quickly reacted. Major newspapers rushed to publish related reports on their front pages. However, most of these reports were not complimentary, and waves of criticism surged toward Chunyu. The Pioneer Morning Post was the first to strike, with a strongly worded commentary occupying a large section of the page. In the article, the chief writer of the Pioneer Morning Post harshly criticized Chunyu. The so-called public beauty contest for Miss Port City was nothing short of promoting a culture of obscenity. Chunyu, at just 17 years old, dared to lead such an event, and his actions were utterly inappropriate. Did he really possess the ability to make such significant decisions? We cannot help but question what ulterior motives might be hidden behind this. After the newspaper was published, discussions erupted everywhere, with many citizens being influenced by the comments in the Pioneer Morning Post, beginning to feel averse to Chunyu's proposal. The Rising Daily also joined the fray, publishing an article in a prominent position questioning Chunyu's motives. Chunyu, a young man who suddenly emerged in the business and entertainment sectors of the city, is promoting the Miss City pageant. Is he genuinely trying to enhance the entertainment industry, or does he have ulterior motives? At such a young age, does he have enough qualifications and experience to manage such a large-scale event? This series of questions deserves deep reflection from each of us. The Everyone Daily similarly followed suit, sharply criticizing Chunyu's decisions. The public opinion environment in the city has become tense due to these newspaper reports. However, what surprised everyone was that Chunyu seemed completely unfazed by the overwhelming criticism. He continued to handle affairs at the Starshine Club and the Wujia television station in an orderly manner, merely smiling off the sharp words in the newspapers. In his view, these negative reports from the media were merely attempts to attract attention and create topics, hardly worth his energy to respond to. He was more focused on information from official channels and truly reliable industry sources, firmly believing that as long as his decisions were correct, the facts would ultimately prove everything. As the media debate escalated, Chunyu's popularity soared like a rocket. Despite being only 17 in the past year, he first propelled the winner team to shine in the esports arena, sparking a transformation in the industry. Then he collaborated with international brands, showcasing extraordinary business acumen, and now, his proposal for the Miss City pageant has placed him at the center of public discourse. This series of controversial events made him the most talked-about figure in the city. Whether it was street vendors or office workers, everyone was discussing Chunyu's every move. Meanwhile, major newspapers turned their attention to the wealth of the Chun family. The Wealth Observer magazine was the first to publish an article presenting a series of seemingly rigorous analyses and speculations that suggested the Chun family possessed at least 4.8 billion Hong Kong dollars in wealth. This figure, once revealed, immediately sparked intense public interest. People began to wonder what kind of incredibly wealthy family this young Chunyu came from. Discussions about the Chun family's wealth and background filled the streets, and it seemed that every action of Chunyu was under a magnifying glass, attracting considerable attention. One evening, after a busy day, Chunyu called home as usual. On the other end of the line, his mother, Xia Wanqing, spoke with warmth and affection. When are you coming home? I've specially had the kitchen make your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. Listening to his mother's words, a faint smile appeared on Chunyu's tired face. Mom, I'll probably be home in a little while. I just wanted to check what's for dinner. As Chunyu stepped into the living room after returning home, his father, Chun Hao, approached him with a newspaper in hand. With a smile, Chun Hao handed the newspaper to Chunyu, saying, "Son, you're quite the prominent figure in the city now. The newspaper is full of reports about you." Chunyu took the newspaper and casually glanced at it, only to find yet another critical article about himself. Noticing his son's indifferent demeanor, Chun Hao couldn't help but tease, "Look, this paper says you're holding a beauty pageant to choose a wife for yourself." Chunyu rolled his eyes in response and said, "Dad, do you really believe this?" The media loves to make things up. The two exchanged smiles, and the living room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. During dinner, the family gathered around the dining table. While enjoying his mother's delicious dishes, Chunyu shared some amusing stories from work with his parents. Chun Hao brought up the media's attention on Chunyu again, saying, "Son, now that you're so famous, you need to be careful with everything you do. Don't let those media catch you off guard." Chunyu nodded. "Dad, I know what I'm doing. Actually, the media coverage isn't all bad for me. At least it lets more people know about me and our family business." The family finished dinner amidst laughter, and the warmth of home allowed Chunyu to temporarily forget the pressures of public opinion. After dinner, Chunyu returned to his room and took out an article from his drawer. This article came from a well-respected financial magazine, prominently titled "The Wealthiest Chinese in the City." It detailed Chun Yu's business achievements over the past year, calculating his investments and returns in the esports, entertainment, and other industries, concluding that his personal wealth had reached an astonishing figure, with a possibility of becoming the wealthiest Chinese in the city. Holding the article, Chun Yu went back to his parents' room and handed it to them. As they read the content, their faces showed shock and pride. His mother, Xiao Wanqing, excitedly said, You're amazing. I'm proud of you." Chun Hao patted his son on the shoulder. "Son, you've accomplished what many people can't do in their lifetime. I believe you will create even more miracles in the future." On this warm night, Chun Yu not only showcased his wealth and achievements to his parents, but also demonstrated his composure and determination in the face of external pressures. Chapter 58. The Wealth Philosophy. Between father and son for many years, numerous business giants have worked hard on this land, aiming to secure a place at the pinnacle of the wealth pyramid. Among them is a legendary figure, Li Jiaqing, who started from humble beginnings and, with sharp business acumen and relentless perseverance, gradually accumulated wealth. He ventured from the plastic flower business to expanding into real estate, ports, and various other fields. His wealth grew exponentially, making him a pillar of the business community and leaving a significant mark on the economic landscape of the city. However, now a young figure is quietly rising, gradually threatening Li Jiaqing's position on the wealth rankings, Chun Yu. With the foresight brought by his time travel and his outstanding business acumen, Chun Yu has created an astonishing wealth myth in a short period. Unlike the long and steady accumulation of wealth by a certain well-known businessman, Chun Yu's wealth growth is like a rocket taking off, rapid and shocking. In Chun Yu's study, Chun Hao, Xiao Wanqing, and Chun Yu are sitting around the desk, and the atmosphere is slightly tense. Chun Hao furrows his brows and speaks first. You are now famous in the business world, and your wealth is accumulating rapidly. But I have always felt that it's better to keep a low profile. If we publicly showcase our family's wealth so ostentatiously, what if it attracts unnecessary trouble? As an older generation businessman, Chun Hao understands that the business world is like a battlefield, and the principle of a tall tree catches the wind. Chun Yu leans forward, looking firmly at his father, and says slowly, "Dad, times have changed. Publicly acknowledging our family's wealth can bring many benefits. In terms of business cooperation, strong financial backing is our best business card, allowing partners to feel more at ease in working with us and expanding more quality projects. Moreover, enhancing the family's reputation will open up new opportunities for us in acquiring social resources and planning future industries." Chun Yu has a clear plan in mind. He understands that in the current fiercely competitive business environment, sometimes a proper high profile can create more opportunities for oneself. Xiao Wanqing slightly nods, her eyes revealing a sense of determination. "I support your idea. Look at that well-known businessman, leveraging his position in the business world to navigate various business associations and gain substantial resources. Our Yuer is so outstanding, and his wealth is not inferior. Why can't he shine in the business associations and compete well with him?" Xiao Wanqing's eagerness for business association resources is evident. She firmly believes her son has the ability to carve out a larger space in the business world. Listening to his wife and son's words, Chun Hao falls into contemplation. After a moment, he sighs. "All right, since you both are so determined, I won't oppose it anymore. However, you must be cautious. Once this wealth is exposed, the road ahead will be more challenging." Chun Yu smiles and pats his father's shoulder. "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Chun Hao then asks, Your business is growing bigger and bigger. I also want to know how much wealth you currently have." Chun Yu thinks for a moment and replies seriously, "Dad, I currently have about 1.6 billion in cash. This money mainly comes from various sources, including advertising fees from the esports team winner, which have been substantial as the team's popularity has increased. Many brands have approached us, and this revenue is quite considerable. There are also commissions from game sales, especially for our newly launched version of the game, which has seen explosive sales, resulting in significant commissions. Additionally, previous collaborations with certain beverage companies have also brought me substantial returns." Chun Yu elaborates on his income sources to his father, with each achievement reflecting his hard work and precise decision-making. When discussing future plans, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dad, I plan to increase our investment in research and development, especially in the fields of electronic computing and related technology products. Technology is advancing rapidly, and whoever can seize the opportunity in this area will dominate future business competition." I have already assembled a professional R&D team, and we are working diligently on projects. Chen Yu is well aware that technology is the primary productive force, having witnessed the tremendous changes technology brought to the world before his journey. He certainly won't miss this opportunity to change the future. Chen Hao nodded slightly and shared his perspective. While the technology sector has great potential, the risks are also high. In my opinion, the real estate industry has always been relatively stable, and our family already has a certain foundation in this area. Why not increase our investment and proceed steadily? As a traditional businessman, Chen Hao has a deep-rooted trust in the stability of the real estate sector. After listening, Chen Yu responded seriously. Dad, the real estate industry does have its advantages, but the current market competition is fierce, and the development space is relatively limited. Moreover, I worry that over-reliance on real estate will make us miss out on the huge opportunities brought by technology. I am not completely dismissing real estate investment. I just want to focus my main efforts on the technology sector at this stage. Once our technology projects yield certain results, we can consider diversification. Chen Yu's words revealed a maturity and rationality beyond his years, with each of his decisions being well thought out. Just as the family was engaged in a spirited discussion, a prominent article was published by a local newspaper, boldly titled, Chen Yu, the youngest and most accomplished tycoon. The article elaborated on Chen Yu's remarkable achievements in the business field, particularly emphasizing his emphasis on technology and investment. It stated, Chen Yu, a business prodigy at just 16 years old, has created astonishing wealth in a short period. He has excelled not only in traditional fields like esports and entertainment, but has also keenly captured the trends in technological development. His substantial investments in electronic computing and related technology product R&D have injected new vitality into the commercial development of the port city. His business acumen and decisive decision-making are worth learning from for every business person. Once the article was published, it immediately sparked widespread attention and discussion in the port city. People on the streets were talking about Chen Yu's wealth and his business legend. Various business associations extended olive branches to Chen Yu, hoping he would join and share resources. Business partners also showed increased interest in collaborating with Chen Yu, with numerous project invitations flooding in. In the face of this sudden wave of attention, Chen Yu remained very calm. He told his assistant, I am willing to accept interviews from some influential media. Through this opportunity, we can further showcase our business philosophy and future plans, enhancing my personal image and the family's reputation. However, the content of the interviews must be strictly controlled to ensure that we convey positive and constructive messages. Chen Yu understands that this is an excellent opportunity to enhance both his and his family's influence, and he intends to seize it to lay a more solid foundation for future business ventures. As the interviews continued, Chen Yu showcased a confident and wise image in front of the camera. His precise analysis of business trends and unique insights into technological development earned him high praise from various sectors of society. Chen Yu's name became increasingly prominent in the port city, where he was leading the business trend with an unprecedented demeanor. He was advancing towards greater goals, and his legendary story would leave a significant mark in the commercial history of the port city, inspiring countless future generations to forge ahead bravely. Chapter 59. The young business tycoon. A highly anticipated press conference was being meticulously prepared. A large crystal chandelier cast brilliant light, illuminating the entire venue as bright as day. Carefully trimmed greenery surrounded the area, adding a touch of vitality to the serious atmosphere. At this moment, the venue was packed, with reporters from around the world arriving early, their faces filled with expectation and curiosity. Today, their focus was solely on one person, Chen Yu, a legendary youth who, at just 17 years old, had already stirred up a storm in the business world. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, Chen Yu entered the venue with an upright posture. The moment his youthful face appeared, it instantly caused a stir among the reporters in the audience. Is this really Chen Yu? He looks so young. It's hard to believe that he has such achievements at just 17. The reporters whispered to each other, surprised by Chen Yu's appearance. However, Chen Yu was unfazed by the commotion, steadily walking up to the podium. His gaze confidently swept across the audience, exuding a composure and poise that belied his age. With a brief opening introduction from the host, the question-and-answer session officially began. A journalist from a locally influential newspaper in the port city was the first to stand up. Gripping the microphone tightly, he eagerly asked, Mr. Chen, you are now well known in the business world, and there are various estimates regarding your wealth. A certain publication estimated your wealth to be an astonishing figure. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Yu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he responded calmly. That publication's estimate? I can only say that it is far from the actual situation. I have a clear understanding of my wealth and am confident in my ability to create it. Wealth, to me, is merely an accessory in the process of realizing my business ideals. Its specific figure is far less important than the business landscape I am pursuing. His response was concise and powerful, instantly making the reporters feel the determination and confidence deep within him. Immediately after, a journalist from an international capital media outlet stood up and, with a serious expression, posed a sharp question. Mr. Chun, the arcade gaming industry you are involved in is developing rapidly, but it has also sparked much controversy. Many believe that arcade games can lead students to become addicted, severely affecting their studies. As a key promoter of this industry, what is your explanation for this? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and asked back, Mr. Journalist, may I ask you, did you read martial arts novels when you were young? The reporter was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question and instinctively nodded. Seeing this, Chen Yu continued, did those fascinating martial arts stories ever captivate you so much that you temporarily forgot your studies? But can we then say that martial arts novels harm the youth? Entertainment and learning are inherently relative. With proper guidance, entertainment can also be a way to relax and inspire creativity. We cannot dismiss all forms of entertainment as obstacles to learning. The key lies in how to balance the two, rather than outright rejection. Chen Yu's rebuttal was logical and well-founded, leaving the questioning reporter momentarily speechless. A low murmur of discussion arose among the audience, with many reporters praising Chen Yu's quick thinking and eloquence. The topic soon shifted back to the beauty pageant plan that Chen Yu had proposed earlier. A female reporter stood up, her tone carrying a hint of skepticism. Mr. Chen, some people believe that your proposed beauty pageant is a morally degrading act. What are your thoughts? Chen Yu's gaze instantly sharpened as he looked directly into the reporter's eyes and said seriously, I strongly oppose this view. A beauty pageant, at its core, is a platform for women to showcase themselves. In modern society, women have the right to pursue beauty and display their charm. Those who think beauty pageants are morally degrading are merely clinging to remnants of feudal thought. We should encourage women to bravely express themselves and realize their value, rather than bind them with outdated concepts. I believe that beauty pageants can help more outstanding women stand out and inject new vitality into society. Chen Yu's words were forceful, and his bold critique of traditional views left the reporters in the audience feeling a strong wave of modern ideological impact. After a series of questions, a reporter finally turned their attention to Chen Yu's future business plans. A seasoned business journalist stood up and asked expectantly, Mr. Chen, you have achieved great success in the fields of esports and entertainment. What are your future business plans? Will you continue to expand into new areas? Chen Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and announced loudly, yes, I plan to enter the television industry. In my view, televisions are not just entertainment tools. They will become the core terminal for information interaction in future households. With the continuous development of technology, the functions of televisions will greatly expand, and I hope to secure a place in this field and lead the industry's development trend. Chen Yu's announcement was like a bombshell, instantly causing a stir in the venue. Reporters whispered among themselves, shocked by Chen Yu's grand plan. Faced with Chen Yu's response, the reporters in the audience fell into silence. They had to admit that Chen Yu's eloquence and quick thinking exceeded their expectations. He is able to provide unexpected yet reasonable answers to every question. However, most reporters remain skeptical about his plan to enter the television industry. In their view, the television industry has a high technical barrier and fierce competition, making it difficult for a mere 17-year-old to make a mark in this field. This skepticism reflects the local business community's entrenched views on technological development, believing that emerging tech fields are fraught with uncertainty and hard to venture into easily. This press conference is not only a platform to showcase his personal business achievements, but also a profound discussion on the commercial potential and social responsibility of young people. With his wisdom and courage, he offers insights on the balance between entertainment and learning while also making a strong rebuttal to the clash between traditional views and modern thoughts. Chapter 60. The confidence of the strong. He speaks eloquently, especially when the topic shifts to the cultural and entertainment sector. His gaze sharpens, and his tone carries a hint of undeniable critique. There are serious flaws in the current creation of martial arts novels. Many creators merely stay on paper, proclaiming the ideals of heroism verbally, yet contribute nothing to social technological advancement through their actions. They are immersed in a fictional world, with heroes flying around in their writings, but have never considered how to inspire people to engage in genuine technological innovation that drives social progress. Technology is a tangible force that changes lives and enhances productivity. In my view, so-called artistic creations that are disconnected from reality are nothing but castles in the air. His remarks instantly create ripples among the reporters, who begin to whisper and discuss his bold and novel viewpoint. At this moment, a sharp-looking reporter wearing black-rimmed glasses stands up, microphone slightly raised, and poses a pointed question. Mr. Chun, you just mentioned technological innovation and claimed that you will enter the television industry. However, the manufacturing technology for televisions is complex and involves many fields. What gives you such confidence that you will showcase a self-made television within this year? This sounds quite hard to believe. Chin responds without hesitation. This reporter friend, confidence does not come from nowhere. I have a professional team behind me, composed of elites from various fields, who have profound expertise in electronics and materials science. We have invested a significant amount of effort and resources into research and development, and all work is progressing in an orderly manner. I can assure everyone that the self-made television will be launched within this year and will shock the entire market with a brand new look. He pauses and continues. I know that many outside think I am just a young person with some business acumen, or even just a literary enthusiast. But I want to solemnly declare that I am not only a literary figure, but also a grounded entrepreneur who dares to explore. The feelings of a scholar have given me profound reflections on society, while my identity as an entrepreneur has endowed me with the ability to turn ideas into reality. I aim to make my mark in the business world through practical actions and contribute to the development of the port city. Hearing Chun use resolute words, the questioning reporter was momentarily taken aback. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He did not expect Chin Yu to respond to the doubts so assertively and clearly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin, standing beside him, showed admiration in her eyes. She watched Chin Yu confidently on stage and secretly praised him in her heart. After the press conference, Chin Yu quickly shifted his focus to another important project, the preparation for the Miss Port City beauty pageant. He understood that the pageant was not just a beautiful spectacle, but also an excellent opportunity to discover talent and enhance the influence of the boundaryless television station. With a decisive gesture, Chin Yu announced, "We will hold an unprecedented Miss Port City beauty pageant, giving women across the port city the chance to showcase their charm and talent." The news immediately caused a stir in the port city. To attract more outstanding women to participate, Chin Yu meticulously designed the details and reward mechanisms of the competition. He announced to the public that all contestants in this beauty pageant would have the opportunity to sign a contract with our boundaryless television station. Those who performed exceptionally would directly participate in our subsequent film and television projects, enjoying vast development opportunities. This enticing reward policy acted like a huge magnet, attracting countless women with dreams. Discussions about the beauty pageant filled the streets and alleys of the port city, with both men and women eagerly anticipating the upcoming event. Especially for the young girls eager to enter the entertainment industry and change their destinies, they were all excited to try their luck. Among the many applicants, a girl named Shir-Isin caught Chin Yu's attention. Shir-Isin was tall and beautiful, her eyes sparkling with vitality and determination. Chin Yu approached Shir-Isin, looking at her with sincerity, and encouraged her. "Shir-Isin, I think you have great potential. This beauty pageant is an excellent opportunity for you. You have a beautiful appearance and a unique temperament. If you perform well, you will surely stand out in the competition." Listening to Chin Yu's words, Shir-Isin felt confused and furrowed her brows, quietly asking, "Mr. Chun, I'm just an ordinary girl. Why do you have such high hopes for me? It makes me feel a bit uneasy." Chin Yu smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. Believe in yourself. I have a good eye for people. You possess an attractive quality that, with some refinement, will surely shine brightly." Encouraged by Chin Yu, Shir-Isin took time to think it over and finally decided to participate in the beauty pageant. Once Chin Yu learned of her decision, he immediately found her and solemnly promised, "Shir-Isin, you can participate with peace of mind. I will do my best to help you. I believe you will succeed and become a role model for other girls." In order to enhance Shir-Isin's competitiveness, Chin Yu specifically approached Li Xiaolong and sincerely said, "Master Li, I would like to ask for your help in guiding Shurisan to improve her martial arts skills. I hope she can showcase a unique side in the beauty pageant, perfectly combining beauty and strength. Li Xiaolong gladly agreed, appreciating Chun Yu's idea and deciding to impart all his knowledge. Under Li Xiaolong's careful guidance, Shurisan began her rigorous martial arts training. She woke up early every day to learn various martial arts movements from Li Xiaolong, practicing diligently from basic techniques to advanced skills. Meanwhile, Chun Yu also planned Shurisan's future development direction. He envisioned that once she stood out in the beauty pageant, he would create a series of film and television works tailored for her, turning her into a dazzling new star in the entertainment industry of the coastal city. As the deadline for the beauty pageant registration approached, the number of applicants surged. The final statistics showed that over 860 women had registered. Chapter 61. The dazzling launch of the coastal city. At the moment the registration for the coastal city Miss Beauty pageant closed, the staff busily compiled the data, ultimately arriving at an astonishing number of 860 participants. Chun Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, overlooking the bustling streets of the coastal city. Reflecting on this number and feeling a sense of emotion, he understood that in this era, such a scale of participation was already quite substantial. Although it could not be compared to the grand selection events of the future, this was the beginning of his endeavor to create a beauty pageant legend for the coastal city. Future selection programs would attract tens of thousands of applicants and generate a nationwide, even global, sensation through multimedia dissemination. Chun Yu resolved to make this first coastal city Miss Beauty pageant distinctive, creating a strong word-of-mouth effect to lay a solid foundation for subsequent events. After all, the success of the first edition was crucial to the future direction of the entire beauty pageant brand. To ensure the smooth progress of the event, Chun Yu carefully selected Jean Mingli as Shurisan's manager. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Jean Mingli possessed rich experience and keen market insights. Upon receiving her assignment, she quickly got to work and reached out to Shurisan. At that moment, Shurisan was feeling anxious about the upcoming competition. With a furrowed brow and a worried look in her eyes, she said to Jean Mingli, "Sister Jean, the competition process is so complicated. I'm really worried something might go wrong. Moreover, I absolutely detest cheating. If the competition isn't fair, what's the point of me participating?" Jean Mingli smiled and patted Shurisan's shoulder, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, Xiaoxiao. I'll explain the competition process to you in detail so you'll feel more at ease." Jean Mingli took out a thick planning book and began to explain. The entire competition is divided into several stages. First is the registration phase, which you have already experienced, and we have a considerable number of applicants this time. Next comes the selection phase, where the judges will filter through numerous applicants and select a portion to enter the interview stage. Only those who pass the interview will qualify for the official competition. Once qualified, there will be professional training to enhance participants' demeanor, talents, and overall abilities. Following that, there will be outdoor shoots to showcase the contestants' charm in different scenarios. Finally, there is the finals, which is the most critical part. Shurisan listened attentively and occasionally raised her questions. Jean Mingli continued, saying, "During this process, we need to create some buzz to attract the audience's attention. For instance, your relationship with Mr. Chun, while not inappropriate, will certainly pique public curiosity, making it a topic of discussion. Additionally, your martial arts skills are unique among the contestants, and we should make good use of that." After hearing this, Shurisan nodded slightly, though there was still a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chun Yu was engaged in follow-up planning in his office. His desk was piled high with various materials, among which an analysis report on the popular talent show Sing What You Sing stood out. Chun Yu carefully recalled the successful experiences of the past talent show The Voice and conceived a bold idea. He decided to establish a highly engaging voting mechanism that would allow the audience to vote for their favored contestants through various channels. This would not only increase audience engagement, but also make the competition fairer and more just, while further expanding its influence. Chun Yu understood that in this era of relatively limited information dissemination, mobilizing the audience's enthusiasm and encouraging their genuine participation in the competition was key to creating a blockbuster event. As the beauty pageant was being prepared intensively, promotional efforts were also advancing simultaneously. Sun Chongxing hurried into Chun Yu's office, looking serious as he reported, "Young Master Chun, there has been some progress in the promotion of the beauty pageant, but negative comments are also increasing. Some media and the public have raised questions about the nature and purpose of the competition. Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. A slight smirk of disdain appearing on his lips. Those negative comments are just irrelevant noise. We need to focus our energy on the competition itself. As long as the event is well executed, those negative voices will naturally be drowned out. By the way, how is the selection of the judges going? Sun Changxin quickly replied. We are currently screening candidates and will select those who are professional, fair, and influential, as per your requirements. Just then, the Pioneer Morning News published another critical article about the beauty pageant. The article was intense, questioning Chun Yu's true intentions behind hosting the pageant, claiming it was merely a commercial stunt and a disrespect to women. Upon seeing the article, Chun Yu angrily slammed the newspaper down on his desk. The Pioneer Morning News is going too far. Their article quality is deteriorating. What else can they do other than baseless accusations? After pondering for a moment, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. No, we cannot let them tarnish our reputation like this. I want to fight back. I must let everyone know that we hold beauty pageants to provide women with a platform to showcase themselves, which is their rightful claim. Chen Yu decided to combine women's rights to express themselves on stage with the rising feminist ideology, using this as a starting point to write a powerful response article. Chen Yu's strong reaction shocked Sun Changxin. He had never seen Chen Yu so angry. Meanwhile, Zhuosher looked at Chen Yu with admiration in her eyes. Seeing Chen Yu's determined gaze and decisive actions, she couldn't help but feel even more respect for this young boss. Sun Changxin cautiously asked, Mr. Chun, what exactly should we do? Chen Yu took a deep breath and calmly replied, immediately arrange media interviews. I want to personally explain the original intent and significance of our beauty pageant. At the same time, publish my response article on major media platforms so that everyone can see it. As Chun Yu's series of counteractions were implemented, the entire city was once again enveloped in discussions about the beauty pageant. People began to reevaluate the event, and opinions on Chun Yu's stance varied. Some supported Chen Yu, believing he was fighting for women's rights. Others still held opposing views, seeing it merely as a commercial spectacle. Amidst this controversy, the beauty pageant continued to progress according to its established schedule. Chapter 62. The secret games of sponsors during the preparation process for the Miss Port City beauty pageant. Over 800 contestants, filled with dreams and expectations for the stage and the future, entered this competition of beauty and talent. Staff members worked day and night, meticulously compiling each contestant's information, analyzing everything from appearance criteria and talent displays to personal backgrounds. After a tense and intense preliminary round, 20 lucky contestants emerged, successfully advancing to the next round. These 20 contestants shone like 20 brilliant pearls, radiating unique brilliance among many participants. Their eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the upcoming competition. For these 20 contestants, the beauty pageant was not just a competition. It was the starting point of their journey into the entertainment industry. In this era full of opportunities and challenges, the entertainment industry resembled a dazzling hall of fame, attracting countless young people to immerse themselves in it. Chen Yu understood the contestants' thoughts. He knew that their aspirations would largely determine their future paths. Therefore, he arranged for dedicated personnel to communicate deeply with each contestant to understand whether they truly desired to enter the entertainment industry and what their future plans were. For those determined to enter the industry, the beauty pageant would serve as the golden key to unlocking their brilliant performing careers. In the operational system of the entertainment industry, agents play a crucial role. As the behind-the-scenes promoter of this beauty pageant, Chen Yu was well aware of this. He personally took on the role of agent for Shi, and when he first carefully observed her, admiration could not help but show in his eyes. Shi has a tall and slender figure, with nearly perfect proportions. Her face is beautiful, with delicate features, especially her pair of expressive eyes that seem to hold endless stories. Chen Yu said to his assistant beside him, "This girl, Shi, has outstanding appearance and a unique temperament. However, to establish herself in the entertainment industry, she needs to further enhance her image and explore her deeper charm." Chen Yu understands that a manager's responsibility is not only to select suitable scripts for the talent and arrange various activities, but also to tailor a unique image based on the talent's characteristics, helping them stand out in the entertainment world. Taking a commission is only part of the manager's work reward. Cultivating shining stars is the greatest achievement of a manager. To ensure that the finalists showcase their best selves on stage, Chen Yu made a bold decision to invite top stylists to design looks for the contestants. He knows that in this image-focused era, shaping one's appearance is crucial. In previous beauty pageants, the contestants often appeared somewhat outdated, struggling to leave a lasting impression on the audience. Chen Yu is determined to change this situation, investing a significant amount of money to contact the industry's top styling teams. These stylists are all experienced, having created stunning looks for numerous international superstars. Chen Yu told the stylists, "I hope you can perform at your utmost level and design unique, fashionable, and charming looks for each contestant. We want the audience to be deeply attracted the moment they see the contestants." The stylists nodded enthusiastically, ready to showcase their skills in this beauty pageant. Meanwhile, Chen Yu began seeking sponsorship for the finalists' outfits and accessories. He set his sights on internationally renowned luxury brands, which represent the pinnacle of fashion and quality. Chen Yu personally communicated with the heads of various brands, detailing the scale, influence, and charm of the beauty contest. He confidently stated, "This beauty pageant will attract attention from all over the city and even the entire region. The contestants showcasing your brand as clothing and accessories on stage will bring high exposure to your brand. This is a win-win collaboration, and I believe your brand won't miss this excellent opportunity." With Chen Yu's efforts, many luxury companies expressed their willingness to sponsor, adding brilliance to the contestant stage looks. Chen Yu had already devised a plan. He intended to leverage the momentum after the pageant to launch a film featuring Sher-Eason. He knows that Sher-Eason has already garnered a certain level of popularity during the pageant, and releasing a film at this time will surely attract a large audience. To create a high-quality film for Sher-Eason, Chen Yu personally immersed himself in scriptwriting. He pored over materials day and night, brainstorming plots, striving to craft a unique and captivating story. In the script, he emphasized the importance of female characters, creating a strong, independent, and wise female image that resonates well with Sher-Eason's own temperament. When Li Xiaolong learned that Chen Yu was working on the script, he showed great interest. Li Xiaolong approached Chen Yu and excitedly said, "Chen, I heard you're writing a script. Can I take a look? Maybe I can give you some suggestions." Chen Yu gladly handed over the script, and after Li Xiaolong read it carefully, he shared his thoughts on the character issues. He pointed to a male supporting role in the script and said, "Chen, I find this character quite challenging and I'm very interested. How about I play it?" Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly after hearing this, thought for a moment, and replied, "Master Li, your skills in acting are beyond doubt. But this character's positioning doesn't quite match your previous image. Moreover, you are an international superstar, and the audience has specific expectations of you. It would be better to find a more suitable actor for this male supporting role. However, if there is a role that fits you in the future, I will definitely reach out to you first." Li Xiaolong nodded, understanding Chen Yu's decision, though feeling a bit regretful. He said, "Chen, your considerations are thorough. Well then, I look forward to the next suitable role." However, the media outside was not optimistic about the Miss Hong Kong selection, with criticism pouring in. Major newspapers published articles accusing Chen Yu of hosting the beauty pageant for commercial hype and disrespecting the contestants, even suggesting that it misled social values. Amidst the skepticism, Zhao Chongqing and Liu Yifei were also discussing Chen Yu's beauty pageant project. Zhao Chongqing sat on the sofa, holding a report about the pageant, and said to Liu Yifei, "You see, Chen Yu's beauty pageant, despite the controversies, undeniably attracted a lot of attention. I believe, given this popularity, the ratings will definitely not be low." Liu Yifei shook her head slightly, looking worried, and said, "Mr. Zhao, while that may be true, the controversy is too significant. Chen Yu is still young, and I really doubt if he can manage this project well. What if it ends up being a mess?" Zhao Chongqing smiled confidently and replied, "Miss Liu, don't underestimate Chen Yu. Although he is young, his understanding of the market and his ability to grasp it are outstanding. Since he dares to undertake this project, he must have his ideas and plans. I believe he will create miracles in this beauty pageant." Facing external doubts and challenges, Chen Yu pushed forward with the project step by step, relying on his wisdom and courage. His meticulous training of the contestants, pursuit of stage effects, and preparation for subsequent film projects all showcased his keen insight and decisive decision-making as a business genius. Chapter 63. The Sound of Hong Kong City. Chen Yu nestled in a vintage carved leather chair, casually flipping through a copy of the Hong Kong Weekly on the walnut desk in front of him, the ink smell still lingering. The upper management is filled with sarcastic criticism from literary figures, claiming that his beauty pageant is merely a gimmick, completely disregarding the social atmosphere. Chen Yu scoffed and threw the magazine aside, huffing, These pretentious intellectuals, what else can they do besides playing with words and talking big? They simply cannot understand what I am doing. They just can't stand to see me, so young, making a name for myself, and are eagerly waiting for me to stumble. At that moment, the sound of a tram jingled outside, a unique rhythm of the streets from the 70s. Young people in bell-bottoms and floral shirts gathered under the arcade, full of energy as they weaved through the myriad of shops. Chenyu looked out the window with determination. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't silence the voices of doubt yet, but he silently vowed that one day, he would make them shut up completely. Just as Chenyu was deep in thought, the talent show Miss Port City, which had been meticulously prepared by an independent television station, officially premiered amidst much anticipation. At the beginning of the program, the camera leisurely swept across the streets of Port City, showcasing the rows of unique tenement buildings. The walls, slightly modeled from years of wear, provided a nostalgic backdrop. Under the arcade, elderly women sat on small stools, chatting while sorting vegetables, and the aroma of herbal tea wafted from a nearby stall. Not far away, a double-decker bus chugged by, its exterior plastered with colorful movie posters, where the piercing gaze of Li Xiaolong seemed to proclaim the strength of the Chinese community. This familiar scene instantly sparked a deep love for the city in the hearts of the citizens, who put down their tasks and fixed their gaze on the television screen, eagerly anticipating the start of this audiovisual feast. On stage, the lights gradually brightened, and a short-haired girl walked confidently onto the stage. She was Deng Lijun, dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress, with an A-line cut that was trendy at the time, the neckline adorned with delicate lace. Under the colorful spotlights, she shone like a dazzling pearl. Deng Lijun gently held the microphone, took a deep breath, and as the familiar melody played, she began to sing Dream Chaser. Her voice was crisp and melodious, like a clear spring flowing into the hearts of the audience. The lyrics' dedication to dreams resonated with everyone striving in this bustling metropolis. The atmosphere at the venue was instantly ignited, and viewers in front of the television couldn't help but hum along. Some young people even swayed gently to the rhythm, immersed in the wonderful melody. Chenyu watched Deng Lijun's brilliant performance on the screen, a satisfied smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Reflecting on how he had strongly invited Deng Lijun to participate, he had always believed that this girl could shine brightly. Deng Lijun had been struggling in the entertainment industry for 3 years, but had never encountered the right opportunity to stand out until Chenyu recognized her talent and signed her. He not only carefully selected multiple songs that matched her style, but also tailored a development plan based on the preferences of the Port City music scene in the 70s, helping her establish a foothold in this land. Chenyu still remembers the first time he saw Deng Lijun performing at a small bar. The few audience members present did not affect her passionate performance at all. Her love for music deeply moved Chenyu. At the program venue, judges Zhao Chongxing and Liu Yifei were also captivated by Deng Lijun's performance. Zhao Chongxing nodded slightly and said to Liu Yifei, "Chenyu really has an eye for talent. This girl Deng Lijun is indeed impressive. It seems his efforts with her have not been in vain." Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, "Absolutely. To be this stunning right at the start of the show makes us look forward to what surprises are yet to come. If Deng Lijun is properly nurtured, she might just become a superstar in the local music scene." Meanwhile, the audience was whispering among themselves, praising Deng Lijun's performance. "She sings so well. Her voice is incredibly captivating. Yes, and she's beautiful too. She is bound to become famous." Compliments filled the air. The program proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the host beginning to introduce the judges and contestants. The camera panned over the judges, all seasoned figures in the local entertainment industry, dressed in sharp suits and elegant kipayos, showcasing the grace of the 1970s. Next, the backgrounds of the contestants were revealed one by one. Some were ordinary girls with dreams of becoming actresses, dressed modestly but with eyes full of passion. Others were students from art schools, exuding professionalism in their every move. Though from different places, they all shared a deep love for the stage and a strong pursuit of their dreams. Contestant number 13, Chinyasi, came from an ordinary worker's family and saved up to buy her performance outfit for the competition. Contestant number 20, Su Min, was a top student from an art school, already somewhat known at her school, and felt confident about participating. During the contestant showcase segment, the production team specially played training clips. In the training room, contestants wore loose practice outfits, repeatedly practicing dance moves under the coach's commands, sweat soaking their clothes. In vocal classes, they tirelessly worked to hit the right notes. When faced with difficulties, they huddled together for encouragement. Contestant number 17, Li Yu, accidentally twisted her ankle while practicing dance, but, after a brief rest, continued training. She resolutely stated, "I cannot give up. This is my chance to achieve my dream." These authentic scenes allowed the audience to see the hard work behind the contestants, raising their expectations even higher. In the backstage area, contestants either nervously rehearsed their lines or shared skincare tips, occasionally bursting into laughter over amusing stories. But once they stepped onto the stage, they transformed into poised and confident performers, and this contrast added much interest to the show. Finally, contestant number 1, Lin Xiaoxi, took the stage. Dressed in a sharp business outfit with padded shoulders that highlighted her spirit, she wore straight-leg trousers and black leather shoes, embodying the image of a 1970s career woman. Through video clips, the audience saw Lin Xiaoxi busy typing at a typewriter, meeting friends at a tea restaurant after work, ordering pineapple buns and milk tea, and enjoying cheerful conversations. These snippets of daily life made the audience feel a strong sense of familiarity and connection. Holding the microphone, Lin Xiaoxi sincerely said, "I have always admired Mr. Li Xiaolong. His skills and fighting spirit inspire me to keep moving forward. Ever since I was young, I dreamed of becoming an actress, and I hope this stage will allow more people to see my efforts and talents. Please support me and cast your vote." Her words were deeply moving, and many viewers nodded in agreement in front of their televisions, quickly picking up the phone to cast their valuable votes for her. Some young girls were especially inspired by her speech, igniting a flame of pursuit for their dreams within them. As the program progressed, audience reactions to the contestants' performances and the content of the show grew increasingly enthusiastic. On the streets, people were discussing Miss Port City, and the names of the contestants gradually became well known. Zhao Chongqing looked at the soaring ratings with satisfaction and said with a smile, "The effect of this program far exceeds my expectations. These contestants have unlimited potential. It seems that Chen Yu is really going to stir up a storm in the entertainment industry this time. Success is within reach." However, amidst the applause, some minor incidents occurred. Some viewers left comments in the television comment section, questioning whether the contestants' abilities were truly that strong, and others doubted the fairness of the competition. Upon learning this, Chen Yu immediately arranged for the production team to release complete training videos of the contestants and provided detailed explanations of the scoring rules, which gradually quelled the doubts. In the subsequent competitions, the rivalry among the contestants intensified. During the talent showcase, contestant number 8, Zhou Ting, delivered an impressive acrobatic performance, flexibly tumbling and jumping on stage, earning rounds of applause from the audience. Contestant number 15, Lu Sihan, showcased her songwriting talent with an original song that incorporated local music elements, offering a refreshing experience. The judges found it challenging to score, as each contestant performed exceptionally well, making it hard to choose. With his unique vision and meticulous planning, Chen Yu successfully attracted the attention of the entire port city. He had just taken a solid step in the entertainment industry, with more exciting opportunities waiting for him to explore. He understood that in this fiercely competitive entertainment circle, maintaining the program's popularity required constant innovation and the discovery of more promising newcomers. He had already begun preparing for the next season and planned to invite more internationally renowned artists as judges, aiming to establish Miss Port City as an influential talent show brand. Chapter 64. The collision of trends and old dreams. Zhao Chongqing was deeply immersed in the dimly lit office, sitting in a leather chair, the blue smoke of his cigar drifting lazily, like a thin veil obscuring his features. He stared blankly out the window. The streets of Port City were bustling with traffic and flashing neon lights, yet this vibrant scene felt foreign and distant to him. The wheels of this era are turning too fast. How did I get left so far behind? His voice was low and hoarse, echoing in the quiet space like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples of solitude. Images of the Miss Port City election program flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and Zhao Chongqing's expression instantly became complex. The young girls on stage were full of energy, and the innovative visual presentation of the show was eye-catching. However, for some reason, he always felt a sense of frustration deep down. Though the show attracted plenty of attention, he felt that the overall quality could still be improved. He gently shook his head, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness mixed with contemplation. Just then, the office door was pushed open softly, and Lu Yifei glided in gracefully. She immediately noticed the dejected aura surrounding Zhao Chongqing and hurried over to comfort him, saying, "Mr. Zhao, you shouldn't look so gloomy. This era is changing rapidly, and we need to adapt our thinking as well. Look at Chen Yu's show. Even if there are aspects we don't quite like, it has become wildly popular. Why not take inspiration from some successful show formats?" Zhao Chongqing slowly lifted his head to look at Lu Yifei, forcing a bitter smile. Take inspiration? That's easier said than done. That kid Chen Yu comes up with brilliant ideas like they're popping up after a rain. I really can't keep up with his pace. Back in the day, the Miss Port City pageant we organized was a grand success, renowned in the region, but now, comparing it to his show. He paused, the melancholy on his face deepening. I have to admit, he has brought fresh elements to the show and opened up new avenues. Lu Yifei frowned slightly and took a seat on the nearby sofa. After a moment of thought, she said, "Mr. Zhao, we can't just give up like this. Although Chen Yu's show has many innovations, it is not without its flaws. We can organize a team to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of his program, extract the essence while discarding the dross, and combine that with our own resources and advantages to create a more refined and meaningful talent show." Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhao Chongqing's eyes. He sat up straight and asked, "What specifically should we do? Do you have any ideas? Please share." Lu Yifei cleared her throat and said earnestly, "For instance, in terms of contestant selection, we can raise the standards. We should not only focus on appearance and talent, but also emphasize the contestants' cultural literacy and inner qualities. In terms of program segments, we can add sections like cultural knowledge quizzes and participation in charitable activities. This will enhance the contestants' overall qualities and allow the show to convey more positive energy and elevate its quality." As Zhao Chongqing listened, he nodded repeatedly, a spark of interest gradually appearing on his face. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight Electronic Club, the atmosphere was as vibrant as a blazing fire. The news of the winner team's championship spread quickly, like a huge magnet attracting countless young people with esports dreams. The club's big screen was playing the Miss Port City election program, and even the players who were initially focused on the esports battles were drawn to the dazzling beauties on screen. One young man wearing black-rimmed glasses exclaimed excitedly, "Hey everyone, look at the Miss Port City candidates in this show. They are all as beautiful as fairies." A boy with dyed yellow hair next to him chimed in, "That's right. And it feels like her talents are really impressive, way more interesting than those shows we usually watch." Just as everyone was exchanging comments, the figure of Shurisin appeared on the screen. She was dressed in a simple yet stylish sports outfit, standing tall and walking with confidence as she stepped onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Shurisin. It's an honor to be here participating in the Miss Harbor City pageant." Her voice was clear and resonant, exuding confidence. As the footage switched, snippets of Shurisin's life were revealed to the audience. On the training ground, she was seen fiercely sparring with her coach, sweat soaking her clothes. Yet every move was powerful, showcasing the beauty of strength. In her daily life, she strolled down the streets of Harbor City with friends, visiting unique shops and tasting street food, her smile radiant like the warm sun of spring, revealing a gentle and charming side. The carefully edited clips showcased Shurisin's charm from all angles, leaving a deep impression on every viewer. "Wow, Shurisin is amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so talented," exclaimed a girl, her eyes filled with envy. "Yeah, with that figure and those skills, she is simply incredible." The boys also gave her thumbs up, praising her. The audience's discussions grew more fervent, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Someone jokingly said, "I have to vote for Shurisin. She must win." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and the club was filled with a relaxed and joyful vibe. At that moment, a boy wearing a cap suddenly shouted, "Hey, do you think if Shurisin starred in a martial arts movie, she would definitely become a hit? She might even become the next big star." Upon hearing this, people around nodded in agreement, starting to enthusiastically discuss the potential for Shurisin's future in the film industry. The Miss Harbor City program proceeded methodically. The schedule was tight and reasonable, with each contestant given 5 minutes for their exclusive introduction. In this precious 5 minutes, they showcased their talents, shared interesting life stories, and expressed their dreams for the future. After the first round of performances, the audience was left wanting more, eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition. Everyone took out their phones, opened the voting interface, and prepared to cast their votes for their favorite contestants. At that moment, in a corner of the club, a few young people were gathered together, passionately discussing which contestant had the best chance of winning. A girl with a ponytail excitedly said, "I think Shurisin has the greatest chance of winning. Her performance was stunning." A boy next to her, adjusting his glasses, countered, "Not necessarily. Contestant number 15 has a very captivating singing voice and might surprise us." At this moment, Chen Yu was comfortably sitting in the living room of his luxurious villa, his gaze sweeping over each contestant on the television screen. Although he was not very familiar with them, he knew in his heart that these young girls were potential stars who could shine in the entertainment industry given time. Youth was their greatest asset. Taking it slow would bring surprises. Just then, Bai Ruochu rushed in, her face beaming with excitement. Mr. Chun, she called out, waving the documents in her hand. The program ratings are out, and they're astonishingly high. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately sat up straight, reaching for the documents with a keen gaze, quickly scanning the data. The ratings had skyrocketed, far exceeding expectations, undoubtedly marking the program's tremendous success and immense popularity. "Great, let's keep it up," Chen Yu said calmly, his eyes shining with confidence. "Mr. Chun, the Miss Port City program is absolutely on fire this time. I truly admire your planning abilities. It's simply amazing." Bai Ruochu continued. "Take the last performance by Deng Lijun singing Dream Chaser, for example. It's being sung everywhere. I walk down the street, and I can hear it in every shop. The buzz is incredible." She went on to praise the contestants' talent show segment, highlighting the perfect stage effects, lighting, and sound that showcased the contestants' charm, leaving the audience mesmerized. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand. "This is just the beginning. There is still much to improve. For instance, we need to further tap into the contestants' potential and tailor their development paths accordingly. Moreover, the subsequent processes and segments of the show must be continuously optimized to keep the audience engaged." Just as he was speaking, there was a knock at the office door. And when Qi Zhong walked in, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit with impeccably styled hair, he appeared particularly sharp. However, he wore a serious expression, slightly furrowing his brows. "Mr. Chen, I need to discuss something with you. The timing of the Miss Port City program seems a bit off. Many viewers have given feedback that it conflicts with their daily schedules. Could this affect the ratings?" He continued, "Think about those working professionals. They're busy all day and don't get home until 7 or 8 o'clock. They barely have time for a quick dinner before the show starts. And they can't sit down to enjoy it properly. And the student demographic has homework and study to attend to in the evenings, leaving them little time to watch." Chen Yu fell into thought, leaning back in his office chair and rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he spoke with determination. "Let us adjust the show time to 10 o'clock at night. By then, most people will have finished their day's work and will have time to sit down and watch TV, which could significantly boost the ratings. At 10 o'clock, people are winding down from their day and are more inclined to immerse themselves in an exciting program. Additionally, we can take advantage of this timing to avoid the peak airing times of other regular shows, attracting more viewers' attention." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruochu's face showed a hint of hesitation. He bit his lips slightly, his eyes filled with concern. "Chen Xiao, isn't it a bit late for 10 p.m.? What if the audience is too tired to watch the show? Plus, adjusting the timing means a whole series of subsequent promotions and arrangements will have to change, which is quite challenging. Take the advertisers, for example. They plan their ads according to the original schedule, and now with the time change, we need to renegotiate with them and see if they are willing to continue their placements. There are too many variables in between. Then there's the issue of audience habits. Suddenly changing the time is also an unknown factor for their adaptability." Chen Yu stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street outside. Cars were rushing by, pedestrians were coming and going, and the neon lights along the street flickered with vibrant colors. He crossed his arms confidently and said, "I know it's difficult, but how will we know it won't work if we don't try? The show is currently popular, and the audience is enthusiastic. As long as we promote it well, they will definitely be looking forward to it. We can highlight the exciting aspects of the show after the adjustment in our promotions, like more spectacular performances from the contestants and more engaging interactive segments to build anticipation. As for the advertisers, we can offer them better advertising plans, such as increasing the ad exposure time and optimizing the ad display format. I believe they will understand and support our adjustments." Bai Ruochu looked at Chen Yu's determined back and bit her lip. "All right, Chen Xiao, I trust you. Let us proceed as you say. I'll organize the team right away, replan the promotional strategy, and spread the news about the program adjustment to prepare the audience." With the adjustment of the program time, a series of promotional activities were swiftly launched. Chen Yu personally participated in the planning of the promotional strategy, sitting around the conference table with team members, passionately discussing every detail. We can create some exquisite short videos to be played on large screens throughout the streets, showcasing the contestants' exciting moments and behind-the-scenes stories. Chinyu pointed to the plan on the computer. We can also invite well-known radio hosts to promote our adjustments during the show to attract more listeners' attention. Team members offered their suggestions, and the meeting room was filled with a lively discussion atmosphere. Sure enough, the Miss Port City program sparked an unprecedented wave of excitement in the city. Deng Lijun's song Dream Chaser was playing everywhere, and its melodious tune and heartfelt lyrics seemed to possess a kind of magic that deeply touched everyone's hearts. Walking through the streets of the city, whether in a bustling tea restaurant where diners were enjoying food while humming along, or in a quiet barbershop where customers swayed gently to the rhythm during their haircuts, or even in busy stores where staff would hum a few lines during their breaks, people were singing along and discussing the beautiful and talented contestants from the show. In a tea restaurant, a group of young people sat together excitedly discussing, which contestant do you think is most likely to win? I think sure Eason is great. Her martial arts performance was stunning. And that difficult kicking move last time was simply impressive. I prefer contestant number 15. Her singing is absolutely fantastic, with high notes that are clear and resonant, capable of touching the soul. The talent show created by Chun Yu has successfully attracted countless viewers with its innovative format and exciting content. Compared to previous versions of beauty pageants in history, this edition of the Harbor City Miss program excels in contestant quality, stage effects, and interactive segments. The stage is equipped with the most advanced lighting and sound systems, where the lighting changes can be adjusted according to the contestants' performance styles and emotions, creating the perfect atmosphere. The sound effects are breathtaking, with every note and every line of song clearly reaching the audience, making them feel as if they are right there in the moment. In the interactive segments, viewers can participate in voting through various means such as phone and online platforms. They can also express their opinions about the contestants on social media and interact with other viewers. The audience is completely immersed in this feast of beauty and talent, praising the program endlessly. On social media, the topic of the Harbor City Miss program has seen a surge in popularity, with related topics garnering hundreds of millions of views and discussions reaching millions. Netizens are leaving comments in the section, saying, "This program is amazing. I look forward to updates every day." The contestants are all outstanding, and it feels like every one of them has the potential to win. The Morning Bell Daily has keenly captured this trend, publishing numerous reports about the Harbor City Miss program, covering everything from the contestants' background stories and training highlights to the behind-the-scenes production process, leaving no detail unexamined. The newspaper has established a dedicated reporting team that conducts in-depth interviews with contestants, staff, and viewers. The reporters are busy every day at various venues, bringing the latest and most comprehensive program information to readers. This has caused the sales of the Morning Bell Daily to skyrocket. The daily circulation, which was only in the tens of thousands, has suddenly soared to several hundred thousand. The newspaper's printing workshop is working around the clock, with the sound of machines constantly buzzing, yet supply still cannot meet demand. Meanwhile, viewers are actively participating in the program voting, with people gathering in streets and alleys to discuss which contestant to vote for. The voting lines are overwhelmed, and the online voting platform servers nearly crashed due to high traffic. At some voting locations, long lines have formed as people patiently wait to cast their votes for their favorite contestants, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Some individuals have even started lining up early in the morning just to be the first to vote for their supported contestant. Chinyu understands the importance of promotion. He capitalizes on this momentum by launching a new publication, Harbor City Fashion. This magazine not only provides detailed introductions to the contestants and the competition schedule, but also incorporates the most popular fashion elements and entertainment news. More importantly, readers can obtain unique voting codes by purchasing the magazine to vote for their favorite contestants. The cover design of the publication is stylish and exquisite, featuring high-definition photos of the contestants, with vibrant color combinations that attract the attention of many passers-by. The layout of the inner pages is also very thoughtful, with text and images complementing each other, making every article lively and interesting. This initiative greatly stimulates the audience's desire to purchase. As soon as the publication Harbor City Frontline is launched, it is sold out immediately. Long queues form in front of newsstands, with people eagerly buying this publication to support their favorite contestants. The newsstand owners are all smiles, constantly restocking, but still unable to meet customer demand. Chen Yu's series of strong promotional tactics has left other media in shock. The editors of Pioneer Morning News gather together, watching the popularity of Morning Bell Daily and Harbor City Fashion in the market, shaking their heads in dismay. The meeting room is clouded with smoke, and the editors frown, creating a stifling atmosphere. This Chen Yu really knows how to handle the audience in Harbor City. We need to find a way to respond. One senior editor says with a frown. Yes, his promotional strategy is interconnected, attracting viewers from all angles, from program content to surrounding publications. If we don't act quickly, we'll lose our market share, another editor agrees. Everyone engages in a heated discussion, but for the moment, no one can come up with an effective counter-strategy. Meanwhile, the high ratings of the Harbor City Miss program are severely impacting the viewership of Universal Station. In the office of Universal Station, the atmosphere is so oppressive it feels suffocating. Lu Yifei sits at the head of the conference table, her face dark as if a storm is approaching, listening to her subordinates report on the recent ratings data. Miss Lu, our program's ratings have been continuously declining, mainly due to the impact of Chen Yu's Harbor City Miss program. Now the audience is attracted over there. We need to think of a way quickly, perhaps increase the promotional investment? A subordinate cautiously suggests. His voice trembles slightly, filled with anxiety, fearing that Lu Yifei might disagree with the proposal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's frown deepens, and the wrinkles on her forehead become more pronounced. Increase the advertising budget? The station's budget is already tight. Where would we find the money for promotion? And even if we increase the budget, can we guarantee that the ratings will rebound? We need to examine the reasons from the program content itself. Are we lacking innovation? Are we not capturing the audience's interests? These are questions we need to think deeply about. The subordinates exchange glances, not daring to speak further. The meeting room falls into a dead silence, with only the clock on the wall ticking away. After the meeting, a young subordinate walks out of the conference room, filled with dissatisfaction. His name is Chen Yu, a program planner at Universal Station. He looks out at the bustling city, with neon lights flashing and traffic flowing, but he has no heart to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He thinks to himself, it can't go on like this. If Chen Yu's program can do so well, then we at Universal Station can certainly do it too. A way must be found to improve the quality of our program and ramp up the promotion. We can't continue to be suppressed by him. He clenched his fist, the joints turning white from the effort, his eyes revealing a firm determination, as if he had already sketched out a plan in his mind to enhance the influence of the program. He returned to his desk, opened his computer, and began researching data, analyzing the market, trying to find a breakthrough. He carefully studied the successful aspects of another program, discovering that its content was innovative. The contestants were of high quality, and the promotional methods were diverse. Thus, he decided to approach these aspects to plan a brand new program. He intended to uncover some potential yet undiscovered newcomers, create a unique program format, and utilize emerging channels like social media for comprehensive promotion. Chapter 66. The oppressed station. Sitting in the spacious, yet currently oppressive office of the station, Lu Yifei furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. The pile of documents on her desk resembled a small mountain, but she was too distracted to pay attention, her mind consumed by the impact of the recent program. This competitor's tactics were too ruthless, drawing the audience away and causing our ratings to plummet. How can we retaliate and break free from this suppression? She murmured to herself, her voice echoing in the quiet room, filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Over the past month, the program had shone like a brilliant new star in the entertainment sky. On the streets, the topics of conversation revolved almost entirely around it. Whether in bustling tea houses, crowded shopping malls, or quiet residential areas, people were discussing the contestants. The competitors skillfully employed various hype techniques to continually escalate the program's popularity. For instance, a once ordinary magazine became immensely popular due to its close collaboration with the program. The magazine featured behind-the-scenes stories of the contestants, fashion insights, and in-depth reports on the competition, attracting countless readers. It was common to see people vying to purchase the magazine at newsstands, with the vendors smiling broadly as they restocked. Finally, the day of the first beauty pageant's finals arrived. The venue resembled a dreamlike stage, with dazzling lights and exquisite decorations. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, radiating brilliant light and illuminating the entire venue as if it were daylight. The stage backdrop featured a giant night scene of the city, with neon lights flickering. The venue was packed, the audience's enthusiasm soaring with cheers and shouts echoing. Everyone awaited the climax of this beautiful feast with anticipation. The host, dressed in a glamorous evening gown, walked gracefully onto the stage, her microphone glinting under the lights. Dear audience, the exciting moment has finally arrived. Now, I will announce the winner of the third place. The host's voice was crisp and clear, resonating throughout the venue. The entire venue fell silent, everyone holding their breath, eyes fixed on the stage. The third-place winner of this beauty pageant is Shun Ruolangsen. As the host announced, Shun Ruolangsen excitedly walked onto the stage, tears shimmering in her eyes. She wore a pink evening gown, the skirt swaying gently like blooming flowers with her steps. She accepted the trophy and bowed deeply to the audience, which erupted in warm applause. Next, the host continued. The runner-up is Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinlan gracefully walked onto the stage, wearing a blue off-shoulder gown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her sweet smile and wave to the audience heightened the tension in the atmosphere as everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the champion. At that moment, the stage lights focused on a single point, and all eyes were drawn to it. So, who is the champion of this beauty pageant? It is Shur-Isan. As the host's voice faded, the venue erupted with deafening cheers. Shur-Isan's eyes sparkled as she donned a white mermaid gown, showcasing her elegance and confidence. She walked slowly onto the stage, each step firm and self-assured. Just then, a familiar figure stepped onto the stage. It was Li Xiaolong, dressed in a black tang suit. He looked dashing. He held the champion trophy and smiled as he handed it to Shur-Isan. The atmosphere instantly ignited, with the audience rising to their feet, cheering and screaming. Li Xiaolong's appearance undoubtedly added more allure to the event, with cameras flashing continuously, capturing this thrilling moment. Throughout the competition, the voting system played a crucial role. The audience actively participated in voting through various means such as phone and internet, their enthusiasm soaring. When the final vote count was announced, everyone was astonished to find that it unexpectedly exceeded 1 million. Chen Yu's promotional strategy achieved tremendous success, creating a new media effect. Discussions about the voting results filled the streets and alleys, and people's attention to the pageant reached unprecedented heights. With the crowning of the champion, the first beauty pageant successfully concluded. Award winners Shur-Isan, Shun Ruolangsen, and Zhang Xinlan stood together, their faces beaming with happiness, holding their trophies. With a dazzling stage backdrop behind them, photographers clicked away, capturing this historic moment. After the event, Chen Yu quickly gathered the team members for a meeting. Sitting at the head of the table with a determined gaze, he acknowledged the great success of the competition but emphasized that they must not let their guard down. Next, they needed to discuss follow-up interview plans to maintain the momentum of the three winners. At the same time, they should begin conceptualizing the next election plan to make it even more spectacular. Team members nodded in agreement, each sharing their thoughts. Someone suggested inviting the award winners to various entertainment shows to increase their exposure. Another proposed investing more in promotion, using newer methods to attract viewers. Just as the discussion heated up, Jiang Wanyin excitedly walked into the conference room, holding a document. "Chen Yu, I have great news," she exclaimed. "We received a collaboration invitation from a market overseas. They are very interested in our Miss Port City program and hope to work with us." Jiang Wanyin's voice was full of joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Yu's eyes lit up at the news, and an excited smile spread across his face. "Really? This is a rare opportunity. Quickly, tell me more," Chen Yu said eagerly. He showed great interest in the overseas collaboration as he looked at the cooperation document in his hand. This partnership could not only enhance the international influence of the Miss Port City program, but also bring him more resources and opportunities. Chapter 67 Silent Business Opportunities. The land of Huaxia is currently in the midst of a grand wave of development. Although the industry is still striving to catch up, the domestic economy has already shown signs of vibrant growth. The company that Chen Yu operates has gained significant recognition in the domestic electronics manufacturing sector. With an office located in a corner of a burgeoning industrial park, though small, it is well organized. Chen Yu was deeply focused on reviewing the design drawings in his hand when suddenly, the brand new pager on his desk flickered to life, its sharp alert tone breaking the office's tranquility. In this era, pagers are still rare, and Chen Yu is the only one in the company equipped with one due to business needs. He frowned slightly, wondering who could be sending a message at this hour. Setting down the design drawings, Chen Yu reached for the pager. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen along with a brief, yet shocking message, his eyes widened in disbelief. The message read, "Mr. Chen Yu, I am Xiao Te from overseas, and I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Please pay attention to further contact. At this moment, Xiao Te was merely an emerging figure in the overseas business and political circles, still quite far from the presidency. Why would he contact someone like Chen Yu? Chen Yu instinctively tightened his grip on the pager, filled with shock and curiosity. What could this be about? Why would a future president suddenly reach out to a small businessman domestically? Chen Yu, what's wrong? You look so pale. Jiang Wannin's gentle and concerned voice came from the doorway. Dressed in a simple blue work uniform, with 2 braids hanging over her shoulders, her eyes revealed intelligence and competence. She was holding a stack of documents, intending to report on work, but was startled by Chen Yu's current expression. It's nothing, just lost in thought. Chen Yu quickly adjusted his emotions and replied vaguely. He had not yet recovered from the shock of the strange message and was uncertain whether to share this matter with Jiang Wannin at that moment. Jiang Wannin keenly sensed that Chen Yu seemed troubled, but she did not press further. He simply walked over and sat down beside the chair opposite Chen Yu, saying, I came to talk to you because we've received a strange letter from overseas. I feel it might be related to the message you just received. Chen Yu's heart stirred. It seemed Jiang Wannin had also encountered relevant information. Oh, you already know? Quickly tell me what's going on. Chen Yu asked eagerly. Jiang Wannin nodded slightly and explained. I just did some investigation and found out that one of our employees is a college classmate of the current contact. It is said that this employee casually mentioned our company's business to the contact, who became very interested and thus reached out to us through various connections. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yu pondered for a moment before saying, I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems this college connection is indeed crucial. He couldn't help but recall that many successful business people back home had complex networks of relationships, and the friendships formed during college often served as a vital foundation for these networks. Now, facing this opportunity from overseas, there might be a new breakthrough in expanding their connections. Yes, sometimes these seemingly casual connections can bring unexpected opportunities, Jiang Wannin agreed. Chen Yu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sat up straight, his eyes shining with determination. I've decided to make a trip overseas. Overseas? Jiang Wannin exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. But soon excitement filled her expression. Are you looking to seize this opportunity to expand the international market? Chen Yu nodded vigorously. Exactly. We've already achieved some success domestically. But the international market is the bigger stage. As a global economic powerhouse, the market potential here is enormous. If we can successfully enter, it will lead to a qualitative leap in our company's development. Jiang Wannin stood up excitedly, holding the documents tightly. That's great. I've been looking forward to expanding our overseas business. Let's prepare right away. I'll arrange the itinerary. A few days later, Chen Yu and Jiang Wannin embarked on their journey overseas. At that time, international flights were far less convenient than in later years. They traveled through multiple locations and endured over 20 hours of flight before finally arriving in a city overseas. As soon as they disembarked, Chen Yu felt the atmosphere of this country was completely different from that back home. On the streets, cars emitted pungent exhaust, and honking filled the air. The buildings along the street were mostly 3 to 4 stories tall, made of stone, exuding a sense of the industrial era, though not as towering as in later times. Young people on the streets wore brightly colored bell-bottoms and floral shirts, sporting exaggerated sunglasses, laughing and chatting, with an atmosphere of freedom permeating the air. Chen Yu did not rush to meet the contact, but decided to first conduct an investigation of the local market. He and Jiang Wannin walked through the bustling streets, observing the surrounding commercial environment. Soon, they noticed a phenomenon. A type of entertainment device known as arcade machines was very popular here, with almost every busy street lined with game halls filled with young players. Chen Yu walked into one of the game halls. Intrigued by the sight of people immersed in arcade games, he found that there were not many types of arcade games here. Most of them were simple shooting or racing games, and the machines looked rough with inconsistent quality. The entire arcade market in that region seemed to be in its infancy, lacking significant capital investment and effective marketing. It seemed like a great opportunity. Chen Yu whispered to Jiang Wannin. Jiang Wannin nodded in agreement. Yes. If we could bring in the mature electronic technology and diverse game ideas from our country and promote them on a large scale, we could definitely secure a place in this market. After assessing the market, Chen Yu began to reach out to the relevant parties. After some back and forth, he met with Lu Mingyu, who was responsible for liaising with him. Lu Mingyu was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back meticulously, and he spoke with a strong foreign accent. Mr. Chen, I've heard so much about you. It's truly our honor to collaborate with you this time. Lu Mingyu said with a big smile, extending his hand. Chen Yu politely shook his hand and then got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, I have reviewed the letter of intent, and I would like to discuss a few points with you. Oh, if Mr. Chen has any questions, feel free to ask. We're all here to facilitate cooperation. Lu Mingyu maintained his smile. Chen Yu opened the letter of intent and pointed to a clause. This compensation clause seems unreasonable to me. If unforeseen factors cause issues in our collaboration, having to bear such high compensation is too risky for us. Lu Mingyu quickly explained. Mr. Chen, you may not be aware, but the business environment in that region is quite complex. This compensation clause is actually meant to protect the interests of both parties. Moreover, these are some rules that must be faced when entering that market. Chen Yu frowned. He did not share this view. In his opinion, this clause clearly favored the other party, and if something went wrong, they would suffer significant losses. He said sternly, Mr. Lu, I understand the importance of market rules, but we cannot accept such unreasonable terms. I hope we can modify this clause. Lu Mingyu's smile faltered slightly, but quickly returned. Mr. Chen, modifying the clause is not an easy task. We've already communicated with the other party several times, and they insist that it cannot be changed. I think this is a rare opportunity to enter the market. It would be a pity to give it up over such a minor issue. Chen Yu felt somewhat displeased. He thought Lu Mingyu's attitude was too weak. As a representative in business negotiations, how could one easily accept such unreasonable demands from the other party? He continued to study the letter of intent carefully and soon discovered several obvious loopholes. Mr. Lu, look here. Chen Yu pointed to another part of the letter of intent. The wording of this contract clause is very vague and can easily be exploited by the other side. If we sign it as is, it could lead to endless trouble. Lu Mingyu glanced at the section Chen Yu pointed to, showing a dismissive expression. Mr. Chen, you might be being overly cautious. Such minor issues are common in business contracts. Everyone signs like this. Moreover, what is most important for us now is to quickly reach a cooperation and open up the market. Chen Yu could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He suddenly stood up and glared at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu, what kind of attitude is this? You are being irresponsible towards the company and our interests. This contract, full of loopholes, once signed, will leave us at the mercy of the other party. I absolutely will not allow this to happen. Lu Mingyu was a bit flustered. He did not expect Chen Yu's reaction to be so intense. Mr. Chen, please don't be angry. I just think we should be more flexible and seize this opportunity. That's enough. Chen Yu interrupted him. From now on, you will no longer participate in this project. Your weak attitude is simply unfit for this job. Lu Mingyu's expression changed dramatically. Mr. Chen, you can't just fire me like this. I've put in a lot for this project. Put in a lot. You are pushing the company into a fire pit. Chen Yu said mercilessly. Jiang Wanin, please take over his work and have him leave immediately. Jiang Wanin had been quietly watching everything from the side and felt very disappointed with Lu Mingyu's performance. She nodded and said to Lu Mingyu, Mr. Lu, please come with me. Lu Mingyu looked at Chen Yu helplessly and had no choice but to follow Jiang Wanin out of the room. After they left, Chen Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Chapter 68. The fate of the contract. After a while, Jiang Wanin returned. She stood at the door with documents in her arms, looking at Chen Yu. Chen Yu slammed his pen down on the desk, causing the ink bottle to tilt. And deep blue ink spread across the yellowing contract paper, leaving a stain. Jiang Wanin said seriously, Mr. Chen, this time I was careless and did not thoroughly review the letter of intent prepared by Lu Mingyu. I will definitely pay more attention in the future and ensure that similar incidents do not happen again. Seeing the sincerity in Jiang Wanin's eyes, Chen Yu's anger gradually subsided. Wanin, this is not solely your responsibility. This experience has made us all understand that in business negotiations, every detail can be crucial to success or failure. We must be cautious in hiring. We cannot let those with ulterior motives or insufficient abilities ruin important matters. Jiang Wanin nodded vigorously. I understand. So what should we do next? Chen Yu sat back down in his chair. We will redraft the letter of intent and carefully consider each clause. Then we will renegotiate with the other party. I refuse to believe that with our strength and sincerity, we cannot open up this market. Seeing the veins bulging on her boss's forehead, Jiang Wanin cautiously asked, Mr. Chen, should we continue cooperating with that foreign partner? Why not? Chen Yu suddenly stood up, the leather chair screeching against the concrete floor. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, lighting one and watching the flame dance between his trembling fingers. This is exactly the opportunity for us to leap over the Dragon Gate. Jiang Wanning gasped. Over the past month, she had followed Qin to various law firms across the island, listening to those well-dressed lawyers speaking rapidly in English, realizing that every comma in a contract could be dangerous. The flickering flame in the boss's eyes reminded her of a man 3 years ago in a street food market, who, while being chased by gangsters for debts, laughed and splashed beer in their faces. Have Lawyer Qin come to the office tomorrow. Qin exhaled smoke rings, the mist twisting into strange shapes under the ceiling fan. I want him to pull out all the biting clauses from the commercial law of that country. Xiao Ti's estate was located in a wealthy area halfway up the hill, the Baroque dome glimmering coldly in the dusk. Qin, dressed in a newly purchased suit, stepped over the welcome mat adorned with crushed diamonds, the soles of his shoes making a faint rustling sound. Jiang Wanning followed closely behind, her cotton shirt already soaked with cold sweat. Mr. Qin, the butler opened the ornate wooden door, and a heavy scent of cigars rushed out. A plump man in a leopard print robe lounged on a Louis XIV-style chaise longue, the Rolex watch on his wrist reflecting a blinding glare. I heard you fired my manager Duan. Qin noticed the emphasis Xiao Te placed on my manager Duan. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings, where a variety of Eastern and Western decorative items were displayed under the gilded crystal chandelier, Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases holding plastic roses, and a neon-lit arcade machine sitting on a Persian rug. Mr. Liu's professional abilities seemed to be unsuitable for the development of our company. Qin handed over his business card, his fingertips lingering on the other's greasy palm for half a second. He suddenly noticed black stains in Xiao Ti's nail beds, as if they had been in contact with oil for a long time. Xiao Te glanced at the business card and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. I heard that you Chinese like to drink tea. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a servant brought over a complete set of kung fu tea utensils. Qin watched as Xiao Te pinched the purple clay teapot with his chubby fingers, the tea splashing against the cup walls with a sizzling sound. Mr. Xiao seems very interested in Chinese culture. Qin lifted the fragrance cup, catching a glimpse of Jiang Wanning secretly taking pictures of the room's layout with a mini camera. He deliberately placed the teacup down heavily, the porcelain clinking crisply against the glass coffee table. Xiao Ti's expression changed slightly. Mr. Qin, when you come to that country, are you looking to do legal business, or? Of course it's legal business. Qin interrupted him, pulling out the revised contract from his briefcase. However, I believe the compensation clauses on your side need to be renegotiated. The crystal chandelier suddenly flickered twice, and Xiao Ti's face appeared particularly sinister in the alternating light and darkness. He grabbed the contract and flipped through 2 pages roughly, suddenly throwing the document out the window. Who do you think you are? How dare you change my contract? Jiang Wanning instinctively took a half step back, her lower back pressing against the cold floor-to-ceiling window. She saw Xiao Ti's bodyguard outside the door moving restlessly, fingers quietly pressing against the walkie-talkie at his waist. Mr. Xiao should be aware of how long it takes to litigate in that country. Qin slowly took out a pen, circling and marking the photocopy of the contract. Just the patent infringement clause alone could halt your company's arcade production line for 3 months. Xiao Ti's plump fingers suddenly froze in midair. He stared at the smooth English annotations written by Qin and suddenly erupted in laughter. Good. You've got guts. I want to see what this kid from Chinatown is capable of. When Qin stood up to leave, the man suddenly grabbed his wrist. A certain electronic device vibrated in his plump palm, and Qin keenly noticed the metallic glint that flashed at the cuff of his sleeve. Remember, this is a certain country. The man lowered his voice, cigar smoke wafting into Qin face. It's not the small place you come from. By the time Qin returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. He opened the hidden compartment at the bottom of his suitcase and took out an old microcomputer. The moment the fluorescent screen lit up, Jiang Wanning saw beads of sweat trickling down his spine. Information from Lawyer Qin, Qin said as he inserted the floppy disk into the drive. The family business of that man has recently suffered heavy losses in a certain city. Jiang Wanning leaned closer and saw the screen filled with dense English reports. They need cash flow? That's why they are eyeing our electronic technology, Qin replied, pulling up a scanned copy of the patent certificate. But they don't know that our core technology is already 3 years ahead of our counterparts. Suddenly, a sharp sound of glass shattering came from outside. Qin pushed Jiang Wanning to the ground as a bullet grazed her ear and lodged into the wall. Jiang Wanning smelled the strong scent of gunpowder on Qin suit as he whispered in her ear, "Count to 3 and run to the fire escape." A month later, in pouring rain, Yu stood in front of the port warehouse, watching as a crane slowly lifted a container. Jiang Wanyin ran over with an umbrella, rainwater streaming down the ribs of the umbrella and soaking into her white shirt. The man's people have already taken control of the dock. Jiang Wanyin's voice trembled. They said unless we accept the new terms. Yu finished for her, pulling out the contract he had prepared from his trenchcoat pocket. The rain soaked the gilded cover, revealing dense red annotations inside. In the distance, police sirens could be heard. The man's convertible splashed through the water and stopped at the warehouse entrance. He rolled down the window, a large cigar clamped in his mouth. Mr. Chun, it's not too late to change your mind. Yu suddenly smiled, rainwater trickling down his resolute jaw. Do you know why the tea restaurants from your city can thrive here? The man was momentarily stunned as Yu tossed the contract into his arms. Because we understand the rules better than you do. At 3 a.m, on the top floor of an old office building, Yu slammed the last piece of evidence on the table. Jiang Wanyin looked at the stack of bank statements. Her pupils slightly constricted. Lu Mingyu. He has long been bought off by that man, Yu said, lighting a cigar, the smoke rapidly filling the poorly ventilated room. But he doesn't know that our accounting system uses the latest encryption technology. Jiang Wanyin suddenly remembered something. That batch of goods has already been rerouted to another city. Yu flipped through the latest nautical log. What that man seized were just empty containers. As dawn broke, Yu dialed the phone of a federal court. Jiang Wanyin watched his upright figure in the morning light and suddenly understood why this man was able to rise from nothing 3 years ago and make a name for himself in a bustling district. 12 billion in compensation? Came the judge's astonished voice from the other end of the line. Yu hung up the phone and turned to Jiang Wanyin with his signature mischievous smile. Tell the media. We want the whole world to know that the Chinese are not to be underestimated. In the pouring rain, Yu stood by the harbor, watching the container ship slowly leave the port. Jiang Wanyin held an umbrella behind him, hearing him murmur softly, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 69. Fury of the Little One. The crystal chandelier illuminated the bloodstains on the Persian carpet. Lu Mingyu curled up on the leather sofa, his shirt collar askew, his left eye swollen shut. The little one paced back and forth, gripping a gold-plated whip, crushing the scattered whiskey bottles under his crocodile leather shoes. Did you say he hired the best commercial lawyer? The little one suddenly swung the whip against the wall, causing a family portrait in a frame to crash to the ground. How could that poor fool from Chinatown manage that? Lu Mingyu struggled to sit up straight. Mr. Xiao? I told you Yu is not simple. He even knows about your debts in Las Vegas. Shut up. The little one kicked over the coffee table, a porcelain bowl from Jingdezhen shattering on the marble floor. I want you to go to customs tomorrow and seize all his goods. Lu Mingyu looked at the little one's bloodshot eyes and suddenly recalled the gambler he had seen on Wall Street 3 years ago, one whose eyes were red from losing, who had forgotten even his own name. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the USB drive in his suit pocket, which contained the encrypted files Yu had given him. At 2 a.m, silence enveloped the world as if everything had fallen asleep. However, the fax machine in the study suddenly shattered this tranquility, emitting a piercing sound and spitting out a sheet of paper. The little one rushed into the study like a startled beast, grabbing the paper to take a look. His fat fingers dug into the paper in anger, nearly tearing it apart. This Yu has gone mad. He actually wants 12 billion in compensation? The little one's voice sounded particularly chilling in the quiet night. Lu Mingyu hurried in after him, leaning over to glance at the list of evidence in the lawsuit. Patent infringement, commercial bribery, customs fraud. He even found your money laundering account in Miami? Lu Mingyu's voice was filled with astonishment as he realized that Yu had come prepared this time, clearly not an ordinary opponent. The little one suddenly burst into wild laughter, a sharp and crazy sound echoing in the empty room, as if a horde of ghosts was howling in his ears. 12 billion? I want to make sure he can't even afford his legal fees. As he laughed, the little one pulled a stack of documents from the safe. Send these videotapes to a major financial publication, claiming that unscrupulous Chinese businessmen are monopolizing the market. A malicious glint flickered in the little one's eyes, as if plotting a deadly scheme. Lu Mingyu took the videotape and noticed it was labeled Yu in secret talks with the gang leader. Just as he was about to say something, the roar of helicopters suddenly filled the air outside. 7 black SUVs crashed through the iron gate and stormed into the courtyard, their headlights illuminating the entire living room. Xiaote grabbed the revolver from the table, but was pinned to the ground by the agents who burst in. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingyu rolled behind the sofa. Hearing the agents shout in English, Put your hands on your head. He curled up in the shadows, watching Chunyu, dressed in a sharp suit, enter surrounded by a group of lawyers. Chunyu, how dare you? Xiao Ti's curses were interrupted by a blow from an agent's gun. Chunyu crouched down, pulling a forged exclusive agreement from Xiao Ti's suit pocket. Do you know why my legal team was able to obtain a search warrant in 48 hours? Xiao Ti spat out a mouthful of blood. You bribed the judge. No. Chunyu shook the USB drive in his hand. You delivered the evidence right into my hands. He turned to Lu Mingyu with a meaningful smile. Mr. Lu, shall we have a chat? On a stormy night, Chunyu's private yacht docked at a pier. Lu Mingyu was tied up on the deck, salty rainwater pouring into his nostrils. He watched as Chunyu tossed a stack of documents into the sea, suddenly realizing where the missing evidence had gone. Xiao Ti's private ledger and Lu Mingyu's transfer records sank beneath the waves. Do you know why I chose a stormy day? Chunyu wiped his newly bought Rolex with a handkerchief, because when the blood drips into the sea, the sharks can't smell it. He suddenly lifted Lu Mingyu's chin with the gun. Tell me, how much did the island pay for my technology? Lu Mingyu trembled. Chun, I just took $3 million from Xiao Ti to help him forge the contract? Chunyu suddenly pulled out a Desert Eagle, the barrel circling Lu Mingyu's forehead. Did you think I really didn't know you sold the technical drawings to a certain trading company? 3 days later, at Manhattan's Grand Central Station, Lu Mingyu, wearing sunglasses, stood on the platform, his suitcase filled with forged passports. When he saw the front page of the New York Times titled Chinese Entrepreneur Sues Giant, a smug smile appeared on his lips. In the front page photo, Chunyu was raising the lawsuit in front of the camera, with the headline reading 1.2 billion compensation shocks Wall Street. Where is Mr. Lu going? A familiar voice came from behind. Lu Mingyu turned to see Chunyu leaning against a pillar, playing with a butterfly knife. Before he could react, several big men suddenly rushed over and dragged him into the men's restroom. Outside the federal court, flashes of cameras lit up the scene. Chunyu, dressed in a custom Armani suit, looked confident and spirited. He held up the exorbitant lawsuit for the cameras, his voice firm and powerful. I want the whole world to know that Chinese entrepreneurs will not be bullied. His voice echoed through the square via the loudspeaker. Jiang Wanyin stood backstage, watching the real-time stock price curve soar dramatically. The company's market value skyrocketed by 37 within 10 minutes of opening. A smile of satisfaction appeared on her face, feeling proud of Chunyu. Xiao Ti had shattered the nth enamel bowl in the detention center. Watching Chunyu's smiling face on the television filled him with anger and regret. He suddenly realized where he had lost. This kid from Chinatown understood how to exploit the rules better than those seasoned foxes on Wall Street. When he saw the news mentioning that Xiao Ti Group was suspected of multiple criminal offenses, he finally collapsed onto the iron bed, his eyes filled with despair. Late at night, Chunyu stood across from the iconic landmark. Jiang Wanyin handed him a glass of tequila, the liquid shimmering enticingly under the lights. Lawyer Chen stated that there was a 90% chance of winning the case. Jiang Wanyin's voice was soft and melodious. Chunyu tilted his head back and downed the strong drink, the fiery liquid burning his throat, bringing him a rush of exhilaration. What I want is not just a win. He pointed towards the dazzling lights of Manhattan, his eyes filled with ambition. I want everyone who looks down on people of my background to remember this name, Chunyu. Chapter 70. The truth revealed during that special period when the world was yet to be divided, society was permeated with a strong sense of pride and face-saving. The shadow of the Cold War loomed large, and as the leading power in the capitalist world, the country constantly showcased its superiority. From posters promoting national strength plastered on street corners to frequent broadcasts of propaganda, films highlighting technological advancements and military prowess, it all revealed a high level of confidence among the people and their sensitivity and rejection towards anything that might challenge their status. In this environment, the business sector was inevitably affected, with competition intensifying and local enterprises increasingly resistant to emerging foreign influences. Chunyu, a rising business star from a coastal city, carried modern ideas from 2025 and quietly made his mark on the commercial stage. His arcade project, featuring innovative entertainment methods and unique cultural elements, quickly attracted the attention of many young people. However, this also sparked strong dissatisfaction from local businessman Xiao Ti. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was as tense as the sky before a storm. Beneath the high dome, the crystal chandelier emitted a stark light, illuminating the entire courtroom like daylight. The wooden gallery was filled with curious onlookers, whispering among themselves. Chunyu, dressed in a crisp black suit, appeared calm and composed as he confidently stepped onto the plaintiff's stand. His gaze was sharp, methodically scanning the courtroom before finally resting on Xiao Te at the defendant's table. Xiao Te, who was overweight, looked like a trapped beast at that moment, his face contorted with anger and a hint of fear. His shirt collar was slightly open, and his tie was askew, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. Two burly bailiffs stood behind him like silent iron towers, vigilantly watching his every move. Now, the plaintiff may present evidence. The judge's authoritative voice resonated in the courtroom as the gavel lightly struck the sound block, producing a crisp sound that instantly silenced the previously noisy room. Chen Yu slightly nodded, signaling Jiang Wanyin, dressed in a sharp professional suit with a determined look. Jiang Wanyin swiftly pushed a metal cart filled with evidence to the front. She carefully placed a document on the projector, and the text was clearly projected onto the large white screen at the front of the courtroom. Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury, this is the receipt record from a certain courier service. Jiang Wanyin's clear voice echoed in the courtroom, indicating that Mr. Xiao had signed for the shipment 3 months ago. Mr. Zhao's lawyer, a tall, slender middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, immediately stood up, displaying a hint of urgency and displeasure. Objection, Your Honor. This receipt record is irrelevant to the case and cannot be considered valid evidence. His sharp voice sounded somewhat jarring in the courtroom. Chen Yu remained calm, slightly turned to the side, and activated the holographic projection of the customs seizure order. The red stamp glowed in the air, as if revealing an unknown secret. Your Honor, in conjunction with this customs seizure record, we can clearly see that this shipment consists of the infringing products claimed by the plaintiff. Mr. Xiao, aware of the infringement issues, still signed for and attempted to market the goods, which undoubtedly serves as strong evidence of fraudulent behavior. Chen Yu's voice was steady and powerful, each word resonating like a hammer on the hearts of the audience. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiao could no longer contain his anger, abruptly standing up. He slammed his hands on the defendant's table and shouted, "You people just know how to play these tricks. This is all a trap set by you." His eyes bulged with rage, bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body trembling slightly from anger. 2 court officers immediately stepped forward to restrain him, but he continued to struggle and shouted profanities. The jury members frowned, their expressions revealing dissatisfaction with Mr. Zhao's outburst. One blonde woman showed clear disdain, shaking her head slightly and whispering to another juror beside her. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew increasingly tense as everyone awaited the next development in this confrontation. Chen Yu straightened his posture, took a deep breath, and looked firmly at the judge and jury, his voice loud and clear. Due to Mr. Zhao's series of fraudulent actions, our side has suffered extremely serious losses, and we are seeking compensation of $1.2 billion. At this statement, the courtroom erupted in an uproar. The spectators in the gallery began to murmur among themselves, expressing their astonishment. Mr. Zhao's lawyer was visibly shaken by the amount, nearly stumbling as he instinctively reached for the defendant's table to steady himself. Mr. Xiao himself looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his previously flushed face turning pale. "This is utterly ridiculous." The lawyer of the defendant snapped back, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is completely unreasonable. My client is willing to compensate at most $1,200,000, which is already a very generous amount." As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead with a handkerchief. Chen Yu scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He skillfully pulled up the financial statements and projected them onto the screen, the data on the report clearly visible. "Your Honor, members of the jury, according to our investigation and calculations, the defendant's company has profited over $4 million from the infringing products. Under the relevant legal code, intentional infringement can be subject to triple the actual damages. Therefore, our claim for $12 million is not unreasonable but a legitimate request." Chen Yu's voice was firm and powerful, each word echoing in the courtroom. The defendant slumped in his seat, filled with despair and unwillingness. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something but was too weak to speak. The courtroom fell silent again, everyone waiting for the judge's final ruling. "Order." The judge's voice rang out again as he raised the gavel and brought it down heavily. "This court rules." Everyone in the courtroom held their breath, their eyes fixed on the judge. The defendant was ordered to pay $1,200,000 in damages for fraudulent actions. Upon hearing this verdict, Jiang Wanyin, who had been gripping her fists tightly, relaxed her hold slightly and looked at Chen Yu with a hint of confusion. However, Chun Yu's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, as if he had anticipated this ruling. In fact, the defendant's financial situation had long been precarious. He had suffered losses from investments in casinos and accrued massive debts, resorting to infringing on Chun Yu's arcade products to fill the gaps. This $1,200,000 compensation was undoubtedly a severe blow to him, nearly severing his financial chain. On the other hand, although Chun Yu did not receive the expected $12 million in compensation, he successfully exposed the defendant's illegal actions through the lawsuit, establishing a good reputation in the industry. After winning the case, Chun Yu was not overwhelmed by the victory. He keenly sensed that arcade culture was beginning to spread like wildfire. With more and more young people discussing arcades and expressing curiosity and longing for this novel form of entertainment, Chun Yu quickly took action, traversing major cities across the region in search of suitable venues. In Queens, he found an abandoned warehouse that caught his eye. The warehouse was spacious, conveniently located near several schools and residential areas. Standing in the center of the warehouse, Chun Yu envisioned a future filled with various arcade games, transforming it into a paradise for young people, his heart filled with anticipation. He decisively signed a lease agreement with the landlord and began to renovate the warehouse at a rapid pace. However, the road ahead was not without obstacles. News from the customs indicated that Chun Yu's 3 batches of arcade goods had been seized. Upon learning this, Jiang Wanyin was extremely anxious and hurried to report the situation to Chun Yu. "Chen Sheng, the customs has seized our 3 batches of goods. What should we do?" Wanyin's eyes were filled with worry, her brows tightly furrowed. However, Chun Yu remained calm. He gently patted Jiang Wanyin's shoulder and reassured her, "Wanyin, there's no need to worry too much. These goods are just a temporary loss. What is most important for us now is our reputation and attracting investment. The customs seizure might even become a promotional point for us, drawing more attention to our arcade games." Confidence sparkled in Chun Yu's eyes, as if he had already planned the next steps. Chun Yu quickly adjusted his strategy, redirecting all funds originally meant for transporting goods into advertising. He personally designed a series of eye-catching posters featuring the arcade games from Chinatown, with slogans that promised to make you forget your worries. During this tense period, many were unsettled by the threats around them, and Chun Yu cleverly seized this opportunity, linking the arcade games to stress relief and joy. Once the posters were displayed, they immediately attracted widespread attention, and many began to show a keen interest in Chun Yu's arcade games. In the luxurious conference room on the top floor of the Waldorf Hotel, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, Chun Yu sat spiritedly at one end of the conference table, facing a group of executives from major investment firms. These individuals were clad in expensive suits and exquisite ties, yet their eyes revealed a mix of arrogance and skepticism. Chun Yu smiled and pushed a glass of tequila towards the representative from a major investment firm, enthusiastically saying, "Try this, it's a specialty drink exchanged with points from our arcade games." The representative, a middle-aged man, frowned slightly, his gaze filled with doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he lifted the glass and took a small sip. "Mr. Chun, with all due respect," began a representative from another firm, setting down his coffee cup, his tone slightly haughty. "Do you really think these metal boxes can create any waves in the market? Can they compete with a brand that already holds a significant market share?" As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Chun Yu did not get angry at the skepticism. He calmly activated the holographic projector, and a scene of young people joyfully crowding around arcade machines appeared on the screen. Their eyes were filled with excitement and happiness, fully immersed in the world of arcade games. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are not just simple metal boxes. They represent a brand new culture." Chun Yu's voice was filled with passion. In this fast-paced era, young people need an entertainment outlet that allows them to relax and relieve stress. Our arcade games are not just gaming machines. They are a form of social interaction, a trend. Despite Chun Yu's compelling arguments, the executives still exchanged glances, their skepticism lingering in their eyes. Chun Yu's identity as a member of the Chinese community filled them with a sense of arrogance and prejudice, making it hard for them to believe that someone from the East could succeed in such a fiercely competitive business market. Faced with the cautious attitude of investors, Chun Yu did not lose heart. He understood that to truly gain the recognition of investors for the value of arcade games, they must experience the charm of these games firsthand. Thus, Chun Yu meticulously planned a special marketing event, inviting leaders from major investment firms to visit the newly opened arcade over the weekend. Inside the arcade, he paid careful attention to every detail. Colorful and vibrant posters showcasing various popular arcade games adorned the walls. The lighting design was also unique, with soft yet dynamic lights creating an atmosphere full of passion and energy. Standing at the entrance of the arcade, Chunyu welcomed the investment leaders attending the event. He shook hands warmly with each person, his face radiating confidence. Welcome to our arcade world. Today, you can fully experience our arcade and feel its unique charm. As the event commenced, Chunyu personally guided the investment leaders through the arcade, detailing the characteristics and gameplay of each machine. He emphasized the cultural elements embedded in the arcade games, narrating the design concepts and the stories behind them. Take a look at this game. It is set in a futuristic world filled with science fiction elements, where players take on the role of brave warriors saving the Earth. This adventurous spirit and imagination for the future are what young people aspire to. While speaking, Chunyu demonstrated the game's operations, and his skillful techniques and engaged demeanor caught the attention of the investors. To enhance their experience, he arranged for professional gamers to perform live demonstrations. These players expertly maneuvered the arcade joysticks and buttons, making the game characters on screen execute various impressive moves, eliciting gasps from the audience. The enthusiastic atmosphere inspired the investors, who began to try their hands at the arcade games. In a high school in Brooklyn, there was a student named Aiden Wilson. He was tall with short brown hair, and his eyes always sparkled with curiosity and energy. Recently, Aiden and his friends had frequently heard rumors about the arcade, which piqued their interest. Over the weekend, Aiden and a few friends decided to visit Chunyu's arcade. As soon as they stepped inside, they were captivated by the lively scene. The colorful lights, cheerful game music, and the mixture of cheers and laughter created a unique atmosphere. "Wow, this place is amazing," Aiden's friend Tom exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Aiden was equally astonished by the sights before him. He eagerly approached an arcade machine, inserted a coin, and began to play. At first, Aiden Wilson felt a bit unfamiliar, but as the game progressed, he gradually mastered the skills and became immersed in the gaming world. The space invaders on the screen were continuously eliminated by him, and his score kept rising, drawing cheers from his classmates around him. "Aiden Wilson, you're amazing," Tom shouted excitedly from the side. While maneuvering the joystick, Aiden smiled and said, "This game is so fun. I feel like a superhero defending the Earth." His face was filled with excitement and satisfaction, completely forgetting everything around him and fully engaging in the game. Other young people also joined in, and the atmosphere in the arcade grew even more vibrant. Everyone exchanged gaming tips and shared the joy that gaming brought, with laughter resonating throughout the arcade. As night fell, the arcade was brightly lit and bustling with activity. More and more young people heard the news and flocked into the arcade. The narrow aisles were packed with people, all waiting in line to try the arcade machines. The various sound effects from the machines blended with the shouts and laughter of the crowd, creating a lively symphony. Aiden and his friends had been playing in the arcade for several hours, but they were still enthusiastic and showed no signs of wanting to leave. Aiden stood in front of a popular arcade machine, skillfully manipulating the joystick and buttons, his eyes glued to the screen as if he were one with the game character. He was surrounded by an audience captivated by his impressive gameplay, often erupting in gasps and applause. Chunyu stood nearby, watching the lively scene. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, he turned to the representatives from the investment side, who were also taken aback by the spectacle before them. The arrogance and skepticism on their faces had vanished, replaced by surprise and contemplation. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the charm of our arcade," Chunyu said confidently, stepping forward to address the investors. "Look at these young people. Their love for arcade games is the best proof. Our arcade not only brings them joy, but also creates significant commercial value. Those who once doubted the potential of the arcade market can now reassess." The representatives exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. They had to admit that Chunyu's arcade indeed had a unique appeal, capable of attracting so many young people in such a short time, which was enough to demonstrate its commercial potential. Chapter 71, A Win-Win Business Tonight marked the grand opening of the starry electronic entertainment city, with dazzling lights illuminating the surrounding streets as if it were daytime. Luxury cars flowed in on either side of the red carpet at the entrance, where well-dressed celebrities and business elites mingled and chatted. Under the flash of cameras, vibrant figures left their mark, and this grand opening ceremony instantly captured the attention of top capital across the nation. Chunyu moved through the entertainment city in an orderly manner, welcoming guests from all sides. The grand opening celebration had concluded, and as the noise gradually subsided, Chen Yu walked alone into his office, gently closing the door to isolate himself from the outside commotion. He sat down at his large desk, gazing at the mountain of documents piled high, took a deep breath, and began to carefully tally the day's revenue. With the sound of the calculator keys clicking away, the final figure displayed on the screen made him widen his eyes slightly. $2 million in revenue. This figure far exceeded his expectations, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. He quickly flipped open the ledger to calculate profits and costs. To his surprise, the electricity expenses were so low. Thanks to the energy-saving technology he had brought from the future, the power consumption of the arcade equipment was kept to an extraordinarily low level. This meant he had a significant advantage on the cost side, with immense profit potential. Following this trend, after deducting other miscellaneous expenses, the profit margin appeared quite impressive. As Chen Yu calculated, he rapidly recorded notes in his notebook, and his vision for future business plans became increasingly clear. In the quiet office, leaning back in his chair, Chen Yu gazed through the window at the brightly lit streets of a major city, his thoughts drifting as he began to analyze the market prospects of the arcade industry. The economic powerhouse was indeed unmatched globally, with consumer spending power far exceeding that of other regions. Chen Yu murmured to himself, realizing that although arcades had not yet gained widespread popularity worldwide, his knowledge as a time traveler made him acutely aware of the entertainment frenzy they would ignite in the future. As long as operations were managed well, the expected returns would be substantial. However, Chen Yu quickly refocused and returned to reality. He understood that in the business realm, tax issues loomed like a sword of Damocles overhead. After meticulous calculations, he estimated that after deducting various taxes and fees, his actual income would be around $800,000. Tax matters required a professional legal team to study thoroughly, utilizing legal loopholes for reasonable tax avoidance to increase profits. In this era, the legal system was intricate and cumbersome, and one misstep could lead to a tax quagmire. He had to find ways to reduce costs and increase profits within legal boundaries. Meanwhile, in another luxurious office across the city, Matthew Carter sat on a leather sofa, his brow furrowed as smoke from his cigar curled upward. He was a well-known investment advisor on Wall Street, and his invitation to the grand opening of the Electronic Entertainment Center had left him greatly impressed by the bustling scene. At that moment, thoughts of investment and potential arcade procurement possibilities swirled in his mind. While the arcade industry seemed emerging, it actually contained immense profit opportunities. Matthew Carter murmured softly, his eyes scanning the promotional materials for the arcade laid out on the coffee table in front of him. He knew that seizing this opportunity would bring immeasurable wealth to himself and the investment group behind him. The next day, Matthew Carter arrived at the Electronic Entertainment Center to meet Chen Yu. Inside the office, the atmosphere was tense as the two sat across from each other. Detailed specifications of the arcade equipment laid out on the coffee table between them. Matthew Carter broke the silence first. Mr. Chen, regarding the procurement price of the arcade machines, I feel it is somewhat high, which will significantly compress our profit margins. Chen Yu remained calm and collected as he picked up a market research report and handed it to Matthew Carter, confidently stating, Mr. Carter, take a look at this set of data. Currently, the demand for arcade machines in the market is experiencing explosive growth. Our Starry Arcade, with its unique technological advantages, is attracting far more players than our competitors. Although the procurement price may seem high, in terms of long-term return on investment, it is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. As Chen Yu spoke, he pointed to the data charts in the report, analyzing them clearly. Consider this. An arcade machine can be used for an average of over 10 hours a day, with each player spending an average of $5. According to our marketing plan, conservatively estimating, each machine could bring you at least $500 in revenue per month. After deducting equipment depreciation and operating costs, the pure profit is quite substantial. Chen Yu continued, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Moreover, with the popularization of arcade culture, this number will continue to grow. Matthew Carter was carefully flipping through the report, mentally calculating the potential profits, and his furrowed brow began to relax. He had to admit that the data presented by Chen Yu was compelling, significantly boosting his confidence in investing in arcade machines. However, he still had some concerns and inquired, what about the ongoing maintenance and updates for the equipment? That can also be a significant expense. Chen Yu smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this question. Mr. Carter, we have a professional technical team that can provide long-term maintenance services, and the costs are manageable. Furthermore, Our arcade machines are designed with modularity in mind, making upgrades and updates very convenient. More importantly, I possess cutting-edge technology from 30 years ahead, allowing us to continuously release new models with superior performance, consistently attracting players and ensuring your investment maintains a high return rate. Speaking of technological advantages, pride filled Qinyu's eyes. He had crossed over from another time, with advanced knowledge of future technologies stored in his mind, giving him an unparalleled competitive edge in this era. Take our current arcade machines, for instance. Their computing speed, display quality, and game fluidity far exceed similar products on the market today. Qinyu stood up, walked to an arcade machine, and gently stroked its surface. I could even produce more advanced computers, but for now, I don't plan to venture into that field too early. The arcade market has immense potential. I want to establish a strong foothold here first and build my own business empire. Then, Qinyu shifted the topic. Mr. Carter, I have another grand vision, to establish an esports club and promote arcade culture to a higher level. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he imagined hosting a global championship, featuring W1 and W2 series games as the main events, attracting top players from around the world. This will not just be a gaming feast, but a tremendous business opportunity. As he spoke, he gestured in the air, painting the blueprint of his vision. Matthew Carter was deeply captivated by Qinyu's ideas. He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. For a long time, he turned around and looked firmly at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, your idea is very appealing. I need to discuss it with my team, but I personally have high hopes for this project. He extended his hand and shook hands tightly with Qinyu, hoping they could reach a cooperation. Qinyu firmly grasped Matthew Carter's hand, a bright smile on his face. I believe our collaboration will create business miracles. In this capitalist world, one must be adept at utilizing market rules. Just as capitalists from certain regions treat others, we must also take the initiative in business battles to gain maximum benefits. Chapter 72. Arcade Revolution. Qinyu's stood in front of the window of the newly purchased office building in Manhattan, New York, overlooking the bustling streets below. This city exudes an atmosphere of money and desire everywhere. In Qinyu's eyes, it is the perfect stage for him to showcase his talents and realize his business ambitions. He firmly believes that it won't be long before people willingly reach for their wallets to buy the products he launches. The current gaming market is still in a budding development phase, yet it is also filled with mixed quality. Most arcade products on the market have rough graphics and simplistic gameplay, failing to provide players with an ultimate gaming experience. However, Qinyu possesses a significant advantage that others cannot reach. His mind is filled with advanced technological knowledge from 2025, akin to holding a magical key that can unlock the doors to wealth. With this knowledge, he has repeatedly updated and upgraded his arcade machines, each improvement achieving a qualitative leap in performance, leaving competitors far behind. Take the exclusive game Mech Warrior 21 for example. Once launched, it created a sensation in the gaming community. The game features smooth and stunning combat visuals, a rich variety of uniquely designed characters, and tense and exciting gameplay that has captivated countless players. In contrast, the imitation arcade machines from certain regions tried to replicate Mech Warrior 21, but could only look up to it. The so-called similar games they released have choppy graphics and stiff character movements, making them worlds apart from the original and unable to compete. Qinyu understands that to establish a foothold in a fiercely competitive market, having a quality product is far from enough. A brilliant business strategy is also necessary. He and his partner, Huang Yi, meticulously planned and arranged for professional writers to create a novel based on Mech Warrior. This novel expands on the game's storyline, making it richer and more exciting. It is set to be serialized in the newly established publication Competitive Frontier, which targets a vibrant and consumer potential student demographic. Qinyu knows that students are curious about new things and easily influenced by trendy culture. Once the Mech Warrior novel spreads among students, it will undoubtedly further enhance the visibility and influence of the game Mech Warrior 21 and the arcade machines. Meanwhile, Qinyu took decisive action and established a branch office in a certain country. To create a good working environment for the branch, he invested heavily in purchasing an impressive office building. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated and full of modernity, with spacious and bright office areas and advanced, convenient office equipment, all of which showcase the company's strength and future development potential. In business operations, legal and tax issues are crucial. Chen Yu attached great importance to this and specifically assembled a team of elite lawyers. The lawyers in the team were all experienced and highly professional, studying the complex and intricate legal texts of the certain country day and night, closely monitoring tax loopholes. Chen Yu often quoted a famous saying, "There are only two inevitable things in the world, taxes and death." In his view, since taxes cannot be avoided, one must learn to respond cleverly, make good use of the rules, and minimize the company's tax expenditures, ensuring that every penny is spent wisely. One day, Lin Shi hurriedly walked into Chen Yu's office, bringing news about Jiang Wanyin. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyin's name, Chen Yu's previously calm expression instantly brightened, followed by a barely noticeable tension creeping onto his face. He leaned forward slightly and asked eagerly, "Lin Shi, how is it going with Wanyin? What is the progress of the negotiations?" Lin Shi smiled slightly at Chen Yu's eager demeanor and said, "Mr. Chen, we have good news from Miss Jiang. She has successfully reached a cooperation agreement with the other party and sold 10,000 arcade machines. The initial order revenue is quite considerable." Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. "Great. Wanyin has indeed lived up to expectations." Chen Yu paced back and forth in the office, beginning to analyze the future prospects of the arcade market in depth. He understood that as time passed, competition in the arcade market would inevitably become more intense. However, before esports became fully popularized, arcades still had a vast market space. He also thought about the recent revenue situation of his own gaming center. Although it had decreased, this was within expectations. After all, as arcades gradually gained popularity in New York, signs of market competition had begun to emerge. Nonetheless, Chen Yu did not feel anxious. On the contrary, he had already formulated a response strategy to maximize profits before the market competition fully erupted. After careful consideration, Chen Yu decided to let Jiang Wanyin stay in the certain country and take full responsibility for managing the business here. He had complete confidence in Jiang Wanyin's abilities and believed she could handle this important task. At a senior management meeting, Chen Yu solemnly said to Jiang Wanyin in front of everyone, "Wanyin, the market in the certain country is crucial for our company's development. I hope you can stay and help me manage the business here well. I believe that with your capabilities, you will surely run the branch office successfully." Jiang Wanyin's eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude. She straightened her back and said firmly, "Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I will do my utmost and live up to your trust." As the days go by, the revenue of the Xingyao Electronics Club continues to decline, causing considerable concern among employees. However, Chen Yu remains unusually calm, his focus not limited to the club's current income situation. In fact, as arcade games gradually gain popularity, the number of orders in Chen Yu's hands is sharply increasing. After careful calculation, he anticipates that these orders will bring the company as much as 200 million in revenue. Such substantial profits are enough to support the company's further expansion and to face the increasingly fierce market competition in the future. Chapter 73. From 5 million to 200 million. Chen Yu stood by the window of the Xingyao Electronics headquarters in New York, his gaze crossing the glass towards the Statue of Liberty. The morning light spilled onto the glass like scattered gold, reflecting the golden logo of his suit's lapel, emitting a cold brilliance. It was the 187th day since he arrived in the region, and the numbers on his mobile banking app had skyrocketed from 5 million to 200 million, like a wild horse breaking free. He gently rubbed the badge, the cold metal reminding him of the hardships and honors of his journey. "Mr. Chen, this is the latest tax report just sent by the relevant authorities." Jiang Wanyin hurried into the office, holding a tablet. The remnants of the cold wind and snow from Wall Street were still in her hair, and she radiated a sense of competence and urgency. Chen Yu took the tablet and quickly skimmed through the contents. When he saw the line about a 30 million capital gains tax payment, his fingers paused slightly. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the spacious office, startling a few pigeons resting outside the window. "Tell them I want to see the best tax lawyer in the region." Chen Yu casually tossed the tablet onto the desk and turned to look out the window. At that moment, the Statue of Liberty was bathed in golden sunlight, as if witnessing his resolve. "In this region, rules are made for the poor, and we shall be the masters of the rules." Lucas Gray's law office is located on the 66th floor of the Chrysler Building in Midtown Manhattan. The decor is luxurious and elegant, with several valuable abstract paintings on the walls, showcasing the owner's taste and status. Lucas Gray sat in a genuine leather executive chair, gently stirring his coffee with a silver spoon, producing a subtle sound. Mr. Chun, you should be aware that the corporate tax can reach as high as 35 here. Lucas Gray adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a textbook smile. Chen Yu, sitting on the opposite sofa, focused intently on the Patek Philippe watch on Lucas Gray's wrist. The exquisite dial reflected a captivating light in the sunlight. So, I need you to use your expertise to turn that number into 0. Lucas Gray stood up, walked to the other side of the room, and turned on the projector. Tax incentive policies for the region appeared on the big screen. Currently, there are 2 feasible methods. Lucas Gray pointed at the screen with a laser pointer and said, first, move the production line to a certain country and hire local workers. Just like in Victor Zhang's region, the corporate tax rate here is only 5.75. Second, set up the assembly line in a specific territory. Lucas brought up a map of the Caribbean and continued, take advantage of the local territorial tax exemptions. However, this will increase transportation costs by 12. After listening, Chen Yu fell into deep thought. He stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the busy street below. The incessant flow of vehicles seemed to symbolize the vitality and competition of the economy in that country. Lucas Gray, do you know why I made 200 million in just 3 months? Chen Yu suddenly asked. Because your arcade technology is 20 years ahead, Lucas answered without hesitation. No. Chen Yu shook his head, and as he turned, the hem of his suit brushed against a figurine of mechanical war god on the table. It's because I understand that country better than its people do. Inside the office of the governor of Victor Zhang's region, the air conditioning was set low, and the atmosphere was tense. Chen Yu, dressed in a custom Armani suit, sat on the sofa, engaged in the 17th round of negotiations with the governor's assistant. Mr. Chun, we can only offer you a 3-year tax exemption at most. The assistant pushed over an agreement, still wet with ink. This is the biggest concession we can make. Chen Yu picked up the agreement, quickly skimmed it, and then suddenly tore it in half. I want a 5-year tax exemption. And you need to ensure that the factory does not join a union. The assistant's expression changed instantly. He did not expect Chen Yu to be so firm. Mr. Chun, this puts us in a difficult position. Chen Yu pulled out a photo from his crocodile leather wallet and placed it on the table. In the photo, a factory was engulfed in smoke and flames, with the slogan Chinese, "Get out," clearly visible. Look at this. What kind of losses did last year's strike at the Atlanta factory cause? Chen Yu's gaze was sharp as a knife. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. The assistant's face grew even paler as he realized Chen Yu was threatening them. If they did not agree to Chen Yu's terms, similar incidents could happen again, seriously impacting the economy and reputation of Victor Zhang's region. 3 months later, the groundbreaking ceremony for Xingyao Electronics Factory in Victor Zhang's region was held in a lively atmosphere. Chen Yu's veins bulged as he gripped the golden shovel, clearly not as calm internally as he appeared. When the camera focused on him, he immediately flashed his signature smile. Today, we have created 1,000 jobs here. Below the stage, workers held signs welcoming business people, their faces beaming with joy. Jiang Wanyin stood in the crowd, watching this scene, suddenly recalling Chen Yu's bold words at the electronics exhibition in the harbor city. To make money, you must first make them dependent on you. When an investigator from the tax authority burst into Chen Yu's office, he was fine-tuning the latest W3 chip. Chen Yu continued working without looking up, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Mr. Chun, we suspect you of engaging in transfer pricing, the investigator said, his tone filled with skepticism and hostility. Chen Yu slammed the audit report on the table, saying, Look clearly, my factory employs 200 local workers and pays 6 million in taxes each year. He pulled out a letter of thanks from the governor of a certain region, who personally awarded him the Entrepreneur of the Year. The investigator picked up the audit report and examined it closely. His expression gradually soured as he realized that Chen Yu's company indeed met all regulations without any issues. Jiang Wanyin timely handed him a cup of coffee, asking, Do you need me to contact the governor's office? The investigator took a sip of coffee, then stood up, saying, No need, our investigation is over. With that, he left the office with his subordinates. The global finals of Mechanical War God were packed, with players and spectators from around the world gathering to witness this thrilling moment. Chen Yu sat in the VIP box, watching the competitors from 2 nations on the big screen, feeling a surge of emotions. Do you see? This is cultural export, Chen Yu said to Jiang Wanyin. Our game is influencing young people globally. Jiang Wanyin looked at the flags waving in the audience and suddenly understood Chen Yu's ambition. You want Mechanical War God to become the new universal language? Chen Yu smiled without replying. his gaze turning to the award stage. When the champion lifted the trophy, the venue erupted in cheers like a tsunami. He knew that a business empire belonging to the Chinese was rising at that moment. Chen Yu stood on the tarmac of an airport, and Jiang Wanyin handed him the latest financial report. Chen Sheng, the total order amount has surpassed 10 billion. Chen Yu took the report, quickly glanced through it, and then tossed it into the trash can. He looked at the logo of a certain electronics company on the private jet and suddenly recalled the scene from 3 years ago when he was chased for debts by gangsters in a certain location. Notify the board. I'm going back to the harbor city, Chen Yu said. Let them earn their own money. Jiang Wanyin was a bit surprised. What about the global finals? It's up to you. Chen Yu smiled back as he boarded the plane. Remember, in that region, never let them know how strong you are. As the plane slowly took off, Chen Yu looked through the window at the New York skyline, gradually fading away, filled with emotion. Chapter 74. Return to Harbor City. Outside the glass curtain wall of Kai Tak Airport in Harbor City, fine rain fell like silk. Chen Yu, wearing sunglasses, walked out of the VIP passage, the custom seal on his suitcase still bearing a certain region's red stamp. He took a deep breath of the salty, moist air and suddenly removed his sunglasses. The electronic screen in the airport hall was playing a trailer for The Legend of the Fist. The shadow of Li Xiaolong's nunchucks reflected colorful halos on the glass, contrasting with the gold logo on his suit's lapel. Chen Sheng, the car is outside. A voice called from behind him. As the black Rolls-Royce drove into Tsim Sha Tsui, Chen Yu rolled down the car window. Nathan Road, under the neon lights, was still crowded, and the cries of the newspaper vendors mixed with the aroma of egg tarts filled the air. Extra! Extra! The richest Chinese tycoon lands in Harbor City. Chen Yu rolled down the car window with a slight smile and handed a $100 bill to the newspaper boy outside. Give me 10 copies. In the screening room of the Golden Princess Cinema, Chen Yu sat in the last row, watching the scene in The Way of the Dragon where Li Xiaolong performs a flying kick on the sick man of East Asia. When the words box office 2.3 million appeared on the screen, he suddenly stood up, the hem of his suit brushing against the popcorn bucket. Young Master Chen, what do you think of this film? The manager asked cautiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's too conservative, Chen Yu replied, pulling out a checkbook from his crocodile skin wallet. The pen made a scratching sound on the check. I want to acquire 20 of your shares. He placed the check on the armrest of his seat. The amount followed by 6 zeros. The condition is that all future films must include product placements for Xingyao Electronics. In the VIP room of the casino, He Hongshin slid over a glass of Martell. Mr. Chun, you make dollars over there. What do you want to do back in the city? Chen Yu placed his chips on the red area. I want to build the largest entertainment complex in the area. He watched the roulette spin, including cinemas, game halls, and nightclubs. He Hongshin suddenly laughed. Young man, do you know how many films Zhao Studio produces in a year? 365 films. Chen Yu stared into his eyes. But I want all the young people in Asia to go crazy for Xingyao's games. He pulled up player data for Mecha War God on his phone. Look at this. Over 5 million daily active users worldwide. On the set of a movie, Chen Yu kicked over a prop dummy. Cheng Long, is this what you call kung fu? He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong forearms. Watch closely, real kung fu is like this. Cheng Long rubbed his shoulder, which was hurt from the kick. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Mr. Chun, that spinning kick you just did, this is called Jeet Kune Do. Chen Yu shook his wrist. Remember, what the audience wants to see is not flashy moves, but real combat. As he turned, the golden logo on his suit collar glinted mischievously. Starting tomorrow, all action scenes must use the wire system I designed. At the beauty pageant in the city, Shi Yisin walked onto the stage wearing a backless evening gown designed by Chen Yu. Under the spotlight, the Xingyao Electronics logo on her chest stood out prominently, the silk fabric flowing with an enticing sheen as she moved. Mr. Chun, isn't this a bit too revealing? The director asked, wiping cold sweat. The walkie-talkie in his palm was deformed from his grip. Chen Yu lit a cigar. Remember, in an age of entertainment, eyeballs are money. He pulled up real-time viewership ratings. Right now, 30 million people across Asia are watching the live broadcast. When Shi Yisin won the crown, he pressed the remote, and the theme song of Mecha War God suddenly echoed throughout the venue. In a tea house in the city, real estate developer Li Zhaoji put down his newspaper. Mr. Chen wants to buy that piece of land in mid-levels. He pointed to the front page news. The feng shui there is bad. 3 people died last year. Chen Yu slammed the land deed on the table. What I want is not feng shui, but the future. He opened the satellite map and said that in 5 years, The tallest office building in the port city would be built here. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know why this location was chosen?" "Because I have the subway planning map." In the conference room of the Zhao Film City, Lu Yifei pushed the contract forward. "Mr. Chun, we can grant Xingyao Games exclusive placement rights." Her nails were painted a bright red, but she required a 51 stake. Chun Yu suddenly laughed, his laughter echoing in the empty room. "Miss Lu, do you know how Disney treats its partners?" He pulled up the financial report. "They will leave you with nothing." He suddenly stood up, sweeping documents off the table with his suit. "What I want is absolute control." At the construction site in Causeway Bay, Chun Yu stood in front of a bulldozer, watching the protesting residents. Jiang Wanyin handed over the latest public opinion survey. "Mr. Chun, the support rate has dropped to 32. Chun Yu suddenly raised a megaphone. "I promise, we will build the largest free children's park in the entire port city." He pressed a remote control, and a swarm of drones arranged themselves to spell out Xingyao. "Now, let us see who the real winner is." As the first bulldozer started, his leather shoes crushed the protest flyers on the ground. At the Golden Statue Awards ceremony, Chun Yu looked at the screen displaying the 7.6 million box office of Snake Hands, a smile creeping onto his face. Chung Long, holding the Best Newcomer award, suddenly said to the camera, "Thank you, Mr. Chun, for showing me that Kung Fu can also be hilarious." The audience erupted in applause, and Chun Yu's gaze swept over Zhao Chongqing's pale face. He knew that the entertainment empire belonging to the Chinese was rising at this moment. Chun Yu stood on the top floor of the Xingyao Center, looking out at Victoria Harbor. Bai Ruochu handed over the latest financial report. "Young Master Chen, total assets have surpassed 10 billion. He looked at the reflection of himself in the glass, noticing the gold logo on his suit collar. "Notify the board, I want to enter Hollywood." He tossed the report into the shredder. Let the port city make its own money. Chapter 75. The shift in the Huang family strategy under Chun Yu's leadership. The Chun family was experiencing rapid development. Chun Yu's father, Chun Hao, had a weak background and, in the complex business landscape of the port city, was like a small boat. Even though the Chun family's wealth had exploded in a short time, in the eyes of the old elites of the port city, it was still not substantial enough, and they were even ridiculed as claiming to be the richest in the port city. After all, in this place with a strict wealth pyramid, the relativity of wealth was very evident. Those old families had deep roots, and their wealth accumulation spanned generations, which was not something a family like the Chens could easily compare to in such a short time. In the port city, the Huang family was an undeniable presence. As an old wealthy family, the Huang's history was long-standing. In earlier years, they monopolized the opium trade, accumulating initial wealth through this lucrative industry during a special era. Subsequently, they keenly ventured into real estate, continuously expanding the family's business territory. The legendary figure of the Huang family, Huang Ziyuan, has navigated the business world with exceptional courage and acumen. His success has not only elevated the family wealth to new heights, but has also sparked considerable controversy. After all, the opium trade is heavily criticized on moral grounds, highlighting the complex and conflicting relationship between wealth sources and social ethics in this region. As time goes by, the Huang family's wealth continues to grow alongside the rising real estate market. However, behind this apparent prosperity, the family has also faced numerous challenges. In the luxurious residence of the Huang family, Huang Mingzhi and Chen Xiumei are seated in a spacious living room, discussing the current fluctuations in the local business landscape. That Chen Yu has been making waves lately. His rise has caught everyone off guard, Huang Mingzhi said, frowning with concern. Chen Xiumei took a gentle sip of tea and replied, "Indeed, this kid is quite capable. In just a year and a half, he has stirred up quite a storm in the business world." Huang Mingzhi stood up and moved to the window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, and continued his analysis. "Just look at his impact on the beverage industry. He has captured a significant market share in a short time, pushing down the market share of our family's beverage brand." Chen Xiumei nodded slightly. "I've heard about it too. The drinks he launched have unique flavors and distinctive packaging, which are very popular among young people. Moreover, I've heard he has a peculiar approach to marketing that differs greatly from our traditional methods." Huang Mingzhi turned around, his face serious. "It's not just the beverage industry. His involvement in the electronics sector is even more impressive. Those compact and stylish electronic products have become a hit among young people, generating enormous revenue for him. If this continues, our family's business is likely to face significant challenges." Chen Xiumei put down her teacup and, after a moment of thought, said, "However, the Huang family is not to be underestimated. We've weathered many storms in this region. How could we be easily defeated by a sudden newcomer? Huang Mingzhi returned to the sofa, his gaze resolute. You're right. We need to take action. But Chun Yu has a unique style and ruthless tactics, so we must plan carefully to deal with him. When discussing strategies, Chun Xiaomei recalled her investment approach. She has always held a conservative view regarding Huang Mingzhi's expansion tactics. Previously, Huang Mingzhi advocated for large-scale expansion into unfamiliar areas, while Chun Xiaomei believed in steady progress through investment for sustainable wealth growth. They have had many debates over this. You see, I previously suggested investing in emerging tech companies, and it seems that the returns are quite good, Chun Xiaomei said with a hint of pride. We can't always rely on traditional industries. We need to keep pace with the times. Just like Chun Yu, although he has risen suddenly, the new ideas and methods he brings are indeed worth our attention and learning. Huang Mingzhi nodded slightly, acknowledging Chun Xiaomei's words. You're right. You do have a unique insight when it comes to investments. However, we cannot simply imitate Chun Yu. We must have our own characteristics and advantages. Chun Xiaomei continued. I have also made some gains in the foreign exchange market recently. I have formed my own financial advisory team, and their analysis and judgments of the market are very accurate. Through reasonable operations, we have made quite a bit of money in the foreign exchange market. Huang Mingzhi's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect you to carve out a niche in the foreign exchange market. It seems that the women of the Huang family should not be underestimated. As the two were talking, the topic returned to the Qin family. Huang Mingzhi's expression became serious again. The rise of the Qin family poses a significant threat to our family's business. If they continue to grow at this pace, we in the Huang family may face survival pressure. Chun Xiaomei also realized the seriousness of the problem. We must come up with countermeasures quickly. We cannot just sit back and wait. How about we start with Chun Yu's business partners and see if we can find a breakthrough? Huang Mingzhi pondered for a moment and said, that is indeed a plan. However, Chun Yu has managed to establish his business empire in such a short time, so his partners must not be simple characters. We need to proceed with caution and not alert them. Meanwhile, on the Chun family's side, Chun Yu was also closely monitoring the Huang family's every move. He knew well that the Huang family, as an established family, had deep roots and extensive connections in the city. Completely surpassing them would not be easy. Dad, the Huang family is definitely thinking of ways to deal with us. We need to prepare in advance, Chun Yu said to his father, Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. I am worried about this too. Although we are developing rapidly, we still lack connections and resources compared to the Huang family. Chun Yu smiled confidently. Connections and resources can be accumulated over time. Our advantage lies in new ideas and new technologies. We need to continue to increase our investment in research and development and launch more competitive products. Chen Hao looked at his son with pride in his eyes. You are right. We cannot let the Huang family lead us by the nose. However, in business competition, we must be careful and cautious, not giving them any opportunities. Chen Yu nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I already have some strategies to deal with this. Next, we need to further expand our market share and let the Huang family know that the Chun family is not so easy to mess with. Soon after, Chen Yu made new moves in the beverage industry. He launched a brand new functional drink aimed at sports enthusiasts and office workers. This drink not only tasted good, but also claimed to refresh the mind and replenish energy. To promote this drink, Chen Yu once again utilized modern marketing techniques. He invited one of the hottest stars in the city at the time as the spokesperson and filmed a series of exciting advertisements. Once the advertisements aired, they caused a sensation. Everywhere on the streets, one could see posters and promotional slogans for this drink. Meanwhile, the Huang family was also secretly investigating Chun Yu's business partners. They discovered that Chun Yu had close collaborations with some emerging tech companies, which provided him with advanced technical support. Huang Mingzhi saw this as a breakthrough and planned to start with these technology companies to see if he could cut off Chun Yu's technological sources. As long as we can make these tech companies stop cooperating with Chun Yu, his electronics business will definitely suffer a heavy blow, he said to Chun Xiaomei. However, Chun Xiaomei expressed her concerns. These tech companies chose to work with Chun Yu because they recognized his business potential. If we intervene rashly, won't that provoke their resentment? Moreover, we don't know the terms of Chun Yu's cooperation with them. If we handle it poorly, we might end up in a passive position. Huang Mingzhi frowned. You have a point, but we can't just sit back and watch Chun Yu continue to grow. How about this? Let's send someone to reach out to these tech companies, feel them out, and see if there is any possibility for cooperation. If that doesn't work, we can think of other solutions. In the following days, The Huang family began to frequently contact those tech companies. However, they found that these companies were very loyal to Chun Yu and were unwilling to give up their partnership with him. It turned out that when Chun Yu cooperated with these companies, he not only offered generous profit sharing, but also promised to grow together with them, providing them with ample development space. Additionally, Chun Yu often communicated with the leaders of these companies, sharing his views on future technological developments, which earned him their admiration. After learning this news, Huang Mingzhi sighed helplessly, realizing that it wouldn't be easy to target his business partners. Chun Xuemei comforted him. It's okay, let's think of other ways. Business competition is a long-term battle. We can't rush for results. Meanwhile, Chun Yu learned about the Huang family's actions through his contacts in the business world. He sneered inwardly. Huang family, do you think you can deal with me this way? Too naive. Chun Yu decided to take the initiative and give the Huang family a warning in the real estate sector, where they excelled. After some investigation, he discovered that a piece of land in a prime location in the port city was about to be auctioned. This land had a superior geographical position, and if successfully developed, it would surely bring enormous profits. Chun Yu was determined to acquire it and planned to create a comprehensive project that combined commercial and residential spaces to elevate the Chun family's status in the real estate industry. On the day of the auction, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The Huang family also learned about the land and was equally interested in it. When the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, Chun Yu and the Huang family's representative quickly engaged in fierce bidding. The price soared and soon exceeded expectations. 100 million. The Huang family's representative called out a high price. Chun Yu remained unfazed and confidently said, 120 million. The Huang family's representative's expression changed slightly. They hadn't expected Chun Yu to be so resolute. However, this land was also very important to the Huang family, and they couldn't easily give up. 130 million. The Huang family's representative gritted their teeth and raised the bid again. Chun Yu glanced at the representative from the Huang family, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. 150 million. The moment this price was announced, the whole room erupted in shock. No one expected Chun Yu to bid so high. The Huang family's representative hesitated, weighing the value of the land against the risks of continuing to bid. Ultimately, they decided to withdraw from the bidding. Chun Yu successfully acquired the land, a victorious smile spreading across his face. After securing the land, Chun Yu quickly assembled his own real estate development team. He invited top architectural designers from both domestic and international backgrounds to create a forward-thinking plan for the project. Throughout the construction process, Chun Yu meticulously controlled the quality and progress, ensuring everything proceeded according to plan. As the project advanced, Chun Yu's reputation in the real estate industry of the port city grew louder. People began to see this young entrepreneur in a new light, and the Chun family's status in the business world further elevated. Meanwhile, the Huang family fell into contemplation after their failed land auction. They realized that Chun Yu was no longer an opponent they could easily overlook. Huang Mingzhi knew they had to reevaluate their strategy and find new breakthroughs. Otherwise, they would gradually find themselves at a disadvantage in the competition with the Chun family. In the days that followed, the competition between Chun Yu and the Huang family intensified. They contended fiercely in various fields, neither side yielding. Chapter 76. A conspiracy under the neon lights. The sea breeze of Victoria Harbor carried a salty tang as it rushed toward Chun Yu. Standing at the central pier, he gazed at the flickering neon lights across the water, a confident smile curling his lips. Young Master Chun, the car is ready, said a Hao, Chun Yu's trusted subordinate, respectfully handing over a suit jacket. Chun Yu took the jacket, his eyes scanning the cargo ships docked at the pier, already formulating a plan. Let us go to Sham Shui Pa. I want to check on our arcade. The black sedan drove into Sham Shui Pa, with neon signs flashing words like video games and billiards lining the streets. Chun Yu rolled down the car window, listening to the newsboy shouting, "Extra! Extra! Huang Group acquires Kowloon Warehouse Pier." Huang Mingzhi was expanding again. A Hao frowned. The Huang family has been very active lately. It seems they are targeting us. Chun Yu smiled lightly, his gaze falling on the bustling crowd outside. The marketplace is like a battlefield. The Huang family's actions are to be expected. However, he paused. Our arcade business is the key. Arriving in front of Xingyao Arcade, Chun Yu pushed the door open. Instantly, the roar of arcade machines and the cheers of players hit him. He looked around at the full house, secretly calculating his next steps. Young Master Chun, you're here? Manager A. Chong quickly approached him. Today's revenue has set a new record, exceeding 30,000. Chun Yu nodded, his eyes sweeping over an old arcade machine in the corner. Notify the tech department to develop a new game as soon as possible. Remember, it should incorporate martial arts elements, just like Li Xiaolong's movies. A Chang's eyes lit up. Young Master Chun. You mean? Yes, a game themed around Jeet Kune Do? Chinyu said confidently. I want all the young people in the port city to go crazy for it. Meanwhile, in the villa on the hillside, Huang Mingzhi was standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brightly lit harbor. He held a financial report in his hand, his brow furrowed. Sir, the Chen family's arcade business is growing larger. If this continues, the butler, old Lin, cautiously said. Huang Mingzhi abruptly turned around, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I know very well. That Chen Yu is just a nouveau riche. How dare he challenge our family? But sir, the Chun family has the support of the local business association and gang forces. Shut up, Huang Mingzhi shouted angrily. Our family has been fighting in this port city for decades. Are we afraid of a young upstart? Just then, the study door was gently pushed open. Huang Mingzhi's wife, Chun Xuemei, walked in slowly, holding a cup of fragrant tea. Mingzhi, calm down, Chun Xuemei said softly. The Chun family's influence should not be underestimated, especially their impact within the business association. Huang Mingzhi snorted coldly. I want to see just how long they can be arrogant. Old Lin, notify everyone to fully acquire the arcade equipment on the market. I want to leave the Chin family with nothing to sell. Old Lin hesitated for a moment. Sir, wouldn't this be too obvious? What are you afraid of? Huang Mingzhi said fiercely. The business world is like a battlefield. Only the strong can survive. Chun Xuemei sighed lightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She knew that her husband's decision could likely lead to a direct conflict between their family and the Chen family, which might not be a good thing for them. Chen Yu stood at the top of a high-rise building, overlooking the bustling area below. Ahao handed him the latest market report, his expression serious. Young master, the Huang family is acquiring arcade equipment on a large scale. They have already controlled 60 of the market supply. Chen Yu smiled faintly, unfazed. This was expected. Ahao, notify the factory to activate the backup plan. Yes. Ahao turned to leave, but was called back by Chen Yu. Wait, contact Mr. He Hongyan. I want to discuss something with him. In Macau, in the VIP room of a casino, He Hongyan held a glass of brandy, watching Chen Yu with interest. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Chen Yu pushed a proposal across the table to He Hongyan. Mr. He, I want to build the largest entertainment complex in the area, including a cinema, arcade, and nightclub. I hope you can invest. He Hongyan took the proposal and skimmed through it, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Young Master Chen, your ambition is quite impressive. However, the Huang family has been quite active lately. Chen Yu smiled confidently. Exactly why I need your support, Mr. He. Once the entertainment complex is established, the Huang family's good days will be over. He Hongyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. All right, I'll take this gamble with you. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Very simple, Mr. He. I just need you to help me secure supply channels in Southeast Asia. Chen Yu said. The Huang family wants to monopolize the arcade equipment in the area, but they don't realize that there is a larger market in Southeast Asia. He Hongyan nodded. No problem, I will arrange for someone to handle it. In the meeting room of the local business association, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Huang Mingzhi sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the directors present. Ladies and gentlemen, the arcade business of the Chun family has severely impacted the interests of our Chaozhou Shantao Chamber of Commerce. I propose that we unite to boycott the products of the Chun family. As soon as the words were spoken, the meeting room was filled with discussions. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair stood up. President Huang, the Chun family's arcade business is indeed developing rapidly, but they have the support of certain influential groups behind them. If we hastily boycott them, it may lead to unnecessary conflicts. Huang Mingzhi's expression darkened. Director Li, you are boosting others' confidence while undermining your own. Is my Huang family in the Chaozhou Shantao Chamber of Commerce afraid of a mere Qin family? Just then, the meeting room door was pushed open, and Chen Yu walked in slowly. President Huang, why get angry? Everyone here is a businessman. Harmony brings wealth, Chen Yu said with a smile. Huang Mingzhi's face turned pale. Chen Yu, what are you doing here? Chen Yu looked around, his gaze landing on the directors. I'm here to discuss a business deal with everyone. What deal? Huang Mingzhi asked coldly. Chen Yu took out a contract. I am willing to transfer 20 of the shares of Xingyao Entertainment to the Chaozhou Shantao Chamber of Commerce, on the condition that the chamber stops supporting the Huang family. The room erupted in an uproar. Huang Mingzhi never expected Chun Yu would use such a direct approach to undermine his alliance. Young Chun, you are playing with fire. Huang Mingzhi shouted angrily. Chun Yu smiled faintly. President Huang, rather than both sides suffering, it's better to cooperate for mutual benefit. I believe everyone here is smart enough to make the right choice. With that, Chun Yu turned and left, leaving Huang Mingzhi fuming in the meeting room. In a tea restaurant in Causeway Bay, Chun Yu was sitting across from the gang leader, Brother Bao, having tea. Young Chun, I heard you've been having a rough time with the Huang family lately? Brother Bao said with a smile. Chun Yu nodded. The Huang family wants to monopolize the market, and I can't just sit back and watch. Brother Bao, I hope the gang can support me. Brother Bao pondered for a moment. Young Chun, the gang can support you, but we also need to benefit. Chun Yu was prepared and took out a check. This is 1 million. As a token of appreciation for the brothers. Additionally, once the entertainment complex is built, I will give the gang 10 of the shares. Brother Bao's eyes lit up. Young Chun is indeed straightforward. No problem. I guarantee the Huang family won't dare to touch you. Just then, a commotion was heard outside. Several of the Huang family's subordinates rushed in, led by Huang Mingzhi's son, Huang Ziyuan. Chun Yu, you dare to collude with the gang. Huang Ziyuan shouted angrily. Chun Yu smiled lightly. Young Huang, I'm just doing business. If you're unhappy, feel free to come find me. Huang Ziyuan trembled with anger, but, fearing Brother Bao's influence, ultimately did not dare to act. He glared at Chun Yu and left with his subordinates. At the Causeway Bay construction site, colorful flags were flying, and drums were beating. Chun Yu stood on the platform for the groundbreaking ceremony, full of vigor. Dear guests, today is a joyous day for the groundbreaking of Xingyao Entertainment. I promise that this will become the largest entertainment complex in Asia, including cinemas, game halls, nightclubs, and a children's paradise. The audience erupted in applause. Huang Mingzhi stood among the crowd, his face dark with anger. He knew that Chun Yu's move had completely disrupted his plans. Just then, a black sedan slowly approached. The door opened, and He Hongyan stepped out slowly. Congratulations, Chen Xiao. He Hongyan said with a smile. I brought our partners from Southeast Asia here to support you. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. Thank you, Mr. He. Chapter 77. Conspiracy in the heavy rain. Time passed quietly, and the lively groundbreaking ceremony seemed just like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, heavy rain poured down, and the metal roof of the Chun textile factory was thundering from the impact. Chun Hao clenched the yellowed financial report, his knuckles turning white as he swallowed hard. The neon lights outside twisted into a bloody hue in the rain, deepening the dark circles under his eyes. Dad, Zhou Ming's people are causing trouble at the dock. Chun Yu rushed into the office, shaking the wet hair from his face, leaving 2 water trails on the floor with his crocodile leather shoes. He unbuttoned his shirt, soaked through by the rain. Chun Hao suddenly looked up, his reading glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Is it another cargo inspection? This time it's worse. Chun Yu pulled off his tie and took out a crumpled declaration form from his suit pocket. They say our fabric exceeds the formaldehyde limit, and the entire shipment has been detained. The office fell into silence, with only the hollow ticking of the old clock in the corner breaking the stillness. Chun Hao suddenly grabbed the ashtray and smashed it against the wall, sparks flying onto the plaque that read integrity first, leaving several charred spots. Zhou Ming, that bastard. The old man's veins bulged on his forehead. Last year, he took 200,000 from us as protection money. And now he is helping the Huang family kick us while we're down. Chun Yu leaned against the windowsill and lit a Marlboro. The pale blue smoke swirling around his handsome face. The Huang family has invested heavily this time. I heard they brought Shangyang out. Shangyang. Chun Hao's pupils constricted. That guy who specializes in commercial bribery? Chun Yu nodded, rubbing his scar. Zhou Ming wants us to fulfill our promise now. Otherwise, he flicked the ash off his cigarette. Otherwise, he hand last year's accounts over to Shangyang. That's nonsense. Chun Hao slammed the table, causing a teacup to fall and shatter on the ground. When did I ever agree to give him 20 of the shares? 3 years ago at the Tsim Sha Sui dock incident. Chun Yu's voice was as cold as ice. Zhou Ming helped us deal with Dongxing's harassment. You said you would give him a stake. That's useless. Chun Yu interrupted him. The Huang family has already made it clear in the business association that anyone who helps the Chun family is against the entire consortium. Thunder rumbled outside, and Chun Hao's face flickered in the lightning. What do we do now? Our goods are due in 3 days. Breaching the contract will cost 3 million. Chun Yu extinguished his cigarette, a dangerous smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Who said we have to pay? The next morning, in the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel in Causeway Bay, Zhou Ming was combing his slicked-back hair in front of the mirror. Shan Yang leaned by the window with a glass of whiskey, his gaze cold and snake-like behind gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Zhou, have there been any updates from Qinhao?" Shan Yang's Chinese had a strong Portuguese accent. Zhou Ming fastened his gold cufflinks, and as he turned, the crocodile leather belt glinted coldly in the morning light. "Don't worry, that old Qin won't hold out for long. What I want is results." Shan Yang put down his wine glass. "The Huang family has already agreed. After it's done, you'll get a villa on the hillside." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted him. Zhou Ming opened the door to find his subordinate, a Biao, and impatiently asked, "What's the matter?" A Biao whispered a few words, and Zhou Ming's expression changed dramatically. "What did you say?" "All the goods from the Qin family have been transferred to the Cheeto Wharf?" Shan Yang frowned. "What is going on?" "That kid Qin Yu somehow got a batch of new equipment and moved the goods overnight." Zhou Ming punched the wall. "Now the entire wharf is filled with workers from the Qin family. We can't get in at all." Shan Yang sneered. "It's just a dying struggle." "Mr. Zhou, I remind you that the Huang family wants the Chun textile factory, not corpses." Zhou Ming stared at him and suddenly laughed. "Mr. Shang, do you think I let a Biao follow Qin Yu for no reason?" In the workshop of the Chun textile factory, amidst the roar of machines, Qin Yu was having a heated argument with the technical supervisor, a Ken. "This way of modifying the circuit will shorten the construction period by a third. But the quality, what I want is speed." Qin Yu tore open his shirt collar, revealing a gruesome scar. "The delivery must be made in 3 days, or we'll be waiting for bankruptcy." Akin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "I'll give it a try." Qin Yu patted him on the shoulder and turned toward the office. As he passed by the warehouse, he caught sight of several workers sneaking around with cardboard boxes, and his expression suddenly sharpened. "What are you doing?" The workers hurriedly turned around, and the leader, a Chong, stammered, "Si Qin Xiao, we're taking inventory." Qin Yu locked eyes with him and suddenly sneered. "Does taking inventory require opening the packaging?" A Chong's face changed drastically, and just as he was about to argue, Qin Yu suddenly moved, grabbing his wrist and pressing it into a cardboard box. A Chong screamed as a blood mark appeared on his wrist. "How much has Zhou Ming given you?" Qin Yu pulled out a Swiss Army knife, its blade glinting coldly under the light. A Chong trembled and said, Zhou, ye said if we tamper with the goods, each of us would get 100,000. Qin Yu put away the knife and suddenly burst into laughter. He took out a checkbook and quickly wrote down a string of numbers. 100,000? I'll give you 200,000 if you tell me Zhou Ming's plan completely. In the study of the Chun villa late at night, Chun Hao looked at the account book Qin Yu handed over, his hands trembling. "This evidence is enough to keep Zhou Ming in jail for 10 years. Qin Yu extinguished a cigar in the ashtray, "but we need even harsher measures." Chun Hao looked up. "What do you plan to do?" Qin Yu opened the safe and took out a stack of documents. "I registered a new company overseas, and all orders are transferred there. Zhou Ming and the Huang family think we'll go bankrupt. But actually, you've prepared an escape route long ago? In business, it's like a battlefield. You can't proceed without a plan B." Qin Yu revealed a confident smile, announcing that there would be a press conference tomorrow to say that the Chun textile factory would transform into a high-tech industry. Qin Hao frowned. "Transform? Where are we going to get the technology?" "I have a friend in a certain tech hub who has developed a new type of textile material," Qin Yu said, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "As long as we release it first, the Huang family scheme will be completely thwarted." Chapter 78. Qin's Bet Young Master Chun. Zhou Ming's people are causing trouble at the dock. Ahao's voice was cold and metallic. As Qin Yu turned around, the hem of his suit brushed against the rusted iron railing at the edge of the rooftop. He gazed at the flickering torches in the distance and suddenly recalled his morning runs in a tech park where there were neat asphalt roads and elderly people exercising. While here, dawn was forever stained with blood. "Redirect the cargo ship to the Kai-Tak dock," Qin Yu instructed as he unbuttoned his cufflinks. "Have a Ken start the newly developed nanofiber production line. I want to complete the order within 72 hours. Ahao frowned, but Chun Bo said, "My father is old." Qin Yu interrupted, pulling a checkbook from his crocodile leather wallet. "Go distribute relocation funds to the brothers, 100,000 each. Tell them that if anyone backs out tonight." He let his pen hover over the check. "I'll burn this check in front of their families." Ahao's eyes flashed with approval, and as he took the check, Qin Yu noticed the calluses on his hand, a mark left from years of holding a gun. This detail satisfied Qin Yu. He knew that in this ruthless world, only through bloodshed could one survive. As the neon lights of Sham Shui lit up in the dusk, Qin Yu's black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Emperor's nightclub. As he got out, Two dancers in backless outfits were being dragged away by security. Their bloodied high heels scattered on the ground. Young Master Chun, Zhou Yi is on the top floor. The manager, a Biao, nodded and bowed. But his gaze secretly darted to the bulge of the gun holster at Chen Yu's waist. His gold-rimmed glasses glinted under the lights, and his flattering smile appeared particularly sycophantic. Chen Yu ascended the stairs, the sound of his leather shoes creaking on the wooden steps. From a private room on the second floor, the sounds of a woman's scream and the clattering of dice mixed with the scent of cheap perfume. He suddenly stopped and turned to a Biao, saying, "Tell Zhou Ming I want to see Shang Yang." A Biao's expression changed drastically. "Young Master Chun," Zhou Yi said, "I said I want to see Shang Yang." Chen Yu suddenly struck, pinning a Biao against the wall with the barrel of his gun pressed against his chin. The cold metal made a Biao tremble. The scent of cologne mingled with the smell of cold sweat from fear. "Or do you want me to hand Zhou Ming's accounts over to the relevant authorities?" A Biao's pupils dilated, his throat bobbing. I'll go report it right away." As he turned, the cold sweat on his back had already soaked through his shirt, glistening ominously under the neon lights. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu sat in the presidential suite of the Emperor's nightclub, facing the portly Zhou Ming and the blonde Shang Yang. He noticed that the cuff of Zhou Ming's suit was embroidered with the words 34, ever prosperous 34, which was the mark of a certain organization. Shang Yang's gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light from the wall lamp, making it difficult to see his expression, while Zhou Ming's crocodile leather belt buckle gleamed with a greedy cold light under the illumination. 34 Chen Xiao, you are quite bold, Shang Yang said in stilted Chinese. His fingers spinning around the rim of his whiskey glass, the sound of ice clinking against the glass resembling the ticking of a countdown clock. "I heard you want to discuss a big deal?" Chen Yu pushed a stack of documents forward. "This is Zhou Ming's bribery record from the past 3 years, including the $200,000 given to you last month." He took out a lighter, the flame dancing on the documents. The crackling sound of burning paper mixed with the distant sounds of video games, creating an eerie background music. "But I can overlook the past. As long as you agree to let Chen's company use the channels through Taiwan and Japan." Zhou Ming slammed the table and stood up. "Who do you think you are?" His roar shook the crystal chandelier, causing ripples in the whiskey glass. Chen Yu suddenly drew a gun. The bullet whizzing past Zhou Ming's ear and shattering a mirror on the wall. The sharp sound of breaking glass startled the dancers in the corridor, making them scream and flee, while blood instantly seeped from Zhou Ming's right ear, staining the collar of his white shirt. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is..." He pressed the burning documents against the back of Zhou Ming's hand, the smell of burnt flesh mingling with the rich aroma of whiskey in the air. "Do you dare to bet that I have backups?" 3 days later, in the warehouse of Chen's textile factory, Chun Hao was staring blankly at the newly arrived nanofiber samples. "Can this really stop bullets?" Chen Yu nodded, pulling out a Beretta pistol from his suit pocket. "Give it a try." The elderly man trembled as he took the gun and fired 3 shots at the sample. The bullets embedded in the fibers, leaving only a few shallow white dents on the surface. Suddenly, Chun Hao began to cough violently, dark red blood spreading on his handkerchief. "Dad, I'll take you to the hospital," Chen Yu said, supporting him. "No need," Chun Hao gasped as he sat down. "What do you plan to do about Zhou Ming and Shang Yang?" "I've already sent the evidence to a certain prominent newspaper," Chen Yu replied. A week later, the front page of a well-known newspaper featured an article titled "Corruption Scandal in Hong Kong City: The Shocking Conspiracy of Police and Business Collusion." The article detailed Zhou Ming and Shang Yang's corrupt activities and included a wealth of photographic evidence. The news shook the entire city. The anti-corruption agency quickly launched an investigation, and Zhou Ming and Shang Yang were wanted. The Chen Group took this opportunity to announce the launch of a new bulletproof fiber material, causing their stock price to soar by 300. Chen Yu stood on the top floor of the Starshine Center, overlooking the night view of Victoria Harbor. A Hao handed over the latest financial report. "Chen Xiao, total assets have surpassed 10 billion. Chen Yu nodded, his gaze falling on the clubhouse in Hong Kong City. It was brightly lit, and the big shots of the 4 major families were holding an emergency meeting there. "Notify them. A press conference will be held tomorrow." Chen Yu said, "I am going to announce Chun Group's plan to enter Hollywood." A Hao asked in surprise, "What about the business in the port city?" Chen Yu smiled and replied, "Remember, in the port city, never let others know how strong you really are." On the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Chen Yu, wearing sunglasses, strolled past the handprints of many stars. Behind him followed a Hao and a group of well-dressed bodyguards, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Young Master Chun," The people from the studio have already arrived, Hao whispered. Chen Yu nodded and walked into a high-end restaurant. Jack Warner, the president of the studio, had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Chen, I've heard so much about you, Jack said enthusiastically, extending his hand. Chen Yu shook his hand, smiling. Mr. Jack, I would like to collaborate with your company to make a movie about the port city. Jack raised an eyebrow. The port city? What is so great about filming there? A sly glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Mr. Jack, the port city is a place full of legends. I promise, this movie will drive all of Hollywood crazy. Chapter 79, the beginning of the scandal in the cabinet meeting room at 10 Downing Street. The crystal chandelier cast a cold light on the walnut long table. Foreign Secretary Michael Stewart slammed the Times newspaper on the table. The front page headline: Colonial Corruption Scandal. The shame of the empire causing the lords present to frown. The still drying ink on the newspaper clearly showed a photo of a public figure accepting gold bars. The Queen's portrait on the surface of the bars appearing to mock the decay of the empire under the cold light. Gentlemen, this is no ordinary corruption case, Stewart said, removing his gold-rimmed glasses and wiping the lenses with an expression of suppressed anger, his blue eyes flashing with fury. His shoe unconsciously kicked the table leg, creating a monotonous sound. The Kremlin issued a statement this morning, claiming this is a decay of the capitalist colonial system. He tossed a copy of the Kremlin statement onto the table. The sound of paper hitting the surface like a gunshot. Washington has demanded that we provide a solution within 48 hours. Finance Minister Dennis Healy flipped through a confidential report from the Anti-Corruption Agency, his finger stopping on a list of bribes involving a prominent individual. His pen made a deep indentation on the figure of 342.7 billion, as if trying to engrave the number into his very bones. What is more terrifying is that this money has been laundered into pounds through Swiss banks. His voice was low and cold. Our financial system is being corroded. Defense Minister Frederick Millet suddenly interjected, using a laser pointer to draw a red line on a satellite image of Kai-Tak terminal. What is more serious is that the new bulletproof fiber from the textile factory has caught the interest of the Pentagon. He pulled up the internal structure diagram of the textile factory. If these goods flow into the Soviet Union, his voice suddenly dropped, as if uttering a forbidden name. It would be enough to equip 3 mechanized divisions. Prime Minister James Callaghan slammed the table, the silver lighter leaving a dent on the meeting minutes. Flames leaping half a foot high, casting flickering shadows on his face. Enough. His blue eyes glinted with cold light. We must deal with this situation immediately and quell the storm. He suddenly turned to the head of military intelligence. Contact Chen Yu. I want to speak with him personally. In the presidential suite of the nightclub, Shan Yang was pushing chips across the green gambling table. His Portuguese was slurred from drink, and the ashtray was piled high with cigar butts, glowing embers reflecting the strawberry marks on his neck. Zhou Ming, are you sure Chen's stock will hit rock bottom? His fingers caressed the chips as if fondling a lover's skin. Zhou Ming shuffled the cards fluidly, the crocodile leather strap glinting under the lights. Don't worry. I've arranged for 20 traders at the Far East Exchange. He suddenly threw down a spade ace, the card making a crisp sound on the table. Once Chun Hao is dead, that kid Chen Yu won't be able to hold the scene. Shan Yang suddenly coughed violently, whiskey spilling down his chin and into his collar. He loosened his tie, revealing the strawberry marks on his neck. I heard Chen Yu is filming in Hollywood? That's his own death wish, Zhou Ming sneered, slamming a heart king on the table. Once we acquire 30 of Chen's shares. A knock interrupted, and 2 men in gray suits entered. The leader presented identification, the Anti-Corruption Agency's badge gleaming coldly under the lights. Officer Shan Yang, we are from the Anti-Corruption Office. Shan Yang's glass shattered on the floor, the sound startling the dancers in the hallway into screams. Zhou Ming instantly drew his gun, but was met with a Beretta pressed to his temple. The cold barrel sent shivers through him, the scent of cologne mingling with the fear-induced sweat. Mr. Zhou, you are wanted by the Anti-Corruption Office. In the trading hall of the Far East Exchange, Chen Yu stood on the observation deck overlooking the throngs below. On the electronic screen, Chen Group's stock was plummeting at a rate of 10 points per minute, red numbers flowing like blood. He lit a Marlboro. The pale blue smoke swirling around his handsome face. Have a Ken initiate the patent application for the nanofiber. He rubbed the gold lion badge on his suit lapel. It's time for the vultures on Wall Street to taste blood. 15 minutes later, a Reuters flash shook the world. Chen Group received a 500 million bulletproof fiber order from the Department of Defense. The stock price instantly rebounded, Zhou Ming's short positions collapsing, resulting in losses exceeding 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Cries of despair echoed in the trading hall as several traders fainted. In the penthouse suite of the Peninsula Hotel, Zhou Ming slammed his revolver on the table. His white shirt collar stained with blood, his right eye swollen and bruised, clearly showing signs of a struggle. Chen Yu. You won. Chen Yu sat on the sofa, toying with Zhou Ming's police badge. The badge number glimmered coldly under the light. I gave you a chance. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun, and the bullet whizzed past Zhou Ming's ear, shattering the crystal chandelier behind him. Glass shards fell like snowflakes, casting tiny glimmers on the carpet. But you shouldn't have touched my father's medicine. Zhou Ming's pupils constricted, his throat bobbing. You, the nurse at the hospital, has confessed. Chen Yu pressed the burning document against the back of Zhou Ming's hand, the smell of charred flesh mingling with the rich scent of whiskey in the air. Do you think bribing a few small fries can put me down? At that moment, the door burst open, and Shang Yang rushed in with a gun. His suit was wrinkled, and despair was evident in his eyes. Chen Yu, you've ruined everything. Chen Yu sneered, opening the safe and taking out a stack of documents. The emblem of the British military on the papers glimmered coldly under the light. Mr. Shang Yang, do you know why the government wants to protect me? He slammed the documents onto the table, the sound of paper hitting the surface echoing like a gunshot. Because my nanofiber can reduce British military casualties by 30 in the conflict. Shang Yang's gun clattered to the ground with a dull thud. He slumped to the floor, his gaze vacant. It's over. Everything is over. Chapter 80. The Tentacles of Power as a high-ranking officer in the police force. Shang Yang had long acted recklessly at the center of this power vortex. He amassed wealth through the authority he wielded, collecting protection fees from street vendors and kickbacks from large projects. There was no corner untouched by his greed. His influence spread like the tentacles of an octopus, weaving a complex and tangled web of corruption throughout the city. Those who broke the law could evade punishment as long as they offered him enough money, while law-abiding citizens faced arbitrary oppression for minor infractions. Under his manipulation, the city's public security appeared maintained, yet it was riddled with issues, and the scales of justice had long been tipped. However, the tides had turned, and recently Shang Yang found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Once a tempestuous figure in the police world, he now discovered that the police chief had seemingly transformed, frequently creating trouble for him. Previously, the police chief had shown him utmost respect, but now he was constantly making things difficult, nitpicking various regulations, and assigning him challenging tasks that were hard to refuse. This left the typically arrogant and accustomed to getting his way, Shang Yang, feeling a sense of dread. What could the police chief possibly want? In his lavishly decorated and spacious office, Shang Yang paced back and forth in frustration, the wooden floor creaking under his polished shoes. He muttered incessantly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and soaking the collar of his crisp uniform. The once confident look that seemed to control everything had been replaced by panic and confusion. His former arrogance had vanished without a trace. Just as Shang Yang was filled with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pot, unsure of what to do, the office door was gently pushed open. Yi Wenjie, a figure with a deep background and strong influence in the port city, walked in with a steady and rhythmic pace. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he exuded an air of authority. His gaze was cold, like a sharp arrow piercing through the chill of the night, sweeping over the flustered Shang Yang, as if he could see through Shang Yang's inner fear. A slight smirk played on his lips, hinting at a mocking disdain for Shang Yang's current predicament. Shang Yang, things don't look too good, Yi Wenjie said, his voice low and penetrating, echoing in the quiet office. Upon hearing Yi Wenjie's voice, Shang Yang's frantic steps came to an abrupt halt, and he hurried forward. His face was filled with anxiety and hope, his eyes shimmering with the light of expectation, as if Yi Wenjie were his only savior at that moment. Mr. Yi, you finally made it. Please help me think of a solution, the police commissioner. His words were laced with urgency and pleading, his voice trembling involuntarily. Yi Wenjie raised a hand to interrupt Shang Yang, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain, as if looking at a clown. The commissioner is acting on orders from above. He requires you to fully cooperate, or else. Yi Wenjie did not finish his sentence, but the pause was laden with meaning, the threat unmistakable. Shang Yang's face turned pale as paper, his previously rosy lips now devoid of color. His legs trembled slightly, as if his very bones had been extracted, nearly causing him to lose his balance. His voice shook as he asked above, "What is going on? I have always been obedient." Yi Wenjie ignored Shang Yang's panic and turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back. Outside the window was the bustling street of the port city, filled with people and traffic, but in Yi Wenjia's eyes, this prosperity was steeped in decay. He looked outside and slowly said, "Some things are not as simple as you think." Meanwhile, in a high-end club in the port city, crystal chandeliers cast brilliant light over tables adorned with exquisite tablecloths. The tables were filled with delicacies, and the aroma of fine wine permeated the air. Zhou Ming was mingling with a group of business tycoons. Once the top detective among the Chinese community, Zhou Ming had retired, but his connections and influence remained formidable. Dressed in a crisp suit, his hair slicked back, he wore a perfectly timed smile, engaging in lively conversation. He knew well that in this city, where the strong preyed on the weak, akin to a jungle, establishing a solid foothold required building his own business empire. Now, he had set his sights on the Chun family's arcade industry. He was well aware that the Chun family's arcade business was on the rise in the port city, with enormous profit potential. If he could acquire it, he would elevate his standing in the business world. Just as Zhou Ming was enjoying the conversation and laughter, Yi Wenjie suddenly appeared. He made his way through the lively crowd and walked directly to Zhou Ming, his expression grave, starkly contrasting with the festive atmosphere. He ignored the curious glances around him and directly handed him a copy of the Morning Bell Daily. Zhou Ming frowned slightly as he took the newspaper and saw the eye-catching headline "Corruption Scandals in the Police Force." His expression instantly darkened. He knew very well that once this newspaper, controlled by the Qin family, began to attack Xiangyang, it would undoubtedly create a huge uproar. "Mr. Yi." Zhou Ming raised his head to look at Yi Wenjie, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. He tried to glean more information from Yi Wenjie's expression, but the serious look on his face left him perplexed. "Zhou Ming, this is just the beginning. International public opinion will soon escalate, and by then, the entire region will be shaken." Sure enough, following the report from the Morning Bell Daily, major international media outlets quickly followed suit. In no time, the corruption scandal involving the police force spread like wildfire. Newspapers and radio stations abroad were reporting on the matter, and the image of the local police force plummeted internationally. In those reports, the city seemed to become a hub of corruption and darkness. The local government took the issue very seriously, and the governor personally got involved in the investigation. Soon, a special task force was established, directly targeting Xiangyang. The task force acted swiftly and decisively, like trained hounds, launching a ruthless strike once they had locked onto their target. They immediately suspended Xiangyang and demanded he explain the source of his wealth. At the same time, they conducted a thorough search of his residence and office. The search team meticulously combed through every corner, leaving no stone unturned. In a hidden safe within Xiangyang's office, the task force discovered his ledger. The ledger was filled with detailed records of the bribes he had taken and the industries involved. Each entry in the ledger was like a heavy bomb, with every number representing his greed and wrongdoing, capable of utterly destroying Xiangyang. Looking at the seized ledgers, Xiangyang's fear reached its peak. His body trembled involuntarily, like a leaf in a cold wind, unable to control itself. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. The once formidable presence he had was long gone. "I can't just sit here and wait for my downfall. I must escape." Xiangyang made a firm resolution in his heart. At this moment, he had only one thought: to flee from this place that was about to ruin his reputation. He used the connections he had built over the years to purchase an expensive ticket to a certain country. On a dark and windy night, the sky was overcast, with no trace of moonlight. The streets were eerily quiet, occasionally broken by the barking of dogs. Xiangyang, like a stray dog, sneaked out of his home. He wore a low-brimmed hat that obscured most of his face, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings, fearful of being discovered. He hurried along a dimly lit alley to the agreed-upon location and boarded the car that had been waiting there to take him to the airport. At the airport, he avoided the crowds and cautiously checked in before boarding the plane. As the plane took off, he successfully escaped the port city and embarked on a journey of exile. When Qinyu learned of Xiangyang's escape, he merely sneered. "Want to run? It's not that easy. I want to make this matter even bigger. To let everyone know that in the port city, corruption will never end well." Xiangyang's flight ignited a bomb, causing a huge uproar in the port city. The university students were furious. They had heard about the corruption in the city, and now that Xiangyang had actually escaped, their anger erupted completely. They took to the streets to hold demonstrations. The parade, a massive procession, gathered from various universities to converge on the main streets of the city. The students held up signs that read harsh punishments for corruption and the capture of Xiangyang. Their chants were deafening, one after another. Meanwhile, Chun Yu secretly fanned the flames, using his influence to involve more people in the protest, further expanding the impact of the incident while also strengthening his authority in the port city. Governor Lu Mingyuan sat in his office, his expression grave like the dark clouds before a storm, heavy enough to seem as if it could rain. He knew that Xiangyang's escape had severely impacted the government's ability to govern. If this issue was not resolved quickly, public dissatisfaction would only grow, and his own position would become precarious. The stability of the port city was crucial to the foundation of colonial rule, and he could not afford to turn a blind eye. A commission of inquiry must be established to thoroughly investigate the reasons behind Xiangyang's escape and reflect on our anti-corruption efforts, Lu Mingyuan said to his officials. Soon, the investigation committee was formed. The members came from various fields, driven by a sense of mission to conduct an in-depth investigation. After a period of tireless work, they submitted a detailed report. The report revealed serious issues within the port city's police system, from grassroots officers accepting bribes to senior officials engaging in power rent-seeking. The entire system was riddled with corruption. This report was like a mirror, clearly reflecting the corrupt state of the police in the port city. Driven by this report, the Anti-Corruption Agency was officially established, with the primary task of focusing on the Xiangyang case. Chapter 81. The Moment of Judgment According to the Historical Trajectory. Xiangyang's downfall should have occurred 3 years later, but now, due to various intertwined factors, he fell from grace early. Moreover, this interrogation process was not as prolonged as before, significantly shortened. The impact of this incident continued to expand, rippling through multiple regions. The situation became critical, prompting urgent decisions for extraditing Xiangyang back to the port city for trial, in an attempt to regain some control. In the streets and alleys of the port city, the public had long suffered due to gang interference and collusion between police and criminals. On a daily basis, they had to tread carefully on the streets, as a moment's inattention could land them in gang disputes or lead to unwarranted harassment by the police. The news of Xiangyang's arrest has stirred the entire city. On the streets and alleys, people are discussing it excitedly, their faces filled with a long-lost joy. In the old, worn alleys, the elderly gather together, smoking, and reflect. Xiangyang has really fallen from grace, and we can finally catch our breath. The young people nearby gesture excitedly, imagining a future where the port city could become more peaceful. In a somewhat outdated cafe, Zhou Ming has arranged to meet Chen Yu. Inside the cafe, the lighting is dim, and the rich aroma of coffee fills the air. Zhou Ming sits in a corner, looking tired as he gazes at the entrance, waiting for Chen Yu's arrival. When Chen Yu pushes the door open and walks in, Zhou Ming's heart skips a beat. Chen Yu sits down across from Zhou Ming, staring directly at him, and says, "Mr. Zhou, you seem to be having a tough time lately." Zhou Ming snorts coldly and replies, "With the current chaotic situation in the port city, who can remain unscathed?" Chen Yu nods slightly and continues, "Yes, with Xiangyang's downfall, many things have changed. The networks you built in the past may not work as well now." Zhou Ming's expression shifts slightly. He knows that Chen Yu's words, though harsh, are true. Recently, he has noticed a subtle change in the attitude of those who once treated him with great respect. Seeing that Zhou Ming does not refute him, Chen Yu continues, "I'm here today to discuss a proposal with you. I'm willing to offer 50 million for your assets." Zhou Ming's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks at Chen Yu. 50 million is no small sum. In this era, it could allow someone to live a life of luxury. However, it also means giving up everything he has worked hard to accumulate over the years. Zhou Ming falls into deep thought, struggling internally. Chen Yu seems to sense Zhou Ming's hesitation and calmly says, "Mr. Zhou, you need to make a decision quickly. Xiangyang's situation is already settled, and he will soon be convicted. By then, the situation in the port city will change even more, and your assets may significantly depreciate." Zhou Ming grits his teeth and asks, "Why should I trust you? What benefits do I get from selling my assets to you?" Chen Yu smiles slightly and replies, "There are definitely benefits. First, you will acquire a substantial amount of wealth, enough for you and your family to enjoy a comfortable life anywhere. Second, I need your assistance in some matters. As long as you help me, I guarantee you will still hold a certain status in the port city." Zhou Ming weighs the pros and cons in his mind, realizing that Chen Yu's proposal might indeed be his best option at the moment. After a long pause, he slowly says, "I can consider your proposal, but I need 3 days to finalize it." Chen Yu nods in satisfaction and says, "No problem. I'll wait for your response in 3 days. However, I have one more request. I hope you can assist me in achieving a fair punishment for Shanyang." Zhou Ming frowns and asks, "What do you mean by fair punishment? Shanyang is surely going to be sentenced. What else could be the issue?" A glint of coldness flashed in Chun Yu's eyes as he said, "What I want is not just a prison sentence. I want him to suffer in prison. Ideally to die there." Zhou Ming was taken aback. He did not expect Chun Yu to have such thoughts. He quickly replied, "Mr. Chun, that's not easy. There is no death penalty in this region. It's quite a challenge to make him die in prison." After pondering for a moment, Chun Yu said, "If there is no death penalty, then we need to find a way to make him have an accident in prison. I believe, with your connections, Mr. Zhou, this should not be too difficult for you." Zhou Ming forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Chun, you really are giving me a tough problem. However, I can give it a try." Chun Yu continued, "There is one more thing. I hope you can arrange for Zilu to be sent to prison as well." Zhou Ming's heart sank at the mention of Zilu. Zilu was a significant force in this region, and he had many connections with him. But at this moment, for his own benefit, he could only agree. He said, "All right, I will also find a way to handle this." After leaving the cafe, Zhou Ming felt even heavier in spirit. He knew there was no turning back now. Meanwhile, Chun Yu appeared confident, aware that his plan was unfolding step by step. Upon returning home, Zhou Ming began preparing for the asset transfer. At the same time, he started contacting his network, trying to fulfill Chun Yu's requests. In the following 3 days, the situation in the region became increasingly murky. Suddenly, a large amount of evidence and witnesses emerged, seemingly out of nowhere, all proving Xiangyang's corruption and atrocities. In court, faced with this mountain of solid evidence, Xiangyang was powerless to defend himself. His face turned as pale as paper, filled with fear and despair. Those who had once suffered under his oppression stood up to testify against him. The atmosphere in the courtroom reached a boiling point. Ultimately, the judge announced the verdict: death by hanging. This figure who once wielded immense power in the region finally received the punishment he deserved. At the moment the verdict was announced, there was a surge of applause and cheers outside the courtroom. The public celebrated this moment, feeling that the region was finally about to welcome a new dawn. On the police side, they were also acting according to plan. With Zhou Ming's assistance, the police successfully gathered evidence against Zilu and his gang. On a dark night, they launched a large-scale arrest operation. Like a group of trained cheetahs, they swiftly charged into Zilu's lair. Zilu and his men had no time to react before being surrounded by the police. After a fierce struggle, all of Zilu and his gang were captured. The moment Zilu was led into the police car, he shot Zhou Ming a fierce glare and said, "Zhou Ming, you actually betrayed me." Zhou Ming coldly replied, "Zilu, this is all your own doing. The region is changing now, and you must pay for your actions." Chapter 82. The downfall of Xiangyang. One morning, half a month later, the prison was filled with the usual oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced through the silence. The inmates in the prison paused their activities, their faces showing curiosity and excitement. For them, any change in routine could break the monotony of their daily lives. In a cell deep within the prison, a figure once feared and powerful lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood spreading beneath him and staining the surrounding floor a deep crimson. Beside him stood a man of Asian descent, holding a bloody dagger, his eyes filled with madness and determination. Guards quickly arrived at the scene, surrounding the man. He offered no resistance as they subdued him, shouting, "You harmed my entire family. This is your retribution." News of the incident quickly spread throughout the city. People discussed it in the streets and alleys. Most citizens expressed agreement regarding the demise of this notorious figure, believing him to be guilty of countless wrongdoings over the years, and felt that his fate was entirely deserved. In bustling tea restaurants, the elderly shook their heads and sighed, saying, "This person has done so much evil. Now he is facing the consequences, which gives us some relief." Young people excitedly debated the event, as if discussing a thrilling drama. Meanwhile, within the business and underworld circles, some insiders sensed that there might be a deeper conspiracy behind this incident. They speculated that it could be an act of revenge by another powerful figure whose influence had been rising, having previously faced oppression from the now-fallen individual. The sudden murder in prison made it hard not to associate it with this rising figure. Those with ulterior motives grew wary and warned others not to infringe upon the interests of this family, lest they meet the same fate. At this moment, a man named Zhou Ming found himself in unprecedented trouble. He had made enemies with both law enforcement and organized crime due to his betrayal and the recent death. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding him. Suspicious glances followed him on the streets, and he often noticed unusual signs at home. Zhou Ming realized he had become a target, and if he remained, his life would soon be in jeopardy. After much painful deliberation, he decided to flee to another country, believing this was the only way to escape the pursuit. Before leaving, the rising figure sought him out. They met in a secluded warehouse, dim and eerie, filled with a musty atmosphere. Observing Zhou Ming's disheveled state, the man remarked, "Your decision is quite wise." Zhou Ming scoffed, "I had no choice. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this." The man smiled, disregarding Zhou Ming's complaints, and pulled out a check, saying, "Here is $5 million as a token of compensation. Your wealth has mostly transferred to me now." Zhou Ming looked at the check, feeling a mix of emotions. Once, he was a powerful figure in the harbor city, overflowing with wealth, but now he could only take this little money and leave for another place. He snatched the check and said, "At least you still have a bit of conscience." With that, he turned and walked out of the warehouse without looking back. With Zi Lu imprisoned, the once vast power he held suddenly created a vacuum. The struggle among various organizations in the harbor city intensified. Each group sought to expand its territory and compete for resources. Street battles between organizations became a common sight, with blades flashing and shouts echoing. Innocent citizens were terrified and hid at home, afraid to go out. Meanwhile, the relevant law enforcement agency in the harbor city strengthened its efforts. They acted like a sword in the night, severing the corrupt tentacles hidden in the darkness. Thanks to their efforts, public safety in the harbor city gradually improved, and societal norms began to get better. The once domineering police officers became much more restrained, and those who sought benefits through bribery and illegal means were caught one after another. In this chaotic situation, many organizations began to actively align themselves with Chunyu in order to survive. They knew that in the current harbor city, Chunyu's power was at its peak, and only by relying on the Chun family could they endure this brutal competition. As a result, the status of the Chun family significantly rose, and Chunyu's influence in the harbor city grew stronger. Once, Zhou Ming could still maintain a degree of dignity in front of Chunyu, but now, having left for another place, he had become insignificant in Chunyu's eyes, like an inconsequential ant. The relationship between Chunyu and Zhou Ming had completely reversed. Chunyu's father, Chun Hao, observed the continuous rise of the Chun family's status in the harbor city, feeling both gratified and full of ambition. In the past, he had some fear when facing established families like the Huang family. But now, with the rise of the Chun family, Chun Hao's attitude had noticeably changed. He no longer acted cautiously but began to take the initiative to confront the Huang family. Chunyu also had his own plans. He was not satisfied with the current status of the Chun family in the harbor city. He wanted the Chun family to become the top family not only in the harbor city, but also in the entire Chinese world. However, as the Chun family developed rapidly, he also realized that the family had attracted many competitors. These competitors lurked in the shadows, ready to deal a fatal blow to the Chun family at any moment. In a luxurious villa on Victoria Peak, Chunyu was having a secret meeting with Huang Mingzhi, Chen Xuemei, and others. The villa was extravagantly decorated, with crystal chandeliers casting brilliant light on everyone's faces. Chen Xuemei looked at Chunyu and said, "Chunyu, in such a short time, you have brought the Chun family to such heights, truly remarkable. I see that you have overcome the difficulties, and the future looks bright." Chunyu smiled slightly and replied, "Aunt Chen, you're too kind. This is all thanks to everyone's help." Chapter 83 Prelude to Business Warfare. Mr. Huang. The current situation of the Chun family seems to be flourishing, but in reality, there are numerous hidden dangers. Zhou Zhendong frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of concern. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair neatly styled, and his eyes conveyed shrewdness and acuity. As someone who has navigated the complexities of the business world in the port city for many years, it is natural to keenly sense the immense challenges facing the Chen family. Huang Mingzhi slowly nodded, holding a glass of rich whiskey, gently swirling it as the ice cubes clinked together, creating a crisp sound, as if ringing an alarm for the Chen family. Indeed, the government of a certain country would never tolerate an uncontrollable force rising in the port city. The Chen family must quickly find a countermeasure, or else. He did not finish his sentence, but the unspoken meaning was clear to both of them. When discussing the Chen family, one cannot help but compare them with another legendary figure in the port city, Huadonglai. Hua Donglai's experience reads like an epic filled with ups and downs. In his early years, he faced severe setbacks in the business tide of the port city, plunging into a long and oppressive low period. During those years, he encountered numerous obstacles, with resources being entirely divided by competitors, and he nearly vanished from the commercial landscape of the port city. However, he did not sink into despair. With tenacity and exceptional business acumen, he seized opportunities in the 1980s and successfully made a comeback, once again becoming a significant force in the port city's business community. In contrast, the Chun family is currently financially robust, with numerous industries under their belt, spanning from real estate to manufacturing, and even emerging in the entertainment sector. However, whether they can truly rank among the top families in the port city is crucially dependent on the government of a certain country. Although the Chun family is large and prosperous, they still lack the deep-rooted foundation of the top families. Moreover, the ambiguous attitude of that country's representatives towards the Chun family is the most critical issue. Huang Mingzhi took a sip of whiskey, the spicy liquid flowing down his throat, but it did not dispel his worries. Zhou Zhendong pondered for a moment and said, currently, the top families in the port city, such as the Li family and the Zhang family, all have support from that country's forces behind them. Their interests are intertwined with the government of that country, allowing them to maintain a stable position. But the sudden rise of the Chun family disrupts the existing balance. How can the government not be vigilant? The two engaged in a back-and-forth analysis of the current situation of the major families in the port city and the significant threat the Chun family posed to that country, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the Chun family's mansion, Chen Yu sat in his study, furrowing his brows as he contemplated strategies to counter the threats from the government of that country. The study was simply yet elegantly decorated, with a wall filled with various books ranging from business management to history and philosophy. After careful consideration, Chen Yu decided to actively expand the television production line. In his view, the television industry holds tremendous potential for future development, and by scaling up production, it could enhance the Chun family's influence in the manufacturing sector while also providing leverage against the sanctions imposed by that country. He decisively ordered his assistant, who was standing nearby, to increase investment in the television production line, introduce the latest technologies and equipment, and quickly boost production capacity. The assistant promptly recorded the orders, nodding in understanding. Not only that, but Chen Yu also considered more aggressive countermeasures, such as strikes. He was well aware that if the government of that country took extreme measures against the Chen family, a strike could become a powerful card in their hands. Of course, this is a risky move. A strike could trigger a series of chain reactions, leading to chaos in the port city's economy, and the Chen family could suffer significant losses. However, at this critical juncture, Chen Yu has prepared for both scenarios. If it comes to that, we must unite all possible forces and initiate a workers' strike to exert pressure on the foreign government. However, before that, we need to make adequate contingency plans to minimize losses. While actively strategizing to respond to the threats from the foreign government, Chen Yu has not forgotten to expand the Chun family's business territory. He learned that the Asian distributor of a well-known beverage company, Mr. William Carter, had recently arrived in the port city. So he decided to seize this opportunity to negotiate an advertising contract with him. In a luxurious Western restaurant, Chen Yu sat across from William Carter. The elegant music flowed through the air, and the crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the exquisite tableware. "Mr. Carter, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," Chen Yu said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. His confident and friendly smile made people feel at ease. William Carter, a tall Westerner dressed in an expensive suit, had a shrewd look in his eyes typical of a businessman. "Mr. Chun, it's an honor. I've heard about the Chun family's great reputation in the port city, and seeing you in person confirms it." After some pleasantries, Chen Yu got straight to the point. "Mr. Carter, I invited you here to discuss a potential advertising partnership for your brand in the port city. I believe that with the Chun family's influence and resources, we can create an unprecedented advertising campaign for your company." As he spoke, Chen Yu presented a meticulously prepared proposal to Carter. Carter took the proposal and began to read it carefully. As he delved deeper, a look of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. "Mr. Chun, I must say, your proposal is very creative. However, regarding the advertising costs," Chen Yu smiled subtly, as if he had anticipated Carter's reaction. "While the advertising costs I proposed may seem high, think about it. Through our promotions, your brand's market share in the port city will significantly increase. In the long run, This is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Furthermore, we can incorporate your brand into major events, such as football matches and horse racing, to enhance its image and recognition. Chen Yu thoroughly articulated his collaboration proposal, clear and well-reasoned. After a moment of contemplation, Carter nodded. Mr. Chen, your proposal is indeed very appealing. Let me discuss it with headquarters and get back to you as soon as possible. After concluding the discussion with William Carter, Chen Yu felt a sense of relief. He knew that if this collaboration succeeded, it would not only bring substantial profits to the Chen family, but also enhance their influence in the port city and even internationally. As time passed, the situation in the port city gradually stabilized. However, beneath this calm surface lay turbulent undercurrents. The government of a certain country has always harbored doubts about the rise of the Chen family and has begun a secret investigation into Chen Yu's background. They want to understand what gives this suddenly rising family in the port city the audacity to challenge their authority. Chen Yu, of course, noticed the government's moves but remained calm. On the contrary, he decided to use this opportunity to address some internal issues within the Chen family. He deliberately released some false information to make the government believe there was a division within the Chen family, thereby diverting their attention to internal conflicts. In reality, Chen Yu had already laid out a plan to root out those with ulterior motives against the Chen family. When the government realized they had been manipulated by Chen Yu, they felt furious, but by then, they had fallen into the trap he meticulously designed, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Just as the situation in the port city reached a delicate balance, a significant event occurred in the international arena that sent shockwaves around the globe. The World Alliance Conference passed a proposal to restore the legitimate rights of a certain nation. This news hit like a bombshell, instantly causing a strong reaction internationally. In the port city, people rushed to the streets to celebrate. For years, this city, as part of the nation, had been under the oppression and interference of external forces. Now, with the nation regaining its rightful status on the international stage, every resident felt immense pride. Meanwhile, in a certain country, the government officials were thrown into disarray by this news. They realized that the international situation was undergoing profound changes, and the original plans in the port city might need to be adjusted. In Chapter 84, titled The Rise of the East, the news of the nation's successful return to the World Alliance created global waves. Political leaders in various countries held urgent discussions, the international financial market experienced significant fluctuations, and the world's attention focused on the East, with the nation's international standing soaring like a rocket. As it regained its footing on the international stage, the previously suppressed influence surged forth like a flood. However, in the port city, an eerie and oppressive silence prevailed. There was no celebratory atmosphere on the streets in response to this major news. Instead, an invisible tension loomed over the entire city. Media professionals received mysterious and stern directives, and despite the exhilarating nature of the event, they collectively fell silent, with no one daring to report first. The usually lively newsroom, filled with the scent of ink and the sound of keyboard typing, saw editors holding tightly to their prepared articles, exchanging helpless glances. Upon learning of this, Chen Yu understood that the citizens of the port city were kept in the dark about this great achievement of their homeland, which was a serious deprivation of the right to know for the Chinese community there. We cannot be bound by fear. The people of the port city need this strength, which is the confidence granted to us by our homeland. Without hesitation, Chen Yu quickly gathered his team in the study of his residence and decisively ordered, "Prepare to announce the news of our nation's return to the World Alliance. We will use all media channels under our control to ensure the people of the port city know at the first opportunity." Once the news was released, the port city erupted with excitement. In the Huang family mansion, Huang Mingzhi was sitting at the ancient desk in his study, handling family business affairs. When his gaze fell upon the striking headline in the newspaper, his pen clattered to the ground, ink quickly spreading across the expensive parchment. Chen Yu was playing with fire. Did he not understand the risks behind this? As the leader of a long-established force in the port city, he knew that the release of this news would trigger significant upheaval in the local situation, and the Huang family's interests would face unprecedented challenges. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhendong of the Zhou family sat in his spacious, luxurious living room, repeatedly flipping through the newspaper that published the news, his eyes filled with doubt. Where did Chen Yu get this information? How could he dare to be the first to release such a major story, and in such a high-profile manner? He understood that the return of his homeland to the world stage was of great significance, and this event would greatly impact the cohesion of the Chinese community in the port city. All along, he had maintained a foothold in the port city through his keen business instincts and political insight. But at this moment, faced with Chun Yu's sudden action, he felt a twinge of unease. It seemed that the situation in the port city was about to undergo a fundamental change. He murmured to himself, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, contemplating countermeasures. In his company's office, Chun Yu sat in a large executive chair, calmly analyzing the situation. He was fully aware that as a global superpower, the influence of a certain country was not to be underestimated, especially in the port city and across Asia. However, he also keenly sensed that with the rise of his homeland, the underlying fear within that country regarding this emerging power was growing day by day. Despite its strength, it would have its reservations in the face of the rapid development of his homeland. The rise of his homeland was an unstoppable historical trend. With unwavering determination, Chun Yu decided to intensify his efforts, continuing to release more information about the development of his homeland. He wanted the people of the port city to fully understand the strength of their country, igniting a sense of national pride and cohesion among the Chinese community. Inside the government building of the port city, an emergency meeting was taking place. The conference room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was tense. Officials gathered around the long table, all wearing worried expressions. Chun Yu's actions were likely supported by his homeland's government. We must take this seriously. His actions undoubtedly challenged the existing order in the port city. Another stout official, dressed in a sharp suit, shook his head and sighed, saying, if we clash with Chun Yu, given his influence among the Chinese community, it could very likely trigger large-scale protests. And maintaining social order in the port city would become difficult. At that point, the troubles we face could be significant. The others exchanged worried words, all realizing the seriousness of the situation. Chun Yu's actions had already touched the sensitive nerves of various forces in the port city and the government. As the key player in maintaining order, had to make difficult choices. At that moment, the official in charge of economic affairs stood up, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, let us not forget that Chun Yu's enterprises are a crucial source of tax revenue for the port city, including his factories, shopping malls, and trading companies. The port city has provided a large number of job opportunities and contributed significantly to tax revenue. Any action taken against it would inevitably deal a heavy blow to the port city's economy, a consequence we cannot bear. As these words were spoken, a brief silence fell over the conference room. Everyone understood that in the delicate balance between economy and politics, Chun Yu's enterprise had become a key factor. Any action against him must be carefully weighed for its pros and cons. Meanwhile, across the ocean, officials in a certain country were urgently discussing countermeasures. In a conference room at a central government building, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. This Chun Yu is openly challenging our authority and causing such a stir in the port city. Action must be taken. An official in military uniform, adorned with numerous medals, slammed his hand on the table in anger, scattering documents across the floor. However, we cannot act recklessly. The situation in the port city is complex, and Chun Yu has substantial support from a large community. Another official, gray-haired and wearing reading glasses, expressed his concerns. The crowd debated vigorously, and after intense discussions, it was decided to report the situation in the port city to higher authorities and await further instructions. They were well aware that handling the issue of Chun Yu required caution, or it could lead to more severe consequences. Faced with the impending crisis, Chun Yu showed no fear. He knew that his actions represented not only himself, but also the support and recognition of the local community for their homeland. He continued to leverage media resources and meticulously planned to publish an article titled A Heart of Innocence Forever Toward Our Homeland in the influential local newspaper. In the article, Chun Yu expressed, with sincere and impassioned words, the significance of the rise of their homeland for the local community, as well as his unwavering support for it as a member of that community. He recalled the various difficulties and challenges he had faced since arriving in the port city, and it was the love and belief in his homeland that had sustained him throughout. Now that the homeland has grown stronger, the local community also faces new opportunities and challenges. Once published, the article quickly spread throughout the port city. The public eagerly circulated it, feeling deeply inspired. On the streets, people discussed it passionately, their eyes shining with pride. Those who usually hustled for a living paused their work to gather and talk about the great achievements of their homeland. Factory workers shared the newspaper during breaks, their faces beaming with excitement. Students listened to their teachers recount stories of their homeland, filled with hopes for the future. Various factions in the port city recognized that Chun Yu had become a symbol of unity for the local community, and any action against him would face significant resistance. In the days that followed, Chun Yu actively communicated and collaborated with various local community groups, organizing a series of events to celebrate the return of their homeland to the global stage. From street performances to business negotiations, the aim was to consolidate community strength and promote the development of the port city. Chapter 85. The Call of the Homeland in the Intricately Woven Power Dynamics of the Port City. Chun Yu's article, A Heart of Innocence Forever Toward Our Homeland, in the local newspaper became a significant voice. This has sparked an in-depth discussion among various circles regarding the status of the Chinese community in the port city and the attitudes of people from a certain country. In a stylish tea house, a group of business elites and social figures from the port city gathered together. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet it did little to alleviate the serious expressions on their faces. Everyone, Chun Yu's article truly voices our sentiments as Chinese. An elderly man with graying hair gently set down his teacup, scanning the crowd with a heartfelt expression. We have always been overshadowed by those from that country in this port city, but now that our homeland has grown stronger, we Chinese should stand tall. Indeed, only when our homeland is strong can we truly be strong, another added. In the past, we faced numerous restrictions in business, not because of our own lack of ability, but due to a lack of strong backing. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhendong sat alone in his study, the newspaper featuring Chun Yu's article spread out before him. His gaze lingered on the words for a long time, feelings of mixed emotions welling up inside him. Unbeknownst to him, tears silently fell. He was not someone who cried easily, but the emotions and power embedded in Chun Yu's writing touched the softest part of his heart. He felt the strong influence Chun Yu had among the Chinese in the port city and realized that the times had truly changed. Zhou Zhendong understood that in this ever-changing situation, he needed to make decisions. He called for his son, Zhou Haoran, and in the dim light of the study, the two sat across from each other. Haoran, you see the current situation in the port city. Chun Yu's actions have stirred quite a commotion, Zhou Zhendong said, his brow furrowed with concern. Haoran nodded slightly, replying, Father, I have heard about it too. Chun Yu indeed has courage. But how should our family respond? Zhou Zhendong pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I plan to invite Chun Hao and other chamber members to a dinner to express our support to the Chun family. With our homeland rising, and the Chun family's growing prestige among the Chinese here, it would be beneficial for our family to maintain good relations with them. After hearing this, Zhou Haoran frowned slightly and said, Father, even though Chun Yu's influence is considerable now, his seniority is still somewhat lower. Our family has always valued seniority. Will this be appropriate? Zhou Zhendong waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is a different time. At this critical juncture, let us set aside the issue of seniority for now. We cannot let small matters lead to significant losses. The interests of our family are what matter most. The father and son discussed the details of the dinner. And although Zhou Haoran still had doubts, he understood that his father's decision had its rationale. Meanwhile, at the Chun family mansion, Chun Hao also received Zhou Zhendong's invitation. Sitting on the living room sofa, he toyed with the invitation letter in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Zhou Zhendong's sudden invitation for us to attend a dinner must have some deeper meaning, Chun Hao murmured to himself. At that moment, Chun Yu walked into the living room and, noticing his father's demeanor, asked, Father, what's wrong? Chun Hao handed the invitation letter to Chun Yu, saying, Take a look. Zhou Zhendong has invited us to the dinner. What do you think? Chun Yu took the invitation, glanced at it, and said, Father, this might be a good opportunity. Zhou Zhendong's move surely indicates he has noticed the current influence of our family and wants to befriend us. We should accept the invitation. Chun Hao nodded and said, I think so too, but how should we prepare for the banquet to showcase our family's prestige? After some thought, Chun Yu replied, Father, we could put some effort into the venue for the banquet. How about we purchase a new villa specifically for this event? This would not only enhance our family's stature, but also demonstrate our strength to other families. Chun Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he said, Good idea. Let's do it. Please arrange it as soon as possible. The father and son then discussed details such as the menu and guest list for the banquet. And the Chun family began to busy themselves in preparation for this important event. Meanwhile, in the governor's office, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Officials in the city government reacted strongly to Chun Yu's article. Although there was anger among the people from that country, they did not dare to act rashly. Governor Lu Mingyuan sat in his spacious office, frowning and pacing back and forth. Yu is truly troublesome. His article has caused such a significant reaction among the Chinese community here. How should we respond? Lu Mingyuan muttered to himself, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. At that moment, his deputy entered the office cautiously and said, "Governor, with the rise of the Chinese nation, its influence is increasing day by day. If we take drastic actions against Yu, it may provoke strong resistance from the Chinese community here, making the situation difficult to control." Lu Mingyuan paused, contemplated for a moment, and said, "I know this matter is tricky, but if we do not take action, where is our authority in this city?" The deputy shook his head and remained silent. Lu Mingyuan understood that under the backdrop of the rise of the Chinese nation, the governance of that country and the city faced unprecedented challenges, and they must make cautious decisions. Just as Lu Mingyuan was feeling overwhelmed by the situation regarding Yu, he received a telegram from the homeland. Upon opening it and seeing the content, his expression immediately became complicated. The telegram announced that Chunhao had been awarded the title of Justice of the Peace. This news made Lu Mingyuan realize that the government was beginning to adopt a conciliatory policy towards the Chun family under the pressure of the rise of the Chinese nation, choosing to soften their stance. In the following days, the Chun family purchased a luxurious seaside villa, impressively built near the sea. On the day of the banquet, Chunhao and Yu, dressed in splendid traditional attire, stood at the entrance of the villa to welcome the guests. Zhou Jindong arrived early at the banquet with Zhou Haoran, and upon seeing the villa, he was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Chun, this villa is truly magnificent. It's worthy of the Chun family's reputation," Zhou Jindong said with a smile, stepping forward to shake hands with Chunhao. Chunhao smiled in response. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. It's just a small effort for today's banquet." Other members of the business association arrived one after another, enjoying the delicious dishes while discussing the situation in the city. Yu delivered an impassioned speech at the banquet, once again emphasizing the importance of unity among the Chinese community and the strength of their homeland, earning rounds of applause from the guests present. The banquet was conducted in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, and the Chun family status in the hearts of various sectors in the city rose a notch. Chapter 86. The power games in the city. In this land filled with opportunities and challenges, the title of Justice of the Peace holds significant meaning. Whenever disputes arise in the community, whether it's a quarrel between neighbors over unclear property boundaries or a fight among local thugs vying for territory, a justice of the peace must step in to mediate. In a small alley in Wanchai, two neighbors started a heated argument over clutter in front of their homes, and tensions were escalating to the point of a physical confrontation. At that moment, Justice of the Peace Mr. Lee happened to pass by. He calmly approached, first separating the two parties, then patiently listening to each side's grievances. After a heartfelt and rational mediation, he successfully resolved the conflict. In legal proceedings, justices of the peace are also indispensable. During the signing of important business contracts, they serve as impartial witnesses, ensuring that the terms are fair and lawful. For instance, during the signing of cooperation agreements among major consortiums in the city, justices of the peace are present to oversee the process. During elections, they travel between polling stations to prevent fraudulent activities and ensure fair and just elections. Becoming a justice of the peace does not hinge on academic qualifications or conventional certifications. In the city, substantial financial resources are fundamental. Wealthy owners of multiple factories and shopping malls have the capital to compete for this title. Social prestige is also crucial. Those who have long been dedicated to charity, such as building schools for underprivileged children or providing warmth to the elderly, are well loved by the public and stand a chance to attain this honor. There are several categories of justices of the peace in the city. Official justices are often high-ranking government officials who, while performing public duties, also take on the responsibility of maintaining social order. For example, officials in charge of public safety not only combat crime, but also participate in mediating community disputes. Non-official justices come from elite sectors of society. Business magnates with sharp commercial acumen drive the city's economic development. Renowned lawyers uphold the dignity of the law in court, and philanthropists bring hope to vulnerable groups. The justices of the peace in the new territories mainly comprise influential figures from that region, familiar with local customs and playing a significant role in handling local affairs. The justice of the peace system originally served as a means for colonial authorities to win over local forces and maintain social stability. Over time, it gradually integrated into the governance system of the city and became an important component. The rise of the Chun family in the city has been remarkably swift. Before Chun Hao was awarded the Justice of the Peace Medal, the family had a certain reputation in the business world, but they were somewhat overshadowed by established families. Their family business was limited in scale, often at a disadvantage in market competition. However, once the medal was acquired, the Chun family's status instantly elevated. Walking on the streets of the city, the public's attitude towards the Chun family shifted from ordinary respect to awe. In social settings, members of the Chun family drew significant attention. However, after the 1980s, the title of Justice of the Peace gradually became widespread, reflecting the changing political landscape of the city, with various forces rising and falling. As a powerful figure in the city, Lu Mingyuan had a complex attitude towards the Chun family. Initially, Chun Yu's series of unconventional actions angered Lu Mingyuan, who believed the Chun family was challenging the authority of a certain country. However, with the rise of a certain civilization and the increased cohesion among the Chinese community in the city, Chun Yu cleverly enhanced the prestige of the Chun family. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Mingyuan agreed to grant Chun Hao the title of Justice of the Peace in order to stabilize the situation. Chun Yu had been closely monitoring the reactions of the government of that certain country. He understood that his actions in the city would cause ripples and hoped that the government would recognize the strength of the Chinese community and make changes. However, Zhou Jindong's invitation for the Chun family to attend a dinner raised doubts in his mind. Although it appeared to be a gesture of goodwill, Chun Yu felt that Zhou Jindong had his own calculations and was not truly interested in befriending the Chun family. Chun Yu was well aware of the complex situation in the city and the potential for conflict with the government. To address the crisis, he considered forming an alliance with the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce. The chamber had significant influence in the city, with members achieving remarkable success in various industries, including manufacturing and trade. Chun Yu believed that uniting with the chamber could enhance the voice of the Chinese community, demonstrating his political acumen. While he was deep in thought, Chun Yu received a call from Lu Mingyuan, informing him that the government had decided to grant Chun Hao the title of Justice of the Peace. He felt immense joy, as his previous concerns diminished significantly, fully aware of the importance this held for the Chun family's development. When Chun Hao returned home, he was elated and couldn't wait to share his conversation with Zhou Jindong with his family. Today, I spoke with Zhou Jindong and the others. Our Chun family status in the city is clearly different now. He was filled with pride, knowing that the Chun family's current standing was largely due to Chun Yu's efforts. Seeing his father happy, Chun Yu informed him about the honor. Dad, the government has decided to grant you the title of Justice of the Peace. From now on, our Chun family will be a prominent family in the city. Chun Hao was initially taken aback, then became excited with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "That's great. Our Chun family has finally made a breakthrough." The father and son then began discussing the family's development and future plans. Chun Hao's reliance on and recognition of Chun Yu became increasingly evident. In the past, as the head of the family, he made all decisions himself. But now he increasingly valued Chun Yu's abilities and often followed his opinions. Chapter 87. A moment of opportunity within the imposing governor's mansion. An important appointment ceremony was quietly taking place. Governor Lu Mingyuan stood on the stage, holding a list in his hand, and solemnly announced, after discussions at the governor's office, "We have decided to appoint 27 justices of the peace. They will take on the important responsibilities of maintaining social order and promoting community harmony in the city." As his voice echoed, the audience listened attentively, their eyes filled with anticipation. He Shirley, Zheng Bainian, and Chun Hao. When Chun Hao's name was called, a slight stir arose among the crowd. It is worth noting that among these 27 justices of the peace, there were only 4 from the Chinese community. And Chun Hao's inclusion underscored his significantly elevated status in the city. Chun Hao stood off stage, dressed in a sharp suit. Although he tried to remain calm, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement. He understood that this appointment was not only a personal honor, but also a significant opportunity for the rise of the Chun family. Once the news broke, the entire city was shaken. The threshold of the Chun household was nearly broken down as congratulators came in droves. From business partners to casual acquaintances, everyone brought generous gifts, eager to establish a connection with the Chun family. "Congratulations, Mr. Chun. We will be relying on you more in the future," a businessman in a silk long gown said with a beaming smile, handing over an exquisite gift box. Chun Hao smiled as he accepted it, politely responding, "Congratulations to you too. Let's look out for each other moving forward." In the spacious living room, various gifts piled up, including precious antiques and rare jewels. Each item was of considerable value, bearing witness to the Chun family's elevated status. In the study, Chen Yu approached his busy father with a serious expression. "Dad, now that you've become a justice of the peace, the Chun family status has indeed risen significantly, but we must not become arrogant. This identity and status bring both honor and responsibility." Chen Hao paused his work, looked at his composed son, nodded, and said, "You're right, Yu. I've been thinking a lot these days. With this new identity, the road ahead will be more challenging, especially regarding our family's future connections with the mainland. We must be more cautious. We cannot forget our roots. There are our compatriots over there, and we need to do something for them." To match their new status, the Chen family planned to move into a villa on Taiping Mountain. This villa had a notable origin, gifted by a prominent figure. Initially, when the Chun family began to rise in the city, there were inevitable frictions within the local business community. However, as Chun Hao's influence grew, this figure realized that collaborating with the Chun family was the path to mutual benefit. Thus, he proactively offered the Taiping Mountain Villa and invited Chun Hao to join the business association as a vice president. This move not only indicated reconciliation within the association, but also meant that the Chun family's position in the local business world was further solidified. Chen Hao, who valued feng shui, was particularly careful about such a significant move. He specifically invited a renowned feng shui master from the city to select an auspicious day. On the day of the move, the villa was decorated with lights and festive decorations, creating a celebratory atmosphere. Chen Hao led his family in a grand ceremony to pay homage to the deities. In the villa's courtyard, a large offering table was set up, filled with various offerings, including a whole roasted pig, fresh fruits, and fragrant flowers. Dressed in a traditional Chinese robe, Chen Hao knelt on a mat with a solemn expression, reciting prayers to seek blessings for the Chun family's safety, prosperity, and success. This Taiping Mountain Villa spans over 20,000 square feet, resembling a luxurious palace. The interior is lavishly decorated, with every detail reflecting the owner's esteemed status. The living room is adorned with expensive marble flooring, and the walls are decorated with paintings from renowned artists, while a crystal chandelier casts brilliant light. Outside the villa is a vast garden, lush with greenery and fragrant flowers, alongside a clear swimming pool. Living in a villa on the peak is a symbol of immense economic strength. The surrounding neighbors are all business tycoons, such as prominent figures in the industry who have built one of the most elite social circles in the area. Standing on the balcony of the villa, Chen Yu gazes at the beautiful scenery of the city, feeling a rush of emotions. He recalls when he first arrived in this era, just a small, aimless character. Now, he has become an important member of an esteemed family, and the drastic changes in his life make him feel a bit dazed. It all feels like a dream, he murmurs to himself. At that moment, Chen Hao approaches and pats him on the shoulder, saying, "This is not a dream. This is all the result of our family's hard work and the changes you have brought." To celebrate the housewarming, Chen Hao decides to host a banquet. On this day, the villa is bustling with activity, as distinguished guests from various sectors of the city come to offer their congratulations. In the villa's garden, beautifully set tables are filled with a lavish array of dishes. Waitresses and cheongsams weave among the guests, serving fine wine and delicacies. "Mr. Chen, congratulations on your new home. This villa is truly magnificent. The business community here will surely look up to your family," says a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses as he steps forward with a smile. Chen Hao quickly waves his hand, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, but we will need everyone's support moving forward." At this moment, Chen Yu also approaches and adds, "Uncle Liu is right. Our family's success today is thanks to everyone's support. Together, we will strengthen our business in the city." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhendong walks over and says, "Chen brother, your current status is among the top in the city. The Chaozhou Shantao Chamber of Commerce will rely on your contributions." Chen Hao responds with a smile. "You flatter me, brother Zhou. It's an honor to join the chamber. I will give my all to its endeavors." Throughout the banquet, Chen Hao engages in conversations with guests, strengthening his connections. Chen Yu also keeps busy, sharing modern ideas and unique insights with the younger generation of business elites, earning their admiration. "Young Master Chen, your ideas are truly innovative. After hearing you, I have new thoughts on the direction of future business," exclaims an excited young entrepreneur. Chen Yu humbly smiles and replies, "You're too kind. We should learn from each other and progress together." The entire banquet lasts all day, and as night falls, guests begin to leave one by one. Chun Hao and Chun Yu stand at the villa's entrance, watching the departing guests, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Today's banquet officially announces to the world that our family has become one of the top families in the city, Chun Hao says. Chun Yu nods in agreement, saying, "That's right, Dad. This is just the beginning. The future holds broader horizons for our family." In the coming days, Chun Yu began to actively plan the next steps for the family's development. He discovered the enormous potential of the electronics industry in the port city and decided to invest in a factory and introduce advanced production technology. The economy of the port city is rapidly developing, and the demand for electronic products is growing. Our family must seize this opportunity to enter the electronics industry. Chun Hao nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, Your idea is good. However, our family has never ventured into the electronics industry before, and the risks are considerable. Chun Yu confidently replied, "Dad, I have conducted detailed market research and contacted foreign technical teams. As long as we are willing to invest, we can certainly establish a foothold in the electronics industry." Family members expressed their opinions, and in the end, everyone unanimously agreed with Chun Yu's proposal. Meanwhile, changes were quietly taking place in the port city. As the influence of the country on the international stage continued to expand, the relationship between the port city and the mainland was becoming increasingly close. As a gentleman, Chun Hao actively participated in activities to promote exchanges between the port city and the mainland. He frequently met with officials from the mainland to discuss cooperation matters. During one exchange event, Chun Hao met an entrepreneur from the mainland, and the two hit it off. "Mr. Chun, the mainland is currently vigorously developing its economy, and we warmly welcome businesses from the port city to invest in the mainland. I believe this is a rare opportunity for both sides," the mainland entrepreneur said. Chun Hao smiled in response. "Indeed, I have always hoped to contribute to the development of the mainland. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Meanwhile, Chun Yu's layout in the electronics industry was progressing smoothly. The factory was successfully completed, and the production line was installed and debugged. At the opening ceremony of the factory, prominent figures from all walks of life in the port city gathered once again. "Young Master Chun, congratulations. With the opening of this electronics factory, the market for electronic products in the port city is likely to be monopolized by your family," a business tycoon said with a smile. Chun Yu humbly replied, "I can't accept such praise. Our family just wants to contribute to the economic development of the port city. We still need everyone's support." Chapter 88. The conspiracy behind the feast inside the villa. A grand banquet was in full swing, marking a social event hosted by the family after moving to their new home. Celebrities from all walks of life in the port city were invited, filling the venue with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Huang Mingzhi, dressed in a sharp English suit and holding a glass of expensive whiskey, approached Chun Hao with a smile. "Brother Chun, you look radiant today. You truly embody the elegance of a gentleman." Huang Mingzhi's voice carried just the right amount of warmth. Chun Hao responded with a smile, "You flatter me, brotherly. It's just the family's good fortune." The two exchanged pleasantries, appearing to be close. Yet every word was laced with subtle undertones. Huang Mingzhi smiled as he subtly said, "Brother Chun, I heard you are recently expanding into new business. This market is like a battlefield. You must be cautious and not let unrealistic ideas cloud your judgment." Chun Hao scoffed inwardly, but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. "Thank you for the reminder, my friend. The Chun family knows how to conduct business with discretion." He slightly raised his head. The Chun family was no longer what it used to be and would not be easily swayed by mere words. In the development blueprint of the Chun family, Chun Hao and Chun Yu had clear and efficient roles. Chun Hao, with his years of connections and resources accumulated in the city, acted like an experienced navigator, responsible for finding various relationships and channels to pave the way for the Chun family's business endeavors. At that moment, in a corner of the banquet, Chun Yu was conversing with Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran, dressed in a stylish traditional long shirt, had a sharp look in his eyes. "Chun Yu, I've been pondering investment opportunities lately. Do you have any insights?" Zhou Haoran asked directly. Chun Yu smiled slightly, picked up a wine glass from the table, took a sip, and said, "Brother Zhou, I do have an idea. With the rapid development of the city and the growing population, the demand for food storage is increasing. Investing in cold storage warehouses might be a good direction." Zhou Haoran frowned slightly, lost in thought. Noticing this, Chun Yu continued, "Moreover, I might as well let you in on a little secret. I have reached a cooperation intention with a certain globally renowned beverage company. Just think about it. Once this product enters the local market, the commercial potential behind it is immeasurable. Zhou Haoran's eyes lit up instantly as he realized the value of what Chunyu was saying, considering the popularity of the beverage worldwide. Chunyu, pleased with Zhou Haoran's reaction, continued, Brother Zhou, I have a proposal. I plan to establish a bottling plant for this beverage here. If you're interested, you could invest. However, Chunyu paused, his gaze firm. I do not welcome the Huang family to be involved. Zhou Haoran was taken aback, instantly understanding Chunyu's intentions. Chunyu was deliberately sidelining the Huang family, aiming to compete with them in the beverage market, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Zhou Haoran knew Chunyu's capabilities. Partnering with him would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity for his family. Thus, he tentatively said, Chunyu, your proposal is quite tempting. However, I need to discuss this cooperation with my father first. Personally, I am very willing to collaborate with you. Chunyu nodded with a smile and replied, All right, Brother Zhou. I look forward to your response. After the banquet, Zhou Haoran hurried home and shared the details of his conversation with Chunyu with his father, Zhou Zhendong. Seated in his study, Zhou Zhendong listened quietly to his son's account before slowly speaking. Chunyu is indeed impressive. His idea of investing in cold storage warehouses and collaborating with a leading beverage company shows remarkable business insight. Moreover, his clear intention to exclude the Huang family indicates he plans to take action against them in the beverage industry. Zhou Zhendong stood up and paced back and forth in the study, continuing, If Chunyu's bottling plant is established, leveraging the brand influence of a certain global beverage company, it will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Huang family's beverage industry. Zhou Haoran, standing by, said, Father, I believe Chunyu's proposal is quite good. If our family can participate, we might carve out a new territory in the commercial landscape of the port city. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhendong made a firm decision. All right, we will support Chunyu. Moreover, we should increase our shareholding ratio and establish a closer cooperative relationship with the Chen family. Zhou Zhendong understood that collaborating with Chunyu, though carrying certain risks, could yield substantial benefits for their family if successful. Additionally, Chunyu's capabilities and connections would play an immeasurable role in the future development of their family. Through this opportunity, they would advance further in the business community of the port city and, together with the Chen family, write their own commercial legend. As time passed, Chunyu began to prepare intensively for the construction of the bottling plant. He traveled extensively to find suitable locations for the factory, negotiated equipment purchases with suppliers, and dealt with various cumbersome procedural issues. Throughout this process, Chunyu showcased his efficiency and decisiveness. Utilizing his connections, he quickly secured land approval and obtained a substantial loan from a bank with a highly persuasive proposal. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran actively participated in the project on behalf of their family. He brought in funds and resources, collaborating with Chunyu to devise strategies for the construction of the bottling plant. The two often spent entire days discussing in the office, covering every detail from the layout of the production line to recruitment and training of staff. Chunyu, I believe we must emphasize training when hiring workers, as quality control is crucial for producing the beverage, Zhou Haoran stated seriously. Chunyu nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right, Zhou. I have already contacted some professional training teams, and they will provide comprehensive training for the workers. On the other side, Huang Mingzhi learned of Chunyu and the Zhou family's plan. Sitting in the living room of the Huang family's mansion, his expression was terrifyingly grim. This Chunyu is simply outrageous. How dare he openly challenge our family's position? Huang Mingzhi exclaimed angrily. His assistant cautiously remarked, Sir, with Chunyu and the Zhou family joining forces, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Mingzhi replied, Do they think they can defeat us so easily? It's not that simple. We cannot just sit back and wait. We must immediately strengthen our promotional efforts in the beverage market while finding ways to suppress their project. In the business circles of the port city, news of the impending commercial war between Chunyu and the Huang family gradually spread. People speculated on who would ultimately emerge victorious from this battle. Some people are optimistic about Chunyu, believing that with his innovative thinking and the support of the Zhou family, he will surely make waves in the market. Meanwhile, others feel that the Huang family has deep roots, having operated in the port city for many years with a vast sales network and customer base, making it no easy task for Chunyu to shake their foundation. Chunyu is well aware that the Huang family will not give up easily, but he feels no fear. He knows that his modern business concepts and the powerful brand he represents provide him with solid confidence. During a family meeting, Chunyu reported in detail to Chunhao and other family members about the project's progress. Dad, The construction of the bottling plant is proceeding smoothly, and we expect to start trial production next month. Although the Huang family will definitely take action, we are well prepared to respond. Chen Hao looked at his confident son with pride and said, You are doing great. Our family has worked hard to get to this point, and we must not be suppressed by the Huang family. If you need the family's support, just speak up. On the streets of the port city, people are also buzzing about the news of Coca-Cola's impending entry. Young men gather in tea restaurants, excitedly discussing, I heard Coca-Cola's drinks are really good and especially popular abroad. It would be fantastic if we could have them here in the port city. Meanwhile, some business people have keenly sensed the business opportunity and are planning how to collaborate with Chunyu's bottling plant to seize market advantages. Chapter 89. The battle for market share in the elegantly arranged study of the Zhou family. Zhou Haoran is frowning, intently focused on a stack of documents spread out on the table. The densely packed data represents his detailed analysis of the market share in the beverage industry of the port city. After a long while, he lifts his head, a serious expression on his face, and says to Zhou Zhendong, who is seated opposite him, Father, after my recent thorough research, the Huang family's market share in the beverage industry is indeed enormous. Their products are everywhere in the port city, from upscale restaurants to small corner shops, making it clear that Chunyu will find it challenging to compete with the Huang family in this industry. Zhou Zhendong slightly squints, a glimmer of thought passing through his eyes. He gently rotates the cigar in his hand, the rich tobacco aroma filling the air. Haoran, how well do you know Chunyu? He suddenly asks, his voice deep and powerful. Zhou Haoran is momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his father to ask this question. After a moment of thought, he replies seriously, I have interacted with Chunyu a few times, and I find him quite remarkable. He possesses an extraordinary business mind. Just look at how he promoted arcade machines. It was truly an impressive success. He seems to have an uncanny ability to grasp market demands and made the previously little-known arcade machines in the port city wildly popular. Furthermore, his influence isn't limited to the port city. I've heard that many people worldwide are interested in his arcade products. Zhou Zhendong nodded, placing the cigar in the ashtray beside him, and slowly said, You only know part of it, not the whole picture. Chunyu's achievements go far beyond this. He has managed to significantly elevate the Chun family status in the port city in a short period of time, and it's not just luck behind this. He possesses a genius-level business insight and a courage that ordinary people lack. Take this collaboration with a certain beverage company as an example. Others wouldn't even dare to think about it. But he not only thought of it, he took action and has already made substantial progress. For someone like him, our Zhou family is still far from being able to compare. After hearing this, Zhou Haoran couldn't help but admire Chunyu even more. He looked at his father and asked, So, Father, should we continue our collaboration with Chunyu? Zhou Zhendong waved his hand and said, Of course we should collaborate. Chunyu's abilities are exactly what our Zhou family needs. Working with him is a rare opportunity for us. As for the Huang family, while they are strong, they are not invincible. I will protect you and ensure that the Huang family's threats do not affect our collaboration with Chunyu. At this moment, in the Chun family's villa on Victoria Peak, Chunyu was standing on the spacious balcony, overlooking the bustling night scene of the port city. The garden outside the villa was adorned with colorful lights, making it look dreamlike. The changes in life are truly significant, Chunyu murmured to himself. His gaze fell upon a vacant lot next to the villa, and a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps a small commercial display area could be built here to showcase our Chun family's products. It would not only attract customers, but also enhance the Chun family's brand image. As he thought about it, he nodded, feeling increasingly clear about his future plans. At that moment, Chun Hao walked over and, seeing Chunyu lost in thought, smiled and asked, What are you thinking about? Chunyu came to his senses and replied, Dad, I was thinking about the future development of our Chun family. By the way, I wanted to tell you that the collaboration with the beverage company is progressing smoothly. The construction of the bottling plant is nearing completion, and the equipment has been installed and debugged. We are just waiting for it to officially start production. Chun Hao's face lit up with a smile. That's great, you're doing very well. However, while developing the business, we must not forget our relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. The people in the chamber, despite their various agendas, hold resources that are important for the development of our Chun family. Chunyu nodded and said, Dad, don't worry, I understand. I plan to further strengthen our relationships with merchants and expand our business scope. It's not just arcade machines and beverages. I want to venture into other products and build a diversified business empire. A hint of surprise flashed in Chun Hao's eyes, and he smiled, saying, Your idea is excellent. However, this is not an easy task. Especially with our competition with the Huang family, we must be careful and cautious. A determined look crossed Qin Yu's eyes as he said, Dad, I know. The Huang family's influence in the port city is indeed significant. But they are not without their weaknesses. I plan to start with the beverage industry and take measures against the Huang family, hitting them hard. They have targeted our family multiple times before, and this time, I want them to understand the consequences of opposing us. Chen Hao looked at his son's determined eyes and felt a sense of pride. All right, I believe in you. However, you must be cautious with your strategy and not act too hastily. Chen Yu nodded slightly and said, Dad, I understand. Directly defeating the Huang family is indeed unrealistic. So I choose to gradually weaken their strength. I'll start with the beverage industry, and once we establish a foothold in the beverage market, we'll expand into other areas. Step by step, making the Huang family feel the power of the Qin family. In the following days, Chen Yu began to implement his plan vigorously. He frequently met with major merchants in the port city, and with his charisma and business acumen, he successfully established closer cooperative relationships with many of them. He also personally went to the bottling plant to supervise the production process, ensuring the quality of Coca-Cola products. In the arcade business, he kept launching new game styles to attract more players. Meanwhile, the Huang family noticed Chen Yu's movements. Huang Mingzhi sat in the living room of the Huang family's mansion, his face dark with anger. This Chen Yu is becoming increasingly arrogant. Does he think he can shake our family's position with this? He said furiously. A member of the Huang family's advisory team cautiously remarked, Sir, Chen Yu is coming on strong this time. We cannot let our guard down. His collaboration with Coca-Cola indeed poses a significant threat to our beverage business. Huang Mingzhi snorted coldly and said, Humph, does he think he can defeat us with just Coca-Cola? Too naive. Immediately increase our beverage promotion efforts and lower prices. We must regain market share. At the same time, closely monitor Chen Yu's every move and report any news to me immediately. After learning about the Huang family's reaction, Chen Yu smiled slightly. Huang family, this is just the beginning. You will soon realize how wrong it is to oppose me, Chen Yu. Today is an important day for Coca-Cola in the port city. I believe that with everyone's support, Coca-Cola will surely shine in the port city market, Chen Yu confidently stated on stage. The audience erupted in warm applause, and the merchants expressed optimism about Coca-Cola's prospects in the port city, eager to collaborate with Chen Yu. However, the Huang family did not sit idly by. They launched fierce counterattacks in the market, introducing a series of promotional activities and new beverage products. In an instant, the beverage market in the port city was thrown into chaos. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed, knowing that in this business competition, lasting success relied not only on immediate strategies, but also on long-term planning. He began to intensify market research and discovered that young people in the port city had a strong curiosity for novel things. Thus, he decided to make changes to Coca-Cola's packaging and marketing. He designed a series of creative packaging that incorporated distinctive elements of the port city. At the same time, he launched a series of advertising campaigns targeting young people. These initiatives immediately caught the attention of the city's youth, and sales began to rise rapidly. In the arcade business, he also made new breakthroughs. He collaborated with a foreign game development company to introduce several popular games. These games were enthusiastically embraced by players as soon as they were launched in the city's arcades. He seized the opportunity to expand the arcade scale, opening branches in various areas of the city, further solidifying his position in the arcade market. In terms of partnerships with businesses, he achieved significant results as well. He established long-term collaborations with major supermarkets and convenience stores in the city to ensure that his product could occupy a dominant position in these sales channels. Additionally, he partnered with several restaurants and bars to make his product the designated beverage, further expanding its market share. During a meeting with a colleague, he said, Our plans are progressing smoothly. Although the Huang family has been fighting back, their market share continues to decline. As long as we maintain this momentum, it won't be long before we completely defeat them in the beverage market. The colleague nodded and replied, Your strategy is indeed effective. I believe that with our cooperation, we can achieve our goals. In the ever-changing business landscape of the port city, he understood that to truly topple the Huang family's dominance in the beverage industry, the power of public opinion could not be underestimated. Sitting in the spacious and bright study of his family home, he was determined, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He already had a bold and risky plan in mind. to launch negative publicity against the Huang family's beverages through the media. It would start with an article. He murmured to himself, a slight smile on his lips, as he picked up the phone and dialed the number of a familiar journalist at a local newspaper. Hello, journalist Zhang. I have a big news tip that is sure to make waves throughout the city. Come to my house tomorrow morning, and we can discuss it in detail. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair, envisioning the article that would soon change the landscape of the beverage market in the port city. The next morning, journalist Zhang arrived at his home on time. In the study, he explained his plan in detail. After listening, there was a flicker of hesitation in Zhang's eyes. Young Master Chen, this could offend the Huang family. What if we get found out in our newspaper? Chen gave a slight smile, saying, Don't worry, journalist Zhang. Since I dare to do this, I have the confidence. Just think about it. If this article causes a stir, how much will the sales of the newspaper increase? And how much will your status at the newspaper improve? Moreover, I will provide enough evidence to convince the readers of everything. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang finally nodded. Soon, an article titled Breaking. The Dark Secrets Behind Sunshine Juice was published on the front page of the local newspaper. The article opens with a shocking statement. The beverage you drink every day contains an astonishing secret. Following this, the content meticulously crafted by the author unfolds. He begins to spread rumors on a large scale, claiming that this beverage contains addictive substances. The article details the beverage's ingredients, describing some common additives in an extremely alarming manner. It also asserts with certainty that consuming this beverage could lead to serious health issues, particularly gastrointestinal discomfort. According to authoritative medical experts, long-term consumption of this beverage could severely damage gastrointestinal function and even trigger a series of difficult-to-treat diseases. The article states this explicitly. Once published, it detonated like a bomb, stirring up a huge uproar among the local populace. People discussed the dark side of the beverage everywhere. This company is so unscrupulous, adding such things to their drinks just for profit, exclaimed a middle-aged woman. Yes, my child loves to drink this soda. What should I do? A young father worriedly replied. The public's anger towards the beverage was ignited instantly. People began to spontaneously spread negative information about it. In various tea houses and taverns, discussions about the beverage's issues were rampant. The company quickly became accused of being the source of stomach pains for the local people, and public sentiment reached a boiling point. The author was not satisfied with this impact alone. He knew that while a single article could have significant influence, it wasn't enough to completely ruin the company. Thus, he turned his attention to a local television station. He approached a senior executive at the station and, through a series of exchanges and persuasion, the station decided to air a special news segment titled Uncovering the Secrets of the Beverage Industry. On the night the program aired, countless families gathered in front of their television sets. When footage of the beverage factory appeared on screen, viewers were left in shock. The dimly lit factory, the disorganized raw materials, and workers in tattered uniforms painted a stark contrast to their expectations of a modern facility. As the camera moved further inside, the poor conditions became increasingly evident, with noticeable stains on some ingredients. Viewers frowned, and many began to feel nauseous. Is this where our drinks are made? How terrifying! One viewer exclaimed. The revelations in the news segment further incited strong disgust among the audience. In one household, a family was gathered around the television, and suddenly an elderly person covered their mouth and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. This company has gone too far. They must be held accountable, the elderly person's son angrily stated. Soon, viewers began to gather in public spaces, demanding retaliation against the company, with some even plotting to attack its factory. Meanwhile, in the company's mansion, the owner sat on the sofa in the living room, his face dark with anger as he watched the special news segment. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chen Yu is truly going too far. Huang Mingzhi roared in anger. He knew very well that Chen Yu's series of actions had posed a serious threat to the Huang family. The sales of the Huang family's beverages were plummeting, and their market share was rapidly shrinking, leaving him feeling helpless at this moment. Quick, contact the PR team and find a way to turn the situation around. Huang Mingzhi yelled at the assistant beside him. The assistant nodded repeatedly and hurriedly ran out. However, it seemed that everything was already too late. As public opinion continued to escalate, the crisis for the Huang family grew more severe. Huang Mingzhi sat there, his anger burning like a raging fire. Yet he had no outlet for it. Suddenly, he felt a strong tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the coffee table in front of him. His body slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. When Chen Yu learned of Huang Mingzhi's condition, he merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of compassion. He understood that the business world is like a battlefield. It's either you or me. Although the Huang family was severely damaged now, they had not completely fallen, and he had to press the advantage. Chen Yu gathered the core members of the Chen family and held an emergency meeting in the villa's conference room. Everyone, the Huang family is in disarray now. This is our best opportunity to defeat them completely. Chen Hao nodded slightly and said, You're right. But we must not let our guard down. The Huang family has deep roots and may still counterattack. Chen Yu confidently replied, Dad, I have already thought of the next plan. We need to utilize the current public anger towards the Huang family to further expand our market share of Coca-Cola. At the same time, we must closely monitor the Huang family's every move. Once they show any signs of a counterattack, we will respond immediately. In the following days, Chen Yu intensified the promotion of Coca-Cola. He placed advertisements in major newspapers and television stations in the harbor city, emphasizing the health and safety of Coca-Cola. The ads showcased Coca-Cola's modern production facilities and clean, tidy workshops. The advanced production equipment formed a stark contrast to the poor image of the Huang family's beverage factory. At the same time, Chen Yu launched a series of promotional activities to attract consumers to purchase Coca-Cola. Buy one, get one free. Coca-Cola, bringing you healthy and great taste. Such promotional slogans could be heard everywhere on the streets. Meanwhile, the Huang family's PR team was desperately trying to salvage the situation. They held a press conference, attempting to explain that the footage of the factory had been maliciously edited and that the beverage ingredients were safe. But the public no longer believed them. During the press conference, a reporter stood up and asked, The Huang family claims the footage was maliciously edited, so why not provide evidence? And regarding the beverage ingredients, you previously listed them in such detail. How do you explain that? The spokesperson for the Huang family was momentarily speechless and did not know how to respond. As time passed, the Huang family's beverage business continued to decline. In the factory, a large amount of beverages were piling up, and the workers were idle. However, the beverage produced by the Chun family is in high demand, and the bottling plant is working overtime every day. In the supermarkets and convenience stores of the port city, the shelves for this beverage are always crowded with customers, while the shelves for the Huang family's drinks remain empty and desolate. Chapter 91. The competition at Wanxiang Station. Chen Yu stood in the workspace of his television station, his gaze sweeping over the busy staff, and he couldn't help but smile. He knew very well what it meant to own a television station in this era where information dissemination is crucial. Compared to other media, a television station can convey information in a more direct and vivid manner, which is an incredibly powerful card in his hand. At this moment, Wanxiang Station was engulfed in chaos. Huang Mingzhi and Liu Yifei were locked in a fierce power struggle, each unwilling to yield in their battle for influence. This internal strife had nearly paralyzed the production department of Wanxiang Station, disrupting the filming schedule of various shows. Popular programs were also halted due to a lack of funding and coordination. Huang Mingzhi, don't go too far. This television station is not yours alone. Why should all decisions be made by you? Liu Yifei shouted at Huang Mingzhi, slamming her hand on the table in the conference room, her eyes wide with anger. Huang Mingzhi snorted coldly. If it weren't for my family investing a large amount of money, this station would have collapsed long ago. The power of decision-making should naturally be in my hands. The two exchanged heated words, the argument echoing throughout the conference room, creating a tense atmosphere. In such a chaotic situation, the viewership ratings of Wanxiang Station plummeted like a free fall. To maintain operations, they reluctantly chose to broadcast global live events from another region, barely sustaining themselves through meager licensing revenue. After experiencing the business confrontation with Chen Yu and the internal power struggles at the station, Huang Mingzhi finally felt overwhelmed. During an intense argument, he suddenly felt dizzy, and a mouthful of blood surged forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Everyone panicked and hurriedly rushed him to the hospital. When Chen Yu learned of this news, he was in his office reviewing documents. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. Huang Mingzhi, this is just retribution for your own actions. He had already made up his mind to completely suppress the Huang family until they went bankrupt, especially targeting their beverage industry, which once dominated the market in the port city. Zhou Haoran was shocked upon hearing about Chen Yu's series of actions against the Huang family. Sitting across from Chen Yu, his eyes sparkled with complex emotions. Chen, your methods truly open my eyes. I never thought the influence of media could be so immense. And you have mastered it so brilliantly. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Zhou, in this business world, information is power. Whoever can control the dissemination of information can control the situation. Zhou Haoran nodded, filled with awe for Chen Yu's success and strategies. He couldn't help but feel that despite his years of experience in the business world, he always seemed to fall short compared to Chen Yu, unable to reach such heights. Chen Yu understands that to firmly establish his position in the media industry of the port city, he must continuously innovate. He personally participates in the planning of television programs and has launched a series of novel shows and activities. There are entertaining outdoor competition programs that attract a large number of young viewers, as well as interview programs that delve into social phenomena in the port city, sparking enthusiastic discussions among the citizens. Once these programs aired, they quickly boosted the television station's ratings. Meanwhile, under his careful management, the Morning Bell Daily has become the highest-selling newspaper in the port city. Not only that, but he also capitalized on this success by launching various types of publications covering entertainment, finance, lifestyle, and more, each of which has been very well received. In a high-end tea house in the port city, Chen Yu and Zhou Haoran sit across from each other, the aroma of tea wafting around them. Chen Yu, look at the Huang family's beverage industry. It's on the verge of collapse. It won't be long before they go bankrupt. Zhou Haoran said as he picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. Chen Yu nodded slightly. That's right. Once the Huang family falls, there will be a huge gap in the beverage market of the port city. Our product will quickly fill that gap and dominate the market. Zhou Haoran hesitated for a moment and then asked, Chen Yu, have you considered directly entering the beverage industry? After all, it's a big cake. Chen Yu shook his head. Brother Zhou, while the beverage industry has high profits, I don't plan to invest too much energy into it. What I value more is a diversified business layout. The beverage industry is just one part of our overall strategy, not the entirety. Zhou Haoran nodded, increasingly admiring Chen Yu's business acumen. He continued, by the way, I've already arranged everything at the bottling plant. The equipment has been installed and debugged, and the workers have been trained. Chen Yu smiled and patted Zhou Haoran on the shoulder. Good, Brother Zhou, you can handle the subsequent matters. I believe in your abilities. A warm feeling surged in Zhou Haoran's heart. Chen Yu's trust in him made him feel a heavy sense of responsibility. Chen Yu, don't worry, I won't let you down. As time passed, the Huang family's beverage factory gradually fell into a state of shutdown. Workers lost their jobs and gathered at the factory gates, discussing their future paths with worried expressions. What are we going to do now that the Huang family has collapsed? Our families are still waiting for food. A middle-aged worker said helplessly. Meanwhile, the bottling plant of Chen Yu's company was bustling with activity. Brand new equipment was operating efficiently, and boxes of products were being shipped to various corners of the port city. In the business social circles of the port city, Chen Yu's name became increasingly prominent. Those who had once been skeptical of him in the business community now had to look at him with new respect. This kid Chen Yu is really something. In such a short time, he has brought down the Huang family and helped his company establish a foothold in the port city. Chen Yu did not let these praises cloud his judgment. He remained calm and sharp. He began to plan the next steps for his family's development, turning his attention to the emerging electronics industry. The electronics industry has tremendous potential for development in the future, and our family must seize the opportunity. Chen Yu said firmly at the family meeting. Chen Hao looked at his son with pride in his eyes. Go ahead and do it. The family will always be your support. Chapter 92. A competition over beverages. Zhou Haoran sat in his elegantly decorated study, his brow furrowed. Having navigated the business world in the port city for many years, he had an acute sense for opportunities. Now that the Huang family's beverage industry was in decline, he saw this as a golden opportunity. That Chen Yu fellow seems to have no interest in the beverage industry. Does he really think that several $100 million in annual revenue is insignificant? Zhou Haoran muttered to himself, filled with doubts. He knew well the vast market for beverages in the port city. With the Huang family falling, that market share was like an enticing cake waiting for someone with ambition to take over. The more Zhou Haoran thought about it, the more excited he became. A strong urge rising within him. He decided to start a beverage factory to replace the Huang family's position in the port city's beverage market. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was in the reception hall of the Chen family mansion, discussing future development strategies with the family's think tank. Everyone, the business situation in the port city is unpredictable. We must find the right direction. The beverage industry seems to be profitable, but the competition is incredibly fierce. The decline of the Huang family is a prime example. We need not force our way in. He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, and continued, I believe the future lies in two fields: household appliances and computers. With the development of the port city's economy and the improvement of people's living standards, the demand for household appliances will inevitably increase. As for computers, although they may seem distant from everyday life now, they represent the future of technology, and we must take the initiative. The members of the think tank nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by Chun Yu's foresight. At that moment, Huang Mingzhi was lying on a hospital bed, his face as pale as paper. The torment of heart disease left him weak, but what angered him more was that during his hospitalization, the situation for the Huang family had become increasingly unfavorable. What? The joint soda factory was vandalized by the citizens of the port city? Huang Mingzhi suddenly sat up in bed, shouting in disbelief and anger. His assistant, trembling beside him, said, Sir, it's absolutely true. Ever since those negative reports came out, the citizens' anger towards the Huang family hasn't stopped, and this time it erupted directly. Huang Mingzhi slammed his fist on the side of the bed, his hatred for Chun Yu deepening. He never expected Chun Yu's methods of retaliation to be so ruthless, inflicting such severe damage to his business. Just as Huang Mingzhi was seething with anger, Chun Xuemei walked into the hospital room. Seeing her husband in such a state, she felt a pang of pain. She hurried over and gently reassured him, Xiaohe, don't be too agitated. It's not good for your health. That Xinyu kid is just having a moment of success. How much can he really do to us? Our Huang family has deep roots. He can't stir up much of a storm. Huang Mingzhi snorted coldly. Humph, he's almost brought our business to its knees. Doesn't that show his capability? This time, I will not let him off. At this moment, a nurse brought in the day's newspaper. The front page headline boldly reported, Breaking. Huang's beverage exposed for containing toxic substances, endangering public health. The article detailed the so-called toxic components of Huang's beverage and included some seemingly conclusive images. Huang Mingzhi trembled with anger and threw the newspaper to the ground, declaring it nonsense. Xinyu, you are going too far. Meanwhile, Xinyu was methodically executing his counterattack plan. He thought of a domestic product known for its effectiveness in eliminating parasites, which was beloved by children and had health benefits. Xinyu decided to distribute this product for free in the city, aiming to enhance his image in the eyes of the public while further attacking Huang's reputation. He instructed his subordinates to package the product attractively and include a slogan, presenting it as a gift for the health of the city's children. His subordinates took the orders, and soon, teams distributing the product appeared in every corner of the city. This product had a special background. It was once the most anticipated snack for children because it not only tasted sweet, but also helped them expel parasites, ensuring their health. Chun Yu's strategy was a two-pronged approach. The children joyfully received the product, and parents praised Chun Yu's charitable act. Young Master Chun is truly a great person for giving such good candy to the children for free, a mother said with a smile to a neighbor. Indeed. Look at the Huang family and their wrongdoings. Poisonous beverages. Compared to young Master Chun, they are worlds apart, the neighbor agreed. Public anger towards Huang's family intensified, further damaging Huang Mingzhi's reputation. Upon learning that Chun Yu was using the product to undermine him, his rage peaked. With red eyes and gritted teeth, he said, Chun Yu, just wait. I will make you pay. However, he was currently confined to a hospital bed, and his physical weakness prevented him from taking action. Yet, the fire of hatred in his heart burned ever stronger, vowing to seek revenge on Chun Yu. As the distribution of the product continued in the city, Chun Yu's reputation soared. He organized a large public welfare event and invited numerous families to participate. At the event, children happily tasted the product while parents expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chun Yu. Young Master Chun, thanks to you, the children are eating well and sleeping soundly. A young mother said gratefully. Chun Yu smiled and replied, It's my duty to ensure the health of the children. Meanwhile, the media under Chun Yu's management extensively reported on the public welfare event, further enhancing his image among the city's residents. In contrast, the situation for Huang's family became increasingly dire. After the soda factory was damaged, restoration work faced numerous challenges, including funding shortages and worker strikes. Huang Mingzhi lay in his hospital bed, anxious and powerless. He kept calling his assistant to inquire about the situation, but all he received were frustrating updates. Sir, the bank has refused to grant us a loan, citing a decline in our credit rating, the assistant said helplessly. Huang Mingzhi angrily hung up the phone, his hatred for Chun Yu reaching a frenzied level. Chen Yu, however, did not relax due to the Huang family's predicament. He knew full well that in the business world, one must either advance or retreat. He led the Chun family team to delve deeply into the fields of home appliances and computers. They frequently communicated with overseas suppliers and technical teams to introduce advanced technologies and equipment. During a video conference with foreign computer experts, Chen Yu elaborated on his views regarding the computer market in the international metropolis. As a major city, the demand for computers in this area would surge dramatically over time. We must create computer products suitable for this market, excelling in both hardware and software, he stated. The experts wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Yu's insights, and both parties quickly reached a cooperation intention. In the realm of home appliances, the Chen family also made significant breakthroughs. They developed a new type of washing machine that was not only stylish in appearance, but also powerful in function, boasting high cleaning efficiency while conserving water and energy. Chen Yu decided to hold a product launch event to showcase this product to the local consumers. At the launch, Chen Yu personally took the stage to introduce the product, and his confidence and professionalism earned him rounds of applause from the audience. This washing machine will completely transform the laundry experience for families here. We believe it will become a new favorite among households, he proclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. As the Chun family continued to make strides in new fields, the business landscape of the area underwent a significant change. The Huang family, once dominant in the beverage industry, gradually faded from public memory, while the Chun family emerged as the new focal point in the business community. Standing atop the Chun family enterprises building, Chen Yu overlooked the entire city, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet he knew this was just the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him in the future. Meanwhile, Huang Mingzhi, still in recovery, had not extinguished the flames of revenge in his heart. He was always waiting for an opportunity to strike back at Chen Yu. Following the tremendous success of the product launch, orders for home appliances flooded in for the Chen family. Major shopping centers in the area actively reached out to them, hoping to represent the new washing machine. As Chen Yu looked at the piles of orders on his desk, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This is just our first step in the home appliance field. Next, we will continue to develop more quality products to meet the needs of local consumers, he told his team members. However, just as the Chen family was on the rise, Huang Mingzhi finally discharged from the hospital. As soon as he left, he immediately gathered the core members of the Huang family for an emergency meeting. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We must find a way to counterattack Chen Yu, Huang Mingzhi said, his gaze resolute. One member cautiously spoke up. Sir, the Chen family is currently thriving. Where should we begin? Huang Mingzhi pondered for a moment and said, aren't they working on home appliances and computers? We can't fall behind. Let's establish a research and development team immediately. We must also enter these two fields and compete with the Chen family. Upon learning of Huang Mingzhi's actions, Chen Yu merely smiled faintly. Huang Mingzhi, you are just making a desperate struggle. However, since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. He understood well that the upcoming competition would be even fiercer, but he felt no fear. He increased investment in R&D, hiring more professionals at high salaries in an effort to stay ahead of the Huang family technologically. In the field of computers, the Chen family's R&D team worked day and night to successfully develop an office software suitable for small and medium-sized enterprises in the port city. This software was easy to operate, fully functional, and could greatly enhance the office efficiency of businesses. Chen Yu once again held a grand launch event to introduce this software to the business community in the port city. At the event, many business representatives expressed their intention to purchase on the spot. This software is simply tailor-made for our company. With it, our work efficiency will definitely improve significantly, exclaimed a business owner. Meanwhile, the Huang family faced numerous difficulties after entering the new field. Their R&D progress was slow, and the product quality was unsatisfactory. During a product test, a serious malfunction occurred with the computer developed by the Huang family, leading to a failed test. Upon hearing this news, Huang Mingzhi was furious. What are you all doing? You can't even develop a computer properly, he yelled at the R&D team. Chen Yu closely monitored the movements of the Huang family, knowing that their failure was just a matter of time. However, he did not let his guard down and continued to lead the Chun family forward in the business world. He planned to establish a large technology industrial park in the port city to attract more tech companies and create a complete industrial chain. We want to make the port city the technology capital of Asia and lead the tech trend. Chapter 93. The rise of the philanthropist standing on the terrace of his luxurious villa, Chen Yu felt a gentle breeze on his face, his gaze reflecting confidence and composure. Recently, his charitable deeds had been praised throughout the streets and alleys of the port city, and the title of great philanthropist spread like wildfire, which Chen Yu accepted with pleasure. He understood that in the complex business world of the port city, the power of public opinion should not be underestimated. This title was like a golden signboard that could significantly enhance his image. Charity is not only about helping others, but also an investment in the hearts of the people in the port city, Chen Yu murmured with a slight smile. Chen Yu's philanthropic activities had a unique operational approach. He made charitable donations through currency transactions, cleverly supporting the increase of foreign exchange reserves in the country. In a simply yet elegant office, Chen Yu was discussing the details of a charity project with his assistant. We must ensure that the materials we donate are of high quality, and the transportation process must be rigorous. Every penny must be spent wisely to support domestic development. The assistant nodded repeatedly, diligently recording every key point. In the technology sector, Chen Yu has demonstrated extraordinary foresight. He sold some fourth-generation computer materials to the domestic government at a very low price, almost equivalent to giving them away. These materials are crucial for the development of domestic computer technology. It is important to understand that the return of the port city is an inevitable trend, and the opening up of the nation and economic takeoff are also bound to happen. Our current support will lead to broader cooperation opportunities in the future, Chen Yu explained at the family meeting. After hearing this, family members expressed admiration for his vision. In the port city, Chen Yu is dedicated to charitable activities while vigorously expanding his business. His goal is clear: to solidify the Chun family's commercial position in the port city and continuously expand their business territory. At this time, charitable activities have become a common phenomenon among business people in the region, but Chen Yu's approach is unique. He does not simply donate money and goods. Instead, he integrates charity with business strategies, with each charitable project hiding his keen market insights. Huang Mingzhi, once a powerful figure in the business community of the port city, has seen his influence wane under Chen Yu's series of tactics. Chen Yu gradually weakened Huang Mingzhi's power and enhanced his own status through media promotion and business competition. Zhou Zhendong was greatly impressed by Chen Yu's methods. Sitting in his study, he carefully studied Chen Yu's business strategies. This young man, with such ruthless tactics, is truly admirable. His every move must be closely monitored in the future, Zhou Zhendong mused. Chen Yu understands that to establish a long-term presence in the port city's business community, he must build extensive networks and partnerships. He initiated the establishment of the Port City Citizens Health Charity Foundation, aimed at helping the local population address health issues. With an investment of 100 million, this move caused quite a stir in the business community. Zhou Haoran was also invited to participate. In a high-end tea house, Chen Yu sat across from Zhou Haoran, and the aroma of tea wafted around them. Brother Zhou, this charity foundation is significant. It can benefit the citizens of the port city and enhance our reputation in the business world. What do you think? Chen Yu said with a smile. Zhou Haoran felt a stir in his heart, realizing that this was an excellent opportunity. However, he also hesitated, as the family's stance was crucial. Upon returning home, Zhou Haoran informed his father, Zhou Zhendong, about the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhendong said, Chen Yu's project is indeed good. We can participate. I suggest we invest 30 million to support it. However, when Zhou Haoran met Chen Yu again, Chen Yu stated that he did not need their funding. Brother Zhou, I invited you to participate not for the money, but because I value your abilities and connections. In this project, we can collaborate and work together to make it successful. Chen Yu said sincerely. Zhou Haoran was touched and realized that this might be an opportunity for him to break free from family constraints and achieve independent development. He had always been limited by various rules and restrictions within the family and longed to have his own power and career. Chen Yu's investment and support shone like a light in his world, revealing the hope for independent development that stirred Zhou Haoran's heart. Chen Yu had grander plans for business collaboration. He intended to involve the wealthy second-generation individuals in the industrial chain, controlling the core technology while letting them handle the construction of supporting facilities. These affluent individuals had abundant resources and connections, and it was essential to leverage their advantages. Once the region fully opened up to the outside world, they would seize the market opportunity, Chen Yu stated during a discussion with his assistant. He was aware that he had crossed over with advanced knowledge that surpassed this era, and as long as he utilized it wisely, he could maintain a technological lead. Chen Yu's business operations progressed steadily. His first venture targeted a product known for its effectiveness in addressing health issues, particularly parasitic infections in children, which had significant market potential. He began preparing the necessary equipment while arranging for the import of raw materials from the mainland. We must ensure the quality of the raw materials and operate through legal registration to avoid smuggling risks, while also contributing to foreign exchange for the mainland. Chen Yu firmly instructed his procurement staff. He anticipated that under the current economic conditions, the sales of this product would remain stable and effectively meet market demand. As preparations advanced, Chen Yu's business gradually got on track. He personally visited the factory to oversee the installation and debugging of the equipment. These machines must be adjusted to optimal conditions. The quality of the product must be top-notch, Chen Yu told the technicians. Under his strict requirements, the technicians diligently carried out their tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was also actively expanding sales channels, establishing partnerships with major pharmacies and grocery stores in the region. Our product will become an essential medicine for families here, Chen Yu confidently told his partners. In terms of the charitable foundation, Chen Yu and Zhou Haoran collaborated smoothly. They organized multiple free medical clinics to provide healthcare services for impoverished families while distributing the product. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. This product has been a great help. The parasites in my child's stomach are gone, a grateful mother expressed to Chen Yu. He smiled in response, saying, "This is what we should do. I hope everyone stays healthy." These activities further enhanced Chen Yu's image among the local population, and the title of great philanthropist became increasingly prominent. Meanwhile, Huang Mingzhi watched with jealousy and anger as Chen Yu thrived in both the business and charitable sectors. He was unwilling to be trampled underfoot and began secretly plotting his retaliation. "Chen Yu, don't get too complacent. I will make you pay," Huang Mingzhi gritted his teeth. Speaking in his mansion, he summoned his trusted associates to discuss ways to undermine Chen Yu's business and charitable projects. However, Chen Yu had long anticipated that Huang Mingzhi would not give up easily, so he had secretly strengthened his defenses and prepared for a possible counterattack from Huang Mingzhi. As the product gradually expanded its market presence in the harbor city, sales exceeded Chen Yu's expectations. The shelves of major pharmacies and grocery stores were always in short supply of the product. Watching the continuously growing sales data, Chen Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. He increased production efforts to meet market demand while ensuring product quality, without any slack. He issued new directives to the factory manager. In the factory, machines roared day and night as workers worked overtime to produce more of this cost-effective product for the citizens of the harbor city. At the charity foundation, Chen Yu and Zhou Haoran were also constantly exploring new projects. They discovered that some old communities in the harbor city had poor sanitary conditions, making residents prone to illness. Therefore, they decided to launch a community health improvement project to build public sanitation facilities and conduct regular sanitation disinfection in these communities. This project would not only improve residents' living environments, but also enhance the foundation's influence. "Zhou, you handle communication with the communities, and I'll arrange for supplies and personnel," Chen Yu said. Zhou Haoran nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of value in this project and increasingly admiring Chen Yu's business acumen and philanthropic spirit. On Huang Mingzhi's side, after some planning, he decided to target Chen Yu's raw material supply channels. He bribed some suppliers on the mainland in an attempt to cut off Chen Yu's source of raw materials. "Chen Yu, without raw materials, how can you produce your product?" Huang Mingzhi said with a smug smile. However, Chen Yu had long prepared for this contingency. He had established cooperative relationships with multiple suppliers on the mainland and signed long-term contracts. Upon learning that some suppliers had been bought off by Huang Mingzhi, Chen Yu quickly activated backup suppliers to ensure stable raw material supply. "Huang Mingzhi, your little tricks are not enough to affect me," Chen Yu said with a cold smile after hearing about Huang Mingzhi's actions. Chapter 94. The final outcome. Huang Mingzhi stood on the deck of a private yacht by Victoria Harbor, staring at the brightly lit Chen Group building across the water, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. Beside him, a suited man stood in the shadows, lowering his voice to report, "Mr. Chen's backup suppliers are from the Yunnan border, and our people can't infiltrate them. Waste." Huang Mingzhi angrily smashed his whiskey glass onto the sea, the crystal shards exploding like stars in the moonlight. He suddenly turned and grabbed the man's collar. "Didn't you say you could handle the connections on the mainland? Mr. Huang, there's a strict crackdown on smuggling on the mainland right now. I don't care." Huang Mingzhi suddenly laughed maniacally. "Since we can't go openly, we'll go covertly. Let the old knife from the Golden Triangle hijack the goods. I want to make sure Chen Yu's factory runs out of stock for 3 months. At that moment, Chen Yu was standing in the container yard at the Liu port in Shenzhen, watching workers load the last batch of raw materials onto a truck. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Zhou Haoran's urgent call appeared on the screen. Not good. Huang Mingzhi colluded with armed groups in a neighboring country, planning to ambush our convoy on the road. Chen Yu squinted at the brightly lit Shenzhen Special Economic Zone in the distance. There, skyscrapers were rising, and searchlights on construction sites pierced the night sky. He turned to the security captain behind him and said, "Activate Plan B, inform the border police in Yunnan," saying that there are international drug traffickers attempting to transport contraband through the area. 3 days later, on a morning when Huang Mingzhi received news from the Golden Triangle, the emerald ring in his hand snapped in two. On the border, fierce gunfire erupted between the armed groups and the police, with 300 kilograms of high-purity heroin seized. And documents from Huang's group were found on site. "Chen Yu, you are ruthless." Huang Mingzhi slumped on the leather sofa, steam rising from the tea set in front of him. Suddenly, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV, where a financial channel was reporting. Today, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has heavy news. The 5th-generation computer chip co-developed by the Chun Group and the Academy of Sciences has passed technical certification. Chen Yu stood in the trading hall of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, watching stock prices climb on the electronic screen. As the system notification echoed in his ears, the host has completed the commercial layout in the city. Should the return gift plan be activated? His fingers gently caressed the USB stick in his suit pocket, which contained the complete design blueprints for a quantum computer. On June 30th, 2025, at the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, when the countdown clock struck midnight, Chen Yu stood on the viewing platform, watching the national flag and the regional flag slowly rise. To his left was Chief Executive Carrie Lam, and to his right stood the president of the Academy of Sciences in a Zhongshan suit. "Mr. Chen, the quantum computer prototype you donated will completely change the technological landscape of the country," the president said, shaking Chen Yu's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Yu smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting towards Victoria Harbor outside the window. In the morning light, cargo ships flying the national flag slowly entered the harbor, loaded with the medical supplies and educational equipment he had donated. "This is just the beginning," Chen Yu said softly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and the system notification rang again, detected that the host has completed their historical mission. Should the time-space retracing program be activated? Chen Yu's finger hovered above the virtual interface, hesitating for a moment before gently swiping. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be paused. He took one last look at this city he had fought for 30 years, handed the USB stick to the chief executive beside him, and then turned to walk into the golden morning light. When Chen Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his single apartment in 2023. The computer screen was playing a scene from a drama where Lu Qingyun jumped from a building. He reached into his pocket, where a yellowed ticket quietly lay, an invitation to the fireworks display at Victoria Harbor on June 30th, 1997. The end.